This is our opening game for the full finals.
I think I'm ready to have my heart broken by Mousesports.
Karrigan, oh, he's scared and he has a reason to be. Jumping onto the bomb with not enough time left over.
It's close.
Oh my god, he grabs it.
One. And a second. 3 kills, 4 kills for Sjokz. Ropz. Well, he just got wrecked by ZywOo. Back-to-back headshots, and ZywOo's not missing.
That right here is Vitality making a statement.
There was one team on the server throughout this best of 3. That was Vitality. Astralis are looking good. They're looking super, super solid. If you're playing against Astralis, you have to play your A game, otherwise you're getting ran over.
The patience is sickening. And now scopes in, doubles down. And as he falls, regains control of the aim. Simple. Lets them extend into the wide open and sprays for both.
There's no way he's going to get away with a regular round here.
Waiting to come through the smoke, and Na'Vi do it!
They do not give up, and they absolutely delivered.
The premier Counter-Strike action featuring the real best teams in the world. That is exactly what is about to go down here for the full final. I am your host, James Banks, and I've got Maniac, I've got Pimp, and yesterday we started off strong. We started off long, but we are revitalized and energized, ready for this day.
I mean, we just had right the amount of sleep needed to tackle this new day. I just had my 7 hours. That's it. That's all I need. I'm ready.
Yeah, I got a solid 5, so we're good, James.
Self-inflicted though, might I add. Self-inflicted. Now we should take a look at these brackets. We're live in wet Copenhagen at the moment, right? It may be cold and wet, but we're about to raise it up and we're about to bring the heat when it comes to these matches, because yesterday was 2 of the opening games where we saw Vitality and Na'Vi take their wins. The Na'Vi Astralis game is one that we will remember for a long time, because boy, it was close.
It was a very good game of Counter-Strike. I think both teams played well, but there's one person who, I guess, took over the game, took over the server, and we said it before, and we're probably going to say it again. Simple right now making a showcase for himself as to why he's the best player in the world, and maybe the best player to ever touch Counter-Strike. I think there's a discussion to be had, but the way he's constantly putting up great numbers against teams like Astralis and absolutely demolishing, you know, what once were the best team in the entire world, that was just stellar to watch yesterday.
And we get no bad matches, mate. I think that's the key thing here. Every single match can deliver. We are in a glorious situation when it comes to Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. I mean, we said it yesterday, the fact that the 2 games that resulted from yesterday's result are actually X-Grand Finals. That's what we have on our hands, right? We have Vitality going up against Na'Vi, that's the IEM Beijing, and then we have Mousesports versus Astralis, that's the DreamHack, Grand Final. So we have great games every step of the way.
Well, let's look back at some of these games that we had yesterday, because what happened yesterday was a very confident side of things when it came to Vitality matchup. But we're going to look at the day overview on this one, at least for now. So Furia taking on G2 is our opener in here. This one is one where we get to really see the true test of G2.
Yeah, a team that's been, a bit up and down. They had to find their constellation, they had to find a roster. We now know that Jax is no longer going to be involved actively within G2. It's going to be Amanek they're going to play with. So maybe that will help them to find their footing. Maybe that will help them to elevate it to the next level. We've seen glimpses of how good G2 can be, especially in the group stage where they won the entire group, but we need to see it in a playoff environment.
And Big versus OG is one that we should give a lot of credit to, because both these teams have had a year where they've had some impressive results, but they have also dropped down. They've had this kind of yo-yo effect.
Yeah, I do believe that we have teams who are meeting in different trajectories, right? You have Big who are struggling and kind of blocked in under a glass ceiling, whereas for OG, again, they survived the period of time in June where I did believe they were completely, falling apart, but actually no, they started improving again and again, very steadily. So now it's a matchup that I have a really hard time predicting, actually.
It is a hard one to predict for sure. Then we've also got to end the day with Mousesports taking on Astralis. Ooh. And you mentioned it already, Maniac. This is rematch central. This is where we get all these epic games all over again to see if they'll play out any different.
And one of these 2 teams will actually be eliminated in last place of that tournament. I think I just can leave it here, let it flow in the air. It's insane, right? The quality of the game is insane.
The quality of all the games is going to be insane. But when it comes to a rematch, Pimp, right?
Yeah.
It's never the same case over and over again, right? It's very rare we see that. We maybe see, okay, even the same vetoes come into play, but the way the game plays out can always be different. There's little changes that we see that they've done from their development.
Of course, because you learn each other to know when you're playing the game, right? Especially in such a close game as Astralis and Mousesports had just a couple of days ago, sure. When it's a rematch, you can, argue that if there's 2, 3, 4 weeks in between, a lot can happen in practice in the meantime, but there's no doubt that neither Astralis or Mousesports, for that matter, have had time to practice ever since the game you see right here on your screen. There's another caveat to that one as well. today we're going to play a best of 3.
Yes.
Last time they played a best of 5. So the veto and the map selection can be a little bit different in that sense. And as you saw right here, very one-sided victories for both teams on the first 2 maps, whereas the third and deciding one, had it been a best of 3, was a close one.
That Inferno one, though, is most interesting to me, right? Because we praise the Astralis and what they can do on Inferno, but they also had that 16-14 win against the Na'Vi that had the new Bit player coming in yesterday.
Yeah, they seem to have up and downs result, right, when it comes to Inferno. But when it comes to the rematch, and if you allow me to get nerdy for just a second here, let's think about preparation, right?
Okay.
Let's think about the fact that, yes, you have played a game, which means that the coach and the IGLs, they have a demo to work on, and it's quite fresh. Now, I would argue that there are 2 types of information that you can get from these demos, right? You have the rounds that people will change. I'm talking about pistol rounds, for example. I'm talking about first gun round. Most likely people will change them. They're not going to play the same pistol round. That in itself can change.
Sure.
But what you cannot change as a team, I believe, are your timings, your protocols, your patterns, who is rotating where in the event. These are not things that you can prepare in advance. They are deeply, deeply rooted in your playstyle, and that, I think, plays a role in the rematch.
And allow me to follow up a little bit. When you look towards Mousesports, a relative new project that had to be rebuilt, rifle-centric lineup, you know, where you try to facilitate your riflers within the lineup. They've only been together, you know, with Karrigan being the in-game leader, not on the rifle, on the rifle and not on the AWP, and Chris J back on the AWP with Torbjorn right here as a coach as well, for a month and a half-ish, right? Astralis, they've been together for a long, long time. So if anyone would have, you know, a plan C, a plan D, or a plan E for that matter, it'd be Astralis. So their preparation, they can be quite confident that when they look at Mousesports, not a lot can change. They don't have a plan D and E for that matter. They don't have had enough time together in order to build up, you know, that depth within the playbook. So for Astralis, I feel they're coming in with a bit of an advantage in the sense that Mousesports, you know what you're gonna get when you watch them play, because there has been no time between the matches. Whereas for Astralis, you can always try to go back to some of the stuff that worked half a year ago or 3 months ago. It's a bit of a gamble, but you have that possibility within your lineup.
But isn't this where we praise Karrigan and what work he can put in before you go into a game like this? The mind games that also play a factor.
I think as an IGL, it's one of the most satisfying and also challenging moments, right? When you know there's going to be mind games going on. And these mind games, they apply on every level. We can think about the veto system, like you knew the map we don't want to play, but maybe we throw in a curveball. This is the map we should pick, but are we going to do it? I think when you hear Karrigan talking in interviews, you realize how much fun he's having with that.
Yeah.
He probably is the one you want to have. Glaive's no slouch, by the way, when it comes to mind games and organizing, you know, plans for that. But it's just, yeah, again, I think very satisfying. And for us, it's satisfying as well, because we then play the game. We try and organize, okay, what map are they going to pick? This was the result. And also, I think we have to put it out here. The teams usually have very different feelings about what happened than we do, or the community does, right? We used to be players, Jacob, you know what it is. People might have an opinion as to what happened on Inferno, what happened on Nuke, but they themselves might differ completely. They might think they had the map, but they lost a couple of key rounds. Yeah. And these types of statement we see when the rematch happens.
That's it. We can't always have the full picture, right? When we start to understand it when it goes into the next game. Now, when it comes to OG taking on Big, the last 2 times these teams faced off in the last 3 months, actually, it's been both in OG's favor. But at one point, Big was a team that we were looking at as the best team in the world based on the rankings.
Yeah, and they were a team that also always beat OG, right? So it's been a bit back and forth in that sense. You're right. Last 2 times they met each other, it has been going the way of OG. And I think OG and Big, for that matter, are 2 teams that right now are very hard to place. Coming into this tournament, I think we all agree, you know, that if you had to look at 2 teams where you thought, okay, there's of course potential, but we don't expect them to go all the way in this tournament, it'd probably be these 2 teams. OG, when they look good, they look super, super good. They are a team that can go toe-to-toe with some of the best out there, but when they look poor, they are not a team that even, you know, can fare in a bracket like this. Let's be honest, they lose to teams that would never even qualify for a tournament like this. So it very much depends on what phase they're going to show up and how much energy they're going to come in with. Whereas for Big, Tabson recently, yesterday I believe, said in an interview they're running out of energy. Sure, at one point the best team in the world, but they've been through such a struggle throughout the year. Every single time you see Big play, it's from the bootcamp facilities. They're one of the most hard-working teams out there, which I respect 100%. But as I said yesterday as well, it comes with a limitation, right? You can't do that 365 days a year, sorry. At some point you will have to slow down, and at some point you will have to take a break from that stress that it is being at the top.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when you're saying about the work the Big's putting in, I feel like I've seen Big at every event this year. I cannot think of many events where they've not been in place, right? Even here for Blast, they came in to fill the slot, right? They came in to replace the team when we didn't expect them to even be here. It seems whatever event they can get into, whether it's an online smaller cup or a big event like this, they are there, they are active.
It's a very filled calendar for Big. I think that's the least we can say. And I also believe in the spectrum of this, rematch analysis that Big rely heavily on structure-heavy game plans, right? They have strategies, they use quite refined strategies. Whereas OG, if we make the difference, I think OG are more with building blocks. That's the way they operate.
Okay.
They have beginnings of rounds, mid rounds, late rounds. Not to say OG is never playing with executes. That's not what I'm saying. But the core, I feel like, is a little bit different. And for Big, I do believe they suffer from playing again and again and again, because each event, each match, I think they become easier to figure out. They have a little bit less leeway, whereas OG, a player like Alexibi, for example, as an IGL, he can play around with like Tetris cubes. Like, okay, this is how we're going to start the round, and if this happens, it's like a tree, right? You start the round in 3 different ways, and then depending on what's happening, you have 3 different other ways, and then you become harder to figure out. And I think Big, they suffer from the fact that they have all these executes.
And one thing you got to look at when it comes to these guys is they're all in a position where you saw the titles there. All these games have been played within such a short amount of time. These aren't rematches from when we're looking like 2 months, 3 months ago. These are all within the last, 15 days or so.
Yeah, it's been a rough schedule, and it's been a long year for a lot of these teams. All the online, let's call it an era that has been playing out. Everyone has been trying to make a case for themselves that they are, a team that you have to reckon coming into 2021. I think one thing we cannot underestimate is the willpower and the fight teams will have in them when we need, go into the end of the year. Yeah. Right now, you look at a calendar for 2021 that's going to be packed as well. But if you're Vitality right now, you want to make a statement that you're the best team in the world. If you're Astralis, you want to make a statement that you're better than Vitality and you want to finish as the best team in the world. And if you're Big, you want to make a statement that, being number 1 in the world at a certain point throughout this year wasn't a fluke, and we're still up there with the best. So there's a lot of motivation and a lot of different factors playing into this one. And I think every single team coming into this tournament will have and try to finish off with a bang.
Well, we'll have to see if they do finish out with a bang. It is the rematch day, and we don't often get it. 3 games all being played like this, where these teams know each other inside and out. We're going to see how it goes down, and we're kicking off with Furia taking on G2.
this is one of the most stacked lineup when it comes to individual skills I've ever seen.
Nico doing everything! A ridiculous 2v4 by the Kovacs.
Yeah.
They're deadly, they're dangerous, and they are one of the most unpredictable teams we have.
K-Serrado kills another T as Art switches places with them. K-Serrado the killer.
Furia came over to Europe not looking so hot, but they've slowly been able to bounce back, while when the new G2 showed up, they came in hot and heavy. But have they started to cool off already, just like the Danish weather here in Copenhagen? We'll have to find out, because these guys... We talk about best of 3 matches, right? Now we're getting a best of 3 series very close together. We saw the first one here at Blast. G2 dismantled Furia, but they weren't ready. They didn't have that magic team talk they spoke to us about. Then we go to DreamHack Masters. Furia take it 2-1. And now we get one more series just to round out the year to see who's going to end up on top.
Yeah, and you are correct to talk about the first series where G2 beat Furia, because I do believe that the caveat for today is completely different. We have a Furia that had this magic talk together, these 3 hours talk that changed it all, and then they showed a completely different face. And if you had any doubt, we just look at some of the results they had. They are not fooling around anymore. Sure, they fell short to Astralis during the DreamHack Masters, but that was an Astralis that was playing at 100%. So Furia now, they look very dangerous.
We got to talk about Vinny. Good old Vinferno is not just delivering on Inferno, because this man has come in looking better. We talk about him being the supportive element. Well, Pimp, if he's your supportive element of Furia, I'd be damn scared of this roster no matter what map we face him on.
Well, that's the problem, right? Because if you look at G2 and you look at the individual players they have, and you don't compare them to Furia, right? You could even argue that the individual skill barrier is not that big. You know, there's not a lot of a difference between the two teams when it comes to raw aiming, raw skills, and everything. And one thing G2 got going for themselves is the fact that they have one of the most stacked lineup when it comes to Counter-Strike and their abilities. You have a guy like Nico, of course, one of the best players in the world, maybe the best aimer in the world. You had KennyS, who at one time were the best player in the world and definitely the best AWP player out there. A guy like Hunter, who a lot of people, you know, underestimate a little bit, you know, and may not think he's as good as he actually is. Nexa being the in-game leader, you know, you put him up against Art. It's hard for me to say, you know, that G2 are better individually than Furia, and that's a problem, because G2 should be better individually than everyone out there, and that's, you know, a bit of a problem for G2 coming into this one. There's so many good players in this on this lineup. There's so many good players in this matchup that it's hard for me to not get excited about it, and it's hard to pinpoint one player or one, you know, area in the game that we have to look out for. You just have to look out for it all.
Well, that's the thing. Both of these lineups have amazing players throughout, but I want to keep on the Furia conversation here, because when it comes to rematches, right, we've got to look at who may benefit the most when it comes to it. And Furia right now are a team that's learning and adapting. But before we talk about this any further, Vinny had some key words about the rematch.
Of course, we did see you taking down G2 just last week, literally 7 days ago, DreamHack Winter, and now you'll be facing them again here at the Blast Fall Finals. So from that game, did you see any particular strengths from yourself as a team, or were there any weaknesses on the side of G2?
I can't say any weakness, because they're a new team, so they're probably like trying different things and different roles. So I would say that this matchup could be the same map pool, depends on whatever they're gonna pick. And I mean, we're not expecting a comfortable win, but I mean, I think it's in our favor.
Well, speaking of the map pool as well, we always joke about Vinferno, Vinny, but you really showed up against G2 last time you played them on Inferno. Why was that? Why were you finding the comfort against them on that map?
I would say that the map is pretty much like the role I play. Normally, I just trade Art or the guys on Banana, and then I have like all the information I need to have the good decisions in the mid round. And CT side, it's kind of similar to that. So I would say just keep picking Inferno and let me do my show.
I love Vinny, smiling away. Let me do my show, you know? And that's what it is when you watch Furia. It is a show. They put on the art of pressing W going forward. And actually, even with Art not popping off, it does work out with the other members of the team.
Yeah, so first of all, I think Furia is a bit more multidimensional as what we might think of them. I think the easy route is to say, oh yeah, Furia, they always be aggressive, that's what they do. There is actually a method to the madness. That's something we talk about very often. They come in here with tricks every single matchup. You can see they had that boost on Vertigo, for example. That's just one example. I think they they refine the aggression, and also they have a balance in the team as to how to operate if the aggression is working or if it's not. They have different types of players. They have defensive players, they have closers, they have openers. So it's a very well-rounded project that goes way beyond just, hey, I'm going to rush and kill you.
And it really does. And you know what we just saw Henny a few moments ago? This is a man who has proven that he can deliver time and time again, with rumors around him, with all the question marks about what's going to happen with this roster. But he's still here, he's still fighting, and he's still playing very well.
He is a fantastic player, let's be honest. A guy, you know, within the Brazilian Counter-Strike scene for a long time, was in the shadows of Fallen, for one, right? He was the big AWP star. But I think Henny has made a case for himself that right now he's probably the best when it comes to that weapon within Brazilian Counter-Strike. And probably in the world of Counter-Strike as well. He's definitely up there with the AWP players we have to rate as being one of the best. The fact that he's been able to find the resurgence within the lineup despite all the rumors surrounding him, as you alert to me is very, very impressive. The man on the screen right here, the motivation he comes in with, the fire he comes in with, and the body language that he showcases in the middle of a game, to me is very interesting. It gets me fired up. As a fan, I like watching Furia play. As a fan, I like watch Henny play. And I can only imagine as teammate of Henny, whenever you do something cool or whenever you're in a situation where it gets tense and he starts yelling, he starts screaming after you're winning a round, that must boost your mood on your lineup. And to me, that's just so fun to watch.
He's certainly a hype man, and we do enjoy watching it, but we also enjoy watching G2 because right now they're showing us a whole different G2 coming out here. And actually, Nexa was talking about the Jax coming out of the lineup, and obviously we've seen that Nico's already been playing it.
Of course, as you mentioned, a couple of roster changes coming into this. Of course, we've seen Nico joining the squad, but most recently, Jax taking away from the active roster of G2. So can you talk to me about exactly how that decision was made, why it was chosen for him to be removed?
We tried both options. We knew Nico was coming for a few months, so we knew that someone had to be replaced, and we were thinking what we could do, and we decided that it's the best to try out because on paper roster may look good, but you don't know how the chemistry, the synergy in game is. So we decided to try with both Amanek and Jax. We played some practices. We played one event with Amanek, one event with Jax. Now we're playing with Amanek again. So I think we just decided that role-wise it was a better fit to keep Amanek instead of Jax. And the decision, basically, we all had our say in it, but at the end it came from the coach, management, and G2 as well.
And of course, with Nico being added into the squad, I know we were talking back at the last full series about how he was integrating in. So how have you seen him adjusting to the way of G2? Is he still giving his input in terms of the calling as well?
Yeah, he's a very valuable member of our team, already after just a month. I think that's the main reason why we brought a player like him. You know, this rotator on CT side, he has a lot of input. On T side, he's always there to speak up when things get tough. You know, he's been doing the IGL job for a few years as well, so he knows when things are tough. He knows how to get out of a bad situation, and all this experience he has is helping me, and it's helping the team a lot.
And I love that they're taking the time to make this decision. It wasn't just Nico came in and Jax went straight out, because we all thought about this. And when we discussed it on the desk before, we saw Amanek as more of a complete player, but they at least tried to see if they could build that chemistry with Jax.
Let me put it this way. Long term, I think that was the right approach from G2. Taking the time to test the lineups and see how the wars were working. I appreciate that. Short term, they might pay the price for it, because now they've just had 2 months where they were trying stuff out. Other teams were progressing, improving, training, and they were trying stuff in the lab, in the laboratory, just figuring out how they want to play. So is that going to be an impact short term? I think so.
That catch-up mechanic, right, is certainly going to need to kick in from, especially going into this series. But I do want to take a look at the vetoes and see how things are going to pan out here, because will we get the same maps we saw last time? Will they mix things up? Can we even be thrown any curveballs out here?
So the problem is I don't think G2 can catch Furia off guard at all. The vetoes should be the same. It should be Dust2 flying out, and it should be Overpass phenomenal G2. I know G2 have accepted to play a little bit of Overpass recently. I don't want to see them take the risk, but they might. No, they go for the Overpass ban. Now, the map picks last time were Inferno and Mirage. Mirage. I feel like, again, Furia have more chances, they have more possibilities, whereas G2, they're a little bit blocked with that Mirage pick.
I feel like they have to go with Mirage. It's been their only success so far in the matchup
Right.
against Furia as of recently. Inferno coming in for Furia, that makes sense again. They absolutely demolished G2 on Inferno, and their win rate right now is 36% on the map of Inferno. So G2 are not doing a good job when it comes to Inferno. Mirage would be my go-to pick here if I were G2. You have confidence on the map, you've been able to beat Furia on the map, and there we go, we get a Mirage. So far so good, same Vito. Now as it goes for the third and deciding map, Vertigo is still in play, to be honest, and Nuke. I think both of them would be interesting. Vertigo is not something they want, so I think Nuke is on the cards here.
Now G2 have to make a question, because last time around it was Nuke who was the third map, and they're gonna go for it again. So we have an absolute rematch in terms of Vito. So it ties back up to our discussion. My game's gonna be afloat.
It is going to be some mind games in it, but do you see that maybe one team has a slight edge in this? Do you just go based on the previous results, or do you think that G2 is a team that's capable of learning enough here?
So just to digest the video for a new viewer out there who don't watch Counter-Strike every single day, G2's map pick is Mirage, and Furia is a great Mirage team. Furia could even pick Mirage themselves into certain matchups, right? So for them, they feel comfortable despite having lost to Mirage as of lately. Whereas for Furia picking into Inferno, that is not a good map for G2. That is not necessarily a punish pick, but it's a pick G2 right now doesn't play well. So just looking at the video and looking how these two teams stand up against each other, isolated from the video, G2 are in a bit of a trouble right here. They don't like to play Inferno against Furia, and Furia were able to pick it.
I totally echo the sentiment. I think that player-wise, if we can guarantee EPB out there that there's going to be a max full force lineups, the veto is in favor of Furia because the map pool is in favor of Furia. They punish G2 on some of their weaknesses, whereas G2 can't do that.
And for G2 here, though, is it more about what they've been able to try and learn and take away from this previous game that they can try and find into? Because we look at Inferno, it's always a map that's going to be played not just against Furia, but multiple teams. We see it probably one of the most map played.
Yes, they can, of course, learn from their experiences against Furia, but I want to apply the same argument I did a couple of moments ago with Astralis as well. Furia, they have a plan C, they have a plan D, they have a plan E, and they can play a lot of different styles of Counter-Strike. As Matthew said before, the balance they have to the game, they don't have to be aggressive all the time. They can also play defensive Counter-Strike. They can let Art do the aggressive work, be the guy who throws a spanner in the wheel, and then let the rest of the guys do their job. So if you're G2, you have to prepare for everything. You can't, look at one game and think, okay, this is how they play. This is what we have to prepare for. They have a lot to offer Furia, and they've been together for a long, long time.
Now, when it comes to G2, though, you look at Nexa, he is praised so heavily as one of these good franking IGLs coming into the mix. How well can he put himself in a position to be able to kind of out-mind game the Furia play of this? Because the one thing I do look at when we look back at previous results for Inferno and G2, I think of the struggles they have on even getting an AWP activated.
I agree with you, and I think for Nexa, it's a long journey that is starting right now. Now that they have a fixed lineup to work with, and they can integrate NiKo on the long term, you have a player like NiKo in your lineup, he's always going to be a voice. He's always going to have ideas, he's going to have opinions. The challenge for G2 is to be able to embed that and create like a healthy environment where everyone is coming in with idea, and Nexa is at the helm of that ship, right? So I think he's been struggling a little bit lately, but again, it goes back to lineups changing all the time, and then the game plans might change a little bit because of that. So the journey starts now for Nexa, and I think he's proven to us that he can frag when he needs to. He's done it a couple of times, but in the recent times, it's been a little bit complicated, we have to be honest.
And we've got to talk about this, though. NiKo himself, as the amazing player he is, he needs some more space. So something in that department also has to change G2, because when I look back at it, it was Kenny, it was Hunter, it was Nexa. They were always able to deliver as a 3. Since you've had NiKo come in, there's been a lot of change within that.
And that's, I wouldn't call it a problem, but that's definitely one of the obstacles for this lineup. They have to find space for everyone, because you're right, NiKo needs space, but he's also a player that, let's be honest, if we talk about Counter-Strike players, he's not a guy that takes that much space away. Mirage, take that for an example on the T side. He likes to be lurking by himself. That's his preferred role. He likes to play on the side of the maps and do himself. He's not a guy that has to be catered to that much. He's a guy that can make plays on his own. So when people out there on Twitter, HLTV, Reddit, and so forth, say that, yeah, NiKo is a guy that takes so much space away. In fact, that's not really true when you compare him to some of the other stars in the same position as he's in. He takes away space, sure, because he's as good as he is. He has an opinion, sure, and he wants, to be catered to once in a while. But NiKo as a player type is not that bad when it comes to take spacing away.
And you mentioned Kenny, and I'm actually going to take the flip side of that. I do believe that Kenny was in a slump in terms of motivation, work, and results before NiKo joined it. Comfort zone could be. Now, what I hope when NiKo comes in is that the ego of Kenny chimes in, motivates him. Damn, I have one of the best players in the world next to me. It's my time to work again, put up the hours, put up the deathmatch, whatever it is he needs to do to shape up again. Because if you look at the results they had at the latest tournament, he's had a 1.08 rating. That was better than the past 3 months. And I want to see that effect. I want to see Nico push everyone being better because he's got that hard will, that champion motivational attitude. I want to see everyone do a little bit better.
Just to put some stats on what you're saying right there, the past 3 months, Kenny S is at a rating 1.004. That's not good for Kenny S. The first half year, this year, 2020, he was 1.12. So he's dropped almost 0.10 in rating. He's definitely in a slump right now, but if he can be activated together with the rest, G2 is a fantastic team, let's be honest.
Well, they certainly need to get Kenny activated. They want to take down Furia. It's G2 going up against Furia, a clash of Europe versus South America. One that has been a crazy battle towards the end of the year, but who will round it out this year at the end? It's time to find out after the break. Surprise! We're back. It is not Launders and Scrawny. It is James and Maniac. We are here to save our two Canadian commentators because the day has swapped up. Anders and Semler, they're stuck in London. COVID is a painful thing. We're all having to deal with it and all trying to work our way around it. So rather than give the Canadian duo 3 best of 3s in one day, we decided to step in and give it a shot, mate. It's not our usual role, but we'll do our best to keep you guys entertained. We'll try and deliver something unique, I guess.
It's a team effort, right? It's a team effort, and we feel like we had to step in today to save, as you said, our beloved Canadians duo, and we're going to try and do our best to give this game justice, to try and get some hype with you guys. If I can, I'm going to let James do most of the work. I'm just going to chime in with some ideas at time, like, hey, by the way, that round was nice, and that's going to be my job.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's teamwork. We even dressed to be matching, see? Look, we got this. We're all nice. We're all nice. We're all ready for it. It is G2 taking on Furia. It's going to be the same 3 maps as seen before, though. It is going to be an interesting one to watch go down. And one thing here I'm going to look at especially is just to see what Furia try and bring to the table in a different way, or do they just stick to their guns? Because we know what Art is doing, right? Art loves to play the mind games, but Art will also be happy to say, I'm just a better player, we are just a better team, and try and steamroll them. That's when you look at Kenny, that's when you look at Nico, to really put some work and to really do some damage. And the fact we start on Inferno, that's a big problem for me on the confidence side of things when you look at Kenny, because that's where sometimes we've seen him go missing. And I don't just mean the one game, you just look back at Inferno in general.
I know.
And Kenny struggles more on it as an AWPer. And you know, I was speaking to the beginning of this year, right? And Kenny was saying, I'm feeling more confident, he was getting to that place. I did that interview with him where he said, like, G2, Malik, the team, they helped me get over a bout of depression he was going through. I don't want to see this incredibly talented individual fall back in and not have this confidence. I bet he can't wait to be in that LAN environment again.
Kenny is one of the most gifted players we have out there, and obviously I say that because I had the pleasure to sit right next to him for many years in CSGO, and already at the time he was one of the most promising, and then he was the best player in the world. But I agree with you. I think we would be disingenuous if we didn't talk about the fact that he's dropped down just a little bit. And this is where the motivational factor chimes in. And this is where I hope to see Nico coming in and bring in some fire, bring in some motivation.
That's what we want to see, all the motivation, all the fire that's going to come out of it. We want to see a Kenny unleashed. If there's one set of players and one team he can do it around, it's this G2. We're about to get into the game. We are starting off on Inferno. We've got G2 up on the CT side, Furia on the T side. And you know what? For Furia, I don't think it matters what side you start at, but at least for G2, if Kenny can get going early on this side, they do have a great chance within it. Get that confidence rolling early, get some few rounds built up, and work their magic from there.
Yeah, we talked about building blocks, and I believe that Furia, they follow that same protocol, right? They don't really need to have the same round from the first second to the very end. They play it as a, I want to say, a natural, a flowing organism. They're trying to be aggressive, and whether they find the kill or not, they change the game plan. So in that sense, I don't think the rematch is going to be too hard for Furia, but we will see if I'm wrong in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, just a few hours, hopefully. You never know how it will go. We don't want any more delays. We had that enough yesterday when it came to it. Right now, though, Furia, poised and ready outside the B side, but look at this. G2, they've got on a fast flank. Oh, easy first kill. Hunter's not going to miss those. Now the pressure's being applied, but this is what you got to be careful of. Furia, the Wolfpack mentality, or maybe you call it the Panther mentality, as Vinny will go down. Swift headshot delivered through the smoke. They put it into an even 3v3, but Furia are sticking to their guns. They're still heading to B, and the full rotation isn't over yet from G2. And they have to be very careful if they want to wander up Banana right now, because they know already, as soon as the Hunter came around, he got dealt with.
So now Banana is a threat, as you're mentioning. We have Nico deciding to go back to CT spawn, so it's going to be a grouped retake. It's about to go down. Glocks versus P2000 and USPs, and the clock will prevail. Art starting the show, leaving Nico now in 1 versus 2. He's got information as to one of the opponent, but he doesn't know about Yuri. So we see Furia deciding to play together. Nico's chiming in, and he cannot connect. Good pistol round for Furia. They kick things off with a victory.
And I love that there, right? Nico was going fast. He knew he didn't have time on his side. But the Furia players, they were stuck together. They were ready and waiting for it. This one was nice from Amanek. Just takes a couple of pop shots while he's running away. We'll be able to deliver the headshots. And the double poke that came in at the end, this is kind of the thing that broke G2 there. Not much of a chance to come in with it. And this is one thing I'm going to say positive again when it comes to the team of Furia. Smiles on their faces, good mood. It is so needed. It is so important when it comes to their level and their way of Counter-Strike.
The emotions, of course, the emotions. Now we have G2 deciding to force buy completely, and already look at the pace that Furia is bringing to the table. Art is 1 minute and 38 seconds, already pushing, already fighting towards mid, and that is territory being taken for Furia. G2, they'll have to accept that, pull back just a little bit. They decide to stick with the 3-2 setup at the moment, but towards A long. It is Hunter alone now, being overrun back. The MAC-10, good job by Keserado. That's an open map for Furia.
This is exactly what they needed, not to fall short. So the upgraded weapons coming in there. So far, so good, and 5 alive. Keserado wanted to shoot through the smoke, but it's Yuri doing all the damage. Furia have swarmed the site. They've got control of it. And this means G2 will save on to what they've got. That's the best thing they can do in a situation like this. Try and take it through to the next round, because you're not really going to try a 2v5 like this.
No, you don't. And they have Kevlars to work with. They have utilities as well, pistols, so really no reason, no logic for G2 to try and retake that. You know, one of the most common answers we get when we talk to people about playing against Furia is that most of them know what's going to happen, but they still cannot fight it. They still cannot defend.
The point I made in the beginning part is, like, when you're going up against Art, he sticks to his guns and adjusts slightly to whatever you're doing. You just feel like you can't do anything.
Well, best start possible for Furia, leading 2-0 now. G2 will have no choice but to accept the next round. No purchases should be made, and it's all going to be on Amanek and Nico to try and make the difference. Don't get me wrong, Nico can do it with a Deagle. He can be absolutely deadly. He's done it a lot in the past. I wouldn't be surprised to see it happen again. But the feeling I'm getting from Furia for these 2 rounds right now is very well coordinated. It's very well organized. They move together.
Yeah, they weren't making silly mistakes we often see on an anti-eco, right? They've got the better weapon. Sometimes you can get overconfident with it. You drop down. You don't have the luck, so to speak, when it comes to it. But like you mentioned, Nico with a Deagle. Oh my, how many highlights, how many moments have we seen from that man? But he won't get any in this round. Because, of course, Art's the one to find him as well. Starts to play on your brain. Oh. Nexa tries to take Art down. That's really good from Nexa. He starts with the 5-7, rocks it to the Deagle off Nico's dead body, and still delivers a second kill. That's something impressive. Now with Kene with an AK in his hand, okay, he's only on 33 health, but if he can drop that over to someone else, potentially, there is an option for it. Yuri wants to get aggressive. He wants to get further forward on this. The nade goes up, and Kenny cannot escape in time. Furia, they're keeping the pressure on. They're not allowing G2 to get comfortable.
Now they have the side, and it's unfortunate that Kenny neither had a teammate or a Kevlar to play with. That AK was never really put to the test, never really used. So now the 3v2 is engaged for Furia. Bomb being planted. Hunter's going to play the long game. At this point in time, with no kit available, it's mostly about damage for G2. If they can get a couple more of these rifles on the ground, forcing Furia to invest. Also think about the bonus loss for Hunter with the MAC-10. That could be interesting, but it's not looking likely. Henny dispatching of Amanek. It's going to put an end to the madness. And I like to see what we see from Nexa. You know, a little bit of headshots left and right. He's definitely one of the win conditions for G2. Whenever they win, whenever they have great results. We talk about his fragging ability. And I think, again, he's been tested heavily as an IGL the past few weeks, changing lineups, not really knowing what the future is going to hold, how is 2021 going to look like. But now they have their 5. Now they work together.
But that's an interesting part of this as well. Also, it's a P2000, not the 5.7, so even more impressive from Nexa coming out there. No, one thing that's very interesting with it, what he said in the interview was it's not just him making the decisions, right? It comes down to the coach and the G2 management. Everyone has a say on what they think is going to be best, and that's why G2 initially went away from being the full French lineup. No warp on Kenny.
First gun round.
It's going to be just the M4s. And again, as always, Furia, they love to take this banana control early on. The question is, do you make the mistake that a lot of teams do, try and fight it, or do you hold back? Right now, G2, they're respecting it.
G2 started with Kenny as a backup towards B, but they have won absolutely nothing from that engagement. A little bit of damage onto Henny, but that is it. All the nades and molotovs being used have had 0 impact. So far, G2 is holding the bracket really, really forward, so they know the A side is not going to be a risk, but we have to play. Nico feeling a little bit rowdy, wanting to take some information. That is a good nade, and he's sneaking behind that smoke.
Oh, and he's heard a lot of that jumping. He knows what's going on. He knows there's still some players around there. The Molly's going to separate some of them. They push out into it. Art wants to have a go, but he can't make anything of it. More utility coming out towards Nico. He's looking to do some more damage. He wants to stay around and fight, but he's got to be careful he doesn't get overwhelmed. He's getting the teamwork thrown out in towards him, and now he starts to be pushed back. His health is low, and he can't get the backup he needs, as Furia will win out this battle, not in numbers, not in the kills, but in taking the hold of the banana.
Kenny's here now, so the timing is perfect for G2. Nico has done a lot of damage to his Furia. They just have enough utility to execute. So it's going to be a very dry one. 2 smokes, 1 molotov to play with.
Good first molly used, but no player sat in the spot. Oh no, Nico didn't see. He didn't notice. He went down. It obviously spread too far. Kenny's going to put up a good fight with the M4, though. He finds himself the first couple, and Amanek, he's still waiting by. He can do some huge damage here. He'll finish off Finny, no problem at all. And K Serrano on 45 health. He won't get it done. Kenny's rotation, absolutely perfect. Despite Nico going down, Furia didn't really get close to the site.
It was a fantastic jump from G2, and you have to appreciate the fact that they understood. At the beginning of the round, they didn't do a lot of damage, as we see here. Nico, he was
unlucky.
He looks to the left, he evaluates the situation, and he makes a conscious decision not to move, right? But sometimes these Molotov, they can be a little bit pesky. But I was going to say that G2 retaking banana rather than fighting tooth and nail at the beginning, that was the good call. Their nades then inflicted a ton of damage. Nico was able to find 1.7, 1.8 kills. Good jump from G2. That could be a blueprint for them.
Still no orb, though, for either side. Oh, great nade damage there. Art and K Serato absolutely destroyed. G2 utility usage comes up huge there for him.
So what's the play for Furia now? You have your main entry fragger down to 20 HP. He can still go in and find some information, but he's going to be removed quite fast. We see now G2 again with the retake towards Banana, but this time the bomb is on the ground. That's a huge tail. Vinny strikes back, puts NiKo on the ground. Now a 4 versus 2 on the B side. Kenny is here on time, but there's more smokes to play with for Furia. They decide to block to the left side. It's a little bit different.
You see that, though, from Art, right? The sacrificial leader. Low on health, goes out, knows he's likely to die, gets the information. Vinny straight away tries to capitalize on it. Taking down NiKo, yes, it's a big scout. They now try to get some extra utility damage in. But Amanek, he's playing super far in the back. Vinny continues to push onto it. He's got the backup there of his teammates. Furia swarm up into the site, and they're going to force Amanek back for now. His shadow's been seen, and Vinny went on the hunt, but Amanek, he's going to land it with the UMP. Game is still on, but G2 now need to master the retake. Flash goes up from Hunter, they push on in, but the AKs are just too strong. G2 now got to make a decision if they want to save, and Nexa doesn't even get the chance. Headshots delivered, Furia pushed their way in, and even when the odds were stacked up against them, they still make it work.
You can't help but think about what would happen if Amanek had something else than UMP. But once more, remember when I told you Furia were always coming in with some ideas, some ways to change the meta? It's been twice now that they attacked the B-bomb side, not with the CT spawn smoke, but with the C1 smoke. And what they did right here, it worked perfectly. Smoking C1, couple of flashes towards CT spawn, and Vinny takes that duel every day. And I do believe that as a CT, you're not used to that as much. You're used to have the CT spawn smoked, you know, wall bang through it as much as you can, and then you rotate towards coil. This time around, Furia, they changed the pace just a little bit, and it's a perfect start now, 4-1 in the lead.
And look what it does to G2. Money's not looking too hot. They don't have the weapons to play with here. They're going to try with just the SMGs, a scout, and a couple of upgraded pistols in there. But this is going to be a tough fight either way. Kenny's going to be the only one without the armor in play as well, just to be notable when it comes to these fights and what might happen to him. He's going to have to land these initial shots. Again, though, all we've seen from Furia is this push-up Banana at the beginning, and now actually going to be re-pushed. Oh, Vinny hears it. He's ready for it. The spray comes down, and Vinverno is activated. Kenny left to find him. Well, that's a beautiful shot, but he needs to deliver a lot more than that. He's got a scout in hand, and he hasn't taken any damage just yet. But he has to be oh so careful. Like I mentioned, without the armor, once he starts to get tagged up, it's going to be difficult for him to frag up.
So Nexa's made the choice to rotate towards the A side. At least for G2, you have all your players there. But is it going to be enough? Nexa cornered by the Bucks. That's a good tag from Kenny. It's also a little bit of a bait. If he stays alive right now, that could give the time for Nexa to be activated. Just give it time, Nexa. There you have it. First kill from Nexa with the Deagle, but the trade is on point. Kenny now with the Soul Scalp. Too easy for Henny. I'll take that gift. Thank you very much. I'll take that kill.
He was ready and waiting for it. He knew what to expect. And so did Vinny at this point. This could have been the moment. They were all so focused towards Banana. But Vinny heard the footsteps. He was waiting for it.
The spray control as well.
On point.
It is sexy. So what's the play for G2 now? You won one round retaking Banana halfway through it. But then when you did it again, you didn't really have the weaponry to be as effective. Amanek was down to the UMP. Now keep an eye on the buy. It's only Hunter that's suffering with the FAMAS. The rest is pretty decently armed, I want to say.
Kenny with no armor, though, with the AWP.
Oh, that hurts.
Glass cannon. He needs to land those shots and get the hell out of there. He can't be fighting 2v1, right? He needs to be going on his own or have some backup from his teammate when he wants to take these duels. Can play a more static position, though, and just hold back and wait for them to come to him.
So you're just very happy to just sit back right now.
Yeah,
that pulse they just used, that was because G2 were retaking Banana. Now we have the smoke coming in from G2. So it's a mental game. It's a 4D chess game. They waited for the Molotov for the second wave of utility, and now G2 put down their smoke. As a result, it stops down Furia. It slows them down in their approach of taking Banana. But if you keep an eye on the mini-map, you can see this is just pressure. It's just Art with the bomb, making a little bit of noise. He's got Vinny in the backup, but we have Kcerrado and another player taking apps at the same time. So they keep all the options. Oh my god, that's going to open it up even more.
That is less than ideal. NiKo wants to fight for it, but Vinny has already escaped. Furia, they baited out a lot of the utility, and Henny hits the glorious shot. More players to find, and Amanek's just fighting out in the open. The site has been given up, and there's nothing G2 can do in this round. You've given Henny an AWP, you've saved Furia some more money, and they are just rolling over G2 on this T side.
again, think about the rematch perspective. That round needs no strategizing, sorry. It doesn't need any plan. It's basically duels, people waiting in the right moment at the right time. And this time, Henny just taking over. These 2 kills, I mean, what are you going to do if you're G2? How do you debrief that round? How do you prepare for that? You decided to take some duels and you got punished for it. I wouldn't want to be Nexa right now. Because you have to figure out a game plan where tactically you haven't really been outmatched.
Well, that game plan as well, what they were trying to do, you saw it. You mentioned it. The smokes go down stuff. They played off what they heard Furia were doing. But Furia, again, were 1 step ahead. They said, OK, cool, we'll just sit back then. So you waste your utility. This time you won't get crazy nade damage. But even on the round when you did, we still won it. So, you know, right now Furia can't do no wrong. And even that, they take the gun away from Nexa. Only Hunter left to find. Art's low, but their money's not terrible. They're all in a pretty good place, considering Henny got an AWP out of this round as well, who's now on an M4. Picking up the AWP. They don't want to play on T-side, maybe.
Maybe
Okay,
they just don't want to hold.
T-side AWP on Inferno, we regularly see players not feel as comfortable with it.
I can understand. We could see right here the left eye peek from Kenny. Unforgiven, unfortunately for him. And if you're G2, I guess you have to accept the fact that you will play a little bit defaulty, passive for the next couple of rounds. Just give time for the players to get activated, at least in terms of skill, and then you can start to have a strategical fight in the game. Because so far, Furia, they're just going through the motion.
That's nice from Hunter.
Bested by Hunter, that's a good start. Hunter maybe can pass away that FAMAS to someone else, but Nico is burning Banana. Oh my god, that's just unfair.
He cannot catch a break. Nico is trying multiple different angles to attack and challenge Banana and fight off against Furia here, but it doesn't matter what he tries, it's not working. Hunter's already been put low, but he did win out the initial fight against Vinny. But Furia are still sitting in a very comfortable spot. 3 players now over towards B, and Furia, they don't actually even have the information, but they're already looking like they're guiding up towards A.
Very inspired decision by Furia at the moment, although I don't believe a final decision has been made. They're testing the water, but if they don't see anyone in bracket, they might be able to assume that a B site will come in. After getting that kill early on Banana, that would be the logical move. If you are G2, and poor Nexa, he's going to have a lot to do. Although, I say that, Kesarado staying towards B might suggest a B split. And there we have it. This could just be in G2's favor. If they can stick around, keep the positions, and find the shot, there is a name in the game.
And imagine if Nexa now gets some extra information, because he would have heard those gunshots, been able to at least call it across. These 2 players boosted up. They're getting dealt with very quickly. Amanek firing back with some of his own, but the power of Furia is just going to overwhelm him in this one. Still 1 more player on the site, but Nexa has also found an M4 to fight with here. They've just got to isolate Kenny. Oh, that's... oh no, Kesarado might not check it now. The taps come out, but it's too much for Kenny. There's too much going on around him.
He can get the planter, James. That's the bomb on the ground with 13 seconds. If he takes another duel, good grenade, but that's doable for Nexa. Another Gita spray doesn't come through. Lack of bullets.
Nexa played that as best he could. He striked while they were trying to get the plant down. But then again, even on the player who was just jumping away, instantly Furia there to save the day, looking after each other, backing themselves up.
The good buddy system, and for Furia, I don't believe it matters too much that the round was tied, because I'm gonna wait to see the money situation, but I do believe they have some sort of a safety net. They've been winning rounds quite cleanly at that.
So you've got about 6k on Yuri, 4k Kesarado, 4.2k Henny, 5k R, and Vinny on 1.8, but they've all got AKs and full bot now.
So it's basically 1 round safety.
Yeah,
net. They could afford to lose 1 round. They'd have a good rebuy behind.
Considering they haven't had the AWP, either them, but have not bought it themselves, they're not in an amazing money situation, because they have been going for these fights. We've seen, right, a lot of utility damage has come out from G2. They've been able to push back a bit.
And think about it this way. Furia right now are sitting on a 7-1 scoreline, almost unilaterally playing the B side, which means that if they have other strings to play off of, if they have some A executes they want to hit, now would be the best timing. Because G2, all informations, all data, the history points towards the B side being the point of contention. But if you're Furia, you can just change it up. You're 1 step ahead.
1 step ahead is exactly what it's been like for Furia. Even when G2 tried to play them at their own game. And Furia at these beginning parts of the rounds, they're able to back up. Not just seeing Banana presence this time, but look now, G2 with 4 players on A already. Maybe they're trying to expect that this could be something that comes into play.
Well, they're changing the method, that is for sure. Now they leave Amanek completely alone. He's got a full set of utility. He just used his Molotov. There is still a smoke to play with. And I like what he's doing. He's basically trying to play the bait, saying, I'm not alone. Look at the utilities I'm using. Very clearly, this is a 2-man setup, or maybe 3. But unfortunately, I don't think Furia are buying this. They still have it under control. You got to respect the hustle for Amanek. Staying alone on that B side with a rifle like that.
I wouldn't want to be him.
And
Take
he
it that way.
doesn't even have a smoke to play with anymore. So in about 2 seconds, you will see rotations coming on in, exactly what's happening on the minimap, because Amanek cannot possibly hold the site right now. He could play retake if they want to, but if they want to hold it, they need backup.
Is this an over-rotation, though, having 2 players go alongside it? Just
Depends
off
if
this
they-
bit.
if
They
they
know
fight.
Fury keeps hitting it so much. Look, Art's even going to go and show himself and fight up into this. He has the bomb in his hands, but Amanek's burnt on out. Oh, the bait!
That's a bait!
He
That's a bait!
200 IQ'd it! That's absolutely huge! The spam comes through.
Oh.
Look, the rest of them strike. Furia are all over the map, and they are causing G2 nothing but pain. Vinny's even going to get Nico, and now it's all on Hunter. He's alone. He's locked down on the site. And they're just going to fight. Furia get it done. An 8-1 where G2 feel like they've got a good read on it, and Art says no.
May I say I am tactically aroused? May I say that? Because that's
can
what's
see.
happening. I am clearly aroused by this situation.
We best
It
not
was-
cut to your camera.
No, let's just get me out of the shot for now, because that is such a nice way, a creative way to fake the B side. They play off of the C1 smoke that I was talking about, that they have used 2 or 3 times in the past, and they just fake the bomb plant and then run away. It's high risk, high reward. If Art falls at this time, planting the bomb, that's it. The strategy could just fall to pieces. But because he stays alive, when you have 2 players waiting, lurking on the A side, it just looks so beautiful. What did I tell you about Furia coming in with new ideas? There we have it.
G2, they're running out of ideas. They're going to go aggressive this time around. And even though Hunter can spray out 1, there's full focus from G2 on the site. Nades are going to go up. Bit of damage done towards Nexter. He was forward at the sandbags. They're still looking to have a player here. It's now Nico that wants to try and get aggressive. Quesarado expects potentially a boost to come up or a player to jump up. And Furia now will just go back onto the A site. It's Amanek again. He's the sole defender. He's the loner left here to fight all of Furia once again. Finally getting some backup alongside him. They've got to hit some incredible pistol shots. Nexus starts off strong. He's ducking and diving around it all, but it's not going to work. Furia force them down. They don't have good weapons in this for G2. It's always going to be tough. But everything they try, mixing it up, 4 players towards B, leaving Amanek alone on B himself for a while, then moving over to A. They're trying to play it smart. They're trying to guess what's going to happen next. But Furia, they are just ready.
They are 1 step ahead. And individually, you can see how activated they are. I mean, Yuri, he's quietly on 14-3 right now. And that's how stacked this roster is. In pre-shows, you never have enough time to talk about the whole lineup. Today, we decided to give a little bit of focus onto Vinny, and I think that is rightful. It's very justified. You know, Vinny is doing an amazing job. But you have a player like Yuri, which I believe is at the top of the stats past 3 months for Furia. We saw him in the last showdown.
train game, do you remember?
Right? He was instrumental.
Oh my God.
He was taking over the game, so he can do that. He's a very capable second wave of attack. He's also got a flying 65% success rate in the entry frags. Even though he doesn't take them that often, he wins them when he does.
For me, he's like your RPK of South America.
I think he's more than RPK. I think he's more
in his prime. Let's
independent.
Look at that. Yeah, okay, I get you.
A bit more autonomous and independent, and can be a bit more aggressive as well.
But we didn't see so much from Yuri, right, earlier on, and now he's just going in, and but they were almost going out, right, on train to VP.
He took over.
And what did he do? He just said, no, I'm not having it. On CT side, just starts pushing lower B.
Well, I think it's safe to say they are in a different situation right now than they were in that very game. 9-1 in the lead. They have the T side on lockdown, and G2 are trying to come in with a different approach now. They bring in Kenyas towards the B side, and that's going to help them not to use their utility. That is why they have Kenyas. That is a guarantee that they do not need to smoke in the first few seconds, but he's going to have to find the kills. That's a good lecture onto Art, and the trade comes in from Amanek. Best start possible for G2. It's finally working out.
This is exactly what they needed, but they have had the opening duel a few times now and not been able to convert off the back of it. Can they turn this around? They've not moved any other bodies over just yet. They've swapped things around, though, and put Kenny towards A. If they can reposition him and he can potentially get some more damage done or pick up another kill, that's going to be huge. All the spam through the wall. Got to be careful there, but Nex has gone aggressive. G2 trying to play Furia at their own game, and so far, so good. It's working out. Could they end the hot streak here? Because Furia are on fire.
Good nade. Now for G2, it's just about closing the round. You don't need to get creative. You don't need to take that much risks. You basically have the round in your hands. Play the numbers, play the information. We see Amanek is ready to put down the smoke as soon as Nico has some sort of information. The flash comes in first, and so does the smoke, and that should give them about 17, 16 seconds of serenity, if I should say.
This is one of the times we finally see Henny with an AWP in his hand. Haven't seen it so far up on the T side. Furia with not much time left. Do want to try and go on this. G2 not giving him any opportunity to get the picks. They know how far ahead they are in this one.
They're going to plant in the smoke again. They're going to pull the smoke plant again. Henny now planting C1, but Amanek strikes in. And that is the round. 1 second. Not going to be enough. Any kill, any damage is just financial now. Yuri puts NiKo on the board. Good round from G2. So 2 things they did differently in this round. They started with kennyS on the B side, which allowed them again not to use their utility, and they pushed the A apps side of the map, which they haven't done in the past. Nexa finding the kill when he was pushing, completely threw Furia off balance. That is the kill right here. And as we can see, it was completely oblivious for Vinny that the risk was on his right-hand side. Good job for G2. Problem is, how can you replicate that? You can bring kennyS a little bit more, and they won't know it. But can you push the A apps? Surely Furia will have something ready for that.
And the problem here for G2 is you get this win, but you do not want to be reset. This is the problem now. You need to start chaining some rounds together because it's already 9-2. This is where it looks incredibly scary.
Look at the ADR for Yuri. He had over 100. And the utility damage, G2 have done a great job fighting back. I guarantee you if it has that graph 3-4 rounds ago, that would have been a different story. But now G2, they've done a lot of damage as well. Oh, we have a different play, James. Different play coming on in. This time it's Hunter through mid. He's been spotted. Vinny is here for the first kill, but good trade from Hunter. And he's going to push his luck. He's pushing the duel, but Henny is solid on his feet. 2-for-1 trade for Furia. And for G2, that is a huge problem moving on to this round.
If Hunter could have gotten that kill and tried to back away, instead he went to fight for more. He was trying to change the game. But that's not something you can easily do against a team like Furia. When they last played Inferno, it was 9-6 T-side for Furia. They're ready to looking to do better than that. The scoreline ended up 16-8. And Art leading the charge as always, wanting to get in. The smokes are down. Queserado's looking up high. He's got an idea where he might see a player. Oh no, Amanek is found. They go in for more as well. They now understand where NiKo is. He needs to get down. He needs to get out of there. He's holding on. He's holding strong. This is exactly what G2 need. Tucked back away. kennyS is coming to back him up as well. He's got to avoid the flames, and this time he will for now. He continues to strike, and Kenny's there to make it work. Henny now in the 1v1. There's 40 seconds left. He can get the plant down, but this is where Kenny needs to come up huge. He needs to come up clutch. And Henny, he wants to get out of there. They may have not seen each other either.
He's got it. He's got the timing.
Oh, Kenny has no idea. Will Kenny hear the footsteps if Henny decides to run?
There's a timer on that move. I think there's a timer of about 10 seconds, 10 to 15 seconds max for Kenny has to realize what's up.
Oh,
but as we can see on the map, that's going to be enough.
No.
Henny, he'll have time to reposition wherever he wants.
Yeah, Henny now has everything in his control. Kenny is stuck around too long. The plant's going to go down, and Kenny is only just now slowly backing away. And what utility? He's got no utility in this. Ooh. And Henny's playing aggressive. This could actually give Kenny a shot. He's fast. He can be so good.
But it is so surprising. How can you see it coming? You cannot. Henny being creative in the 1v1.
Yep.
When you have so much time to play with, there are basically 2 ways you can go. You either want to play the long mind game and you basically trick your opponent into not finding your position and you play the time, or you surprise him with either a forward position or a smoke play like Henny did. But we also have to mention NiKo.
Oh, he did everything.
He was a hero for that B side. The amount of time he stayed alive and the kills he found, that was amazing. Unfortunately for him, to no avail.
Look at this. He even saw.
Yeah, I can understand the frustration.
He doesn't know where. And that's the confidence that Furia have right now. Even in the 1v1, they're ready to go for a fight like that. The element of surprise certainly works out. Now G2. The buy is not terrible. This is certainly doable. Only Amanek on the UMP. A fair amount of utility. Better than I thought it would be for G2, to be honest.
They've gone for the triple B again with kennyS. But that's not going to pay off. See, Furia, they changing the pace now. They have found themselves the gap that they needed in this map. They have access to long, and they're all going to be onto Kenny. First shot being missed, that's a warning, but at least he's got information.
He's got the incendiary grenade. He expects the play to come through. He's not taking the shot, and he does land it onto Queserado. That's beautiful from Kenny, and that's exactly what G2 needed. Now he falls back, and he's going to play it smart. But old Vindog looks to come through apartments. He can hear what's going on. He's getting so much information as his team has decided to strike. He jumps on top of him. And once again, Furia, they reposition. They play a different style. 2 players coming from the top of mid. The molly goes down. They're pushing through the flames. And Vinny's hitting all the shots now. He's going to get it done. Henny does get finished off, but there's still a disadvantage here for G2. And they're all just dropping like flies. NiKo now all alone, and he will likely back away.
This is so beautiful from Furia. Again, you can see their ability to react as the round progresses, to just find a solution, analyze the situation, come up with a backup plan, come up with an idea. Kenny's finding the kill towards Long, that was the thing that prompted Furia to change the course of action. They realized that is Kenny, he's supposed to be the 3rd man on B. If he's in front of us, then obviously the A side is open. NiKo's gonna be lucky to keep his weapon, I do believe, and actually no, the bomb would put him down, so that's horrible, that's a disaster for G2. But I am liking so much what I'm seeing from Furia. They are so activated in the game.
They really are activated in this game. They're 1 step ahead right now. You got to get scared for G2 at this point because...
Oh, only now. That's when you start getting scared, James.
I was saying if they get 10-5 in my head, you know, we've got a game on our hands.
We always have. And it's a half buy for G2 now. So they're going the conventional approach, and they will try to reduce the distance to close the gap with his pistols, but the flashes are perfect. NiKo somehow blind, able to take down KSCERATO. It's a 1-for-1, but he's paid the heavy price. With only 29 HP left, Flash is going through, Henny wants to fight, but NiKo's behind the smoke. That's a good job, they could steal this round.
They really could steal this round. They've had the advantages like this before, though. This is still Furia they're dealing with. NiKo's low on health, but he does have the AK. He's one of the few players with armor. Nexa and Hunter alongside him. Art still looking to challenge a bit here on Banana, but he will back away as Yuri and Vinny, they've crept up. Oh, they might be able to strike in a perfect timing. Easy first shot for Vinny. No problem at all for him to find his way in. They've got control of Library. They've taken Art's side. And G2 now have to be careful. It's into the 3v3. More shots to try and be landed here. Vinny's looking to try and challenge him. He backs away in the nick of time. Yuri's still hanging about. They push down Banana, but Nexa's going to win it out. 2 players low, but this is still doable for G2. 40 seconds on the clock, but Art is about to strike. Oh, great work by Nexa. He expects it. And now it's all on Vinny. 30 seconds to play with. No bomb in his back. Vinny's got to find some low players. But if G2 play this smart and play together, it's going to be far too much for him to handle. Vinny did find 1 good kill coming up into this. He's picked up the bomb.
I think he's got time. Picks up the knife and he can start running. But there's going to be a repositioning coming in from
get ready for
G2.
this.
He's going to get traded. He's going to get rushed on as soon as he gets to the side. I don't see how he can make it work. They're going to rush him. That's it. The bomb plan is the best he can hope for.
He does get the plant down, but G2, that was a huge round. Nexa there, if he didn't get that kill onto Art, that was it.
Right. That was the key moment.
Absolutely it. He had a great understanding that Art would try something like that rather than playing together with Vinny. And this is how it all kicked off. Those Deagle shots.
By the way, whoever's doing these zoom-in replays, you have my appreciation forever. I like it so much when we see the zoom coming in.
Detail.
In the first kill. Production value right there. And Nexa did it all. They're leading by example right now, buying some time for G2.
Yep.
Don't get me wrong, even an 11-4 scoreline would be a disaster for G2, but they can save it. They can make it somewhat affordable, somewhat doable, moving on to the T side for Inferno. But they need to win this round. At least winning that pistol force buy puts them in a position where they have full rifles to play with, they have the entire belt full of utility, and that hasn't happened so many times in this first half. They've been struggling, they've been suffering throughout this entire game, and now they maybe have a shot at redemption. But he's got other ideas. Oh, that Molotov is going to be painful, James.
Oh, wow. Burns him down, forces out the smoke. Art wants someone to make a mistake here. G2 in a good position to be ready for this, though. But we know, and we've seen it time and time again from Furia, they may look like they're going to commit. They may look like they're going all the way, and it doesn't often happen. Yuri and Vinny, they jump on out, but Art gets dealt with. Hunter's trying to fight some more, but he sticks around too long. Oh, Henny. Thought he would get the drop on him. Now he's allowed the opening. NiKo coming from Banana. They're not in the shots they need, and NiKo, he is delivering. The moment of truth comes out for G2 and they stand strong. As we hit a potential 11-4 scoreline. Henny all alone. Many players for him to find. He's trying to fight it out, but it's not going to work. 11-4 after the first half, and we see a fantastic attempt from Furia that looked dominant from start to finish. But those last couple of rounds at the end may have just saved G2. Let's find out after the break if that'll be the case. G2 managed to pull a few rounds out the bag at the end. It certainly wasn't comfortable. It certainly wasn't pretty at times, but they've given themselves a lifeline. A short one at that, Maniac, but it is a lifeline.
It is, and they amped up the aggression at the very end. If you remember, Nexa and NiKo in 2 different rounds, pushing from Banana, taking fights towards mid. That was the redemption arc for G2, being more aggressive, being duel-oriented, trying to force Furia to respect them. But is it going to be enough for the second half? Furia are sitting on a pretty lead of 11-4.
Yeah, and I'm going to come back to the last time they played on Inferno when it came to DreamHack Masters. It was only a 9-6 T side, right? So Furia, they have improved on that T side when it comes to it, but there was a lot of back and forth. There was a lot of swing rounds, and that's what you say, Furia winning the important ones, right? That could have made the similar scoreline potentially more of a scoreline in favor of G2.
It could have been a bit tighter. I agree with you. I will say, though, I do believe Furia is a better T team overall. Their T side is where they scare me the most when I watch them play. So it's not over and done for G2 at all. Good nade from Art. That is a money nade onto Hunter, Kenny, and Nexa. You take some fries with that one, though.
Oh, yes. We are all in for good utility damage. And the boosters come up as well. 3 players towards B. Yuri and Keserato on the A side.
Look, they have 3 players already. Art willing to fight, taking the USP duels, but NiKo will take that every other week. Smoke being put down, and now it's going to be all the madness.
Oh, Henny and Vinny. They've come up huge, and they'll back away. They'll move into the site. Now with the advantage and still some players low. Vinny through smoke, what is going on? Oh no, everyone is being pushed. Amanek, he wants to fight because he's so scared for his life. They're all around him, they go up into it. He did well even to take down Quesarado as Furia get the 12th.
They do not let go of the pressure. You can see Furia, they want to fight every single time. At every single turn, they are going in for it. It starts with Art finding when they have the 3-man setup, and then Vinny through the smoke, and Henny through the smoke, and there is never a time when G2 can actually breathe in. And I can understand why. You know, they realize that they have the upper hand. Why would you let go of the pressure? Just go and apply it again and again, fight, and you can see it. You can see the pressure. That's what I'm talking about. They know they have G2 on the ropes, so they're not going to let go. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them, you know, take Banana, maybe even push down middle, because they, at the moment, control the game.
And that's been the story of this entire map so far. G2 have never looked like they've been in control. They've had a couple of rounds, sure. They've been fighting for control. But trying to take that fight to Furia, it's a whole other ball game.
Not something I'd wish for anyone.
Definitely.
But if you're going to beat them, sometimes you have to. You have to force Furia into a position of respect if you want to force them to play the long game, to play the tactical game. Because we had a good example on the T side. When Furia is given the choice, the freedom, and the opportunity to do basically whatever they want, then they come up with very great ideas. Not to even mention the skill they have in the lineup, which is insane, by the way, but that is all news. Henny now in the prime position to make some money with the MP9. He's being spotted. That could be a little bit dicey.
Good flashes, though, to help.
But G2 don't want none of that.
So maybe they're trying to force over the rotations, but that's not going to be the case. The B players actually decided to get more aggressive. And Cedric Gray goes down to buy him some more time. Oh, the spotting out. The position goes down. A good smoke as well to provide the cover they need.
Look at
Furia, they've not faltered on this.
They have to turn around. That smoke will be there until 18 seconds. There's no way they go through it, so they decide to go towards bracket, but there's a comedy welcoming them.
It's going to be all on this one. He fires back with a few shots. Yuri lines up the rest. It's the FAMAS doing all the damage. And Henny was just a bait. He's like, well, I'll take the first fight, and Yuri spring like a trap straight up onto him. And this is looking rough for G2, man.
It's all or nothing right now. It's do or die for G2. They have the full buy coming in. They accepted the conventional eco round right before, but they need to put some runs on the table. 13 is not too dangerous of a scoreline. I think it's misleading. You can come back from a 13 deficit like that, but 14 becomes very scary, and 15, well, you have to fight for overtime. So for G2, if they can come up with a plan, if they can come up with a couple of rounds, right now, we still have a game. I want to see a game, James.
We do want to see a game. And that game right now is the Furia show from start to finish. Oh, gets lazy peeked. Vinny is lucky. Got Henny there to back him up. It's still the SMG in play. They've still got 3 SMGs in play as well. It is just a bonus round. Oh my God, he's going for it. Of course. Oh my God, how does he not even die? Henny comes out as well. This is so unlucky. G2, they cannot rest. They cannot wait. Furia destroy them and grab the 14th round, and it was a bonus.
You say it's unlucky, but should we phrase it like that? Furia, that's their way of playing the round. They just pops in out of smokes. They have MP9s to play with, so you cannot really take long duels. So what you do, you hide in smokes and you play for timings. You shot through it. That was perfect. Yuri, at this point in time, was the sole defender of the A side. There was no one else to help him. So Art and Henny, they had to do something. Would it be take attention, take focus, or maybe just kill everyone through the smoke? That works as well.
So the person I felt unlucky for was Vinny, because Vinny got lazy peeked, right? And then Nexus still checked it, knowing his teammate probably didn't check it correctly. That's the situation they're in right now.
Always. You call that lazy peek?
Yeah.
We used to call it alibi peek. It's like, no, I peek, that's my alibi. No, I cleared the angle.
Lazy peek is where they pretend to peek, they run away.
Art goes on, he doesn't want to stop. He's taking the duels with the M4, finding Nexa early on. And what was bad goes now worse for G2. They have no time to breathe in this game. Furia, they got the hold of it, and they don't want to let go. Oh my God, Art, please just give them a chance.
Nope. Furia have got something to do later on today. It's called practice and relaxing. After they dismantle G2 by the looks of it, because they are playing this game on a speed run. 15th secured, no pressure at all applied by G2. And now, if you are G2, you start to second guess yourself on what you do from here. Because everything you've tried hasn't been working. You now moved over to the T side and nothing has changed.
It's one of these scenarios where winning the map isn't really in question anymore. It's about finding groove, finding the rhythm, finding the pace as a player and as a team, and for Nexa as a caller, right? Don't think about winning the map. You're too far behind. That's not what the point is. What the point is to grab some confidence, to believe in what you're doing, and maybe get activated for the second map. If G2 went on to put 9-10 rounds on the board, I think it would change the story. It would change the narrative for the second map. But if we end up on a 16-4, what do we have to do? What do we have to say for Furia? They dismantled them.
And then we come to Mirage, which we said already, Furia can play to a very high level. Yes, G2 have won it in the last few goes at it. That also takes a lot of those crazy Nico performances, you know.
Look at the pressure they put on Yuri. Again, he's completely alone. But for now, it's about Vinny staying alive. Henny is in a position where he can quickly help the B side if need be, and he can help Yuri as well. But it's a heavy B lean for now. Flash is going to come in, but Nico is ready. The flash wasn't perfect, and it's onto KSCERATO to save the day.
KSCERATO put himself up high. Will it be checked? If they can sell some sort of a distraction so he's not focused, there is an opportunity for Furia to take this. But G2 now, they're expecting a flank. They're expecting something to come in. That's brilliant from Nexa, though. He checks it, he wins it out, and now Furia might decide to save, but Amanek, he's looking to pull off the lurk here and find both Yuri and Henny.
They have the money to try and attempt it, right? Any damage they put on will be interesting. It's going to limit what G2 can do in the next round. So Amanek should be the fail-safe, and so he goes. That's Yuri out of the picture. But if Henny can get another one, I'm not exactly sure they can replenish it fully with AKs and all the stuff they want to have. Good job by Amanek. G2 stay alive for just a little bit longer.
And this is what you were talking about. If they can get a couple of these rounds, then maybe there's a chance for them to feel better about how this game is. Though we're in a position where the money is very good. For Furia, they've got that fail-safe round. We're going to see a double AWP setup. Straight up into a double AWP setup to potentially close this out.
They're banking on the fact that G2 will take a lot of dry peaks and dry duels. And we have seen that it's been the method for G2 to come back into this game. Finding duels. And the AVP is the best weapon possible to punish that. Good nade onto Nexa, and Vinny starts off strong, and he burns another one. That is terrible. And look at this art. He's not slowing down.
Wow.
He's just adding another one.
Kill after kill going the way of Furia. They knew what was up in this round, and they're putting G2 down. Amanek and Hunter just left alone. No idea where to look or where to turn. The bomb is down at the bottom of mid. No scope onto Amanek, no problem at all. He's going in for more no scopes as well, because why the hell not? As Furia pick up the game, 16-5. We're moving on to Mirage, and we just saw a Furia who are activated, who are confident, who did not let off the gas, and they kept their foot on the necks of G2 from start to finish.
They have everything going for them in this map, I have to be honest. They had the individual skills, they had the good ideas, they won the banana battle early on, and then they just played off of that advantage. Remember that 7-1 scoreline when they faked the plan on the B side from Art to then play the A side? That was such next level. I didn't even think about it. But for Furia, that was a clean result right there.
Furia just keep on getting better and better. We spoke about that 3-hour talk they had. Well, it seems to work out in a big way. Right now, Furia don't seem to be slowing down in any ways. In G2, we spoke about them potentially cooling off. Well, this could be the point of it. This could be the thing where you were talking about. They need that development time now to build into this, because they were still testing things with Jax.
Yeah, you'd hope that there's going to be a reaction on Mirage. The last time they faced, G2 actually won Mirage, but you are right to mention this Jax and Amanek situation. How much practice have they put to really focus on Amanek being in the lineup? Now that's behind them, but short term might just be too tight of a challenge.
Well, let's find out if it is too tight of a challenge. We're going to be going to a break real quick, and then we come back. We're going to be doing the analyst desk, and we'll be working out what on earth is going to go on when it comes to Mirage.
The pursuit of excellence. Is it a path we're all destined to take, or is it reserved for the very few? Does the course lay in plain sight, or does it have to be found? Is the route well trodden, or do we simply need to forge our own path? Years of training, dedication, commitment, and sacrifice lead to extraordinary individuals. But that alone isn't enough to craft greatness. In professional esports, technology reigns supreme, from communicating new ideas to analyzing data. It allows us to take on new challenges, to elevate new approaches, to improve performance, to allow us to come together and push toward a collective goal whilst surpassing all expectations. We are individuals, but through technology we are one. And to attain greatness, we need to be met with tools that will support us on our journey. Including pizza. The Ryzen platform, developed and provided by HStack Technology, aims to be a decentralized platform that meets a variety of needs required in our hyper-connected society. By combining blockchain with other core technologies, including IoT, cloud, big data, and others. The culmination of technology, data, dedication, raw passion, and a collective destination results in a near unstoppable force. Through IoT devices, not only players' physical data such as heart rate, pulse rate, brainwave, and dynamic visual acuity, but also their psychological data can be recorded and combined with Ryzen blockchain technology. Providing fast performance, strong security, and better convenience, the Ryzen platform is perfectly placed to support those who strive to reach the pinnacle of performance. Whether we are shining brightly at the peak of our potential,
Let's go, guys, we got this.
or glowing in the shadows of untapped success, the tools of tomorrow are the pillars to support our quest for excellence.
Nice, guys. Sick. Nice.
Heroes of today, legends of tomorrow. Powered by Ryzen.
It was all smiles for Furia as they dominate G2. They were tactically ahead, they were aiming better, and they looked like they were bringing back that Furia we love, because they were on fire. Start to finish, it never looked like G2 had a chance in this one.
Nah, I don't even need my glasses in order to see that. That was a pretty sad showing right there for G2, to be honest. And I am a guy who usually needs them. But to be honest, right, this was a masterclass from Furia. I think they played one hell of a game here in Inferno. They made G2 feel so uncomfortable in that CT side. Yeah. It does not matter what they were doing. They were trying to fight for Banana in the beginning. The utility usage from G2 was all right, but it was even better from Furia. Then there was a lot of, gimmicky rounds coming out of Furia as well. We're going to see one of them later on as well. And overall, this was just I would say one of the most one-sided performances I've seen from Furia versus G2 in a long, long time. That is despite that they've done this before, but the way they won right here, it could have been 16-2, 16-3. There was no fight whatsoever.
Yeah, this game is pretty much what happens when a team goes into a game with a plan and the plan just works from start to finish. You could exactly see how they were putting these rounds together. It all started, like Jacob is saying, with Furia winning the Banana battle, and as soon as they had it, you could see they had a plan on how they wanted to approach these rounds. First of all, play the B side a couple of times, then fake it around, art with the bomb plan, then push on the A side. They had all under lockdown, I have to say. I'm still kind of shocked, the power that Furia brought to the table.
And this is it. This is what we'd be scared of, because Furia's power is immense. Pimp, while we were commentating, you were bringing out some more magic for us. So what have you got for us this time?
We got a clip that's going to showcase you guys the excellence here of Furia. The way they were playing this round is just, to me, so great to see. The round comes in right here. As Matthew said, 7-1. Right now, Furia is already off to a good start, but the level of awareness coming out of Furia right here. They're faking in towards the small bomb side right here. You see the rotation coming in from G2. They're reading this scenario, I guess, correctly. Smoke is coming in right here, so that smoke and that Molotov, well, that's going to kill a player right here. Not sure why he stayed for that long. But the fake plan coming in right here. Furia put down a smoke. He's fake planning, instantly drawing back right. So all the rotation is coming out. And look at Henny coming out right here. Getting a kill, easy. Getting another kill middle, easy. Yeah. Furia completely outplaying G2 by all sorts of imagination right here. This is one of the most beautiful Counter-Strike rounds I've seen in 2020. Sure, we've seen it before, but that fake plan coming out from Art, that is so cool. And the execution coming from the rest of the Furia team, from the two players not even being on the bomb side, having the awareness and the perfect timing to come in and just destroy G2. This is beautiful, beautiful Counter-Strike.
And just to add another layer to that, you said about Amanek standing there. Do you know why he stood in the flames so long?
Was he blind?
He was
blind,
completely
right?
blind.
Yeah.
And it means like full white blind. So I've got the benefit, this is the beauty now as well when I've casted. I get to be in GoTV, so I can just click on things and see it like direct. I'm like, oh shit, he couldn't see anything. That's why he's completely blind.
Yeah, this round is such a high risk, high reward, because what if Art drops the bomb? That would be a catastrophe. But you could see all the protocols they have in place to make sure it doesn't happen. The flash on top of the Molotov is one of these, and I'm sure they could just retake the round if they had to. But you think about how emotionally that must hurt to lose this round. Think about how outplayed you have been. And I guarantee you, G2, they knew it. The second the bomb plans come in and they leave away and the two deaths happen on the A side, they must be facepalming. Oh my God, they really got us with that one. That hurt. That's one of these rounds, you keep it in your belly.
You do keep it in your belly. One thing, though, we got to be very careful of. We know G2 have always got the ability to bounce back. And despite Furia being good when it comes to Mirage, G2 will be in their comfort zone. And I think now they'll be more fired up than ever.
They will. Individually speaking, they will have to step it up, right? There was one player who still had a decent showing right here on Inferno. There was NiKo. He started off super slow, but he was trying his absolute best to hold up to his own. As an individual, NiKo is going to be vital when we go into Mirage. He is so efficient, especially lurking around on the T side, as we spoke a little bit about. We have a package with him here as well. I mean, NiKo is, to my understanding, one of the best individual players out there, but he just haven't found a way to utilize that within G2 on a consistent basis just yet. Doesn't matter whether or not NiKo is having a decent game here in Inferno if it doesn't help the team, and that will be the same case on Mirage. Kenny is having a rough showing here again on Inferno. That is a problem because that's been the case a lot of the time. He will be much needed on Mirage as well.
And to bounce off that point, the way through which G2 actually put some rounds on the board was through being aggressive. They had some of these banana push where they were just going for it. Next up was the first one to do it. NiKo would do it as well. So in that regard, I agree with Jacob. NiKo is the perfect player that you need to just line up behind when he's going for kills. But Kenny has to step up. We mentioned it. We said Inferno could be a complicated map for him. But that storyline has a time limit on it. We cannot use that forever. He needs to deliver.
Well, I'd actually say on that, right, the storyline is, if on the T side, I can give him some of that wiggle room and say, okay, you didn't have it.
Started on the CT side,
CT side is where I expected him. And we got a bit of magic out of him, right? But it wasn't huge impact. I don't feel like he's got the confidence right now to take some of these duels that we used to see Kenny. And I know he's been playing a long time. I don't want to sit there and be like, oh, we could deserve to give him an excuse on this, because now it's been happening for quite some time.
It's true he's not to the same level that we expect him to be at, but there's another layer to that, and that is playing against Furia. I think, you know, that matchup in itself, the stress Furia brings on the server, the amount of utility they use in terms of smokes, Molotov, flashes. We just saw Amanek burn himself to death, right? It's hard for an AWP player to find the spacing. Mirage is a very open map, right? So when we go into Mirage and it's no longer Inferno, that excuse is no longer applicable for Kenny, right? He will have the space. He will be able to find the duels if he seeks the duel, and if he's proactive enough, he has a chance of having an impact in this game. So we can't really make any excuses for Kenny, but surely he's not playing up to the same level he were half a year ago. Just do want to point out as well, when it comes into Mirage, last time these two teams played, G2 won, and NiKo dropped 33 frags. 33. He was plus 16 in that matchup. So it took a carry performance and a half from NiKo to get G2 over the finish line. We saw him warm up here in Inferno. If he can replicate that performance, then G2 are very much still in the game.
And I want to take us back to the first time we saw NiKo come in this G2 lineup, and we had some doubts about what was going to happen and the mechanics. Think about Amanek. Think about the showing he had when we first saw G2. Everyone was feeling bad about Jax because obviously this very versatile player just taking over the B side of Mirage. Amanek was shining. Now he's been a little bit quiet. I can accept the fact that he's been also in one of these yo-yo situations. You don't really know if you're going to be in the team. That's a bit uncomfortable. But he needs to bring that stability to the table. He needs to bring that and help the defense. If he can have a solid impact on the B side and just let NiKo handle the rest, Kenny S will have all the freedom he wants to navigate and be free to peak. So we need to see Amanek being in charge of the B side.
I'm going to play devil's advocate, though, and be on the other side here, is because we said, yes, G2 have won the last 2 times. We've seen this Mirage come out from these guys, but this is a Furia that continues to get better. They continue to get better within their form as well, looking like the Furia we know and love.
You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. It is a Furia that is gaining strength every single game, it feels like. They were not looking that good in DreamHack, I would say. You know, there was a couple of misfires in that one. Of course, they didn't win the tournament. They weren't even in the final, but I guess you can't expect a team like Furia to be in the final every time. So there's still room for improvement, but there's no doubt that if they can replicate, you know, I wouldn't even say 100% of the performance here in Inferno, but just 80, 95 maybe, that would be enough to beat G2, no doubt. They're playing some solid Counter-Strike right now, and all the individuals were activated. It was Vinny, it was Art, it was every single one of them with a moment in the game where you thought, okay, you guys are great.
You know what cannot happen for G2 on this Mirage? Just as we see some of these clips, highlights going on, you cannot allow Furia to get away with rounds win without using the strategies. That to me is a no-go. You cannot allow the individuals to just come in, pop in, headshots left and right, and then the round is won. If you are Nexa, what you need to do is force Art to go deep in the playbook. You have to stop him in the first wave, and then he has to play the mind game, because Nexa is a good IGL. Nico chiming in is going to help. But on Inferno, that battle was never there. It was never a tactical battle. They were always miles ahead.
Do you think that comes off of more aggression like we saw when them win a few rounds where they fought aggression with aggression?
It could be aggression, or it could just be being solid in the first wave of defense. It's two ways to go about it.
Think about the contrast, right? If you're G2 right now, you haven't had a lot of time together. If you want to win your games normally, you go for the duels. Furia shut down in their duel, right? They were winning the duels at the beginning. So G2, they have to come up with a secondary game plan, and they couldn't. So if they don't win the duels in Mirage, they won't win the game. Simple as it is.
Wow, simple as it is. That's what Pimp says. That's what we say here on the desk. We're going into the second map. It's G2's pick, but they got manhandled on Inferno, and they cannot afford to let that happen here on Mirage. Let's see if we can go to a third and final map after the break. We're back again, hopefully not getting sick of us as we do everything in a circle. It's a good little loop we have going here, but it's a good bit of Counter-Strike. That's what we can't complain about, Maniac.
No.
Right now, G2 though, they are in a rough spot. They need to find that confidence. Malik needs to have had a really good talk with them if they want to stand the chance of taking down a Furia who just keeps on looking better. I can't stress that enough. When we first saw them, we were seeing the danger signs like all the other NA teams. We were really worried for them, but now they're showing up.
yeah, the story has to be around Furia, right? Because I don't even think like G2 played a terrible game of Inferno. It was more about Furia bringing in the fire on every and any department they had. Individually speaking, tactically speaking, we try to cover it on the desk. But for G2 now, there needs to be a reaction. And the last time these two teams met, there was a reaction. G2 got away with Mirage, so maybe, James, we have 3 maps on the card. But for now, let's focus on Mirage.
That focus is going to be on Furia's CT side here to see what they can muster up this time around. Art with the Julies, of course, you know.
Why not?
No armor and Julies. He fully invested into this one. Henny got a lot of footsteps coming his way. First couple of kills landed. He's going in for more. He doesn't have the backup. Kenny goes off to face him. Queserado's coming around in time, but has he done enough? The hunt goes on and Queserado gets out of there. He wants to hold on to the advantage and he's playing it smart, but no, Vinny gets sideswiped. Surely that was called across. That could have been an option and they should have known.
It's rare to see Vinny being caught, and that could mean everything for G2 now in that 3 versus 3, but the HP bars are terribly low, and there is a kit on Furia. They could do it.
They definitely could do it, but not when shots land like that. He didn't have the armor. He goes down instantly. They're playing a defensive game, and Nico is hitting some key shots. The Nico Mirage plays that come out, the ones we know and love, just got delivered on the pistol with a P250 in hand.
He wants that 3rd map. He really does. And you're right to point out Vinny being caught off guard. It's a little bit uncharacteristic from him not to realize he was open towards Catwalk.
Yeah.
That death meant the bomb site for G2. I want to point out Queserado as well, playing quite well in that first situations in the round. But Nico, man, oh man, with the P250, it starts again. You said it. Jacob pointed out at the desk. Last time they met on Mirage, he went ham. 33 kills of some sort. So this could be the Nico show.
The force up here from Furia, though. Hunter needs to be oh so careful. The flash comes up. Oh no, Hunter. He can't win that out. They're trying to fight some more with it as well, but Henny's gone down. The flames are coming to their feet. Yuri's picked up to the scout, but Nexa from the side. He can't stand in those flames, but they're quickly going to disappear. Oh, Vinny! You throw a grenade and heat Nico, but you can't get the kill in. The Deagle shot was nearly to be landed. The timing was not on his side. This is an awkward round.
Oh, they're going through it.
Nex is still able to get it done, and he was waiting. He expected that from Art. It's now a 3v2. Yes, okay, Yuri and Art are low, but this is definitely doable. It's Kenny and Nico, though, with a Galil and AK in hand. Nico's got a molly as well, which he can lock them down and keep them at bay for some time.
Art and Yuri have to find information, and then Queserado can be activated. They have to find the position of their opponent. That's why you see Art jiggle peeking, trying to find what's happening. Queserado is activated from Kitchen. The shot onto Nico is not going to connect, but Queserado is good for the trade, and just like that, it could fall apart. It's onto Kenny's now with the Galil.
No time now.
Still 1 HP, and yeah, no time. You're right, James, actually. Queserado, it's just going to be an honor kill. They've done it, but he was costly.
That was an incredibly costly round for G2. No kit on the side of Furia is the thing that saves the day here. Just these players again. The flash goes up. He manages to get 2 Mag 7 shots off on Hunter, who's completely overwhelmed and bamboozled in that one.
Do you know that's my favorite word in English?
Bamboozle.
Bamboozle. The way it rolls off the tongue.
Bamboozle.
A bamboozle. We don't have that kind of words in French. I'm very sad.
You don't use that?
No, we don't say bamboozle.
Just make it a French word. Just add it. You're the honorary French man adding honorary French words.
I have to find one. That requires creativity. But for now, it's the full bike going on for Furia and G2. They have already decided from the get-go to attack the A side, and it's on to Henny to defend. He's got some backup. He's going to have to do a lot alone.
Oh, good spray down from Henny, but he's instantly bested. Aggression being shown from Amanek, and I absolutely love it. Meet Furia face-to-face with it. Have that confidence in a round like this. The retake's going to be difficult for Furia. Org, AK, and MP9 in play. Still 42 players to find. And Amanek, he's having a field day out in the spawn. Getting a second kill there, and this might force them to fall back. They're going to hold on to their weapons and live to fight another day. And G2, if they wanted, could try and hunt them down.
They have recuperated rifles, so I don't really see G2 taking that risk. They went in with a couple of MAC-10s, and now they only have AKs and an M4 picked up on Hunter. There's a great call from G2 as well. You could see at the start of this round, Furia had put a lot of their eggs towards middle. They wanted to be aggressive. They wanted to use that MP9 close quarter combat. But G2, they come in with a great call. Straight onto the A execute. The trade game is correct. The spacing is correct, as we can see it right here. Kenny's so key, crucial that he refrags Henny. And then Amanek is just using the Mat 10 and the rhythm with it to just push through spawn, using the good flash here. That's perfect stuff from G2. We have a game.
We do have a game. And one right now that G2 is winning. Nearly already at their score that they had in the previous map. Last time around, first half was 8-7 in favor of G2. G2 on their T side. This is a good start off here from Furia. Nade goes up as well. Some more damage done towards NiKo. Nothing for him to be too concerned about. But Furia just need one more. No! He does it. The AUG. We're seeing more and more of this gun in action. And for players like Art, who want to be explosive, who want to be fast, you can make some magic happen like that. It's now a 5v2, and Nexa and NiKo, they're not together, they're not close. NiKo under pressure, he's taking a bunch of shots out towards him, both sides. He's swarmed and dealt with. Nexa's got to do some serious damage. Oh, he doesn't expect the next player. KScELerato misses some key shots. He's grabbed the AK, but he's not going to stick around. He wants to play this smart, and they've swarmed the bomb.
They have the bomb. They can just play the long game. They can just play patiently now. It's on to Nexa to create opportunities, to create duels, but it's going to be too hard. Look at how Furia utilized the weapons they had moving into this round. They had 2 rifles to play with, and Yuri and Art combining for 4 kills in the first 20 seconds of action. It is huge. That double kill from Art changed the entire round. And now Nexa, on his lonesome, on an island, with the book that he taught as the only item, because everyone asks you the question, what do you take on an island? As if that's the most important question.
Oh.
But it starts off nicely.
Too much
1 kill.
damage to him.
But with 20 seconds, do we believe?
There's just not enough time. You can't even go get the bomb and run it back in that time. It's at the top of middle. So Nexa will just hold on to his weapon. You mentioned in the previous that the money's not great for G2. Fury have forced their way to success. That pressure being applied over and over again.
Counter-terrorists win.
Fury not getting overexcited with it just yet either. They're keeping cool.
Yeah, they have to find the balance, right? You have to find the balance, and we talked about it on the pre-show that Fury is more than just a bunch of W-holder players. Absolutely not. They have more to that they can bring on the server. They can be aggressive when they need to, and very clearly that was a round where they needed to. They only had 2 rifles, and they make it work. But now they have the AWP onto Henny, which means they can sit back just a little bit more and approach this round differently. We have the 2-1-2 start with Art playing towards window, and he's got backup from Yuri towards connector, and he's going to be the A hit again, James. G2, they don't want to let go of that pressure.
We've definitely got to keep an eye, though, on how much G2 throw presence towards mid and how much Art is having to read on it.
Ooh.
Nice first kill to find there. Not a hard one for Henny to hit. 1 by 1 poking. Oh, so unlucky there for Yuri. He overextends, he looks out into it. Art instantly deals with Hunter though, and they just want to avoid G2 from doing too much damage. NiKo's still the one with the AK. He's the one they need to fear.
Oh, that's information. The lurk just has been cancelled. Henny missing 1 key AWP shot could mean G2 having the bomb site. But do they have utilities to play with? They don't. It has to go through kills for G2.
Yeah, Henny in a good spot here, throws out the smoke. Probably going to jump up high and play off of it. KScELerato has been pushed around. This is not bad. Oh! I thought that was Henny!
That was Art. The timing was perfect, but that was Art. Reality makes sense.
Striked. There we go. Henny, though, he had a good idea of what was going on. He wanted to put anything he could to his name on that one. And now, how do you push into this? Can they get a boost on go for NiKo? Oh, the timing. Dealt with. Oh, he was ready for it. He's quick on the trigger finger. And that's a second for Furia. It got scary, though. There was moments there where certainly G2 had a way in.
I think Nexa didn't see the AWP coming from Henny. Not at this position. Otherwise, you would see a pop flash coming on from G2. Yep. You don't want to straight dry peek into an AWP when you have a rifle. That's not a battle you want to take. So they might have been surprised by Henny and his positioning. But it was a half buy. It was a compromised purchase for G2. But they still have to make compromise. They have a Galil and a Tech-9 to play with here. They want to take mid control, but Art wants to fight. He's been spotted, so he had to move around, and Amanex too quick. That's an entry frag that they needed to find. Art's been punished.
Nade goes out, though, and that will finish Amanek off. So just a trade out for now, but this favors the T's in a round like this. Yuri still looking to have a bit of presence here in Connector, but he needs to be careful. He's got a T on either side of him. G2 at mid, just waiting for Furia to make a mistake. Okay, Serato. He's been playing this position so well. He doesn't go too far with it, right? He is ready for just them to push in, and he knows how to maneuver.
This is where individuals have to make decisions right now. This goes beyond the setup. It's about individuals knowing how they have to handle their position. Serato, it's just playing the information game right now. He's spotted ahead, but he's compromised. He's got to have to fight. Because Hunter, he's taking control of the CT spawn. How aware are Furia of the situation? I don't think they are. Henny is oblivious to the situation. That's going to be an A split.
Oh no, this boost over and over again.
Again, Hunter in the window.
How many times do we see this come out from these guys?
He's looking
and
for
they
a
get away
kill.
from it. He wants the first kill. He wants some extra information. He's tempting fate here. Hunter does deal with him in the end. I like it. They expect it straight away, though. Yuri's able to pounce. Oh, Nico, despite the low health, delivers onto Serato. And Yuri, he gets double poked and he can't hold on to it. Now it's up to Vinny. He's got a couple of players low, but he doesn't have all the information he needs. Plant's going to go down, and there was a small window of opportunity he could have taken. Vinny believes he can clutch this one out.
That's a good kill to start with.
Found.
Nico's low HP, so a nade could do the job, but he doesn't know where he is.
Doesn't hit the mark with Nexa either. Nexa's kept himself hidden. Too many spots for Vinny to find and no utility positions. Oh, what on earth was that? Vindog getting it done, looking to clutch it out. Nexa to look into it, but Nexa lands it with a Galil. A huge clutch that they desperately needed there as Vinny was looking to pull off the impossible.
That would have been heartbreaking. This round was almost perfect from G2. It starts with the good frag early on in the round, then boosting Hunter towards window, taking CT spawn. You have to give it to Hunter as well, looking for the second kill before he pulls the trigger. And when he does, Nico punishes Serato in the window, and then the double peek come out from Connector. So G2, all these boxes, you can tick them. That was perfect. But Vinny, he almost ruined their dreams with that 1v3. I got shocked by the peek when he jumps on the box. It was amazing.
I just thought he was jumping for information. He jumps on the box, takes the fight. He expects to come in there. And either way, win or lose, both these teams have expensive rounds, but Henny was out in the open with the orb. He goes down, and this is G2 applying real pressure. Art wants to try and change the game a bit for him, but look where Hunter's got to. Full A site control. The plant's going to go down, and G2, they have now applied all the pressure back towards Furia. And on their CT side so far, Furia are struggling to get a grip of it. Sometimes pressure towards mid, sometimes on A. Then that window lurk came through.
They're trying to go for it, James. And Vinny finds the first kill with the FAMAS. That could be all they needed. Hunter strikes in from CT spawn.
Nexus crossfire.
Could be what? Art just won that duel. I have no idea how, but now he's cornered. Good job. Good stabilization from G2. I was scared for a second. But you're right. G2, they are winning the duels early on. That is the difference between Mirage and Inferno. Yep. They are the one with a step ahead in the game. They can dictate how they want to operate these power plays. This time around, it was to Hunter finding the A side alone once the trade comes through. If they can keep that, if they can punish Furia when they're being aggressive, then you force them to play the long game.
Dominance coming out from G2 though so far. And now we are just going to see the pistols from Furia. Aggression at mid and Nexa. Well, he flew out fast. But just as fast as he flew out, he got put down as well. Bit of damage being done. Good nade coming out. This is Nico's stomping ground.
His famous apps play. I've played it against him. I can tell you don't want to do it. Now Hunter strikes in with the Mac 10. He's got information to pay off of, and that's just going to be a cleanup. This is looking much...
Oh, what?
That's it. What am I supposed to do with these kind of actions? I was not told that would happen. How am I supposed to react to this?
That is pure reaction, perfect muscle memory in play. I want that in slow-mo if possible, please.
I need 1,000 FPS just to understand what happened. My brain can't process the information. So that one I can accept. That's not a problem. Then he turns around, reacts. He doesn't even see him. That's through the smoke.
That's just reaction off sound and having an idea of where he's positioned to.
He's not built the same. He's built different.
Art's got other ideas for this round. He's got the AWP in hand, and Yuri's there to back him up this time. But NiKo, he is ready. He is loving life. He's only getting one out of this time. And the fight finally will go in Furia's favor. But Henny, he expects the A push to come in. Does he realize how close they are? He tries to do some tagging up. Can't quite do the fragging up. The smoke is down, and that was a round that Furia needed to have in that style, keeping 4 alive.
You could see G2, they were already activating the second step, the second leg of their strategy going into this game. Now, they played the fake A control with NiKo being sent as the sacrificial lamb, although he takes a kill. But the rest of them are in A apps. They're ready to pounce on it. But the double AWP setup coming in for Furia not only punishes them early on middle, and then Henny just waits patiently. The kill is too easy. So G2, they tried to play the 4D chess, and it didn't work out. It was punished by AWPs. So what's the next move? Can you play the map control? No, you cannot really. So which is why G2 right now trying to take mid control and play the B split, but then being pressured.
Oh, Art is there to back him up. They're still fighting in middle. They're still taking space. They've got to be careful from underpass. Oh, how did Art land that one onto Nexa? There's still another player to find, and Art, he just doesn't stop firing. He's going at it full force, but has he given G2 away into this? Yuri, Vinny, Henny left alive, trying to take on Kenny and Hunter.
Look at the space being taken right now in apps. Henny has taken control of A apps. So Furia can allow to let him be alone in that position. Hunter's looking for that kill. If Vinny finds Hunter, there goes the hopes of G2.
So defensive, though. This is perfect.
It's a hard angle to clear.
Yeah.
Hunter has to make a gamble.
Oh, no. He's slow, steady, trying to work it out. He's now made some noise. Vinny's there. He was prepared. He knew what was up. And now Kenny all alone. He wants to still try and find some success into this site. He believes he can try and clutch this out. But money's not great for G2 now. These rounds have been costly. These rounds have been close. Vinny goes down. Plenty of players to be seen. He knows exactly what could be happening next. Down for the plant. He's got space to work with here. There's a flank coming in behind him, though, and of course it's Henny. Kenny may give up his position, may be seen straight away, but instantly Yuri's able to just connect on the site. They play it smart. They come from both angles. They're going to be able to save the AWP on over as well. They were running the double AWP setup, and actually they'll get it. They'll get the double AWP. It's perfect.
They can if they want to. I still say Yuri took half a risk right there, just retaking, leaving Kitchen alone. Because what if Kenny finds that kill, realizes no one is behind him? By process of elimination, he could have known that Apps was the next risk. So Yuri, sure, you took that risk, and it pays off. It catches Kenny off guard, but that could have been a different story. And you can feel the frustration coming out of the G2 right now. They know that they... Oh, that's a lot of frustration, actually. They know that they need to keep the pressure on Furia. They cannot allow Furia to close that half 9-6. But only with pistols. What can they bring to the table now?
Yeah, this is now the test of G2. I spoke about it. They won 8-7 on their T-side last time. They're 2 rounds away from making that happen. They want to do better this time around. And we talk about rematches and how it goes down. Right now, if you're Furia, you need to get a few of these rounds where it's cleaner, where you've got enough players alive, because that CT economy, it's not looking so pretty just yet.
It's very quiet. Fury strikes. Yuri strikes first.
Fury.
And he has another one. That's a...
I like that.
Yeah.
We'll take it. A bit of Fury Yuri on the server when he really gets going.
That's a lapsus. That means a lot. Yuri bringing the Fury. K-Serrado is just ready for Hunter's timing. That's one way, by the way, that you can handle that pesky window boost, is to just stay TT spawn. Some teams will even go as far as not break the vent, so they will allow jungle to be taken by the T side, knowing that a wrap is not possible without damaging the barrier defense. Okay, G2, what can you do now? What's the next move? You've been punished by AWPs when you took mid, sorry. But they could do it again. They could do it on different timing as well. The A executes work quite well. They know they are going up against a double AWP setup, so you could actually decide to play strat heavy. But for now, they do want to fight mid. They don't want to let go of it.
Oh,
and it could be an A split on the cards.
Didn't spot out Henny. Henny saw him first. The flash was good. It went up, but it wasn't enough. Now Hunter, can he sneak his way in once again? They're trying to play off of this. But is this now too predictable for Furia? Do they expect this over and over again?
I think in a 5v4, you have to realize that's a risk, and that's why we see Art moving away from jungle and keeping a peak. But that's going to be a matter of timing. It's the battle of the clock, the battle of the timings and coincidences. Art could get punished. If there is enough pressure applied to Connector, he's going to turn around. And now the timing is best. Oh no, the flash was good. The Hunter missed the shot. They Art with the quick scope.
How does he do things like this all so often? Henny then strikes as the smoke is about to just fade away. And G2, they're running out of opportunities here. It's all on Amanek, and he's probably going to... Oh, a quick shot is missed. They thought they legged him. Yuri goes down. Some more damage could be done here by Amanek. They start to challenge him. They start to fight him at every single angle. And they're just keeping him busy. They're keeping him guessing, and they grab a 6th round.
Art is online.
Art is there.
Art is online, and when he is, you can see that he basically defies the rules of Counter-Strike. He plays so close combat. You think he's done for.
Dead.
Yeah, the flash is perfect. Hunter's taking the perfect timing, although I will say Hunter missed the jump, so he was slowed down by half a second, and that was the difference maker. But Art finding that shot is just insane, and then Henny, his life right now is a little bit too easy. You have to use...
Art obviously knocked the camera in
He probably did, but that fake shot, probably just monitor just flew off the room.
Power flick.
I'm getting nervous for G2, James. I can't lie. I'm getting nervous just a little
Already?
It's just the fashion with which Furia's winning rounds right now. It's looking too clean, and Henny, well, he's adding another one to the tally for him. That is kill number 12 with the AWP, but the secondary sniper chimes in. Look at this. It's big green on big green on big green everywhere. Just scope kills galore.
And you guys mentioned it on the desk, right? When Nico popped off, had 33 kills in the game.
He had.
That's when they won it, right? Last. And that was still a 16-13 game. Right now, Art is feeling it. He's in his comfort zone, and that's a problem.
Yeah, he's been so damaging in the middle area for G2. And you have to think about middle as a way... Middle is a can opener on Mirage, right? If you can take middle, it doesn't matter the timing. If you can take middle, then you open up so many possibilities as to what you can do with it, the strategies you can run. And Art finding so many kills has scared G2 away from mid. Now they're just using it as a bait and switch again. It's going to be Hunter just buying or pretending that it's an A control, but A apps will be the point of attack. Oh, Art, you're burning. You're burning, Art.
He's taking the risk. He wanted to stay around for the fight. He wanted to get the numbers, and he still does. Him and Henny strike almost at the same time, and Kenny goes down as well. The Furious show is large and in charge, and they are dominating their opposition. All the AWP plays coming in. Henny's even risking it with the no-scope play. It may not pay off, but Furious still get the round. We're going on to the last round of the half, and G2 have not had the answers now.
In the last 2 rounds, did we see 8 or 10 AWP kills? I have a doubt. I would say 8 would be my low guess.
I would say 8, at least 9.
At least 8, right?
3.
That was 4 in this round. That was 4 AWP kills in this round. And the last round was 4 minimum. It was 4 last round. So I'd say 8. That double AWP setup is wrecking havoc. Look at this. 19 kills on Art, 17 on Henny.
Look at the buy we have here for G2, even for the last round. It's not pretty. It's not great. Yuri looking to try and go full force. Does he really want to fight at this point, though? Easy first kill to find Amnek's just on his own.
And now they know. Now they know mid is clear. So that has to be on the side. Good nade onto Nexa.
Nice.
But they have people waiting for them.
Full force push in. Caserado, use your ears, hear what's around you. He was not aware of that, and him and Vinny will fall. The B bomb site has been taken. Nex is quite low. Art's come around the side. He wants someone to make a mistake. He wants someone to walk up into his crosshair. Hunter's also quite low. Nico needs to do the brunt of the damage here. Art and Henny, 2 AWPs trying to retake, already scoped in. It cuts off their vision just a little bit. They're trying to not make those noises. Easy first kill found. Hunter doesn't even have time to react on Art. He's doing it all. He's feeling confident. He's locking it down. We sit after the first half CT side 9-6 scoreline for Furia when they were so far behind. They've managed to make it work, but can they finish them off? Can they close it out 2-0 when we come back after the break?
Counter-Strike is not just about headshots. Audio is your best friend, and I'm going to show you some tricks using the sounds of weapons, utility, and the map so you can always stay one step ahead. I'm Anders Bloom, and this is Audio Advantage. Weapons in CSGO come in all different shapes and sizes, and they make all kinds of different noises. Aside from their primary use, here is how gun audio can become a tool with which to fool your enemies. In certain situations, the defense will know as much of what you're doing from seeing you as they will from hearing you. If you're jumping from high ground to low, it'll emit a loud sound that will tell the defense exactly where you've gone. But if instead, just as you're landing, you fire off a loud weapon, this will obscure the sound and thus make it impossible for them to figure out where you've gone. A lot of the time, this will give you the advantage needed to win the round. Flashes, smokes, molotovs, decoys, and HE grenades. So many options to bamboozle the enemy. You've seen the fancy executes, the smoke defusers, but have you tried this? Because some grenades, molotovs, HEs, and smokes can only be carried one at a time by each player. They give away critical tactical information even when heard across the map. If you hear 2 or 3 smokes going down on any given position, you know that there has to be 2 or 3 people in that position, thus giving your team a critical tactical advantage. Finally, we have the maps, set in multiple locations around the world, all with a different unique sound design to help you trick your opponents. On a map like Nuke, you can sometimes sneak a teammate down to the lower part of the map, but past a certain point, either at the door or at the window into the B bomb site, they either have to break the window or open the door, both of which will make a sound that will give away the game. But if at the same time, on the upper side of the map, you open the door or break open the windows at the ceiling of the A bomb site, that'll cover the sound and confuse any enemies into thinking that you're only in one of these positions. A clever way to trick your opponent is to intentionally leak audio. As you're stomping forward in one direction, let's say on the B ramp, you can suddenly stop and walk backwards, reversing course. Anyone hearing you will think that you've made your way into the B bomb site, when in fact you're now back, waiting for them seconds later to show up. That's it. Some tips and tricks on how to use audio to your advantage within the game.
We saw G2 up 6-2 before Furia brought out a fighting comeback. The double orb setup came into play, and both Henny and Art had 13 kills each.
26 kills.
Each.
26 kills, James, only off the back of AWPs. That was one of the most successful double AWP setup I have seen in a very long time. Almost the only reason, the sole reason why Furia were able to win back momentum. Can they use that on the T side? I highly doubt it. They're going to have to use different resources, different weapons.
Sure.
But individually, man, Art and Henny, they're fired up.
We got a couple of P250s in play for the T side. Kenny and Nico are up in window as Furia. They're taking their time. They're being slow with it. Are they going to go for a double boost? Oh, this is expected, though. They've tried to sneak on through. Nico, he's hiding and waiting. Oh, wow. Well, you don't see this all too often. Who's going to see who first? The first shot's going to be delivered. Kenny's trying to fire back on it. Art looked to try and get another pistol in his hands. He didn't want to have to reload, but Kenny will deliver with it. Beautiful shots being landed from both sides. This has now gone in favor of G2. Henny, he's looking around. He knows he needs to find an opening. He needs to find a way in. They've got the bomb. They want to get the plant in. Quesarado's giving good backup, but he needs to hit some incredible shots.
Oh, they planted the bomb so they can do it. They can actually do it. Quesarado has a P250. Henny's been tipped away from sight, and it's only on Quesarado. He's got the weapon and he's got the skill. He's going to try and isolate some of these duels, but G2 swarm him. I think Henny missed his smoke in the connector. I think he wanted to smoke jungle and he just missed it. That could have been a whole difference maker in this game. But look at this Mexican standoff we have right here.
It's like, hey!
You have to commend Kenny for remaining calm with the USP.
Yeah.
Such close quarter fight, you have to be calm. You cannot just shoot away, and he did beautifully. Kenny, a man that we have mentioned on the first map, we were critical of him, I think rightfully so. But that could be the perfect time for him to have a rebirth, if you allow me this NA pun.
Let's see if he can be reborn in the second half. He's got a scout in his hand this time around. A really good force up from Furia, though, with getting that plant in. Tag up onto Nexa. The scout shot hits. Quesarado will just back away. He doesn't want to force the issue just yet. And G2 actually need to be very careful of this.
Oh my god, they have 2 AKs and a Galil to play with.
Yeah.
This is far from easy, far from one for G2. Yuri's gonna wait the right time to pounce with the Galil. But G2 should be aware that Lurk is into play. Art is trying to use the AK to find an opening, but the smoke is put down on time. Good damage as well. So the first attempt has been thwarted.
And this is the thing, Art didn't even clear his left-hand side as he pushed on up. He's trying to play off the tiniest gap in the smoke. He'll make some noise, he'll let him know he's going away. It's Vinny. Up in Palace, you might be able to strike. If he's not heard, if he's not seen. Quesarado goes in again with the scout. They really want to fight here on ramp. They want to try and lock this down. They both get poked at the same time. And Art and Quesarado, they can't hold on to it. It's falling apart for Furia on the force round. And G2, the timing was just perfect. Nexa 1 HP.
And the fact that G2 actually took over ramp after the initial exchanges, it meant everything. You could see Furia were not ready for that peak. Nexa, even though on low HP, was able to best in the first duel, and he got NiKo on his side to help him. That's looking great for G2. This is looking clean, organized, clinical. That's how G2 wanted to win this second round. Remember, that was a huge investment for Furia coming on in. They had 2 AKs and a Galil. But Yuri, poor Yuri, towards mid, never found the timing to be activated. He never had a say in this round, and he might even go down. Yuri finding that kill, but NiKo will put him on the ground. That's it. Null weapon. 0 weapon into the next round.
This is problematic now for Furia, because this gives G2 their way in. Yes, okay, it wasn't a huge loss in terms of the scoreline and what they've got here to play with, but their investment was massive. And I just got Nexa and NiKo on that ramp. That was everything. Considering Nexa went down from the very beginning of the round from a scout shot to really low health, and then still was willing to fight, still ready to challenge, Art was hoping that someone might have just gone into his grasp.
And I think the duo NiKo and Nexa is one that we have to follow in this game, right? Because as we can see, we have Amanek and Hunter towards the B side. kennyS will be just floating around with the AWP. He's going to go where he wants to go, where he fancies. And then NiKo and Nexa will be the rifles responsible to handle the A side. At times, you will see them together in connector. That's when Kenny is towards CT spawn or when he wants to push somewhere else. But that is the duo that you want to keep an eye on. In this round, Fury is only coming in with a couple of upgraded pistols. No armor to play with. So it should be easy for G2, but should being the key word. We have seen many of these rounds go absolutely wrong, and it could be on the cards here. G2 are waiting patiently. They're not peeking too much, which I appreciate. You have to be patient in this round.
Oh, yes. NiKo's patience pays off. But does he really want to poke into this again? He's trying to make this work. He's fighting for his life here. And NiKo is just doing it all. He's staying alive. He's getting it done. And Hunter's there to clean him up. A very good, convincing round from G2. And those are the kind of money rounds they need. Build yourself up a bank. Give yourself that flexible chance when you come up against Furia in full force.
Now is the benchmark for G2. That round is the benchmark by which we can evaluate their chances on the CT side. They already resisted the full force buy from Furia 2 rounds prior. Now they need to survive this one. Furia, again with the heavy lean towards the A side. This time it's Art, selling the fade towards mid. Smoke being put down, a couple of utilities as well. But it is all a ruse. The A side will be the point of attack. And again, it's Nexa and it's kennyS with his backup from CT spawn.
Vinny doesn't want to just push through the smoke just yet. Nade's going out towards him and a bit of damage done as well. Henny's hoping he can strike if someone wants to overextend, but does he expect Nexa so close?
Oh, that means everything.
Work from the window. NiKo doesn't even need an AWP to play window. He's just out here getting it done no matter what. And Nexa strikes with 2. He pushes through the flames and doesn't even really take any damage. He shut Furia down before they could even get going. And this CT aggression, it's not crazy, not just pushing every position, but well-timed aggression is working out for him. They're taking the fight to Furia.
It's like a house of cards. As soon as Nico finds the kill towards Art middle, then they know that there is no one else mid, and Nexa just racks up the kills. The timing he finds Apps is everything. He clears Apps alone, and then they can deduct that ramp is going to be the next point of focus. Look at this kill right here. That's huge amount of information that Nico just say, guys, it's gonna be A. It's gonna be, I've just cleared middle. So if whenever you hear action, that's where it's going to be. And Nexa, man, wow, these 2 kills at the very end. Just want to shut up and appreciate. I can't do that, right? I have to talk, but just want to appreciate.
A moment of silence for Furia in that round. That's what you can give him. Because Nexa, he opened it up, he locked it down. Poor Kenny, he doesn't even need to upgrade the scout because he's not gone down yet.
Yeah, I thought he had an AWP. That's a mistake on my end. Oh, but they're sneaking in the smokes. Surely the information has been passed, and this is why we see Kenny as rotating. Nico finding Henny just confirms the situation. That confirms that the B side will be of attack. But Nico, he doesn't want to stop. Well, he's been punished for that. Sometimes your belly is a bit bigger than your eyes. The other way around.
Your eyes are too big for your belly.
Exactly.
I knew what you meant, mate.
That's what matters. That's why I know I can cast with you, because you know what I mean. With my weird idioms.
I like this from Hunter, though. Pushed up, just falls back, but still gets overwhelmed. Amanek's going to be the sole B defender now. Doesn't want to push out into this. Needs to stay hidden because Yuri is ready for him. He wants him to make a mistake here. But G2, they should be comfortable in this round. The flashes go up. Oh, and that's the opportunity
that
they didn't want to give. That could be their way in. Quesarado. Henny's only got a scout, remember, and he's on 60 health already.
Quesarado knows that he cannot plant the bomb right now. He needs to find kills. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, wow.
Kenny in trouble, 12 HP. And I love how Quesarado is playing it. Just jiggle peeking, waiting for the timing, finds Kenny. Now a 2v1. Nexa, you've been the hero of this city side so far, but can you do it again? Furia, they know exactly what's happening.
Nexa now pushing through. This is the perfect time, and the plant's going to come
timing!
in. Nexa is a beast! In time, saving the day, slapping Furia down. That looked like they had the perfect setup to get him when he pounced on the bomb. Timing was everything, and hitting those shots was just beautiful. Look at this. Instantly, boom.
I want to be critical of Furia in the way they plant the bomb, but at the same time, Nexa is just so on point. Maybe we could have seen Quesarado plant the bomb in the corner, the closed-off corner of the site, to make sure that Nexa would never have the 1v1, but then Quesarado would have been blocked. So I can understand why they wanted to risk that open plant. It's just that the second player needed to be with a wider angle.
Yeah.
Because in that scenario, Nexa is allowed to find the bomb planter before he adjusts onto the second one.
Yeah.
And that is the key. Sometimes Counter-Strike is about 10 centimeters, half a second. Details. It's a game of details for the high-level games. And this time around, Nexa just found the one opening he had. He's only on 15 kills, air quote, but he's having such a huge impact.
Those last couple of rounds were the ones that really brought you the way back into this game. Now, though, we've got a fully stacked up Furia. Remember, that round wasn't a full buy from Furia, and they nearly got it done. Art is so fast, looking to get through window. Kenny now has an AWP in his hand, but so does Henny. Connected's been smoked off, and Art has full control. Are they aware that he can sneak through on this? They've given it up, and no one's looking for it. The grates haven't even been broken either.
Nexa has pushed the entirety of the A side. So G2 must know that mid is the next point of attack. They must know middle is at risk. Nico, he's confirming that information with a couple of warning shots. So if you are Furia, how do you maneuver your way out of this round? You have mid, but you can never pincer anyone.
Oh! Nico spams back. Furia not winning these opening duels, and Nico is putting the hurt onto everyone.
And look at this. I told you, James, they did not break the vent. That's exactly what G2 were doing. They accepted the fact that window could be taken. They abandoned it pretty much, but then they played around it. And Kenny, oh my, he's going in for the peak. He just got
so close. That was so close. Now they might have an opportunity to find their way in. Henny, though, he's been the entry frag in AWP. Nice and fast. He gets the first, second to find, but does he expect it in the sight? Oh, back lines. Hunter gets wrecked by Vinny. Now it's a 2v3. It's Henny and Nexa, but Nexa's flank could be everything. He hasn't been spotted yet, and no one's checking it. Head's going to be seen. Nexa doesn't take the shot. He wants to clinically get this done. He's hiding behind the wall, and instantly he'll be able to go down. Nexa's just hoping to try and find one of the other players. Oh, and he jumps down, and Henny and Caserado strike at the same time. Nexa played it so smart, but that was just unfortunate.
He was looking for that second kill.
Yeah.
He wanted the double kill before he pounced. He couldn't find it. I will still say, though, G2 allowed Furia back into this round. They had the complete side control of the map. Only middle was given away to the Brazilians, and they made miracles with it. These two kills, Henny and Vinny together, that meant everything. That was the round, basically. And here, oh my god, I feel bad for Nexa. Because I could see, you could almost see the wheels turning in his brain, just trying to figure out, okay, I have a key position. How can I maximize my position?
Yeah.
How can I maximize the damage I will have in this round? Good attempt. A for effort for Nexa.
Close. So many close rounds like that. The one before, when it wasn't even a full buy from Fury, that could have gone their way. It was 2v1 in the end. This one just now. And the timeout was called by Furia there. They're re-evaluating what's going on in this server right now.
They're not in a comfortable position. They're winning the round, for sure. But G2, I think they are actually in the lead when it comes to the tactical battle. I think they're one step ahead. They were the one assertive, or rather being assertive, in this last round.
Yeah,
they dropped the ball just a little bit, but they still have control.
I think how we look at it is, in Inferno, Fury are like 10 steps ahead, right?
Absolutely.
But right now, G2's just one step ahead, and Fury are trying to play that catch-up, and it's getting messy at times. It's not being as pretty. But G2 still have a one-round lead in this. But this is the one they need to win. This is the make-it-or-break round for G2.
It's a key round. And G2 went back to one of the setup they know and appreciate so much. It's Kenny S towards CT spawn, with Nexa and NiKo together as a firing squad. Now they're retaking A ramp. But you can see here, they expect some sort of move, and the timing might just be terrible. If no flash, Caserado is going to have a field day. Nexa bests him somehow.
Art wants to take this connector control, though. The CTs fall back to their positions. Kenny's going to get flashed out, but they'll now know that there is some presence towards connector. Vinny, can he strike in time? Oh, he's spraying it out onto NiKo. He can't get it done either. He took a lot of damage there. And this is the problem. G2 have some information. Furia tried to strike on him. Oh, Nexa in a great spot.
That is so great from Nexa.
Vinny's going down. Vinny does not have any idea from it.
Nexa's taking over in this game. He's taking over. But that they could still be around to play. The problem for Furia is that the bomb is behind him with 30 seconds left. So even if Henny finds this kill, which he doesn't, it won't really matter. Look at Nexa. He's 4 steps into the future. He was already behind the bomb. Oh my, they're pulling it together. They're pulling the comeback. We could have a third map on the cards. That could be possible. Nuke, would it be? Can you double check if I'm not lying to the dear
Nuke,
beloved community? That would be Nuke? Oh my, oh my.
This right now has got more competitive than we thought it may get to. NiKo hasn't needed to take over. We're seeing a better team play out of G2. I think that's what's most important here in getting a win like this.
The problem for Furia in this previous round is that they started with a good approach, but Caserado needed to win that duel versus Nexa. And when he doesn't, then suddenly there's no balance. But now we can see some sort of answer coming out of Furia. They're taking mid control extremely fast. I'm not even sure Art's position is known or suspected. Surely they realize Catwalk is under contention, and that smoke confirms it. But G2 must know that the B split was the first idea. I'm a bit surprised not to see any reaction coming out of the A side. That could be a moment where we see Nexa push in, but this time around he decides to just rotate towards B rather than pushing.
Oh.
Good flash from Hunter as well.
NiKo from window. He doesn't need an orb. He's just out here taking jewels and winning them. He feels so comfortable with his position and what he does on Mirage. And it starts to show, but Art's come in and found himself to sideswipe Hunter. This is the chance. Hamlet's position not checked just yet. He's actually able to spray him down, nearly gets himself a third as well. Henny and Art, they're striking at the same time. Still a player on the site. Henny had the information, but he had to get the reload on. And Nexa, he has been so good from start to finish here on Mirage. He is leading by example.
Who else but Nexa? Again with the positioning. Again, right time, right place, right crosser placement. Nexa's a god. This right here is not only NiKo finding kill, by the way. It's a good team play with Hunter, providing the flash towards mid, and NiKo picks in. Amanek doing a good job as well, and Nexa, he was right there in the middle of the action, closing in the round. 13-10. I cannot believe, after that huge comeback that Furia put together in the first half, remember it was a 6-2 scoreline turned into a 9-6 with 26 AWP kills. We talked about it. And then I ask the question, can you replicate that on the T side?
No.
Can you ride that wave of AWP? No, you cannot. Sure, Henny will find some success here and there, but it's a different ball game. And now we see, for the first time in this game, Furia drying out in terms of ideas. They're running out of ideas right here in front of our eyes.
And they're running out of time, running out of rounds. 13 up on the board for G2. NiKo's getting a lot of damage per round up in here. Art and Henny trying to match him as best as possible.
Yeah, NiKo's been very disruptive towards middle. He's taken so many fights. Kenny with a good leg shot onto Vini. They know it's pistol, so they know the pace will be high. Furia trying to take mid control extremely fast. They smoke themselves towards connector. It's gonna be a window take, window under take, and then they have control of connector as well. But just like last round or round previous, they have no one on the side. There's no one on B, no one on A to pincer any move. It's gonna come from mid.
They've jumped across. Kenny should be aware of it though. He's heard the noise at least. Shot gonna be hit as well. Kenny softening up 2 players already. Fury of the AK is not going to get too much done as more nades come out towards him. They are being pushed around. Ooh. Kenny finally getting to land some shots. The tagged up players are going down. Yuri's the only one that stands in this. And it's an easy cleanup. 4 still alive. G2 in a position to get a 15th round potentially very comfortably, because right now I don't see them stopping Furia in any way. Furia trying many different options here, but it is not working out.
You know how I like to talk about chess and make the comparison with Counter-Strike? Right here in this game, G2 have completely accepted the fact that Furia wants to take window control. They want to take jungle control. But the problem for Furia is that they don't find a kill when doing so. They don't gain any advantage. They gain control, they gain position, but G2 is happy to play with it. They rotate around it. They take A control sometimes they stay CT spawn. But in any case, they accept. It's an accepted loss to take jungle, or rather to lose jungle and to lose window, and Furia cannot find any kill. So they stale, and they don't know where to go. G2 have done a tremendous job, tactically speaking, in this half. But we also have to give credit to NiKo and Nexa. They've been fired up on all cinder.
And they'll give up this mid control once again. And Furia just sits and waits. NiKo up in the window. We'll hear a player get forced back.
Good job.
Doesn't expect Art, though, to just be looking window still. He was hoping maybe just a couple of rifles down there. Is this something Furia can play off of? That was a shot that Kenny needs to hit. The player hiding in the small... What? Kenny just got battered back.
They could just give up the round.
Didn't expect to see it.
I'm not exactly sure they want to retake this. They've lost the A side. It's a 5v4. Furia have invested very little just to take it. And I do believe we will see G2 saving. It's the right call. They don't have a crazy amount of money, and they have no say in this round whatsoever. You see the difference between that round and the previous? NiKo actually falls in window. That is the opening they need. That's why they're able to pinch move. And then Kenny has double dinked through the box with
completely unlucky.
I mean, he sees him. That's the left high peak, so he sees the shoulder. Your model is a bit bigger on the left side when the camera is not straight in the middle of your face. But Art sitting, waiting behind the box. I do believe he was just waiting for the flash. He was waiting for that re-peak because NiKo has been doing that for at least 3 times in this half.
And he's been getting away with it, so why not try it again? That's
a good adjustment.
Yeah. So 11th round, Furia still playing catch-up here. Smart decision from G2 to save the drop over to NiKo won't be a problem. They can reinvest from start to finish.
Even more painful in replay.
slow-mo.
Okay, what's
now,
the move
Fury, yeah, can Fury get away with it again? Different setup from G2.
They haven't really done it in the past, so I'm not sure if they will wait for it. Amanek, surely he's got some information through the smoke! But the trade game is in favor of Furia.
That was great from Henny. I didn't expect it. They didn't expect Amanek, and he only got 1. Hunter now looking to go aggressive and take some control himself. But this technically does give up the B site from short if they want to push in that way. For now, though, Furia aren't making any moves. They're not making any huge gambles. And Hunter, slowly but surely, edging his way towards them. Where does he decide to go?
He's going to have to be careful.
Oh.
KSCERATO's waiting for it. KSCERATO is only waiting for that.
This
to Hunter.
is huge.
Oh, the timing.
The timing. He's looking. He sees him. He can't win it out, though. That's the bomb on the floor. Art is still hanging back. Hunter is damaged. Art brings out the Glock. He's worried from multiple angles of where he could be pushed from. That duel could be everything. Art wants to pick up the Galil and still try and fight it. And then NiKo winning that onto Vinny. This is the problem with Furia being split around the map. They weren't together. And now Art, he has to get his skates on and run on into the B site. Furia expects Hunter to come back in. It's an easy pickup. And Yuri, he's trying to play him at their own game. But is it enough? Oh, he goes in for the fight. So much damage done. Nexus low.
Yuri's got 20 seconds to play with. He doesn't know where NiKo is coming from. NiKo will be catwalk in about 5 seconds. I don't see any way out for Yuri. He's going to be cornered, and that is it. G2 putting the 15th on the board off the back of a great push from Hunter, and that duel versus KSCERATO. That was everything. That one duel. Had KSCERATO bested Hunter, we would be in a completely different scenario. This right here changed the course of the game.
And he expected it. KSCERATO was ready and waiting for it. But it did not matter. It did not change anything. G2 can be happy. They're looking at nearly the same scoreline as last time around. Oh, sorry, the previous time around. It was 16-13 in the last game they played on Mirage. The one before that. All very recently. Was 16-11.
He's had a couple of very impactful kills. He's not topping the charts by any stretch of imagination. Oh my, Hunter this time around punished. That creates a vacuum. That creates an opportunity towards the B side. We see all these T's being sucked in towards Amanek alone now, punished by Henny. This should be round number 12. Oh. I say that though, Kenya strikes in. He wants to fight, he wants some more, he's taking space.
This is the Kenny you need if you're G2 to put an end to it now. Flames at his feet, but he gets to reposition. He moves out for now, and he wants to create some cover. He's toying with him, he's dancing around him. He tries to hit the shot, but he's getting tagged up. A nice attempt, but it's not going to be enough. But still something for Nexa and NiKo to work with. This is where they'll switch to their native language. They won't be common in English. And can that be the difference maker? We loved it the first time we heard it around.
I think they would just say save. That's what they'll say.
Makes sense.
Because they ain't got no say in this round.
I wanted them to fight. I so wanted them to fight.
Yeah, but look at the money situation, James. I know
it's the smart,
we want to see clutches.
play. It's
yes, you have to respect the fact that sometimes people be reasonable, right? And when it happens, we have to approve it. It's nice.
What if I want to disapprove it and just say I want to see NiKo?
You can say whatever you want. You hold the microphone, right? You can say whatever you want. That's your platform.
I want to see them beast mode it all the way through. Because this is the NiKo Nexa you love to see.
So if we put these last rounds in perspective, right? The difference right now is that Fiora is able to punish the aggression from G2. Think about it. It started with NiKo being punished window, then Hunter somehow finding a kill on KSCERATO when he was waiting for it, and here it's Vinny actually getting together and Henny punishing Amanek as well. Furia, they have adapted to what's happening. They know that G2 wants to take the fight to them. They want to take positions and they want to be aggressive. But is that going to be enough? If you're G2 right now, you just slow down your roll just a little bit. You play a bit more careful. You don't give away these kills. Maybe you keep your utility. That's probably what they're talking about right now. They know that they cannot really play the same approach. They've been punished enough to figure out a new plan.
A smart time to take a timeout here. Can it be the one that helps them seal the deal and grab this 16-12? Nuke would be the third map. And Henny's going to be back on the AWP this time around. It's interesting with Furia. Sometimes they're swapping it on their T side between Henny and Art.
That's what makes them so complete.
Yeah.
Because they have different styles. I think Henny is more punitive when Art is more explosive.
Definitely.
You have different styles of AWP that you can implement in different strategies. It gives you a lot of strings to your guitar.
I don't think I've seen any player with an AWP go as up close and personal than Art.
Kenny in his prime year could do that. But that was 3 or 4 years ago.
Back when the AWP was also significantly better.
Indeed. Now that is the change of pace of Furia. This time around, acting straight up on the B side, and it's gonna be onto Amanek. He's completely flashed out. He's got no chance. But you have two players on catwalk. They could decide it all. They could retake this round. KSCERATO tapping away with the AK, and that is a clean up. NiKo's already here in kitchen, but they might just be better off saving.
Yeah, that's an AWP and an M4. They saved off the back of it last time. They're looking to do the same again. Kenny's already run away and Nico finally escapes. So this is the 13th now for Furia. Imagine if they'd got that round that was so close when Hunter did the flank.
I know.
Just imagine the situation. Imagine how close it's been on this.
The game of what if is a fascinating one in Counter-Strike.
Look, this is where I'm fine. Kenny and Nico safe. I want to see Nico Nexa or Nico Hunter Magic. I'm playing these scenarios out
Oh, you
of my
just
head.
want to hear them talk. Is that what you're doing?
I want the...
You have to play the numbers. They had no say in this round. And if you're G2, I think you even have to consider whether you're going to buy or not in this next round. There is a decision to be made right here. Granted, they could win the round only off the back of rifles, and if you go back to the first half, it happened for Furia. It was Yuri and I believe Art together with the Soul Rifles who won the round together. But if you're G2, do you invest into this one? Do you hinder your chances for the last round? And the answer, sorry, is no.
And that's the smart play. That's what we want to see. I just want to watch the whole world burn. Get all my crazy epic moments in one go.
It's very selfish of you, James.
I know. But I don't have the power, luckily. I can't make that magic happen.
All we can do is commentate on the magic. Again, Quesarado leading the charge on the B side. He's found an empty side, and he's going to have a couple of kills to fight with. Kenny's is here. That's Kenny's activated now.
Oh! That's not what they want. They've got to be careful of Nexa, though. He could do some damage. It is a P250. But they're not going to allow him to sneak up on it. Kenny goes to escape. This will be the 14th. Do they want to hunt Kenny down?
So this is where the mind game begins, James. This is where the mind game begins. Art just won 2 rounds in a row with a quick single execute on the B side.
On B, yes.
Now it is going to be their 30th round. Do you still go with that B play? Remember, go back to Inferno. That 7-1 scoreline, when they had abused the B side so much, then they came in with the fake. Are we going to see Furia faking the B side this time around?
They're locking Kenny in, by the way.
That would be huge. That would be a huge kill.
Oh, no. Kenny needs to hit this. He needs to hold on to it. He can hear the footsteps. He throws the smoke down. He's being overwhelmed. He's being swarmed. That's a beautiful shot from Kenny. He's looking to stay alive. He's dancing around the pillar, and he does it. They needed that AWP, and Kenny played that to perfection when the pressure was on. And he's smiling away because he knows they were giving it everything they got to take that away from him.
Bit of a Benny Hill moment right here. Rotating around pillars.
Whew. There's a lot that relies on keeping that AWP in this round.
It really does. And we'll see how he wants to operate. For now, staying towards CT spawn. And here is the answer for G2. They push on the A side, but Furia, they got none of it. They don't care, James. They're going on the B side straight up.
Oh, so much damage done already. Henny just blasts in. The flashes are perfect. The spray control is there. Furia busts the B side again, but Nico hasn't been spotted. Oh, Yuri finds him with his back turned. Kenny is burning alive. He's hanging about, but he may not for long. Hunter's taking damage as well, and Furia, they've grabbed the ball by the horn, and they've forced their way in. Yuri is not stopping. He's taking control, and he is not letting off. The pistol shots fire out. Yuri picks up the last, and we are going to overtime.
Oh my God. I talked about mind game when there was no mind game in this last round. They took the curveball of it. They said, you know what? It shouldn't make sense that we go B. Well, guess what? We're going in faster.
Oh my, I did not expect them to hit B over and over again. And Yuri, he just felt it after this and just kept going and going.
Nico played it so patiently, though.
Yeah.
You have to feel for Nico because in his mind, he just found himself a lucky place, right? He thinks he's become invisible in the push, but Yuri's so thorough in how he's cleaning the angles. I can understand the frustration, Nico. I really can. But Yuri, this man right here, cleaning the site.
Oh, look at him go. He's activated. They're not hitting B this time, but that's a great nade. Nico done a nice amount of damage. Kenny off the side here in connector, but he's not going to win out that duel. He needed to hit that. Is Art going to take the corner? The peak is just not there. They don't expect Hunter. Oh, and they fall in the end because Quesarado starts popping heads. With the molly going out, the B site is secure. They've gone fast once again from Furia, but in a different way. They took mid and short.
They picked up the pace. They keep up the pace, they just change how they attack.
Yeah.
And you can see for G2 now, I have flashbacks of Inferno. You can see them struggling, trying to understand what's happening. The pace is just too quick. The rhythm is too fast right now. Furia, they smell blood in the water and they go for it. That B side has been a problem for now 4 rounds in a row. But you gotta appreciate Furia, they did it in 3 different ways. They did it with a slow execute-based B execute. They did it with a B rush and they did it with a catwalk rush. 3 different ways to attack the B side, same result.
Do they go again, Maniac?
But this is where it becomes such
crazy.
It becomes even more ludicrous every time because the probability that Furia is going to play the B side for a 5th time in a row are very low. But why not do it again? You can push the madness, right? That's where Counter-Strike is so fascinating.
Do they just sell a fake towards the B side?
At some point, they have to sell a fake because now all these rounds they're winning on the B side, they are basically refurbishing an account, a trust account that they have on the B side. And then G2, they have to respect that. The next time the B side will be under attack, you have to respect that you have lost so many rounds there. And maybe, just maybe, Furia, they do not let go of that branch. They really hold on to it.
3 out of 4 now used for Furia. This is where he's discussing it. He's like, all right. And okay, remember this as well. Furia don't have a coach right now, right? Gary is not there for them. They don't have their usual backup. They're doing this all off the back of their own right now. They're all just working it themselves and trying to find that. And remember, we spoke to it. Yuri is the secondary, right? Yuri's the one that helps Art out the most when it comes to these scenarios. And that's why sometimes we see Yuri just literally go forward as well. Charge off on that 15th round.
It's great that he's able to help Art in this endeavor. And every day of the week, I'll tell you, not having the coach Gary right now is a problem, but I feel like Art is so in the matrix in this very moment.
Okay.
He's figured out how to play for now 4 rounds in a row, so he can just go with it. I think he's in flow state when it comes to tactics. And this is the answer that G2 tried to find. And Furia, they do not let go, James. They go in again for that B rush. The smoke being put down, but Art just goes through it, destroys Hunter on the way out. And now it's all on to Amanek.
Amanek fighting off here. He's got the org in his hand, but the flames are at his feet, and he burns. Nico on the flank. He's in a great position, but will it be checked? If he pops through the smoke in the nick of time, he just misses out on the chance to see Vinny. The plant will go down, and Nico is not known. They have 0 information on this. He starts to spray him down. He gets the kill on Art. He's looking for a second player to poke him. He expects Vinny to be there. Vinny just pops up, pops his head, rips it clean off, but now it's on Henny in a 1v2. He doesn't take the shot. Did Kenny spot him? A smoke goes down. They know they got to cross this position. He takes it. He can't quite hit it. Molly out. They're going to stand on it. He needs to go. He needs to go now. He can't quite make it work. Kenny lands a crucial shot, and G2 survived the B pressure this time around. And Art, well, that camera never staying up.
A game of detail. Again, James, a game of detail. Kenny is finding the shot at the very end. The Molotov from Henny being 10 centimeters shy of the bomb.
So close.
That was a huge difference maker.
That was huge from Nico, though, to even be able to take Vinny out from that position.
That's the Molotov. The Molotov took him down, and then he inflicted enough damage. Oh, my Furia.
Because you saw
they had their way in the site.
He never actually saw Vinny. He just heard Vinny. So only assumed he would have gone to that position. Vinny then went there, thinking Nico would come, gets the kill.
But they do it again. I cannot believe it. They're going again for the catwalk push, James. They have no chill, but now they have to respect that smoke. There is no way they just cross it blindly. They're gonna boost, maybe add a flash on top of it. Hunter seems to be oblivious to the danger. He's sneaking in the smoke. He sees him. That's a beautiful play from Hunter. He can't go back. He's got to stay behind the smoke. And now he repositions. They've done it. They've stabilized.
They've stabilized, and there's no Furia push going through towards B just yet. Nico's in connector, but one wrong move, and Henny's gonna have him. Next step is also important. Yuri's just set up. I'm ready. So if Hunter does push round, Henny's got some backup. No one's looking at window, but Quesarado has the flank. This kill is going to be what it comes down to. If Henny can best Nico, there's a way into it.
Nexa is gathering up information on the A side right now. Yuri finding Nico could mean everything, because Furia had already decided that no matter what, they would play the B side. They have no anchor, and now it leaves Amanek alone. I talked to you about how he needed to be solid on the B side,
we've
but
seen
it's
it.
now or never.
He's seen it, and now he's giving away his position. He sprays out into one, but no one else is there to back him up. Kenny's doing the damage as well, and G2 are looking to stabilize on their CT side. Nice shots from Vinny, but he's got to get the backup of Yuri. There's not much time on their side, and this is going to go right to the wire. It's a 1v2, but Yuri needs to get that plant down. He goes for it in the default spot, but he won't be pushed just yet. They have to play this oh so smart, and look, he's playing tight, so close. Yuri, he's been the man to do huge heroics here for Furia over and over again, but Nexa, he's been key in so many of the rounds for G2. He lands it, and we now see G2 with an advantage here as we flop over to the other side.
This is now G2 adapting to what Furia are putting on the server, right? This is Hunter putting down the smoke, instantly playing behind it, finding Art, forcing Furia to slow down the roll, and then Amanek being strong on the B side. That kill staying alive for long enough for Hunter to come into play as well.
They're going to be able to get double AWPs again, though, CT side for Furia very comfortably.
And G2 will have to solve that enigma.
Yeah.
G2 will have to solve the enigma of the double AWP if they want to. Remember, it's overtime. That could be a huge financial investment if they go for double AWP, and they do. Wait a minute. They went for triple AWP in round 4 of the overtime. Triple snipers for Furia.
Oh, my. K-Serrano, Art, and Henny, all with AWPs in their hands. Art looking to play above the smoke. He tries to avoid the flashes. Finds himself the first kill onto Hunter. He was unexpecting of everything that just went his way. Palace push looking to come through. Yuri. Oh, he just looks the wrong direction. Henny now needs to give some cover, but Vinny's firing back off. Art's already found his way over to the site. The utility's being used. It's being spread out across. No plant going to be able to come in just yet for G2. The numbers may be in favor of Furia, but for how long? As Vinny is taking a lot of damage. Art is trying to play off the side of it. He's sneaking on through. He's been able to get away with murder here. Look at Vinny's position as well. Can they work this out? Doesn't check sandwich. Oh, brilliant shot from Nico. He puts the hurt onto Art. Still no plant coming in. It's a standoff, but it's just Nexa and Nico left alive.
That was a good fake planned coming out of G2, forcing Art out of position, and now they just wait. I think Nexa's position is known. Nico is just making sure that no one is closing in behind them. Once he does that, he'll probably head back to the A side, maybe Abs, and then they can play together again. Nexa has one flash to play with, but I don't think it's going to be enough. This has to come down to a duel being won by G2, and then they can play a 2 versus 2.
Vinny's low, but there's 2 AWPs poised and ready for him. Nexa has done so well at just biding his time. They've started to guess it. They've started to guess it could be going towards B. K-Serrano's not looking anywhere either. Oh, and Nico, he gets the easiest kill of his life. K-Serrano was blissfully unaware. The plant goes down, and Furia now have to come back into this.
G2 have no position. They have to stay on site now. They didn't retake any of it. Vinny starting up with Henny actually behind him.
Nico's low. He does have an AWP. No one's going up on the stairs, and he's keeping it up high. He expects now the close-range push may come in. Will they expect him to be directly here, though? He's in a one-and-done position, potentially. They need to go soon. Furia running out of time. If Nico can delay it at all. The defuse starts to come in. Straight first one delivered. Henny now needs to come through fast. He's staying alive. Nico gets it done, and he no-scopes his way to success. A huge clutch from Nico, and he big brain plays it.
Furia played themselves, or you can say G2 played Furia in that 2 versus 4. It starts up with the fake that triggers Art's retake. Here we have it on our screen. And then K-Serrano being completely alone. Furia, for some reason, thought that G2 had made their way out. They were not aware of the fact that Nexa was prisoner in the middle of the site. So they thought it was a comeback. And this round is crazy instrumental for G2. And Nico's on 34 kills right now.
Still 2 AWPs in play, but Art is going to be on the rifle this time. All these flashes going up. Art wants to push it, but he could be pushing to his death. He starts off on 1. He goes in for the second, but Nico is able to best him. Yuri wants to take a fight, but you've got to be careful. There's a player coming from underpass as well. Nico's straight up in it. The aggression, the speed, and he's put Henny low as well. G2 are not messing about, and they want to close out Mirage right here and now.
Bit of a misplay coming out of Nico, unsuspecting of Vinny. K-Serrano has taken all the map control towards B now. but he needs to stay alive. G2, they could just decide to go catwalk, which is, by the look of it, what they want to do.
Nexus being cautious though, and rightly so.
They're just testing the water, James. They're not sure right now what they want to do.
And you can never be sure when you're going up against Furia. Hunter dies out in window, no flank gonna come in. Oh, brilliant positioning now from K-Cerato. Doesn't want to face up into it, knows he needs to hold on to the weapons. Keeping 3 alive was crucial here. This is still potential for us to go to a double overtime. 1 round left in it. But Furia, they are just 1 step away of going too far. You saw it just then, right?
I know, they're pushing the limits. But isn't that the DNA of that team, pushing the limits? Art staying in the smoke, he could have had the double. He could have had the double. It was just about a spray transfer. And then Nico, as I said, was a little bit too eager to get the second kill on the A side.
Because you did damage, 312.
What's the play now? What is the play for Furia? They have let K-Cerato alone, but wait, doesn't care about the K-Cerato because it's Art alone. Finds the kill onto Amanek, he's quickly traded. 1 for 1 usually favors the T side. And with Nexa towards the A part of the map, I'd expect G2 to play the pincer move.
Check window.
Did he
You've got to know this. K-Cerato, if he can win this, it's still game on. If G2 get this, it's full force attack, and they are in control. K-Cerato just waiting it out. You can see the way he's stepping, he's checking it. He has no idea.
G2, they're just waiting on that 1 kill. They're going to put a lot of pressure, allowing Hunter to fight. If Hunter finds the kill, then the A split is coming in. But Furia have 3 players on the A side, James. They might have the perfect positioning. They might even survive K-Cerato losing the duel. But he's downing. He's second guessing.
This is fine, though. Give it up. Let him have it. Kenny found the kill onto Nico as well.
Oh,
Kenny
huge
doing
kill from
more
Henny.
damage. This is huge. He's looking for more, but Hunter and Nexa explode at the same time. Yuri's up high. He's been an absolute god for Furia. And can he do it? He can't drag him through. And now it's on Vinny. He's coming over on the rotation. Hunter doesn't have any idea where he is. The plant will come in, but Hunter will get himself in a good position for sure. Hunter wants to try and reposition towards ramp.
Well, that's a close plant. He cannot allow Vinny to make it to the side because that's a close plant. Vinny doesn't have a kit, but Hunter doesn't know about it. Is there no kit to be found for Vinny? That could be the huge difference. He's going to lose to time if he doesn't find a kit, James.
There might be one on the body that's just close.
He's got no kit.
Pick one up. And instantly dead anyway. G2 grab it, and they managed to do it in overtime. It was looking close for a double OT play. Back and forth between these 2 sides, and Furia tried to push G2 to their limits, but G2 stayed strong.
I have a hard time believing that G2 pulled it. They pushed us to a 3rd map. Nico was huge, but we have to talk about Nexa as well. In regulation, I think he was the hero of that CT side, finding so many instrumental kills, impactful kills as well. And at the very end, that chess game again with Art Furia pushing on the B side time and time again until Hunter puts down that smoke catwalk that stops it all.
It really did stop it all. Constant B aggression. Furia thought they were managing to take the win here, but it was stopped. The mind games were huge. We're going to Nuke next, but before that, we'll be going back to the analyst desk with me, Maniac, and of course, Pimp. Don't forget about him. We'll see you in a few. Mirage may have gone the way of G2, but it certainly wasn't easy. They were tested in every way, physically, mentally, and emotionally, because right now, these two teams are giving it everything they've got. Art was busting that B site as hard as he could, but even then, G2 stood strong. And you've got to give him a lot of credit, because it didn't just take NiKo to pop off this time. He had a great game, but Nexa, the impact on what he delivered was undeniable.
Yeah, especially on the CT side. It's throughout the entire game, in regular time. I think Nexa had plenty of rounds with good impact. Him and NiKo joining up together, saving P2 a couple of times. I think they were playing a good game of Counter-Strike. As you said, it was back and forth, but you look at the game right here, and G2, they won both pistol rounds. They converted both pistol rounds, and yet they still made it into OT against Furia. So there was plenty of chances for Furia to take this series 2-0. They weren't, good enough, I guess, when it mattered the most. They weren't winning the pistol round. They weren't able to break G2's force buy. There was some small nuances in this game where Furia could have done better, but we got to give credit to G2, Nexa, and NiKo for that matter.
Yeah, I think for G2, that game is the story of resisting. At no point in the game did they look like they were fully in control. I feel like they were suffering throughout the whole game. Even though tactically I think they had some interesting bits and pieces, they were truly suffering. And we can go back to the very last round of this game. Furia, they had it all under control. That 4v3 with Henny and Yuri, the double setup on the A side. We thought that was it. We thought we were going to a secondary overtime, right? But somehow G2, they burst their way through and they make it work.
The big brain plays, the smart plays, but we've also got to acknowledge the eco plays that come out here, and forces are a big part of that.
Often in our eco plays, we focus on a team that forces against the team and make them look silly. This time around, though, G2, they withhold against that force. You see the buy coming in here from Furia. 2 AK-47s, a Galil, but G2 is having none of it. They're winning all the duels around the maps, and often you'd see a team lose this, but look at the double setup right here from G2. Getting the first kill, and now you have to be in there, right? Because they're dying left, right, and center. Furia, that is. Every single G2 player here winning the duels. And against the force buy, with 2 AKs, a Galil, and a Scout for that matter as well, that is very potent for Furia. They could definitely have done some damage, but G2, they were super, super clinical in converting their pistol round wins. And that was, I would say, the sole and main reason as to why they were able to win this game. Had they not converted their pistol rounds as they were doing right here in that clip, they would not have been able to win this game, bottom line.
And it's not easy to convert the follow-up rounds against a team like Furia, who will just force up in such a crazy fashion.
Yeah, plus in that clip, you could see that Furia, they were ready for some sort of aggression, and somehow it still works for G2. And it tells the story of regulation, which is basically the A side being so strong, with NiKo and Nexa at times, Kenny and Nexa at times, just changing up, pushing when they need to, retaking apps, retaking information. They were making life so hard for Furia. And I appreciate that. I think it's a great story. By the way, we talked about NiKo and the 34 kills he had last time around, 36 this time. He's a safe value on Mirage.
Yeah, obviously a few more rounds added to this one when it comes to it. But what makes NiKo so good on Mirage? Like, I don't matter what team he's on, you've always got moments in your mind when you look at NiKo and being fundamentally so good on this map.
To those of you who've been watching Counter-Strike for a long time, you remember him in Mouse Sports as well. He was just
crazy plays, the carrying, the deagle shots.
Yeah, he was everywhere, right? And he's always been around that A ramp area. That's when you at least when I think NiKo and I think Mirage, it's on the A bomb side.
Yeah.
You also 1-on-1 versus 2 clutch in this game with an AWP sitting in the corner and just outplaying Furia. There were so many moments from NiKo in this game and on Mirage as a general that he just has a feel for that game. I think his confidence just raises 10, 15, 20% whenever he joins a map that is called Mirage. He's doing a fantastic job, and NiKo is a player that we of course often talk about him, but individually speaking, there can be no doubt that he's one of the best players out there. And if he can make this level that he was showcasing right here for G2 a consistent showing, then NiKo and G2 has a bright future ahead of them.
Yeah, this is one of the ones where we can finally maybe say that NiKo has that opportunity to be one of the best in the world. When we actually show it, we can actually see it on a regular basis, not be hindered in many different ways. I'm going to come back onto the AWP setup.
All right.
That double AWP we saw come out from Furia meant G2 had no chances. Then we go into overtime, and we're thrown with a more curveball, but Kexerito picks up when we have 3. Is that just overdoing it? Like, is there a game plan you can work around that? I know it's Furia, but that was a bit crazy for me.
I don't even think the triple AWP was the reason why Furia lost this round. I think Kexerito himself was just looking down the B side. But you again have to consider how Furia lost these last 2 rounds. In both occasions, they had control of these rounds. Now, I agree with you. In regulation, we talked about 26 kills on the CT side only being found by Art and Henny, which is crazy. I don't think I've heard a number that high in a very long time. So they were making it work, and G2 took a long time to adapt, if not ever adapting, because they didn't find a solution on the C side.
And let me put it this way, because we see Art right now go absolutely ballistic with the AWP. I believe he was at 21 frags after the first half, which is absolutely insane. But after the first OT was concluded, he was at 28. So he slowed down massively when he got over to the T side. Weren't able to find any impact whatsoever. And that's the problem with a guy like Art, right? Because on the CT side and the double op setup, as we see right here, it's so potent. It looks so good. But you can't use a double op setup on a map like Mirage on the T side. You have to be good elsewhere. And he was struggling a little bit with the rifles in that department. But overall, of course, a great game by Art. But compared to his insane first half, he fell a little short when it came to the T side.
Well, let's see what happens when we go on to Nuke, right? Because Nuke, we've seen these teams face off against each other twice. The first time was during the full series. It was a 16-11 in G2's favor, that honeymoon period, if you want to call it that. Then at DreamHack Masters, it was 16-6 in favor of Furia, a true stylistic improvement play from Furia.
Yeah, and this game was about G2 not finding an answer on the T side. But as you say, they only posted 4 rounds on their T side. They were struggling massively. Now, I don't know yet whose side they're going to start on. I don't know that. So we're going to have to wait and see that. I'll just mention quickly that Nuke is one of the map where Nexa actually made sacrifices. With Nico coming back into the roster, you'll see him play towards ramp, which is a very lonely position. It's not going to have a lot of impact as a IGL, I want to say, in this position. It's more going to be about Kenny and Nico rotating around, bait switching towards outside. The yard, switch, that's going to happen. Nico will play towards Coldzera in the stairs a lot with the rifle. Kenny will play secret at times. So these are the players you're looking for to make a statement for G2.
Well, let's see if they can make a statement for G2. How are we feeling for Nuke? Do you think G2 are in this position where they can still get it done? Because the Mirage, although it wasn't like super convincing, it showed they can still get it done even when the pressure's applied.
They're still competitive in this matchup, let's put it that way. I agree with Matthew, they were just scraping by here in Mirage. They were constantly under pressure, and it'd be impressive to me if they would be able to withstand that pressure coming into Nuke as well. I think it comes down to how good the T side is going to be. When they won, they got 9 T rounds against Furia when they won the first game a couple of weeks ago in the group stage. So if they can replicate a T side like that, I have great faith in their CT side and all the skill they have on their lineup. But without no good T side, I think they will struggle big time here against Furia. So I still have Furia as my favorites as of right now, despite predicting G2 coming into the matchup, just because Furia have been looking a little bit better.
Well, let's see if they are looking a little bit better. We have got a game on our hands. It is a deciding map of Nuke. These teams have faced off against each other over and over again. But now, who will stand the test of time? It's coming up after the break. hopefully you're not getting sick of us just yet, because you've got one more map to go through. It's G2 taking on Furia, and we're on the deciding map of Nuke. And this is where it gets interesting, because both teams have had a win on it. Both teams have showed different styles on it. Both teams have massively different scorelines when it comes to it. And Furia right now, probably in a position where they felt like we could have had Mirage. G2 probably thanking their lucky stars a bit.
Yeah, it did feel like a missed opportunity for Furia if you think about Mirage and how they were winning rounds and how they lost the last couple of them, but it does not matter. We are going on to Nuke, third and decisive map in this series. And saying that I'm excited would be an understatement, it would be a euphemism. And I was gonna ask what are the starting side, and we haven't answered. G2 is gonna be on the CT side, Furia on the T side. Last time around, G2 struggled to find solution when they were attacking. Now they get to defend first. Could that be a difference maker?
Amanek already getting aggressive here, trying to find some extra information. Oh, they're waiting for him, but he still delivers the headshot on Hunter. He struck at the same time. Now Fury already down 2-man on the pistol. Push on in's going to start. Nico ready in main. He gets overwhelmed and they do drop vents, but he's had the information. He knows what's up. He knows what's going down. Kenny's in a beautiful position that might not be checked. You've got one at the top as well. Nexa pushing forward, needs to be careful. Oh, he gets sideswiped as well. So the advantage is swapped around, but Kenny's position is still not known. They haven't checked it just yet,
they haven't
but
seen
he
him.
spots the player. Information had at least here for Kenny.
Oh no, Kenny!
No, not those kind of misses. That's not what you want to see. It's all falling apart for G2, despite them getting the 2 opening kills. No plant even coming into play just yet, and that is heartbreaking for him.
That's a galactic facepalm right here for Kenny. He had the positioning, but maybe Amanek can save the situation. He's already got 2 kills. He's got no kit to play with, but he's got a USP.
He knows they love to fight there. Maybe he can use that to his advantage.
Oh, but the positioning taken by Arc. It's going to be so hard to check. He's seen him.
Oh.
He's seen him, James. That's information. Amanek finds the first one. Now into a 1 versus KSCERATO. He's got no kits. He's got to play fast. You got to headshot him as quick as you can, or it's going to be over. Playing around this side.
He's run out of bullets.
KSCERATO puts him down. That was a 3 versus 5 that Furia just turned around.
Huge for them, but they also nearly gave away a 3v1 there against Amanek.
I guess you're not wrong.
There was a lot of swings in that round. That was a pistol and a half.
Oh, and you got to think about Kenny just biding his time, waiting in the dark corner. He couldn't make it work. Pesky USPs on the back. Sometimes you miss players. The hitboxes being a little bit funky when it comes to the neck. But he should have had that kill, and that would have been a huge difference. G2 refusing to abandon, refusing to capitulate. They're going in for the full force. And Kenny's losing the duel so far. He's been put down to 19. But Furia still have a strict control of the lobby.
They're waiting for Kenny to potentially make a mistake again. Oh, Yuri. Oh, Nico thought he might be able to get the drop on him, but that's not going to be the case. A shot through the smoke will finish off Kenny, and Furia back in control. Hunter could work some magic with a CZ up top. But Furia, they're not making any mistakes thus far.
They are waiting. Pinstring the A side ever so slightly. Hunter's being compromised, putting down the smoke, but he's going to have no time to stay alive. Arc cleans him up quite nicely. And now Nyx and Amanek, they might just be better off saving the little resources they have, moving on to round number 3. I don't see them finding any impact in this round. Feels like Furia's back in control. That gun round, that 3 versus 5 again, I come back to it. That was huge. Unfortunately for Nexa, that is only a scout.
It doesn't do much damage getting tagged up through that.
It's just annoying.
It's just like, I can't move, I'm getting tagged.
And the sound, you're like... You hate to hear it. You hate to see it.
Not if you're a Furia fan.
You know, we talked about Kenny on Inferno, and I do feel like there was a bounce back on Mirage. I have to be honest, he found some of these kills. He won a couple of key duels. And on Nuke, he is going to be tested. He is going to be put to trial.
and we praised them so hard, right? When we first saw Nico and Kenny on Nuke, do you remember how hype it was?
Right.
They were locking it down outside. We were like, okay, this is something to play with. But like you said, it's the growing pains now for this team, right?
And the synergy of that duo you mentioned is going to be key for G2 Esports. Sorry, if they're able to lock down outside, you basically section off a whole part of the tactical tree for Furia.
A huge part.
You know how it is. Good attack outside, but the damage isn't really here.
It's so minimal despite all those grenades.
Hiding behind the box.
CSGO grenades, man.
You know how it is.
They are something else, or not at all anything else. Not a lot of damage comes in. Yuri's on the cleanup duty. They just line up and make it so easy for him. Now, though, this is the real test. This is what we want to see.
Okay, so what's the purchase for Furia? They're going to accept to play with 3 Galils and 2 AKs. I see R dropping a gun. I'm just waiting to see. Okay, so they've switched around, which indicates that he's probably going to run in first and try to find the entry with the AK. I wouldn't be surprised to see Furia with a very quick pace. They've known to do that whenever they feel like they have the pressure going for them. They play as fast as they can. Quick Molotov on top of Hut will be thrown out, but these are just precious utility.
Smoke's been put down outside. They want to lock off Nico's position.
Oh, it's a split, James. They're going to go in the smoke, but Nico, I think he knows. Oh, the timing.
You can always know, but it's still Furia. Nico on the edge of it. Here's the utilities, goes out, throws down a smoke of his own. Smoke City right now on Nuke. But who's going to pop through the clouds? Oh, from his back being turned. Nico was so focused outside, but Amanek and Kenny, they're looking to bring some kills of their own. They need to do a hell of a lot more, and that's exactly what's taking place. The remaining Furia members are going to run downstairs. But have they done enough in terms of timing to make this happen?
I think they have. And the rotations have been stellar for G2 this entire round. That's the only reason they're still in it. They were in the right place at the right time. Vinny besting next with the Galil could open up the debate here now. Kenny is just fancying his chances, but should he not? He finds the kill into Vinny. It's now Amanek versus Henny, but the HP is strongly in his favor.
Amanek should potentially have this. Henny's in a great position. Amanek doesn't check it. And they can grab the AWP if they want as well. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Amanek was pretty sure he was still on the site, maybe towards the back. Or just hiding in the door. But instead, Henny's proactive.
Look at the rotations, James. This entire round, I felt like G2 were in the right place.
Yeah, they were on the money for it.
Kenny was ready to help inside. Even though Furia found 2 opening kills, it didn't matter. Kenny was helping out. But I think Nexa just overstayed his welcome downstairs. He pushed the envelope just a little bit too far, trying to retake side control before Furia planted the C4. And that was their downfall. G2, I think the frustration is kind of balling up right now. They've already let the pistol go away in that 5v3. They must have felt like they had control in this gun round. They have to remain calm. It's a long game, it's a marathon.
Yeah.
Might be down 4-0, but this isn't 2015 Nuke. It's 2020 Nuke. You can come back on the T side.
We're seeing more and more skilled T sides come out from teams. Look over the history of top teams when it comes to this map. Good effort from Amanek on the first kill. Next is going to have to fade away. It's his job to stay alive in this position. Full control to be had by Furia. But there is a gun on the floor now. And Art, he took some damage as well.
Furia have to be careful. G2 already have 2 players downstairs. That's Nex and Nico. Together, they could make a lot of trouble. If Nico is able to fake just a little bit from window or from lab, that could open up an avenue for Nexa, who's going to sneak in the smoke. Oh my, I think that kill from Henny is the trigger they needed to go back on A, but they're doubting, they're second-guessing themselves.
And this is where it gets problematic for Furia. You don't want to be second-guessing yourself in a moment like this, because someone could come in for the side swipe or the backstab. Nexa looking to do some serious damage, and he might be able to find success. Oh, the flashes come out, and it's perfect from Furia. Nico's able to deliver one, but how much more can he get? He's pulling off some incredible heroics, but it's Hunter left alive. He strikes from behind, and this is what they have to be careful of. Art expected, but Hunter wins it out. This is key from the Kovac brothers.
They strike again. They strike again. And Nico found that tiny gap, the one that we are used to see. And I cannot believe teams still fall for that one. If you are not careful with the way you smoke lab, you're going to leave a gap. We see here for Nico, he finds 2 kills, giving time for Hunter to join the party. He was right behind from Under Heaven, and he strikes in with the CZ and then the AK. That is the bounce back we wanted to see from G2.
And Art was willing to take that fight again. Thought he'd be able to best Hunter coming through the smoke, but Hunter played him in his own game. And this is the start you want to see. Aggression. Oh, Hunter's still doing more. Kenny may fall, but G2 are in the lead. They've got a great shot at this one. So much damage being done, but they can't quite pick up the kill. Henny's there to finish off Nico, though. So while Hunter was doing work elsewhere, they've still put us into a 3 versus 3. There's a flank potentially coming in, and it is expected here.
With Hunter see the bomb, he might overstay. He might overpush just a little bit. I don't think Henny is ready for that angle. Good find from Hunter. Good positioning at that. And now Yuri and Vinny, they're completely locked down. They know they have players behind them. They're pushed by the time, and Amanek and Hunter combine. Oh, they really want to take the fight.
Really good teamwork. I love that from them. They needed to make something happen. That's exactly what they did. That's 4 kills, sorry, from Hunter in that round.
Hello there.
Don't push me through the smoke.
How you doing?
Art needs to keep his focus in this one. Yeah, now you're going to be on pistol.
Oh my.
Oh, Hunter.
Amanek is just playing Counter-Strike on hard level right now.
Hard
Henny
mode activated.
trying to do a little bit better with the AWP, putting down Henny. It's a good kill.
We've all done it before. It happens.
Definitely.
Not the best round to do it on when he softened up against pistols, for sure.
When I played in ESWC 2006, I remember my first kill in the event is a team kill with a grenade. No, it was not a good moment for me.
And at that point, you know you messed up.
It was against Attacks on Inferno. I was really sad about it. But you know who's not sad? It's G2. They have recovered from these 2 silly losses they had in the gun round and the pistol round. And they're looking to make that one clean. Nice and easy. Put some money in the bank. Moving forward into this defensive half.
Hunter ready to continue to frag up on the server. No real problem at all for him to deal with these players. Especially considering Yuri is the only one with armor. Vinny's got sneaky, he's got far, but his position may be checked. Nico's got no idea from down below, and, well, it's instantly as those shots are hit, he starts to realize what's going on around him. So much damage being done. So, not a bad round for Hunter to stab his teammate in the back, because nothing happened before Amanek. He was just chilling.
It could be worse.
Of course we're going to replay it.
You gotta see it.
The faces of reactions like, yeah.
That's when your your team environment is really being tested. You either have someone raging on the team stick, or you just say sorry, and then they just laugh about it, move on.
I hate myself more than you hate me.
With a huge purchase coming out of Furia. AKs all across the board. They have all the utilities they could ever dream of. And they're looking to pick up the pace. They're sending Yuri alone outside. He's got the forward wall of smoke.
So many smokes. They're ready.
But it's just a fake. It is just Yuri. The rest of the crew is gathering towards ARAM, and Nexus is about to be tested. He hears the rush, hears them, and repositions.
Henny needs to land. Sorry, Kenny even. There is a Henny on the server. It's the Kenny we're looking at right now with the AWP in hand. That's great from Hunter, though. Still deals away with Yuri. He was the one slipping away.
Oh. What a flick from Art. That was insane. I thought Nexus had it every day.
The utility usage is great here from Furia, giving them the chance to find success in it. Art's tagged up, though, incredibly low, and he goes down to Amanek. This is definitely in G2's favor, but they need to be able to hold on to it. Henny pushed back by the flames. And they just can't find a spot without pressure being applied. G2 have them done and dead to rights, no matter where they turned. That was great.
Great take.
You forced a player into the other teammate of yours in every scenario.
Kenya's holding lab was the absolute play, and you got to think of the clutch this way. Furia have used so many utilities just to throw the first fake in that they lack utilities to close the round. That was the difference. Had they had a couple of smokes more, maybe a Molotov here and there to slow down the retake from G2, that could have been a different story. But they used so many of them just to send Yuri down, which, by the way, was found by Hunter. So that's a huge problem. It was enough to trigger some reaction, but Hunter did find the lurk on that one. But Furia used everything they had just to get through the first step in the round, and then they were lacking the utilities to make it a competitive retake or a competitive bomb plant. Good jump from G2. They're going through the motions right now. They're organizing their retake. They know what they're doing. And even though Nexa was bested by Art at the very beginning, which was surprising to say the least, you can see G2 being unfazed, still calm and collected in their approach and how they want to retake the site. This is a deadly looking G2, James. And I like where this is going for them. Considering they were down 4-0, the way they're winning the rounds right now, they seem to have fully recovered from it.
Yeah, night and day difference in it. Great nade coming out from Hunter, and he just sprays them down. He expects the sneaky push through the smoke, and he's just dispatching of them one at a time. They had no hope. But that was just a little bit too basic from Furia. That's almost like the easiest to predict from them. A move like that.
It goes back to the discussion we had. When you face Furia, you need to stop their A plan. You cannot allow Art to get away with the aggressive plays because he will just choke you to the end of the game. He will keep up with the pace and he will fake you out, but maintaining that rhythm. If you are able to block this first wave, then suddenly rounds look way more doable on the CT side. Here, Hunter doing a great job. But look at this, the kills are too easy.
Yeah.
This is looking bleak now for Furia. They're gonna have to dig deep into the strat book if they want to dig themselves out of that situation, because it is G2 all the way with a 5th round on the board, firmly in control of this 3rd map.
They've got to have some life back in the Furia camp right now because it is not looking good. Even the body language on the cameras. So easy for Hunter in that scenario.
Now, one thing that has worked for Furia in the past, and I don't expect to see it this round, but they've been able to send Yuri down secret, right? So they could actually just use the wall of smoke and send the whole of everyone down there, but that's not their choice right now. KSCERATO opened up the debate with a quick kill with the AK. Hunter on top of Hut. He's been instrumental, and he goes on again. 2 kills being found, and he doesn't want to stop. He's sitting in front of the smoke, and he couldn't find more.
It was looking like there might be a chance. NiKo goes down, but that's all that's going to happen. As Hunter is there ready and waiting, the spray through the door comes in. No one else goes down, but Hunter expects it. Hunter's ready for it. And Vinny's now all alone.
Hunter is 17-5.
He's feeling it, man.
Did we say it's a good scoreline? 18-5, 10 rounds into the game?
You know, he's just trying to show who's the better one.
You know, I actually talked about it when NiKo joined this team. It was one of the interesting narrative is the positive competition that can arise. You know, the emulation that you can have between these two players that have such a unique relationship, such a unique link, right? They could actually boost each other up, trying to make a better player out of the other one. Even if it's just about, I want to be better than you, that's fine for me. It's positive competition.
But that's the interesting thing about it, right? Is before we had that narrative of, oh, which one's the better cousin, right? Always having that conversation. They were on different teams. Now they're on the same team. They can only elevate each other. They've played CS together for a long time.
That's my point.
Like in a family environment, right? In a friendly pug environment. Now you put them on the same team to see what damage they can do. It doesn't matter which one pops off. One of them's going to be able to do it.
Okay, so this is the adjustment from Furia. They're playing with the wall of smoke again, but this time is to take garage control. There's no CT on site to punish them. It's going to be NiKo playing from under heaven. He does have a couple of duels in probably 10 to 15 seconds. Henny is just making sure no one is speaking from Monster. And he's right. Kenyas is in position if need be. First kill being found. That's Hunter on the ground. Such a massive player so far. NiKo's playing on the edge of the smoke. He's going to be the next one to fall or the next one to make the difference.
I don't think he expects Art to be so close. He may now sees him jump up, but instantly Yuri's there for the refrag. Now Kenny, stuck on site, worried about being overwhelmed. They're going to sell this distraction. They're going to sell this fake as much as possible. Because right now, Furia have so much map control, they can go wherever the hell they want.
The last time they were in such a position, they played the clock too much. They were pressured by the time, and then they couldn't stand. But here, KSCERATO finding a never so important kill. That is next side. That's the ramp player. They should know. They will probably play the B side. That's exactly what they're doing, because they can deduct by killing Nexa here that the B side should be open. Amanek should be able to remove KSCERATO, but it is still a very favorable 3v2.
This gives Amanek a huge opportunity, though. Vinny goes to pre-fire the vents, but will at least give away his position on where he might be coming from. Yuri, you're tempting fate jumping around like that. There's 2 players in the door, little do you know. Henny's looking directly on it, and he takes down Kenny. Nice stuff. Much better round from Furia. Good adjustment. They didn't just try to go down to the lower bomb site. They took full yard control.
It was more of a deeper approach this time for Furia. They play with the Wall of Smoke that they have used already 3 or 4 times, but this time to send a squad towards Garage. Good trading game as well from Yuri. That kill meant everything for them. And once they have control, they punish the aggression from Nexa, and then they play the B-bomb side. That, to me, is a round they can recreate. It's a blueprint they can find. They can play around the Wall of Smoke, not only to fake out, but to drag out the rounds, to create opportunities.
Kenny now back outside, though. He wants to find his own openings. Some nades coming out towards him. He's going to be pushed back as there's a lot of smokes as well going down. Hunter's still the thing they have not really had a solution for. They got away with it on the previous round. Oh, they snuck on by. Nico activates onto him. They just didn't expect it. Hunter's there as well as they try to push out the door, but that seemed like a disconnected push.
Flashes were missing. Either flashes were missing or some part of the protocol wasn't respected, because all these kills were looking way too easy for G2, as this round will probably come to an end unless Henny can pull some kind of miracle. And it starts to look like that. Hunter will put an end to the madness. 21st kill by Hunter, by the way. But if you look at Nico and Hunter, both players finding kills on unsuspecting opponents, right? Completely oblivious to any kind of danger. So I'm not sure, was a flash missing somewhere?
No, so look at this, right? So Yuri goes across, there's smoke in front of it, Nico's in main. Even Nico doesn't expect it, so he then just gets the kill, but Yuri wasn't looking at him. Then, after Yuri died, they pushed through door. If anything, they should have gone together, right, if they want to do that crunch.
I think they were surprised by Nico's position. They hadn't really expected it. It's a good job from G2 to stabilize early on. As soon as they lose one round, they bounce back from it. And Kenny playing at the edge of the smokes now. We see Device do that a lot. Playing behind that garage smoke, trying to find a way in. But he's completely boxed in. That, again, is a new approach from Furia. This time around with the Wall of Smoke, but 4 players lurking, going down. And we can see on the minimap, unfortunately for them, it's been read by G2. It's been completely read, but this kill could change everything. This could trigger some sort of reaction, because at the moment, Hunter and Nexa both are ready to fight the B side. Nico finding the kill onto Yuri puts pressure onto Furia to play the B side.
And Hunter's already down there. Guitar, who wants to play some sneaky games. Oh, he doesn't expect Amanek. He doesn't check behind him, and that's his own mistake being made. Now they've got some time to play off of it, because Amanek will need to come down and back Nico up. They start to come through the door in case Arado, he's ready and waiting for it. And this is the problem. Nico didn't wait for Amanek, so now you've given it a 1v1. Now you're in a 2v1, Amanek's all alone.
And he's got no idea where Henny is. He's got an idea about Kesrado, but he's looking for Henny. He's scanning, turning left and right. Head on a swivel, finds the first one, but Henny strikes in. Good trading game, good spacing between the two. Henny just waiting for the right timing to pounce. Another good round from Furia. And it started well for G2 as well. Nico finding the kill onto Yuri. You could see the reaction. It forced Furia to play, but they used the MAC-10 to great avail.
But it's also very back and forth in these rounds now, and this is not going to benefit the CT side. We're getting to the last few rounds at least, but how good was G2's bank?
I'm not exactly sure. Judging by the back and forth, I don't think they can have such a strong buy moving into this
We got a tactical timeout from G2.
It's an interesting timing. But that's the first one they use. So I agree with you. They're going to have a dire situation, financially speaking, so might as well take the time to discuss what are the options. Furia now, they've done enough to keep G2 in the dark. They've had different approaches to rounds. They're not one-dimensional anymore. Oh, it's not the last round, actually. I thought it was the last round. My bad. They have still 2 rounds. So very clearly, they're going to decide to full force at the last second in this round. Okay. That has to be a pre-planned call, though. They were just talking about it, and then they went on with the purchase at the very end. Good start from Kenny. Finding Yuri. And this is the adjustment. This right here is the adjustment, but he's burning. Oh, the sound cue was huge. Nico was completely invisible when Kenny strikes back. Finally coming alive just a little bit. He's been quiet in this series. Ooh. He's seen Kesarado but cannot adjust. And we see the reaction. Hunter's down there, but he's got a UMP, James.
A UMP at distance. If there's one man that can do it, though, it's a Hunter who is feeling it. 22 for 7. Oh, he's found a timing. He's found a window. Kenny made some noise and backed away. Art wants to clear out all the angles. Oh, this could be huge. He's not even going to go up the ladder just yet. He's going to poke into ramp. Kenny is so unexpecting in this. First one found. Doesn't go to challenge into the second, but he knows where to expect it. Flash going to go out. Art knows he's forced him into hiding. Doesn't expect him so close and nearly wins that one out as well. But Nexa, 34 health and a dream. The spray down. Nexa still doing it all.
Huge kill.
This is now all up to Henny in a 1v2. If they play together this time, this should be G2 getting it on the board. But Nexa, he's quite far forward on this. He doesn't expect the door push behind him. He waits for the sound cue, but he cannot react in time. It's an 8th round for G2. And even with not so much of an ideal buy, they still get it done. It wasn't a bad one, but it was still a huge round that they needed.
And Nexa finding the second kill onto KSCERATO was a turning point. It started with Kenny finally punishing the space that Fury has been taking outside. It's one of the only rounds he's came alive, and here Nexa, that duel. Alan just bounced at the right time. You could see Henny, even though he's fast, not fast enough. G2 onto 8 now. They could be looking at a 9-6 scoreline, which would be decent. I'm not going to get too excited about it. I think they've just done enough to fight back.
(9-6) would be real good here for G2. Though it was an 11-4 CT side from Fury last time around, but this kind of performance from G2 might be what they needed, the confidence coming out. Nexa will lose ramp, but he sprays them down. He does a nice bit of damage as Yuri, he's just fragging up Kenny down to 18 health through the smoke.
Oh, I'm
not letting go of him.
KSCERATO has taken a lot of space.
Oh, Hunter has no idea either.
No, he doesn't. But how can KSCERATO exploit his position?
Yeah, that's the hard one. They're still checking into window as well, so Hunter will be looked at here. Nicely done from Hunter. Still got a good amount of health to play with here. Yuri's made a lot of noise, and there's a player who will now be flanking him. KSCERATO wants to try and play something here. He wants to make an opening. Oh, and he might be able to sneak through. They may not expect him that close. And they can hear the footsteps of Vinny as KSCERATO. Oh, he is just on them. Left, right, and center. They will not expect his position, most likely. He's easily able to dispatch of Hunter, and this puts it into a very winnable situation, especially with that molly going down. Amanek's going to have to come up huge, but will there even be an opening from him here? All the players are tucked away. They're hidden, but he might be able to just creep in. The flashes go out. KSCERATO starts to spam it up, but Kenny is so low. He goes out for the challenge, but the doors are broken, and Yuri's able to do a bit of a double team with it. They've kept him so busy. Amanek strikes, and this is the key moment they need to finish off of here. Shots being hit, lots of damage delivered, but no round, no kills coming in. Now into the 1v1, and Vinny gets it done. An 8-7 first half, as close as you like. G2 have the edge as we go into the second half, but Furia now move to their CT side, and G2 will have to regroup. Let's see what happens after the break.
Pull out my silencer.
I actually cannot play without it.
I have a turn bind, plus left and plus right. To be honest, quite useless.
I guess it's mouse 3 and mouse 4 on the thumb. I turn left and right with this. I got the pain in my arm when playing too much because I had so low sense. So now every time I turn a corner, I press the key. So I do it every time, every corner I take, every game.
If I'm scoped up with the orb and I really need to turn around fast, I can use the turn bind rather than like swiping my mouse.
I'm still playing in Emro input 0. A lot of players just went into 1. It just feels like a habit. I can't really explain why. The second thing is I have actually 2 binds for the volume. One being my in-game volume and one cut the in-game volume. I like to do that for the first time when we are talking together to be sure that I'm fully focused about what they are saying and I don't have all these in-game sounds, you know, at the first time when you are playing and stuff like this.
The only thing I do when I start the game is to push high on my keyboard and it literally exec my auto-exec.
I have a binding on mouse 5 where I disable my right click. So whenever I start the pistol round, I just press it so I can't pull out my silencer. Because it happened many times, so I just avoid it now.
Okay, I have some CSGO binds. C for the radar, so it goes more huge or more small. and that's it.
I have unbinded my Q button because I sometimes press it instead of W, so I switch weapon when I'm walking.
I walk on B and not on shift like everyone else. Other than that, I'm a pretty normal player, I guess.
I walk on control and duck on shift instead of the other way around. The reason behind that is because my big brother had these settings and we only had one computer back in the day, so as soon as he moved to the toilet or whatever, I played on that computer and that's how I got used to it.
Yes, I guess I have one strange mind, and it's actually to AWP. I press key just once and it actually goes to the knife and back to the AWP, so it's like a out switch or fast switch. I actually cannot play without it.
This is the fight we wanted to see from both teams. We are 8-7 in favor of G2 after the first half. G2 were on their CT side and Hunter was popping off. He was locking it down and playing oh so well. But Furia found a way. They started to get creative. We started to see a bit of that Furia magic come into play. Now on their CT side, they need to deliver in a big way against the G2, who are certainly not sleeping.
G2 were in control in that second half, but this could change very quickly. We know Furia to be a momentum-based team.
Oh. Poke going out. Not many shots connected here for Quesarado, and he can get swarmed very easily. Look how fast G2 are trying to get up high. They're being very careful of Secret, and I would be too. Yuri wants to try and pop up it. One player looking out towards it is Amanek in the back lines, and he instantly deals with it. Amanek, Mr. Consistent, the one you can always rely on, and he's been having a great game so far. Furia down, but they were also down in the previous pistol as well.
That was a 3v5. It was a 3v5, but with the positions they have right now, I struggle to see how they can fight back. Feels like G2 have a firm grip on this round. Quesarado with the USP is not able to work any magic. Kenny's will put him down. And the A side is under a lot of trouble. It's all on to Vini, and don't get me wrong, I highly rate Vini as a player. This might just be too much
in this game.
It's going to be too much. He can find a kill too here. That's the first kill. Good trading from G2. I like the approach. Very obnoxious towards outside, right? All these players playing under heaven, on top of heaven, and then once you have taken it, you know that there is a high chance that the CTs will try and retake some information. That's exactly what happened with Amanek. He waits for Yuri, finds the kill, and then Kenny's can just punish under heaven. Good round from G2. Perfect start.
Now, when we look at this, it's how much G2 can get going. Because last time we saw, what was it, 4-0 lead?
It was 4-0.
Furia, and it took them a while to come back into it, and they only ended up with 7. If G2 can gain a nice bit of room here, it could be huge. Vinny, there's a lot of nade damage being done. There's a lot more damage coming out towards them all here. G2 have been softened up, and these pistols can put in some work now.
There's already 2 players downstairs. Are finding the first one. Then Yuri becomes invisible, strikes in with the 5-7. Not able to connect so far, and Art is playing the edge.
No, this is huge. Yuri's even taking down some more players. Art delivers the headshot to Nico. It's all falling apart. The nade may be a team nade, but Amanek is all alone. 34 health and a Mac 10 in his hands. He's got to go up against the Scout, a 5-7 and a Deagle. He upgrades to the Galil. But he has to check every corner. He has no information. He is so confused and left all alone as his teammates fell before he could even get into the site.
He's got 55 seconds to play with, but the bomb makes him vulnerable.
Yeah.
The fact that the bomb is on the ground, on the side, doesn't give him much leeway. Right now, he's just hoping that someone from Furia will make a mistake. Someone will get curious, will need to check what's happening. But if that's not the case, with 34 HP, I don't see how it's doable, James. He's going to sneak in, take the bomb, but there's so much more to do.
And I like this. At least he's going on the hunt rather than trying to just pick up the gun. Pick up the bomb. It's not going to work out for him. Penny was there ready and waiting. Only took one more kill. But he played that to perfection. This next kill was normal, but look at this. Just strikes while the iron's hot. and then even gets the kill onto Hunter.
He finds
the teammate may come, the teammate may come in, but it doesn't even matter. Furia pull off the force round, and now we've got a real fight on our hands because G2 have got a decision to make. No plant in that round either, just to be clear.
No. And if you think about Counter-Strike and the mechanics behind the money, that's the worst case scenario. Winning the pistol, being reset behind it with no bomb plant. You are back to 1400, but NiKo doesn't care. He's going straight in with the Deagle. Ard, he's found an angle. One kill onto Kenny S, but now he's surrounded. Can he takes another one with him? Jumping around smokes, hiding, being his lonely self. And how is he still alive? He's maneuvering everyone.
Oh, you got played at your own game. Maybe you played yourself a little bit as well. Some players are low, but Henny needs to be careful as well. He doesn't want to give this away, and players are pushing on his position. He falls back just a little bit here. He throws the smoke out. He knows he needs that cover. He needs some backup as well. Pressure being applied. Oh, the sneak underneath, and he'll never expect it.
It's beautiful from Amanek. There's no way they know.
They're double doing it.
This is so pristine from G2. That's any out the picture now. That all come in magic. But do they know how many players are playing under heaven? Amanek's just waiting for another punish, and it's all falling apart for Furia.
And G2 can just take their time for a little bit here. See what else they can get into it. They're in a great position.
Yeah, Furia have made a choice. They have decided to let Quesararo alone handle the B-bomb site, and unfortunately for them, that's going to be the wrong call in terms of positioning. Quesararo with the M4 could still come clutch. 20 seconds on the ground. Think about the bomb going down. That could mean everything. If he finds them with a nice timing and he cleans them up, line him up, that is it. There is no way Amanek can fight back into this round. Furia stabilizes.
That was scary, though.
It was.
100% scary. Art looked like he was going to play it brilliantly, but then they played him in his own game, back and forthing through the smoke. But this was so nice from Quesararo. The timing worked out. He checked on it. Yuri was there as well.
That was just a half buy. G2 have no money to play with. Man, this is so hurtful. To lose that second round without planting the bomb on the T side. That's it. You gotta have to take the L.
And they really felt that they were going to get the plant down in this previous round as well. They ended up losing the force. It looked like, oh, we got an open site. No problem at all. We 200 IQ'd them. But it didn't come through. Art, again, does want to challenge, but he needs to be careful. There's a player right above him. Nice.
Art's taking a lot of liberty, right?
Yeah.
He's taking a lot of freedom in these anti-pistol rounds. And now Henny's been punished. That's an M4 on the ground, but he's too far away. Yurik could just act as a fail-safe for this M4. Make sure no one gets it.
So Quesararo is now taking main. Art is going to go all the way around and come up secret. Art is so active once again. Quesararo can sell some sort of a distraction. That may work out even better for him as well.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Art be taking information. That's exactly what's happening. Look at this. He's cleaning outside completely, so now they know. Either G2 went back inside or ramp. These are the two options. This is why you see Vinny repositioning towards ramp. He's going to beat it. That's a late Molotov. Not going to have the damage he wanted, but he lines them up with the Galil. 2.5 kills for Vinny.
That's what you want to see. They're going to try and isolate Yuri a bit here, but he easily lands that headshot. Amanek won't have a chance of getting the plant down. Now they've got money in it for sure, and Vinny's got a big smile on his face, and that's a scary man to go up against. We said about it in the interviews. When you see them in a good spot, when you see them all confident, you see them animated, that's when you know you don't want to be testing a team like Furia. G2 now need to put up their biggest fight with this one. No sniper in play. Henny's got his outside. But Henny has been forced off a position just off the back of pistols here. So he might need to be careful how he approaches this as well.
Now he's got the sniper to play with. So it's a little bit of a different ball game. Art will be flirting with the limits as much as he can outside. But for G2, this is just a ruse. They have no intention to play outside. Not in the first 30 seconds at least. They just have Kenny S on top of Silo, trying to punish Art in his endeavors. But don't be fooled. This is not where they want to play.
No one's going to make any mistakes just yet for Furia. G2 getting themselves set up. But look at the reaction from Furia. Okay, Quesararo is a little bit stuck. He can't move just yet. But he's not been forced off the spot. The kills are going to go their way. They try and bust their way through the door, but it's not going to work. Queserado and Yuri locking down the A site. Comfortable as you like as well.
They have to be mindful of the flanks now. It's Kenny from Mini and his Hunter from Ramp. If Furia's in position, in place with the protocols, that should be okay. This round should be under control, but we've seen worse happen. We've seen rounds fall out of their control. Hey, high five. How you doing, mate? It's been a while.
Oh, we're completely clear. Okay, let's try go up high.
But see, Vinny is ready for that.
Oh,
Vinny is
yes.
only covering that angle. Lower check from Kenny S. Not able to see him. Oh, that should have been an easy kill, but Hunter. Best Vinny. Good trade from Henny, and Kenny has been spotted. It's been running around. That should be it.
He goes out to his doom. He goes out to his death. And this is now where it gets scary for G2, that Fury are building up a bank. They're keeping multiple players alive in these kind of rounds.
So there was one situation that troubled me, right? This kill from Queserado. G2 had used their Molotov wave, if I can name it like that. They've used all the Molotovs they had to clear on top of Hut. There was a little bit of a gap on which Queserado stayed, right?
Yeah.
But what I don't understand is the timing of the attack for G2. And I'm not sure if I should credit Furia because of the utility they used to slow them down, or if it's just G2 trying to play too smart of a game, trying to hit with a 400 IQ 2-wave on the A side. Because Queserado, once the Molotov is out, then he can do whatever he wants. He can just stay behind or stay on top of Hut. So not exactly sure if G2 played themselves.
A side push coming in. Nex is going to start off with one, but look at this, he's doing more damage as well. The Tech-9s are wrecking face, and Nexa with an M4 in his hand is looking to live out the dream. Nico finishes it off, and Jesus, Furia could not stop that rush. They did not know what hit them. Art went down 2 seconds too early, and G2 exploded onto the site.
They were waiting for it. They were waiting for that rotation. You could see they were behind the door, and I think as soon as they hear Hart hit the ground, they just rush outside door with the Tech-9s, overtaking the site quite quickly. And now for Furia, this is terrible. They have an AWP on Henny, they have an AUG on Art, and a FAMAS on Yuri. The rest are pistols. That's make or break. And Art, well, he don't break. He stays in the smoke. He plays around it. And as Art he is, he refuses to go back, and he goes for a second, but he's traded.
Sometimes Art just needs to bounce back a bit once he gets that initial kill. He hangs around, and G2, well, they're well aware of it. They're not changing up the game that much. But for G2, they can fall back on this. They've got the advantage technically when they want to push into sites, as long as they push together, as long as they play as a team.
If G2 are able to make sure Art doesn't get away with 2, but always is traded outside, then that's going to open up the map all the time.
Yeah.
They are more than happy for that trade. They're happy to trade 1-for-1. That forced the defense to completely stretch around the map, whereas they can just gather up, play the numbers game on any position they want. Right now, Fury are playing with 2 players inside, which are going to get faked, and it's all going to be onto Henny with the AWP. He misses the first shot, repositions, good adjustment onto Hunter, running back now. He's got to win. He's got to live.
And he is going to live because G2 aren't going to pressure the issue just yet. Again, though, they've got full map control, but they don't have the numbers this time around. Queserado hasn't popped outside to even try and grab the weapon off Art's body. But Amanek and Nexa, look where they've got. They could open up this site in just a few seconds if it's a mistake made by any of the Furia players. No one's looking at main. Yuri, he goes down straight away. This is an angle you should be checking. You should have this information. They swarm onto the site, and they easy dispatch of all the players that come their way. Kenny alone, and he can just save this AWP because he doesn't want to fight into this. There's no chance with it, and G2 are going to grab an 11th.
This is a reference clutch for G2. The way they outmaneuvered, they were out of the 3v4. It was stellar. I'm not exactly sure why Furia stayed with 2 players downstairs for so long. You could see maybe they just accepted the fact that their rotation would be cut off, and they prayed that they had the right gamble. But that shouldn't be the case. When you're in a 4v3 like that, you should be playing it safe, playing in the numbers game. And G2, they dig themselves out of a very scary situation. I think they have broken Furia. I think that's the end of the finances for the Brazilians.
Yeah, wasn't much in that
Yuri's
round.
got no idea. Yuri's got no idea, which is why. Look at all these kills. The only actual duel, the only actual 50-50 duel is Amanek at the very end. That's the only 50-50 duel they have. The rest is just straight up outplaying.
You can see the frustration on the faces from the Furia players. And it's just USPs, nothing else in this one. A cheeky Zeus coming out from Art. And of course he's going to go for something like that. Henny just spotting for information outside. And for Furia, it's the risk versus reward, and we talk about it's their playstyle, it's their, what they want to do. Yuri still gets checked, even though Hunter escaped to past him.
Great from G2. They have everyone in the right position. Hunter should find a second kill as well. He doesn't realize Henny's not under him.
Hunter's like, what is going on?
Somehow,
where are these players?
Allowed to stay alive for way longer than I expected. If he finds that kill, that could be great, but just damage inflicted onto Hunter and Nico. Leaving now Art alone with the USP. Not much to do, not much to dream. Maybe a Zeus, that would make me happy. I always like that noise. It's my favorite noise.
Oh, surely. Nico's checking. Nico's being careful. And the Zeus will not find any success. Neither will Furia, though. Henny got away with murder because no one really checked his position. No one knew where it was coming from. But overall, G2 have the lead. Now they've got money.
Timeout. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That is a key round in the game if I've ever seen one. And for Furia, you have to rethink the approach towards the Art. Anytime Art has tried to be aggressive, he paid the price with a 1-for-1 trade, which it's not viable on the CT side. You cannot accept to have a 1v1 trade all the time. But G2, the way they approach outside, they're very hard to read. So I think that's why you see Art actually pushing the envelope. He just wants to make sure what's happening because they don't know.
Yeah.
G2, they keep them in the dark.
The fear of the unknown.
Right.
Problematic for the brain.
And they're trying to be proactive, trying to find the answer, find the information. But G2, they've been on top of things outside. So Furia have to find a way to remain 5 alive for the longest time possible. Force G2 to close these rounds. But it's easier said than done. It's a half purchase coming out of Furia, and I like it.
They want to be stacked up, yeah.
If they lose it, they have a good buy round next. If they win it, it's all cash, all bonus.
These are the make or break rounds. And also, if they lose it, give G2 a 2-round lead. It has been close, but G2 are just looking so much better now. They're looking like they've got the magic key, solving what's been thrown at them here from the Furious side.
Ooh, Art for an opening and Vinny as well. Now they know lobby has been abandoned. They can reposition. They shouldn't stick around. G2 is not going to fight back for lobby. They're going to take the rest of the map control they can have, which is towards outside.
Taking little pieces step by step. That's what G2 have been doing. It's calculation. Oh, this is where it can get dangerous. Henny at some distance with the Mag 7 though. Doesn't wait for him to come around the corner. Trying to bait him out. Oh, okay.
But do they know about Art? I don't think they do.
No.
And they double back.
That's smart though.
There's a mind game in the game right now if you're Furia. Because you have 3 players downstairs and it's being cleared by Art. You need to reposition now. The timings, it's everything. Who's going to be in what position? Yuri is... Oh, wait a minute, but Nico is already there.
How did he get there? That's huge for Nico. That could be what seals the deal for them. The rest of the A site seems clear to G2. There's one player hiding in hut. Vinny tries to sneak up high. Henny goes down as well. Art all alone with an AK in his hand. There wasn't much time, but G2 played that to perfection. They used the time as their weapon, as their advantage, and Nico was able to sneak upstairs.
He found them a way out. He found them a safe way out, a safe haven to survive in this round because it looked dire. Had G2 tried to burst that B-bomb site, that would have been it. I think Furia had enough bodies, enough resources to stop them. But because Nico takes the map, the space, and he takes the map control, he allows them to pull back. Huge round. Nico might be at the bottom of the stat right now with 13-18, but he saved them in that round. And now it's all or nothing for Furia. We had that talk about G2 on the second map. We thought that was it. They were backs against the wall. Well, this time they are controlling the situation. Furia haven't really been able to stop them on their defensive side. I talked about the fact that Furia sometimes looks scary on the T side and they're on the CT side. They like to be able to dictate the pace, not to be the victim of it. but in their effort to try and take control, they've given away way too many kills. So Art, if you're hearing me right now, try and stay alive. Don't go for the one-for-one trade. G2, they've been exploiting it time and time again.
Art has that self-belief and that huge amount of confidence that comes out in his gameplay. This time around, he's not going for the challenge. NiKo's got space outside. But you still have to respect the smokes. You still have to respect what Furia can throw at you at any point in the game. Amanec slowly clearing ramp.
Vinny's been boosted towards towards ramp, sorry. So if they go to ramp, that could be a key position. All he would need is Henny to put some backup. It's going to be an A fake, a little bit of pressure from G2, but it's all going to come down to Vinny. Can he find more than one kill from his key position? He's being hard checked and the spray won't come through. Henny able to strike back. That's a trade 1-for-1, but ramp has fallen. And G2 can make their way to the B-bomb side if they want to, but there's a committee waiting for them. It's Art and Yuri together.
They need to land some key shots. The spray comes out. He's only getting one, and Nexa is forcing his way through all of it. Oh, this is not good.
That's it.
Kayserado doesn't have a chance.
It's over, and it's beautiful from G2. This round again, you could see how Furia are one step behind. Henny is not in a position to help Vinny when he is on top of the box. That is the setup you want to have. Whenever you feel like ramp will be the point of attack, you need to have two players here, helping each other out, baiting each other out. Had Henny been there 1 or 2 seconds before, just taking the first shot, maybe Vinny makes 2. But sometimes it's also just about kills, and Vinny doesn't connect on that one. That's a huge kill from Amanec.
And Vinny's just not been having a great game in general. He has been struggling.
Look at that second shot. That's the money shot. That is the money shot from Nexa. Furia had 2 players already on the B-bomb side. This could all fall apart, James. They looked so in control on Mirage. They let it slip away. And now they're facing a ticket basically to the lower bracket, which isn't too bad, but not a place you want to be.
Any part of any bracket in this tournament is not a place you want to be.
Yeah, but if just the sun feels a bit better in the winner bracket. That's my point. Oh, okay. We're thinking purchases for Furia.
Double
AWP setup.
An auto shotty.
With Eagles and MP9.
Okay.
Now we're getting creative.
This is a Furious special. And Art wants to give it some welly early on in the round once again. A mistake can be made very close to him. He's checking up high. Brilliant stuff from NiKo. Finishes off Art before he can even react. He was too busy looking on top of the silo. Kenny was waiting, but not waiting for Art. That was NiKo. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. And now we're sat in G2 looking to grab their 15.
And now they wait. Now they wait, James, because they've found that kind of success all across the round in this second half. They've found a kill or the trade, and they've just waited. Waited. Be patient. You know, Furia, they cannot be sitting comfortably right now. So they'll have to make a choice. They'll have to push eventually. Gamble aside. So if you're G2, you have nothing to lose just waiting. A little bit of pressure utility, just to see if that triggers any move. But it's just a pressure, that's all it is.
Now Henny might try and turn this around. NiKo's picked up his AWP. Henny's going to reposition though. And doesn't want to fight from up high anymore. The cousins together. Out in main, but Hunter made a noise and Henny was ready and waiting for it. Ideally, that wasn't going to be the case for him. G2 were going to find a way in. Nexa now looking for the next opening.
20 seconds.
Time is not on their side. No, I didn't even notice. They are pressured on this round.
Ooh, Nexa. He's been a key element, and I think he found the timing. He found the gap, and he could find Henny, and this is all falling apart again for Furia. They had it in their hands, and the bomb plan's gonna come through. G2 saving another one of these scenarios. I cannot believe how many times they have turned around these clutches. Sometimes from NiKo, sometimes from Nexa, but Furia, they just let it slip away. Huge round from G2 again.
Too many of these rounds, Furia have had advantages in and they've not followed basic protocols. They've not had each part of the map covered. They've allowed people to sneak in. So much focus from Yuri with that auto shotgun to stay within the hut area. Henny was looking out towards main. No one had door covered. Nexa sneaks on through, not sleeps.
He definitely not slept in that round. I'm not exactly sure where the smoke was coming from, because you could see Nexa, he used the smoke to sneak in between hut and site, and I'm not exactly sure who put down that smoke. I don't know if it was Henny, or Yuri. That's the entry frag here. That move comes everything, man. Finding Henny. That smoke right here, I do not know who threw it. I'm a little bit confused with that one. But it doesn't matter. If we're being honest, G2 have been the better team in this mid-round, late rounds decision, right? The way they have outmaneuvered Furia when the clock was coming down to 20-25 seconds, there was always someone finding some sort of timing, finding an opening, and then all the pieces were just coming together like a beautiful puzzle.
The puzzle of Furia is a mysterious one.
The puzzle of life.
Is a confusing one. And Hunter, well, he slowed down in the second half, but he's still doing more than enough for his team here.
This would be a reference win for G2. If you think about the fact that they have been battered on the first map, they were on the cusp of breaking out on Mirage, they fought back, and now they are in the lead on Nuke. These are the series that gives you confidence in your lineup. These are the times that make you believe you can bounce back from any situation. This is fuel for the future if you are G2, now that they have decided what lineup they're going to use. And again, the story of this second half is about Art trying to have impact, trying to find kills, and being punished every single time. G2 have neutralized him at every single turn.
But a team should not live and die on that hill, right? Yes, we speak about what Furia do and how they play around Art, but you need a second or third string to this idea. And that just hasn't been shown. Right now, we're looking into G2 to take the series off the back of this, and this nuke was stellar. 8-7 at the first half.
Oh, the timing. Oh, Vinny doesn't see Nico coming. Left-eyed peek. And that is it. G2, they have their way into the side, James. That could be it. It's a 5v3 now, and the bomb side has fallen. Hunter putting Kisserado on the ground. Only Henny. Don't get me wrong, he's been stellar so far, and he continues to do so, but it might just be too much.
It really is too much.
He's alone now. They've done it.
1v4, Henny.
They're going back to A.
He's great, but this is too much to ask. And Nexa, he's playing it cheeky, wanting to flank around. And he can just wait. He knows Henny's probably going to come from this position.
Henny doesn't even know where the bomb is planted.
He's got no idea, no information. He's going to get pushed. He might get poked. Hunter delivers the final kill. It's an easy win. It's an easy wrap-up for G2 in the end on Nuke. But the series in general was a banger. It was one that provided for both sides at different parts within the game. But Furia fell short on Nuke. They go down to the lower bracket, and G2 move on in the upper.
It was an amazing series. You said it, James, and we cannot take it away from G2 that they have played this mid-round and these late rounds beautifully.
Yeah.
The way they maneuvered their way outside of any difficult positions. Sometimes it was Nico, sometimes it was Nexa. They remained calm in the last 20 seconds again, and they abused Furia. Art never found any opening outside. He paid the price of his life many times, way too many times if you think about the defense. And again, I think that's a reference series for G2.
It really is. That is a monumental dismantling of Furia on Nuke. It may have not been the prettiest scoreline, but the way they did it was calculated, clear, and understood. Furia now down in the lower bracket. We're going to digest all of this on the desk after the break. G2 figured out the art of war against Furia, and Art was not winning that war this time around on Nuke. Tried as he might on the CT side to find some space, to create some openings, it wasn't going to work against a G2 who seemed to have a good read and good understanding of everything they were playing. And once Art disappeared, that formulation you had of the Furia players didn't really understand what to do next. That is a big problem.
G2 were doing one hell of a job shutting down Art. They were doing one hell of a job always trade fragging Art. There was a lot of occasions where Art got one frag but then was instantly traded, and I believe you said it on the stream as well. G2 will take that trade any given day. When you're in a 4 versus 4, you have more room to play with, and you no longer have to worry about Art, who's the ultra aggressive player coming out for Furia. So in general, I would say G2 here, game plan wise, they were doing good. Of course, Hunter having a fantastic game. He came into this, third deciding map having played a bad series. He was minus 15 coming into this one. All of a sudden turns up the best player on the server, shutting them down. There was a lot of positives for G2 here, and without a doubt, the better team when it came to Nuke.
It really was them being the better team here. And one thing, you're right, G2 had players popping off individually. Great, yeah, they were hitting their shots. We expect that from this G2 lineup. It's the way they dealt with Fury, especially on Nuke, that is most impressive. They overcame the hurdle of Mirage going into overtime, but the way they were able to apply the pressure in so many different ways, they were splitting Fury apart, giving them no space, putting them in awkward positions so many times.
Right, if you keep an eye on the tab and you see these 7 rounds in a row, you might have the wrong idea that G2 basically steamrolled Furia and this was easy rounds, they were having a good time. That's not the case. G2 actually had to dig themselves out of situations. They had to fight back in a lot of underplayer clutches, right? 3v4, they had it twice. And then that's just, thanks to staying calm, finding opportunities, finding timings, and then turning around these moments. I have no idea how G2 put it off. Obviously, we can criticize Furia for letting that one go, but I want to spin that in a positive way. Right? I said it's a reference series for G2, and they've done a hell of a job.
Well, we've got G2's Hunter with us for an interview. We're bringing him in for this one because I'm sure he's got a lot to say, especially after that monstrous Nuke performance. Now, Hunter, the first thing I want to start with, though, is when it comes, hello, mate. When it first comes, right, to Mirage, it was looking so scary for you guys. What was being said during the point where Fury just kept hitting B over and over again? What kind of adjustments were needed to be made?
Yeah, it's really hard to play against them. They have some special play style. They are playing really fast. They are pushing through the smokes. For Inferno, we didn't do what we really wanted to do before on game prep because we knew they will pick this map. We played really bad city side. On Mirage, we started good on this T side, then they did a really good comeback after 6-3 to 9-6. I thought maybe we will lose after that because it was not that good on TeamSpeak at this point, but somehow we did good comeback. We did really what we wanted to do on this Mirage on city side. We read them really, really good on these gun rounds. And yeah, I didn't play that good those 2 maps, and the Nuke, we just did really great. Nexa had some really good calls, and that's one of the reasons why we won.
Now, I've got to ask you this as well, Hunter. How many times are you going to be able to be boosted into the window and find success? It seems like teams never wake up to this. You just have a field day.
Yeah, lately I'm not doing it that much, but last round I did it on 18-17 and I clutched at the end. We won this game. So yeah, people are scared of this window when they play against me, and we know that I'm in their head when we play this Mirage. And lately we're not using it, but maybe we'll start again. So for tomorrow, prepare whoever can.
I love it.
Hunter, you mentioned him just yourself right here. Nexa having some good calls on the T side of Nuke. He was also well playing. He was 12 and 4 in kills and death. Can you try to describe what Nexa does so well on the T side of Nuke for you guys?
Well, we did we know how we lost last time we played against them, this Nuke, and what was really bad on this T side. We talked about that. We watched this game together, and we knew what calls we should do against them. So yeah. We just did a bit slow pace, then we did some fast rounds to scare them, and yeah, they're over-rotating a lot when you throw smokes outside, so this was one of the reasons why we did really good this T side.
Cool. For yourself, you said that you didn't play well coming into the third map, but we saw how well you were playing on the third map. Did you do anything specific to reset your mindset, or is it all, about staying focused and just doing your job, basically?
Eat banana. I'm joking. I'm joking. Last time we played them on Nuke before 2 weeks, they were over abusing this door area into going vents, And the deal was I need to molly vent every round. So, and I was ready on top of Hut always. I was spamming through this smoke. I killed them through 2-3 times. Like they are stubborn to do like their game style, you know.
Sure.
Even though they lose 3-4 rounds, they will do the same. And yeah, that's what I just was all like mollowing vent. Nick was mollowing door for me. We were doing triple nade even indoors. Sometimes I was spamming through this smoke, and yeah, I was just feeling ready for them if they come on this nuke again. And that's one of the reasons why I played good.
They're eating banana.
Yeah, and that might be the
Yes,
call, right?
exactly.
Eating banana. I want to go back to the last 7 rounds of Nuke because I think you were incredible on the T side. Right? Talk to me about these clutches that you somehow always turn around. I'm talking about the 3v4. Did you guys just were quiet and silent? Did you know what you were going to do? Did you abuse the mistakes? How did you make it work?
This is our strength. Like when we are on clutch situations, we have really good individuals in this team, and like it's really good, really great to stay like with even the 3v4 sometimes, like 3v5. We have really good communication these rounds and really good aim. Like when we are focused on our crosshair and we are not thinking about anything, I think we are the best team in the world, honestly. And yeah, like we just said, okay, let's go swing. We didn't have any nades on this round, 3v4. Like I just said, I will swing heaven. Next I said, okay, I play in your contact. I swing, can you swing main? And like we just kill them easily, and that's it. Like,
do you feel like Furia made
special.
mistakes? Do you feel like Furia made mistakes in these rounds? Because I think you just took it away from them. They didn't make that many mistakes as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I don't think they did. They were always in good positions, but we just overshoot them. We just one-tap them always when we saw them, like they did on Inferno. Honestly, like they did the same on Inferno. It was really tough to shoot them. That's what we did on Nuke, and that's the reason like why we play this clutch is good.
Well, Hunter, thank you very much for your time, man. You sounding so much more confident, so much alive with it. I like this style of Hunter, and I look forward to seeing it later on in the tournament.
Thank you. See you boys soon. Bye-bye.
Do you know what? I remember interviewing him maybe a year or so ago, and his English definitely wasn't that good. His English has improved, his confidence has improved. He's having a joke and laugh with us. That's a scary man to deal with.
I mean, again, we go back to the depth of that roster. I don't ask of Hunter to do 35Ks every round. That's not every map. Sorry, that's not what I want from him. But if you can have that sort of impact every once in a while, every 3-4 games, you have Nico. He's always going to pop off as well. Next, I had a key moment here. They have a lot of pieces to work with. The only question for me remains Kenny's, and that is hurt. That hurts for me to say that because I love Kenny's to death, but he's the only question I have right now, individually at least, because the others, they're stepping up.
I need to see the Kenny S we saw back at Katowice, where he was starting to feel that more confidence coming out, right? He was kind of, looked like he was coming out of the slump that he was having towards the end of the year. He was looking like things were better, but right now he's not hitting the art in terms of like every shot, right? He's not hitting every amazing moment in there, but he is a man that can come back from it. I think that's the key thing.
Let me put it this way. Of course, right now, Kenny S is not playing the best Counter-Strike we've seen Kenny S play. The brand of Counter-Strike Kenny S plays is to a level where he's to be considered maybe the best or one of the best AWP players in the game. As of right now, that's not the case. He's struggling a little bit. But as Matthew said, if your biggest problem is Kenny S, I think that's a luxury. If that is your one thing you need to figure out how to make work, you have so much potential within Kenny S that at some point that will, resolve itself. Kenny S will be good enough to figure out a way to be useful for this team and be the, old Kenny S he's been. So if your biggest problem is Kenny S, then I think you have a pretty good roster and a pretty good, future ahead of you.
Yeah, this is the thing. Even Amanek popping off on this Nuke game as well, right? He had a solid stuff. But when it comes to Furia, we now start to question how many times can they allow this to happen. Before we start to talk about it, we should hear from Vinny.
Were there any adjustments that G2 made? Because obviously going into that OT, we did see them seal it out. Were there any adjustments that they made that made it harder for you to be going continually towards that B site?
I think over time the problem was the rounds that we lost on CT, the 2 clutches, that we knew what's happening. OT side I remember very well, but I think the trades didn't happen on the overtime, so I mean, they got the win.
Yeah, can you walk me through that final round? Because it was yourself and Hunter in that 1v1 situation. He managed to plant on that A site. It seemed like you were struggling to find a kit somewhere. So can you walk me through what was happening in that moment?
To be honest, I was just praying that he would just show up. When he planted the default, I thought the smart move was like he going ramp to back to Palace, but he just hiding Tetris. So if I had a kit and it diffused like straight, I could have won it around.
Of course, this isn't the last we're going to be seeing of Furia here at the full finals. You will be going down into that lower bracket. And I'd like a prediction from you to be rounding out this chat, Vinny, because of course we're going to be seeing OG taking on Big in the next game. So who do you think is going to be taking the win there? And who do you think is going to be coming down into the lower bracket to face you?
Okay, let me think. OG, I guess. I think it's going to be OG. OG is going to be.
OG taking the win?
Yeah.
Interesting. So how do you feel about Big if they're potentially going to be facing you in the lower bracket?
I mean, I think we never play against them, and we already vetoed those two, so we're just removing one good map from their pool, and I think that kind of just give a little bit of an edge. We need to do like our homework and see how it goes the match.
And that's where they've got to look back at a lot of things in there. I love Vinny, by the way. He's just so happy, even after losing it, he's just talking about who he thinks is going to win. Yeah, he's always there. He's always smiling.
Yeah, if you're Fury, I think there are two main takeaways from that one. First of all, the clutches, and that's not really something... You need to debrief them, obviously. You need to theorize them. But for now, it's okay, just leave it on the side. Sure, you lost a couple of incredible clutches. But then the play style and the game plan on the CT side of Nuke, to me, was the only big problem for Furia. The way they never really diverged from that art, all-in-ish type of approach outside, that cannot happen at the top level, because we have seen G2 abusing it time and time again.
There's two ways of approaching a loss like this, right? One is saying, were G2 just better than us today? Were they doing a good job and outplaying us, winning some of those key rounds, which I think was the case, sure. Or you can go ahead and be harsh on yourself, saying, okay, were we not good enough? Are we not doing our job good enough? Were we not prepared enough? I think if you're Fury right now, you're quite confident in the fact that G2 were playing a good game. You don't really worry about your own game style, your own play style. They know they can beat G2 next time they face them. So I don't think they're too worried about dropping to the lower bracket, because they actually did play a good game of Counter-Strike. Unfortunately, G2 was just a tiny bit better.
And as Vinny was telling Freya, he thinks that OG are going to take down Big, and they'll be facing Big in that lower bracket. We'll have to wait and see, because this is where it stands right now. You see Vitality, Na'Vi, G2 are our first teams to advance in the upper bracket, but it only gets harder from here. This is the point of Blast Premier, is that we have the best teams going up against each other. It doesn't matter if you're in the upper or lower, it just gets more and more difficult.
Yeah, we're going to have OG versus B coming up next, so we're going to decide who we're going to face Furia. No, not face. Yeah, I guess that's the way to put it. We have the answer to that as well. A lot of answers to be found soon.
We are looking for answers to be found soon. I'm going to may as well just let Maniac do the throw at this point, because we're going to a break, and when you come back, we're having Big, we're having OG, and we're going to see who'll be moving on and who'll be dropping down once again.
their stats are a bit more quiet, but we should not underestimate them.
He sees one and will pick up a kill on Neutronic, but now he's alone. Oh, he no-scopes Flamey! What a disgusting kill!
Big has been criminally underrated for quite some time. They are hard workers, they're putting in the work, they're putting in the hours.
Oh man, he kills RPK and Ziwu. Swaps over to the Galil. Xantares! Wow!
It's time for our second game of the day. We've got Big taking on OG, and this could be the story of the two teams that would be considered underdogs when you come into this type of tournament.
Sure.
But both of them have proven that they can hang at the very top when it comes to this Counter-Strike.
You would be correct to say that. OG came in here with the top seed because they have won their group in a fall series. But I agree, when you look at the roster and the teams that we have here, that there might be the smallest teams, but we have to be careful. Big at a time, we're on top of the world for a short amount of time. And if you consider OG, I feel like it's been a steady improvement ever since they got together, ever since they went over that hurdle of the summer of 2020.
And this big lineup on your screens right here, we see individuals be able to step up. We see tabseN as an IGL be able to deliver time and time again. Xantares, he is supposed to be the superstar of this team, but more recently we see and praise Syrosen so much.
He's the best player, you know, according to stats, and I think he's also one of the most impactful players. He plays the AWP role and he does it to a good job. I think he's been very vital in the, you know, in the story that is Big of 2020. At one point, the best team in the world. At one point, you know, the team that nobody could beat in big finals, and a team that deserves a lot of respect coming into this one as well. I said they're probably one of the hardest working teams out there, and sure, individually speaking, I don't think these players are going to be players you remember, you know, in Counter-Strike in 5-10 years, and that may sound very harsh to say, but I think right now they made the most out of their opportunity, and we're right now seeing the stagnation of Big. They're still a competitive team. They're still part of a tournament of this caliber, which in itself impressive, but then probably never going to be the top one team again. And I think that, you know, is the biggest hurdle for them, having to accept that and, you know, find their way and their footing within the Counter-Strike world.
I love you, Pimp, by the way, because you found other ways of not saying 100%.
I really like the probably.
Probably.
That's the trick.
Probably, yeah.
They are probably never certainly going to
so
make
bad
it.
I want to say there's no chance they'll ever be the best team in the world again. But there is, of course, always.
There always is.
There's always a small chance. You can never be 100%, as we have learned here on this desk. When it comes to OG, though, this is a team that have shown us that hard work does pay off. They were completely ridiculed when this first lineup came together, and now they've stuck together. They've made it work. They've got a good mix of old school and new school in there. And Alexi B, he is the figurehead, but also the man that can frag out and lead the charge.
Well, there are a couple of names that we have to mention when it comes to OG, a couple of promising players, and I think they have already passed that promising step, which is Mantu to start with. I think Mantu is a revelation in terms of AWP, and in this game it's going to be an interesting matchup, some sort of the new generations of sniper going up against each other. syrosen and Mantu, obviously. He's a player that's been really, really impactful and instrumental in OG's success. Isa, on the other hand, with the rifle, I did say he was a gamble when they picked him up. I know he was good in Hellraisers, but I didn't know if he could bring that level, you know, on the top when it comes to playing the really, really high-level Counter-Strike. And then, if you think about how they're performing in the last tournament, when Valde is finally looking like a superstar. I think Valde is a superstar, a potential superstar, but maybe at times he's paid the price of being versatile. Oh, I can do everything.
Yeah.
Just throw these roles on me. I can do that, no worries. You don't want to play that role? I'll take it. I'll do a good job. But then when you have a player like Valde, I want to see him go ham. I think he's had it in him for the longest time to take over games.
You want to see him in the best position possible, right?
I would like
That's
to.
the main thing when we're looking at Valde here. And he is a player that was at the very top of the Danish scene, could have potentially hit that mark of it, but maybe didn't get the moment to do it when he got pushed onto that IGL role.
He was on everyone's lips in terms of like he's the best player outside of Astralis. When Astralis were winning every single tournament, people even thought, you know, okay, I know Astralis is the best team in the world. I know Astralis may be the best team at that point to ever touch Counter-Strike, but I think we could upgrade Astralis putting in Valde into that lineup. That's how good he was back then. That's how much people valued Valde within the Danish Counter-Strike scene. You're both spot on. Ever since, it's not been to the same high level, but I will say the last couple of months, Valde have been playing better and better and better. And he is, to me, the star player of this lineup. If he can get activated, if he can find that consistency he had in Heroic when he was not going to Astralis, before he went to be the in-game leader in North, Valde is a superstar, and we're just about to see it.
We are about to see it. We want to see it definitely when it comes to being on the server. We've got an interview with MBK, and this is a man who's kind of had his moments, fallen from grace, but now he's trying to relive it all back with OG. So let's see what he's thinking ahead of this match.
Of course, today it's going to be a bit of a rematch from what we saw at Flashpoint 2, a team that you beat down in that lower bracket gauntlet in the form of Big. So coming off of that matchup where you beat them 2-0, have you noticed any key tendencies of Big? Is there anything you were looking to repeat in today's match?
Well, so the problematic against Big is that we played each other a lot of times. So the more you play each other, the more it's gonna come down to individual performances of the players, and again, like small tricky things that you can add into your game to just throw them off. And because of all the data that is available for both teams, it's hard to come up with a lot of surprising factors, surprising things, especially due to the fact that we've been playing the same maps over and over again during those best of threes. Yeah, I don't really know. I feel like it's coming down to a coin toss, really, because yeah, we know each other very well, and the form of the day is going to be very impactful in the result of that matchup.
And NBK's in this position now where sometimes he's there, sometimes he's lost, and we're trying to get him to find his form again, I think.
Yeah, he's hit and miss when it comes to individual performances, but you cannot understate what he's bringing to the team as a player, right? The experience he's had. And I do believe that with a calendar that is so stacked, a player like NBK is needed to figure out solutions on the fly. Because again, strategies will only take you somewhere. He said it. It's really hard to innovate right now because we play every day. We just have to do the best with what we have. And I think NBK is a good player to have in that scenario.
Well, Tamsin, on the other side, though, is a man who can do it all, frag out IGL and bring a lot to the table. So let's hear from him.
And of course, the team that knocked you out of Flashpoint was OG, who you'll be facing up against today as your first match here at Blast. So coming off of that loss against them, especially with that incredibly close second map, where are your focuses lying today in terms of being able to take down OG this time around?
The little things, I would say. We are definitely focusing more on ourselves. We are more prepared than before. I would say we are similar prepared, but this time we're just more prepared than on us. And we will just show it today that we are definitely more awake than last time.
You say about the little things here. Is there anything specific you can share with us about exactly what those small factors have been for you?
Definitely just some over-peaking, some overreacting probably in some situation, and also just overthinking stuff, basically.
And coming up against OG, we see obviously Lexi B as the in-game leader for that squad, and we've seen him in some of the previous tournaments making some really good mid-round adjustments. So as the in-game leader for your team, how do you kind of work around that? Is there anything you've particularly got planned to deal with that?
Not really special work on that or like trying to focus on that. We are trying to play our game, and especially on the city side, I have really good reads what the enemies are basically doing, and I just try to prepare my team on that, and everyone else on the team has as well really good reads what is actually happening on the map. So we are prepared on that.
And that's one thing we always credit Big for, is being prepared in situations like this, right? Being prepared to put the extra work in. And that's one thing with Tamsin. Goes from being a star player to IGL. He's taken a lot of weight on his shoulders, similar to many players, but he's actually making it work.
And that's probably why I said in a couple of interviews that he's, starting slowly but surely to feel burned out a little bit, right? He's taking a lot of responsibility, one of them being the veto as well, right? He has to, make the team ready for the veto process. He has to make sure that everyone on the team is, ready to play the maps that he decides is better for the team with his coach and with all the players. So it's going to be interesting.
It is going to be interesting, but that's why they've got Toby as well. There's a system in place when it comes to this Big lineup, but when it comes to this veto, is there a system in place for Big to get a bit of a leg up in this one?
No Train, no Vertigo, we can say that much. Last time these two teams played is a week ago, and the maps were as following. We saw we saw Inferno being picked, and we saw Dust 2 being picked. Now, OG won both maps, and I'll be surprised if they go anywhere else. There we go. Big go for the Dust 2 pick, and I'll be surprised if OG don't go for the Inferno pick, because they won 16-13 in a quite convincing fashion. Okay. Big lost Dust 2 in OT, so close game, so that's interesting. And there we go. The Inferno coming in. Now, as for the third map, both of them, like Mirage last time, I'm having a hard time seeing how that's not going to pan out here.
Either Mirage or Nuke would be maps they could handshake on that one. They share the love for these maps, so it makes sense that Big is going to remove Overpass, and then OG have the chance between Nuke and Mirage. They go for Mirage. For Big, it's not a bad veto, but the thing is there is an overlap between these two teams in the maps that they like to play and how they approach them. So I don't really think that a team won the veto necessarily. Big is probably the only team out there where we can accept picking Dust 2 because we usually don't feel too comfortable about it. But Jacob said it. OG won 2-0 last time. We're going on the same maps, so we are riding the train of rematches, same maps again. So we'll see if the results are different.
We will see if those results are different. We've got the maps, we know what's going to go down, and it's now time for us to give it to our legendary Canadian duo, the Canadian hot dogs as it be. There's no more me and Maniac. You've got Scrawny and Launders for Big versus OG.
Thanks, Banks.
Thanks, James.
You guys did awesome. Honestly, couldn't even tell that you guys weren't tier 1 commentators.
Yeah, my seat's still nice and warm. I mean, this is just what a great way to start the day.
I think I got Maniac seat. It's not quite as much body heat coming into this.
Sorry, touch this.
Oh yeah, no worries.
And now I'm ready, Launders. Now I'm ready to take us into what will be the first map of the opening game between Big and OG. You're an OG fan.
Definitely. Been riding with them since day one, back at the Blast to Spring series. I was picking them, huge fans of the background of the org, and a huge fan of specifically Alexi B and Valda. They're two players I wanted a lot out of their last teams, so I was looking forward to following them in their career, and been pleasantly surprised. You know, it was a bit of a risk, you know, wanting to be a fan of Alexi B, coming out of ends, seeing that he got cut. I had to hold faith that he got done badly, you know, by his old lineup, and I think he's proved that in a big way with OG. Some history with these two teams again. Their Flashpoint performance last time, got similar maps in the pool here. It's going to be a pretty good series, and we didn't get the opportunity to actually watch Flashpoint. We were doing Masters, I think, when they played. But let's see what the rematch looks like. This should be a good one. I'm looking forward to it. Sad we don't see the Mirage coming through earlier on in the veto, but as was brought up, there's a high likelihood of the veto repeating itself from last time.
One player inside of the pit in Valda. Montu is dead after his single kill, and Xantares, he wants blood. He goes ahead to take the kill back. Man advantage for Big in the pistol. No commitment necessarily off of the back of this, but we could see the wheels turning. Double smoke grenade for the potential cross. Molotov on site maybe, or held onto for the post plant. It's going to be Issa to find tabseN through the side of that smoke, and the second smoke grenade now enables Xantares to run across. They have done a good job of hanging on to the man advantage step by step, foot by foot, until now. That Molotov burning back the CTs to give Xantares his plant.
Safe plant, so they'll have to stay close. But the CT's got the work cut out for him. MBK is going to make the ambitious rotation through the CT spawn. Xantares stays high in the sky here on Cat, and MBK is going to spot one. Doesn't know about the ramp player, and eventually the three-pointed Trident starts to poke. They've got everybody pushing up. Nice shot from Keto. Clean round from Big, and they'll pull out the pistol here on Dust 2 for what it's worth. Just Dust 2. So we look at some of their recent maps. The second best performing map for OG, and over on the Big Clan side, they are looking at Dust 2, 50% win rate for them. And honestly, a lot of losses recently. So they've got one big win over Unicorns of Love at Mecher Masters Season 2. But apart from that, they've lost to OG last time. They lost to Envy, which is Envy's one win for this half of the year, apparently. And they lost to Mousesports. They lost to MIBR. So not a lot of great wins here for Big to look back on here on Dust 2.
They find an early kill on Long. A scout still in the hands of NBK, but there's no man who uses this scout better than searsON. That's an argument you can make. Very few of his caliber on the lesser sniper. And there he finds Manchu's head just over the top of the smoke. Tizian's going to be able to brazenly take that fight towards CT. You'd think his rifle would be enough, but Alexi has other ideas. tabseN back now through middle, gonna find them on the retreat, so that's confirmation to Big Clan. OG on the back foot, looking to disengage.
I think we had a kind of an interesting situation with Big Clan for a couple of months there, in between where DreamHack Masters Spring started, and some of the events in between. It felt like the only thing going for Big Clan was the occasional really good searsON performance, and Xantares constantly doing so much work on the T side, especially on the entries. But outside of that, they were struggling a little bit. Now it looks like Searson is back in like more of a full carry mode. tabseN stats have really dropped off quite heavily, to be honest. But he's also IGLing, so he gets a bit of a pass here. And then Xantares, his performance has also dipped a little bit as well. Now, I do think Searson is the player who, you know, we're thinking about in the next few years. Are we going to be talking about Searson as a top 3 opera of all time, right? Like he was kind of on that trajectory with how kind of like a poison level opera, where it's like, wow, this guy is truly incredible. What's he going to bring, and how consistent will he be? But without the rest of his lineup showing up quite as much, things will be difficult for him. However, Dust2, lots of space for him to take over the game. And anyways, so far, so good here with the 2-0 start. A lot of USPs grouped up, not looking to pounce on anything quite yet. Sitting and waiting to see what site Big Clan pick.
OG just hanging out inside a spawn. No rush. Look at this party.
Oh my god, it's like the strings of a harp they've got going here. Looking up to the cross.
Damn. Unicorns of Love really romanticizing you, huh?
Unicorns of Love.
The strings of the harp in CT spawn. Well, who picks the strings apart?
What I'd like to know is, what are the protocols if it is an A-site hit? I mean, you're all up in CT with just some USPs. Surely you can't do anything from here.
You can all start blasting through smokes, as it seems they are doing. 5 pistols silently popping off. Tizian. He's going to die out yet again. Tries to go. Oh my god, what is the protocol, you say? Just seemingly get kills all over the place. tabseN, he's in a high-pressured spot. This is the 3rd kill coming in from the USPs. A follow-up dink into Keto, who looks to turn away from the flash. And then it's this long flank. Everything has worked out for OG. There's still time to defuse, but Keto, a pressured position, 7-0 and 7 HP to save a 3rd round from Big. What was that?
Well, it's just a USP. Was there any investment at all?
None.
None at all. My god, that was so close. Look at the kills. They waited specifically for someone to take a peek into CT. The shark jumped out of the tank.
Grew legs and started running.
Yeah. Oh, very lucky to win that round. Is it costly? It was a very expensive round, though. Oh, that was a close shot. Searson waiting for that exact peak. OG luckier than they know.
That is a sketchy round if I have ever seen one.
No kidding. No kidding.
MBK scoped up back on plat.
I wonder what Xantares stands to gain here. Well, now they've got him in a pretty interesting position. Searson down to $150. Tizian, same deal. Big Clan shaking in their boots.
That last round definitely a little nerve-wracking for Big.
Did you happen to see the Mantu 4K with the AWP recently on Mirage?
I haven't.
Oh my god, it was actually unbelievable, the movement from this guy.
Well, this is one of these, you know, I think either Maniac or Pimp, one of our talented analysts, touched on this, right? This is like the new wave of AWPers, Searson and Mantu.
Yeah.
And this series could be really cool for that reason. We'll have to see as it gets going, but Mantu will hold this line on long.
No, for sure. This guy is the real deal.
Ooh, blind push.
Nice. Actually, Alexi knows how to play around a smoke.
Mantu now posted. Easy pickup versus Keto. NBK gonna peek out alongside Issa. Easy first round here for OG.
I've got a I am very smart nickname for Alexi B.
Let's hear it.
The King of Ephemeral Cover.
The King of Ephemeral Cover.
It doesn't really roll off the tongue, but it'd be more like a Game of Thrones thing, like one of those long titles that makes you sound very important. But the idea is Alexi is very good at using smokes to use as like use smokes to stop executes in many different situations.
Yeah.
Or to also use them on the T side to perform lurk plays, and he uses them as pieces of cover as well as traps for other players and all kinds of rounds. Totally separated from the bigger ideas of the rounds. He's very, very good at finding a lot of opportunities with those smokes. The king of ephemeral cover.
If I can suggest, maybe
Give
it's
a more catchy name, maybe?
The Emperor of Ephemeral Cover.
That's a little more catchy. I like that. Okay. Yeah, that's a good one. The Emperor of Ephemeral Cover, Alexi B. Huva Hoamenda.
Double AKs between tabseN and Keto. Nice first off shot from Mantu. Issa gets overwhelmed. Mantu continues to lock down middle. Now, if he repeaks that, he's got tabseN's AK hot on him. And because Tizian's got his hands onto the M4, things just suddenly become a little interesting. OG, they have offered over an opening. Or rather, it was taken from them. Big Clan looking for that big fight in mid. Molotov from long delays the play. Gets OG's additional 2 players to come through CT spawn, and they're going to challenge this ledge. NBK looking for heads, but Big Clan, they remain crouched and crawl all the way back to Cat. Xanteres, he just saw that shiny forehead. NBK activates off of the ramp. tabseN's going to answer versus Mantu, so suddenly it is all on NBK.
No nades.
No nades, but he does have that kit. So 1 tap, and there's the peek, gets the kill, and a second frag not found as Xanteres takes him down. A 4th round for Big Clan, making the most of those 2 AKs, especially once they find their hands on that M4 robbed away from mid.
No kidding. Well earned to get back into this round after the opening off shot from Montu. Good trade, of course, but yes, this is an uncomfortable situation for OG to lose a round like this. So they put those AKs to work, and NBK's offered up a chance to win in the 2v1 situation, but you got to give the edge to Xanteres to come up for the refrag that quickly. Of course, he could have waited for the bomb to get defused and then come up after, but who knows? That might have been even worse. Attack timeout called here for OG, and I don't think they'll talk about anything too special when it comes to this round. Maybe just a new. Oh, maybe they were talking about if they're going to buy or not, because it had a few players who had enough money.
Sure.
Instead, it's going to be a hampered investment. They're going to invest just a little bit here.
Mr. Schmidt with a scout.
Is Schmidt a French last name?
Schmidt. I don't know. It's got 2 T's, so it would make sense. Xanteres, the 1 T out from long, picks up a single kill. Loses a teammate over his shoulder. Now shots exchanged through the car. Xanteres finds Valda, robs him of any chance of fighting back.
Yeah, that was one in the head, but Issa's got information here in the B tunnels, plus they're solid on the A site. So we'll see what the fallback plan is here for Big, but Issa could play a huge part in the outcome of the round if he does get the correct information.
And a matter of timing. If these T's go too far up mid, then his deagle's going to be a tough shot. It was looking like maybe they'd rotate into him, but they're going to get around the cat corner before he really arrives. So Issa, not really any the wiser, other than knowing that they are getting closer to one of the bomb sites. And NBK, so little to work with, but Issa has found a Galil because of NBK's early headshot. And NBK takes another one, but tabseN, op shot, connects, and he swaps over to the Galil. Anticipating some kind of an Xbox play. Issa, he catches Keto with his back turned. We are right into the cat post plant, and this is a very real chance for OG to possibly rob a round back. The walk up from both of OG's players on long. Now they're going to expect Issa, but what about Mantu, who's doing good damage? tabseN unable to take anybody down. It's on Xanteres to try and clutch both the CTs over towards the car, straight ahead of him. Making sound, he pops right up, but the labored spray not good enough, and OG find their second.
Well, it's a scrappy fight here. It's very, very scrappy. These a couple of rounds where they don't invest a lot, going back and forth on both sides, favoring Big Clan slightly, but OG, since they win this one, the last one they recover an op. We'll see what that does to the economy of Big. However, T-side, I think they might be okay situation here. It looked like tabseN, he was feeling himself a little bit too much. He hit that first amazing shot off Cat, or the trade to Goose, and then he thought, okay, the world is my oyster, but he doesn't connect the second. Really goes out wide for it as well. And look at the buy, the absolute state of the economy here for Big Clan. Only 1 Galil, man.
Oh, we were only looking at 1 scout last round. Still managed to work some magic.
That's true.
But CTs Very well equipped. All of the utility in the world for Valda to just lay it down as he backs up. Maybe they challenge through this. It's Mantu and Valda. Even with the incendiary extinguished, it's just a little too much.
I think they do want to try to get back some control, but if it's long, they might be in for a surprise. What's this Glock called? The nuclear reactor?
Yes.
Oh, really?
No.
Shit.
Nuclear garden? Maybe.
Oops. Oh, that's right.
Yeah. tabseN, corner peek. 2 Ts, line up, and Xanterez all of a sudden gets himself a double kill. Valda, he's going to miss that op shot. He took further damage just now, but still he locks this in, and he's got 2 players popping off at him as NBK is able to maintain on cross, just clearing the board with Valda. But Big Clan definitely giving OG another scare.
See, that's where the extra cat player to come in for the flank might have been really good, but here you can see Montu's really sitting on his position as if he has cat control, and it opens up lines. Nice trades here for Xanterez. Again, weaponizing that 1 Galil, using it to its maximum efficiency, but they don't win the rounds. It's still very, very scrappy. Who knows what happens this game? Again, with a lot of history, sometimes it's hard for us when we're casting because you've got to see they're going to be playing against the other, or their opponent's tendencies. In the matches that have a lot of baggage and a lot of history, you kind of have to see that they're sometimes reading into what their opponents want to do. And a lot of the rounds will be closer than they should be for that reason.
I would like to give you half points, as there is also a Glock called the Reactor.
Okay, so I went nuclear reactor, but there's a nuclear garden and a reactor.
Yes, sir.
And which is better?
Points. If we could take a second, is tabseN got his knife out? Quick, let's see it. tabseN.
DJ's trying to find
Look at that skeleton fade.
You know, the problem with the fade for me is like, when you're not in the light, it doesn't look great, right? But when you're in the light, my God, glorious.
Man's splurging. And Big Clan hurting economically. 3 Desert Eagles, one of the worst buys we've seen out of these kinds of back and forth force wars. CT's economy stabilizes first. This should be a good way for OG to get onto the board and tied up. Got to get that tie. Valda off the barrels towards top mid, 2 kills with bomb. So this one very much getting cut down with ease. Like a skinny little birch tree.
I like that. Valda was being talked about at Flashpoint by some of the talent. I think Maui Snake, Thorn brought up that he was the best, looking like the best player at Flashpoint. They lost the final, of course, but still, I think for most of the games leading up to it, I think he was a big. He's been performing very, very well, and I fully expected him to be the primary star of this roster. But I think some of the games, it really depends. Sometimes it's Issa, sometimes it's Alexi, sometimes it's Matt. It's kind of all over the place with OG at times. But what's cool is they all have that potential. Scary part is when it doesn't align all at once. But they play a very unique brand of Counter-Strike. I find them very interesting to watch.
Ooh, risky plays, Tizian. He's going to be caught out by 2 CTs, a solo peek. Maybe a play he wouldn't have otherwise made had it not been for that Molotov. But we've got many members of Big Clan out long. They're going to try to play off Searson's op.
Ooh, I think he spotted. I think they exchanged glances over top of that smoke. But they don't want that smoke. They're going to fall back. It's a bit flawed here, the setup, just because they don't have anything to fall back on. But so far, Big haven't really been exploiting the splits too much. They've been regrouping.
Whoa. Incendiary onto the ramp. That's going to block off Xanterez for the time being. He's going to have to go all the way around it. They're very wary of a CT in sight. Not the case whatsoever. Valda finding Keto through the smoke and a frag grenade, but he doesn't even need it. The M4 headshot before the grenade blows him away, and a 4v2 ensues. Valda just going to be comfortably tucked down here, hanging out as Searson cuts a player off. Then Xanterez in with the AK, knows where Valda's at, and it's into the 1 versus 1. Issa up from catwalk. He's going to bank that grenade, and perfect on the money.
Money. Doesn't even have to see his opponents. That really takes the edge off. You throw the nade in, you get the kill, you wrap around. Like, oh, damn, that was easy. Didn't have to risk it on a peek. Xanterez his barrel's hot tonight. He's definitely hitting shots. So a little sweat off the brow for Issa. Nice, easy geometry there on the clutch. And my goodness, look at this. He beats his nade to the shot.
Racing himself. Xanteras, nice pressure on Valda.
They kind of asked to lose this round, though, the way that OG played it, I would say. From the CT, it was kind of a very... There's a lot of things that could have gone wrong. Again, not having cat control. Big have been 4-winning in a couple of these rounds. They would easily win, I think, versus OG right now. But it doesn't seem like Big know that. Maybe OG know that they're not trying to do that either, so they're not even worrying about having any control. But they're playing a very kind of fluid defense here, floating between the A site, cat, and long. Not hard committing to anything. I can't say I'm a huge fan, but it's working. Here they've got a bit more stability.
Xanteras taking back the tunnel responsibility. It's going to keep two players closer towards the site, but Issa knows exactly what's coming. Regains vision as Mantu cuts Keto down through smoke. Tizian emerges, and it hurts. Searson's going to have a chance, but a very slim chance, and a complete and utter shutdown across the board to the favor of OG. Very clean 6th round for them, and a buyback for Big Clan. So, will the lead continue to grow here on the CT side?
They won that really important round where they economic game a chicken, then they won the anti-eco, and then the next rifle round got very easy, and now OG are on fire here. So, can Big stop the momentum? That's the story. We're going to see them forego a faster A hit. I think they're sending some pressure out towards long. I don't know if this is to try to sneak somebody out. It looks like instead it's going to be more of a passive, stringent default. Tizian here to catch if anybody crosses to the other side of the door off this smoke. It's a really good spot to leave someone, to be honest. Easy to dodge flashes. It doesn't get pre-fired too often. Oh, wonderful nade. Well, I'm shocked that didn't do more damage, but Searson's still on 62 HP. And MBK kind of actively peeking this a little bit.
Ooh, missed shot. Searson lucky to be alive, really. Mantu's going to catch Tabson. That's all the way deep in T-spawn. Mantu now looking for another. Oh, my. Almost. Almost. Finds a little damage to the doorway. He doubles back closer towards ramp. Big Clan looking to challenge this, keeping that pressure high. Issa, he gets denied. Keto, very quick headshot, but 11 HP between two of the remaining 3 for Big. It's not the best situation. Maybe Tizian can somehow bring it back, but he crosses paths with Alexi. Curious to see how this one works out.
Surely no one makes noise, and then this is Alexi in a powerful spot. Tizian gets out mid, but the trade should come in. Keto gets another kill, even though he's such low HP. I can't help but feel like this is still unlikely for Big. Yeah, that's a big round, or a big kill, and then, okay.
Ooh. And now everybody's low.
Yeah, this is a big swing backwards. Sorry, okay.
Everybody's low, and Searson just crossed onto long. Keto, really the savior of the day here in round 11.
Ooh, amazing for having such low health.
Molotov, though. Flashbang as well for Alexi, but he still has the element of surprise. He gets his back turned to Searson, and that will be a fatal error. A 5th round for Big Clan.
They needed to... The refragging's not been too good both ways, honestly. That was a setup here where Keto's low. He gets this incredible trade, even though he takes a lot of damage. Then he gets Mantu off. That one's for free, but 2 players that low on the site, that should be OG winning that round every day. But still, you got to give credit here to Big squeezing water from Stone. I think the economy from OG should still be okay, right? Still got an op purchase in. They lost too many players?
Yeah, no, Searson's already got it. So, he's fine.
No, I mean on OG.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, 2 ops.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, healthy as ever.
Double sniper setup. Massive cash flow.
You ever drink Listerine just for the flavor?
Would you believe me if I told you no?
If I told me no, yeah, I would believe you.
Op shot into NBK. Searson looking for another. He is the reason that NBK is on 47, by the way. That was a tag through the doors.
I think this remedies the situation quite nicely for OG with their floaty playstyle. They're floatier than Jigglypuff.
Jigglyplops.
Damn it. I've got upper B control here on the CT side. But this is kind of the first time that we're seeing Xantares all the way back. So it might be a nice trap set up here for Big, because we've seen a lot of 5-player push-outs.
Same run boost. This time he doesn't take damage. You're a big fan of this op peek into the tunnels.
Oh, huge fan of it, actually. Wow, that's a big duel. MBK is definitely looking sharp tonight.
And MBK was already low HP because of Searson, so winning that duel so cleanly is actually very impressive. And an additional kill comes off of Alexi as he spams through smoke. Tabson with somewhat of an answer. The challenges down on this ramp haven't always gone well for the T side, but we also haven't seen Tabson at bat in said position. Issa, he's able to catch himself a kill off of the Opper, and then Mantu peeks from Catwalk to really seal the deal. The double sniper setup, it pays off for OG. They still lead by 2.
I was thinking Big were going to win that round.
Looked like it.
Because they got the 4 long, and then they got this push that they wanted in the tunnels. Like,
this.
Xantares is taking it, from his perspective, it looked more like an off angle. For MBK, he's ready for that, like a big math test. He was studying all night for this peak. It's frustrating, because he was jiggling for so long, right? He was squeezing that concentration ball for about 40 seconds. That's when it feels the worst, when you lose.
Sometimes it's more difficult to play next to your teammates, because there's nothing around you that you can hit.
Yeah, I mean, Tabson's, don't hit Tabson's nice guy.
Mantu's able to set up shop early here. Man advantage for OG. Excellent utility damage off of that nade. And Alexi, he's looking to slip up mid. And possibly slide right back out. Bomb hits the dirt. Alexi floating. And there it is. Follow-up kill looks good. Searson, he's got him pinned down into the tunnels. A single USP shot, but NBK saves the day, and Mantu finds another.
Slowly walking away with the half now a little bit. But I don't think Big are out of it quite yet. They know the tactics that are coming their way. The reads are still pretty good. Both teams seem to be having, I would say, both teams a little bit of a slow start here. Not looking incredibly comfortable.
Mantu 14-7 at the moment. That is the star player of this first map, 14 rounds deep.
I asked him once in an interview, I said, Montu like Monterey? And he said no, like he'd never even thought about the idea that it could have been because of Monterey's.
Did that disappoint you?
Surely it's the first thing you think about, right, with Mantu?
Mantu.
Ray. Like, that would be my logo if that was my name.
Instead, you chose a box.
How dare you?
Look at this little stance inside of the tunnels, huh? NBK, you want to dance? Xantares and Tabson on the other side. This could be a lethal tango. Xantares turns off the music. No party for NBK. Man advantage for Big Clan. And, well, no rush. Minute on the clock. Mantu gets a little bit more aggressive, though. He wants to shimmy one off.
Oh!
He hit him, but doesn't get the kill.
Tell me how, in what world that's a wall bang?
In the world that we live in.
Maybe you flicked a bit.
We'll have to run it back, because that one seems incredibly close. You're absolutely right. Tabson, he's going to lay that bomb down for the post plant in Cat. We got Valda down in the CT spawn, but because a 15th round is up next, and the cash is not amazing, OG, they're going to concede this one. The question will be, do Big take the risk and throw some bodies at the save?
Yeah, that's a good question. In terms of the money, let's see if they can do the quick mass. It might be a really...
It's a risky business.
Yeah, I don't know. They might not have the nades. Tizian's already almost got this. It's, I guess, worth a shot. They're going to see the setup in B, but nobody likes retaking B, not even in a post-plant situation for exit kills.
So, a 6th one for Big Clan's T side. How many in a row? We had 5 straight from OG, interrupted by 1, so...
Topsy-turvy.
Yeah. 7 of the last 9.
Like a Hot Wheels track.
Beat that!
Oh, great angle holding here from Xantares. He gets his revenge on the upper B push. That I am shocked about. I'd like to know from the other perspective, though, because how... We even see a little bit of the blood coming out of his left shoulder. He could have hit in either wall, though. You win this time, Gaben, but I feel like the round actually changes a lot. Well, there's a player up close in the corner, so maybe he just gets traded and they win anyway.
There's a possibility.
But I think this does speak to why OG CT setups have been a little bit precarious in the first place. Oh, I love production so much. Yeah, eat my ass. That is a perfect shot.
Oh, he chips the front wall. He chips the wall closer in front of him.
Did he?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
A minute adjustment. A minimal flick. A micro adjustment.
Okay, I got it.
Still 2 ops up for OG. Let's see him.
A little wiggle.
It's not a nursery rhyme, Launders. This is serious business. But nobody ever asks, how's the business? Santera's looking for that same headshot, but NBK nowhere to be found. He's going to sit back in his bomb site. He's had enough of the exploratory tunnel expeditions.
It feels like, yeah, I mean, this could be another great round for Big. It's similar to the last round. They just let Tizian wait, right? He's not going to get naded in this spot. And they come through to punish, and this opens up Cat. They just want to flash Mantu this time instead of just trying to take the dry duel. And then look, OG don't really have a lot of safe control here on the A site. They go back for long. But Tizian can really take his time with it. Enjoy his food. Oh, they're going to go up for the mid B split. I mean, you can do no wrong here. There's no mid presence here from OG as well.
Mantu shouldn't be able to find any kind of an angle, so it's very much the hold on the B site. Nathan's going to deliver. Issa on the plat with the op, and it's a second headshot off of the M4. Now it's Issa's turn to deliver. Mantu, he's going to get that kill on Tizian, but Issa, wrong place at the wrong time. Can't quite find the angle. Bomb plant with almost no time to spare. So absolutely squeezed to the final moments. And let's see it. A 2 versus 2 to close. Mantu, he's going to pick up another op shot. It is all on Searson. He's looking for his 9th and 10 kill to clutch, and there's number 9. How about the double digits? Reposition on the box, sees Mantu's scope. He's trying to bait him out, and Mantu slides through with a 3rd kill on the round, a 9th on the board for OG, and a 3-round lead at the end of the first half.
Okay, so I got 2 updates. Number 1 from Christian Lenz, who he's the CGO of Big Clan, the biggest man of all time, bigger than anyone on the old Virtus Pro. This guy is tall as hell.
Yeah.
Taller than basketball players, bigger than football players.
He's why they're called Big Clan.
They didn't. He told me that they didn't. Why? Why are you having so much fun, production? I don't want to see this Toby eyes. He said Schmidt is German. Actually the same as Smith in the States.
Oh.
So there's 6 Germans in the server. And
hold on.
Oh, okay, pistol round first. Then we'll get the other fun fact.
Googly eyes got you distracted there.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
We'll get you back in line soon enough. Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Xanterras, he's looking to. Issa, Valda. Nice couple of headshots. They're all that's left over for OG.
This is still a possible round.
For sure.
It's unlikely.
But it's
just
winnable.
Like it's a retake server. They're
Let's
just
see it.
Entering B.
Tizian's low HP as well, so I mean, 1 Glock shot anywhere on the body and he's done. Look at that. Not even needed. But Valda hits the P250 headshot. Tabson tapping. Issa winning. OG. Take 10.
There's something special about Issa on T-sides. And on this map, he's had one of his most historic maps. Surely one of the reasons he got picked up in the first place. So the other thing was Anders messaged me, and then he messaged in the group chat, the official group chat, where we're supposed to talk about serious stuff about Blast Fall Finals. He's like, it has always occurred to me that Mantu is an anagram of autumn, which I think is an astute observation.
Very astute.
I like that. And then immediately after, Connor said, how do you spell autumn?
Keto doing what he does. Headshot off of the MP9 in the lower tunnels. Alexi's looking to take this bomb down long, but Tizian tapping at him. Hey man, this pistol damage is deadly. Look at this commitment around the side of the smoke. A-U-T-U-M-N. Autumn?
Yes.
Got it.
You got it, yeah. Oh, shoot. This is oh my god, the amount of shots. The amount of shots through the smoke. This is just what OG did to them. A taste of their own medicine.
Oh, Valda, he saw the shadow, he saw the head, could do nothing about it.
Wow.
And Big Clan, big upset in this 17th round.
Oh, these long hits are not for free.
Mantu just gets blown away by Xanterras. So the force buy works out. They tried to get down long.
You know what? A little bit of OG in that round, right? Gotta give credit to Big Clan. They OG had found some magic sitting in CT spawn, spamming the smokes, doing putting some nade damage through. Big Clan, they learned from the best.
And now OG, what's the move? No force up. Oh, hold on now. Hold on,
They came through late with a couple of buys. So they're investing down, but not all to zero.
Just close. Because we did have a little economic back and forth at the beginning of the first 15. And in the end, it was the CTs to first stabilize. It's when they got that 5-round streak, in fact. So we know what can happen when the economy gets topsy-turvy. We'll see if OG can make this costly for their opponents as well. Tizian, frag grenade thrown. It's a little bit of damage, but it's that top mid peak from Keto that should suddenly shut things down. We've got 2 runners from OG trying to barrel into the A site, and sure enough, Alexi...
The bomb is separated.
Oh, just go to B.
If only...
Just go to B.
He heard some stuff. Maybe he does walk in. This is weird, though, because you don't really... You avoid, oh man, this is a precarious spot. This is where MBK's brain will have to absolutely burn some calories, right? He's got to figure out where he thinks the CTs are going to go.
Yeah, it's a bomb plant. And Alexi, he's going to slip into the CT spawn. Now, this is weird because either they jump down cat to go B, or they run back around through middle, possibly opening him up to being cut off. But Xanterras, now he falls right into the lion's den. And it's NBK.
Let's see what he can do.
He's got 38 health. No utility, no armor, just a deagle and a dream.
He's going to peek once.
And 2 CTs coming over, making a ton of noise.
Watch him just walk out of the window. That'd be so nuts.
Just slip in behind them. Magical moment from NBK. He dies.
kind of built that up a little bit.
I tried.
No, yeah.
And then Searson came through with the defuse and an 8th round for Big Clan. So a very slippery bomb carrier there.
No,
and we don't know if maybe it would have been better had he actually gotten to A, but they'll take that bomb plant because it kind of pays them back for the little investment they made.
The possibilities were endless there, definitely. I think, of course, what you're looking for in that 2v1 is just like 1 kill. He was expecting one player to maybe come through after he dodged the flash to get that 1 kill. Then he can make it a 1v1 and play around with that whole inside the window, outside the window ordeal. But he wasn't given that opportunity. So, OG, they've got full kit here on Alexi. And eyes set forward on the B site.
Two flashbangs, 2 smokes to throw over top. We got a player on car. And Xantares with his gun up. Finds Valda first and foremost. Keto delivers as well. Bomb engulfed in the flames. And OG cut away.
Big lack of commitment. They didn't have the smoke to go on top of the Molotov. And with no armor, they basically just die running through it. Full spread, I think it can get you to 0. Full spread when you have no armor.
I think you're right.
That's actually something where incendiaries and Molotovs have a small difference. Like, incendiaries, I think, burn through armor more quickly than Molotovs, or the other way around. Apart from that, one's just way overpriced.
Tabson, nice accuracy with the A1S.
You ever think that the CT weapons cost more just because there's taxes? Have you ever thought about that? That's a shower thought.
You can be onto something. Yeah, who's taxing the terrorists?
Who's taxing the beer bottles with cloths in them?
Oh, you could be onto something.
CTs pay taxes.
I would pay the extra price just for the safety of pulling a pin out of a fire grenade, as opposed to having to hold on to a burning bottle of booze.
That's because you're not hardcore.
You got me.
Okay, well, it's a slight uptick here for a Big Clan. After losing the pistol round, they recover really nicely. And now we've got one hell of a game. Final 10 rounds to go. I'm expecting all 30 here. Minimum expectation.
Nice little A clash. Nobody extending too much. Tizian thinks he could get away with just a few Galil shots through smoke. And look what that cost him. Everything. The round can certainly still be recovered, and that is a deep CT smoke over the rooftops to land inside the doorway.
I think they're trying to threaten that they might come to try to retake it, or just call them out if OG had completely evacuated. But neither of those options are going to scare OG at this point. They're starting to come through, though.
Yeah, what about a well-timed flash? Just like that, lines him up, knocks down 2, and another couple players up close. He's even able to get away. Frag grenade on the edge. Searson, well, he's dead. Alexi finds the headshot, and we are right back to the 2 versus 2. That could have been everything from Xantares, and it was still an excellent play to make. But who's going to close this for Big? Keto's inside of the smoke, another flash pop, it's another trade frag, and another 1v1 with both players low. Xantares, he's the reason they got this close, but he burns!
Oh, he was so low. Wow, the incendiary just explodes and kills him. That's crazy. Surely Alexi didn't think he'd win the round that way. That's pretty nuts. It comes down to these fine margins. The regression on the long hit. First of all, just want to say, amazing spray control from Xantares to control for the second kill. At first, it's a bit off, and then he really shows us his skills with that one. That's pretty sick. But, you know, OG not playing anti-flash in that spot to try to stop the long re-aggression, I think that's surprising. It's the one threat they had to worry about was the retake towards long. But Big did find a kind of in-between timing. I didn't expect. I don't think I would have expected them to actually try and go for it. And it seemed like OG were just about to set up for taking it, so no one's thinking about anti-flash anymore. Maybe that's what they were trying to go for. Wow, it's a fantastic grenade here. 99 damage.
Ooh. Tizian, little fadeaway headshot, not too bad. trying to find more for his efforts. Searson's coming in to help around that long corner. And he will find Alexi. But Valda right through the smoke, takes his head clean off, pushes us into the 3 versus 3. But there is, of course, substantial damage on 2 members of OG.
That was disgusting. He used the nade trajectory as like a tracer to figure out where that kill was. Can we actually see if he could kind of see where the nade was coming from to track that shot?
You're asking for Valda's POV in smoke?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
I love Blast. I know they're going to come through with it. We're going to get 6 angles on it. It's going to be wonderful.
Wow, they've already confirmed they've got it.
We've got the...
It's literally that fast.
Wow. Okay.
It's like...
I want the
It's like
slow-mo.
casting in the Matrix.
Okay. Now we've got one spotted on site. CTs are split up with...
Another.
Oh, wonderful grenades this round from Big. Got to hand it to him.
They fall Tabson back onto Cat. There's a chance Mantu can pull off a stunning op shot, but ooh-wee.
That riflemanship work.
Close. Close. Nice try. Op back up from Mantu. He's going to drop the shot. 3 kills for Tabson in the 3 versus 3, making that M4A1S look clean. But here's that replay.
First of all, we got the sky view. This is a Tizian jumping up into the smoke, getting called out completely. I was actually wondering how well that would work. And then when we see, now we go to Valda's perspective. Oh, this is a neat replay. Let's see if he...
Nope.
Oh, he doesn't see the nade. Okay.
Just finds the headshot on the fallback.
He's just, as a Swedish man would say, sheathing.
Making it look oh so easy. 2 Desert Eagles for OG.
But he actually has the audible pin
Yeah.
being pulled on the
Yeah,
nade.
for sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's a little awkward.
What on earth?
Tizian, and then also
my.
Tabson caught off by the pistol headshot. Searson trying to track players as they come around the elbow. And then it is a key kill to shut down Valda because he had that M4. He could have been the death dealer in this 3v3 moment. Hell, OG, they've done enough to already be happy with the result of the round. Bomb plant 2 kills. However, being given this type of a chance versus Big Clan, still hanging on to the 2 Deagles. Only a couple of headshots separate them from this 12th round win. And that frag grenade's good at softening up Mantu. Alexi, he's going to deliver another one off of the Deagle. 2 CTs have pushed up elbow. They are on close proximity. Mantu inside of the site goes down with nothing, and Issa just can't hit his shot. There is time to defuse for Big. We are all tied at 11.
Well handled. That got extremely out of hand very quickly. I think Valda makes the overextension peeking into CT. Hindsight's, of course, 2020, but, you know, decent awareness from the op and CT spawn to fall back. Could say they got lucky to have found this, and Tizian, no head armor. Means he was primed for the killing, and yeah, a couple of shots missed at the end. Again, very fine margins on a lot of these rounds. It's quite a scrappy game here in both halves. Oh, you don't have to be too hard on yourself, Issa. Just a pistol. Of course, could be an important round. 2 of the last 8. 7. Big Clan have won, or OG have won.
Grenade does nothing. Bomb waits top mid. Of course, we've got 2 CTs with ops, both of them on their side of the double doors. So the closer OG get to them, the more dangerous this feels, but it's Mantu. Looking to drop these players like leaves in autumn.
That's relevant.
Fully blind Searson, but he doesn't shoot. Hinge smoke. NBK gonna get across as that frag grenade is thrown. Considering how long that scope was on him, or that angle, kind of gets away with it. Tizian, single kill. Issa, good trade. And it's long that's compromised. NBK catching Tabson on Cat. That is a big pickup because now suddenly it is all on Searson. He uses the Molotov, comes back in, hits the collateral shot, but doesn't take down either of those players. And a flashbang to enable his retreat. Now 2 snipers focused on this cross, but there is not a second smoke to ensure safety on the cross. What do?
They can throw the bomb across. So they have MBK up on the site. Or you could do that as well. Bomb is still gets carried over, so that's something.
Cap push, that's a big pickup.
Oh, Jesus. They didn't even have the bomb come over. Low on Valda here. Montu in the 2v3.
We saw him get blasted through the car's windows. Now he hides behind it. CT's going to go with one on long. Keto on the op. And he's just posted up, anticipating a peek. Meanwhile, we've got Searson coming in from CT. Keto, he hits his op shot. 3 ops on the play. And it's the 2 from Big Clan that sing.
Wow. Well, it's a good retake here from Big Clan. A couple of mistakes. I feel like, I guess it does make sense to have the closer smoke towards long be the only one you throw if you're going to try, because then you can get it halfway. But the weird part is Issa doesn't have the bomb. So they don't also try to cross with Issa, so they don't use the fact that they're letting him die. And they also could have just got halfway and thrown the bomb and had MBK pick it up on the other side. So I feel like they picked the worst of 3 different worlds. That's my opinion.
I see your logic. I don't see theirs.
It's kind of quite a difficult point to make a decision, but they kind of knew. I mean, they should have known how much utility they had coming into the long hit right at that point.
Sure.
It's not like they had to use extra.
Ooh, they try to push past. Quick little burst. Ooh, Keto. So much damage out of the 2 bullets he's fired already. 2 dead and Issa low. Easy pickup for Xanterez on that one. And now it's just a matter of making sure they don't lose this round. The B-bomb site belongs to OG for now. Smoke grenades exchanged. There's actually a CT smoke on the opposite sides of this door, so it does kind of open up a little bit of a push. If somebody from Big looks to slip through, OG with 2 on site, right inside of the windowsill. Valda, at a moment's notice, could go swinging into mid. And who's holding him? Looks like Keto is back at the base of the doors, and Mantu, he's just focusing over on tunnels. But it's Tabson and Tizian. The big peaks from tunnels to give Big Clan their 13th round. OG, they got their bomb plant, they got their openings, but it's the op of Keto that made it so costly straight out of the gates.
Big Clan's retakes have been well orchestrated. There's a lot of good communication here. It's quite simple for them. I think when you're begging for OG to get a bit more innovative, especially in these disadvantaged situations, they're not hitting their shots quite as much, and they're not doing anything to get that kill easily. They're kind of sitting in a pre-fireable position, either missing or hitting their shot, and then slowly getting whittled away, eroded in the post plants. So we'd like to see a bit more ingenuity from OG in these late round situations. I feel like one thing that's very strong about them is the mid rounds. Again, we had that wonderful moment, Alexi B, organizing this kind of situation in a mid round. And I think, from what I've heard, he's always like that. So, we'll see if they can do anything. Of course, the calling's not stopping here. But for Big Clan, I wouldn't change too much. Everything's working really well here. So even if the bomb's going down, you're pulling off these retakes. You got to be feeling pretty good about yourself.
Already very close to mid. Frag grenade? Nah. Not too bad. 'Tis but a flesh wound.
They have their pick of the litter when it comes to this round in terms of sites they could hit. They've got Cat open. Mid is not necessarily a bad place to go.
Flash for the peak.
And they will see somebody. Oh, goodness. What a great spray down by Tabson.
And a third one.
Yeah, they're now turning it up. The shots are being hit. Crossfire's there. Domination here from Big Clan.
And then Tizian's going to come in from behind to really ice this out. But Mantu, he was already through those mid doors. Now the question is, where did Issa get off to?
OG looking a bit off their game. Very, very strong performance so far from Big Clan in the second half.
Yeah, this is only 2 T rounds of 10.
Yeah, of 10. Say it louder for the people in the back. Big Clan The rounds are getting easier too. That's the real scary part here.
Yeah, really finding their groove on the defense. Will Issa rack up any cost? If he doesn't die in the next 5 seconds, I mean, he already has $0, but that's where he will be staying.
Oh, God.
Oh. Now they know exactly where he is. And he dies after time. Issa, $300.
Probably shouldn't have chose to try to take a fight there. And maybe not ran after the fact. This is some amazing spray control, though, from tabseN.
Nice headshot as
Credit
NBK
where
tries
credit
to
is
trade.
due.
Whoa.
Well, then. Big Clan on fire. No buy here for OG. I'm sure Issa's $300 has had some kind of influence on, you know, what the state of the economy is like. I mean, especially in this next round, right? When they want to buy, he's still not going to be in a great spot. Not terrible with the full loss, but not in a great spot.
And when we look back at the first half, half of the rounds for Big Clan's T side come by way of winning the pistol and converting for the 3-0 start. If OG had been able to do that exact same thing, unlike what they did, which was lose out to the force buy in the 17th round, then they also would still be in a fighting chance. And they have a chance, but there's no real reason to believe because it's been nothing but CT success ever since. 1 round sprinkled in since that second pistol win. That is all OG have going for them, and in this round, where they had so little to work with, it all unfolds as you would expect. tabseN dunks it on Mantu, and Valda, fighting tooth and nail with this picked up M4, has no armor and now no utility either. A 15th round for Big Clan looking incredibly likely. If he exits back out towards his spawn, there is already Keto in position with one of the 2 ops still standing.
A lot has gone wrong so far here for OG, and what better team to punish that than Big Clan? Very strong Dust 2 from them, of course. I think I was looking at some of the recent maps and not seeing too much impressive stuff in terms of the recent stats on Dust 2, which was quite surprising. Again, 2-map loss streak, 1 of 5 wins on Dust 2, so this would be one of their bigger games that they've actually pulled out a win. So that's, yeah, this was a prime time really for OG to steal away a map in the series. But there's still hope. There's still hope if OG played better than they have to get to OT, because they've definitely made a lot of mistakes so far. There's a pretty insane shot. MBK stopping on a dime, taking out Keto in what could be the last round of the game. Not going to write Big off by any means. Their retakes have been pretty beastly. I think OG will have to get another hook into this round to really guarantee it. Here's the upper tunnels push. It looked like it was coming.
Sure enough, it is. That op clearing out all the angles. Issa's going to get traded. Still a man advantage, but they're walking into tabseN, and he has been very crisp until now. Drops his initial shots and loses his head to NBK. This is looking good for OG. Also, outside of that pistol round win for OG, their only other round on this T side was by way of 1vX. Without that clutch factor.
Where was that?
It was the 20th round, 5 deep.
And they almost won that full USP round as well.
Yeah, and if we turn it back to the first 15, 3 of their rounds on the CT side also 1vX wins.
But you know what? I think Big Clan, I would say they're the better team in this half. I think they should win this game right now from what we're seeing. I think OG could change that narrative a little bit here with these rounds. This is a good one. Nice and simple. I mean, they technically have an op and lower waiting for that specific push, but MBK hits a great shot, so we'll see. 3 rounds to go to bring it to OT, and here's MBK. Seems very aware of the potential for it, so credit to him for that. And turns it into 2. Nice shot on tabseN, who, as you mentioned, he's been very crispy from that A ramp.
Yeah, it's him, Xantares, and Keto at the top of the scoreboard for Big. 25, 22, and 23 kills.
Crispier than dried seaweed, Connor.
Oh, that sounds horrendous.
You don't like that?
Nope.
Oh, we're going to get you to try it.
Nope.
It's really delicious. Salty goodness.
Nope.
Okay. Nope. Yep, you are. All right.
Boost it?
Pearson. Oof. He sees something, but...
Nade could still be good. Yeah, on the money. And a follow-up as well.
They don't need that.
Alexi, he had just gotten out of the position. Valda's like, I'll take it. Only to be met by 30 damage off of the frag.
We get a utility damage quick. Utility damage check quick.
I got you. Tons of utility damage here for Big Clan. 490 on tabseN alone, and every other player above 100.
My goodness. Yeah, they're putting in work from
Look at that graph.
It's made the rounds a lot easier here for Big Clan, that's for sure. tabseN, the brain of the team.
Looks like wealth distribution.
Unfortunately, but true.
Too real? Cat play will be met by 2 players on the CT cross, Tizian and Searson. And then, of course, we've got this long fight potentially to unfold. Check out tabseN. He's going to get aggressive here.
Oh, this is the play of the hour.
Yep.
Issa has been getting caught off a little bit.
And if Issa's eyes are waiting on mid, then he can't really look away for Xbox. Not when they go for this. This is going to prime tabseN perfectly. He gets hurt and turned on. Issa. A smacking headshot, but Tizian, element of surprise back by Goose. This could be it. They've got the man advantage. The 2-op still up, and Searson goes unspotted by Issa. Alexi able to get 1 foot onto the bomb site, and that 1 foot's all he needs. Another frag grenade on the money. He is down to 12 health. Mantu 100. And a 2 versus 3 for OG in the post plant to try and keep map 1 going. We have seen substantial utility damage. And Alexi, he's just going to keep this one crawling forward. A single flashbang left for the CTs. Mantu, he finds the angle with that op, but Alexi dies out right thereafter. And Mantu, he's just looking to play this post plant.
And
he sat back, eats the flash. Both players with a kit. They're going to get on top of this. It's being covered by Keto, and that is the recipe for success. That is the 16th round for Big.
Full credit. I love that it ends on a retake as well, just to show how well the half was going from that perspective. A really rough showing here from OG, starting out on Dust 2. Still hope in the best of 3, of course, but this is a map they won over Big Clan the last time they played, and one that they definitely should be playing better on. But a weird start, I would say, from the perspective of both teams making a few mistakes here and there. The spray is looking a little bit off, but you gotta say Big were the team to end that. And in the second half, just showed nothing but promise.
Nothing but promise, nothing but success on the CT side. And it all started with a round 17 force buy. That's when they took control of it and never let go. We'll throw this one over to the break, and the analysts up next. See you guys soon for map 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Fall Games. Today we have 4 amazing competitors. Players will take it in turns to get the furthest distance possible. First up, we have Valda from OG. Let's see how he does.
So I'm just running and you do 1 jump and that's it? Okay. Can I reset it? Oh, it updated like when I... Okay, I see, yeah. Do a better one. Oh.
Okay, let's go. Press use on the sand pit. And now I press use. That's better? Is that better? Oh lo, better. Oh lo. No, not bad. Okay, my best is 212. Yeah, 212. Oh, let's go back to the toilet.
Can I do it again?
Can I bunny hop also, or is it just a single long jump? Thompson was really good at this game. Back in 1.6 he was only doing this jump and knife stuff. Oh damn. No, let's take. Oh wait, maybe this time. Ah.
Is it good numbers? No.
We know how capable of a Dust 2 team Big are. And one thing that we came into this series with was the last time they faced off against each other, OG won it in overtime. This time, Big learnt their lesson, and it took the part of tabseN and Zontaras coming up huge, but doing what they were supposed to do for this team.
That was a very good team performance coming in from Big right here. Sure, you have the individuals showing up. We talked about them coming into this matchup. You look at your tabseN, you look at your Zontaras, and you want those two to be your main riflers, your main fraggers, and they were throughout the game, so that was a positive sign. Now, if you're OG in this matchup, you gotta feel that you didn't really capitalize on the chances. I gotta be honest, right? They, I think they lost 3 clutches in a row. You know, 3-2 versus 3 clutches that could have gone their way, that not necessarily were in their favor. But that sums up OG for me pretty well. When it comes to individual skill, right? You see Na'Vi in a 2 versus 3, Simple alive, Electronic alive, you always feel they can win it. You see Astralis in a 2 versus 3 with Siblings alive, Debris alive, you feel they can always win it. You see OG in a 2 versus 3 alive, it could be Vel, it could be NBK for that matter, and you have a feeling they're always gonna lose it. And that was the case right here. They lacked that individual flair to close out the rounds that they are not necessarily supposed to win, and by then it looked like a one-sided match.
Yeah, these retakes from Big really made a huge difference. You could see how organized they were, and it ties back up to us saying, you know what, picking Dust 2 for Big is actually acceptable. Yeah. That has been their pick for so long. They mastered the map, and I agree with Jacob. These clutches, again, they had 3 defuse in a row that were really tight clutch. 3 versus 3 scenarios on the A side, for example, coming in from Catwalk, but they had the timing, they had the trade games, they had the good utilities, and to me, that was the big difference.
Now, one thing it definitely felt like, though, was OG on their T side were feeling quite pressured in this. Big on their CT side had it on complete lockdown. They were looking very comfortable.
They're doing a good job. As a team, I think they played well. We spoke briefly about the individuals. You had pretty much all players, you know, standing up for their own, you know, side. You know, if you have a Kido, you know, doing a good job right here, all of a sudden, you know, becoming one of the good players on the server, it's hard for OG to do much.
Well, there was a game that we were just talking about here in terms of clutches and moments that come down right to the wire. So we best take a look at another eco play.
We do have another eco play for you guys, and this one was very, very close to be very, very bad for the side of Big Lane. It's a full USP eco, and you can see right here, they have the A bomb site for free. At this point, if you freeze the picture right here, you think, okay, there's no way, absolutely no way you can lose this round until that happened right here. Let's now continue. You see USPs taking the fight. You see USPs shooting through a smoke, and all of a sudden you find yourself in a 3 versus 5. Still you think, okay, we're supposed to win it, but the damage coming in from the USPs is so immense, constantly getting headshotted. So good job towards the OG players, but Big, they got off very, very lucky, because Kido right here, he's gonna win the round, but only by the smallest of margin.
That was almost. Kido, it saved them, basically. And that was the story of the first half of this game. OG, it seemed like they had it in the bank, right? 3-0 lead for Big, and we see that round, that was 2-0 lead. So let's take it easy on the 3-0. Yeah. But then it's actually OG fighting back, finding 5 rounds in a row on their CT side. But Big, they just grinded a couple of rounds here and there, and that was enough. You move on to the next half. OG win the pistol, they get reset behind it, and that is it. They lose control of the game.
And that's what you can't have happen, right? That's what you can't do against a team like Big, because they will capitalize on opportunities like that.
They will, and they did. And again, I've said it 2 times, and I'm going to say it a 3rd time. Team performance. That's the main word for me right here. I think Big did a good job as a team.
But when we talk about team performance, right, that's one thing here that I give Big against a lot of other teams, because you can say some teams rely on maybe a couple of other players to really step up. Within Big, they've got this real togetherness that comes through in their team play and their setup and what they've got ready.
I want to agree with you. I still think that biggest result came off the back of Zentaris and Searson popping off, if you think about the biggest titles they've had. But in this time around, it was a team perspective. It was a team effort. We have tabseN, who's been a little bit quiet in terms of fragging. That's top 25 kills, but the moves he was having were interesting. Keto with the double AWP making the difference. So yes, the danger was coming from different sides. It was not only the Zentaris and Searson show, but they need to prove that to us on the long run, that they can actually have all the members having an impact.
Now, when it comes to Inferno, which is going to be our next map, it's going to be OG's pick. This is where I remember, at least in the good old days, the Big was always a very capable Inferno team. So if you're an OG fan, should you be pretty scared right now, or do we expect the third map out of this one?
I would initially expect the third map. I think Big were looking quite solid here in Dust 2, and that had given me hope that Inferno can be more competitive than I initially would have thought. When you look towards the Big results, I have them here in front of me, right? They don't really beat any good teams on Inferno. They have a 43% win rate. That in itself is not that impressive. If you look at the last games they played, they've only been able to beat Alternate Attacks, Force, and they beat Fnatic, who right now is in a state of mind where they're not really a good Counter-Strike team as of right now. Otherwise, they lose to all the good teams they face. Vitality, they lose to Mousesports, they lost to OG last time they played, they lose to G2. They haven't been able to beat any good Inferno teams, so I'm having a hard time seeing where that level all of a sudden is supposed to come from.
I agree, and for OG, that's the other side of the story. They have played Inferno 6 times this month only. 6 times during Flashpoint. So you can see it both ways. You can either say, wow, they're really trained, they must be organized, they must know all the round, this is awesome. Or you can say for Big, they have a plethora of resources, a plethora of demos to go through and analyze them. That's the 2 ways you can go about it. And if we think about players, I have to think about NBK. I think OG have a tendency to leave him alone on the B side of Inferno a little bit too much for my liking. And sometimes they get punished for it. So NBK is going to have to come in clutch because he's left with a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, and that's not a site you want to allow something like that to happen, right? We talk about B site. It's one of the hardest to retake when it comes into it. When you're getting pressure, all that banana control you try to take in there, maybe that is something Big can abuse.
Maybe. Virtus Pro were trying to abuse it last time they played it. OG lost 16-12 to Virtus Pro in the Flashpoint final. That's obviously a loss that is going to sting a lot for OG. That was a grand final. That was a great opportunity for them to get a title. So the confidence coming in on Inferno right here, I would say, is not as good as it could be. They also lost to MI beyond the Flashpoint 16-4. So the last 2 times they played the map hasn't been looking that great. But apart from that, the results are overall good. So it's a bit of a mixed signal we see.
I'm hoping that stat is right. 519 utility damage on
Dust 2.
On Dust 2, right. Dust 2 is not the map you think of as the utility damage.
No.
You give me a number like that on Inferno, Banana Control, whatever, I say, okay, I can understand. The nade's always timed. But on Dust 2, that means work. And I think it's one of the etiquette that we use to talk about Big, right? They come in prepared. tabseN said in an interview, they feel like they're out of energy right now. But maybe this event, they can still do it.
Well, he's not out of utility, that's for sure, right? He's always finding a way to make that work. The thing, though, when I've compared these 2 teams, they're both in this position at the moment where they're trying to go to that next level. Big, they've come down and worked their way up. But OG's been on almost a constant rise. They've had the progression there.
It's been slow but steady, right? They progress. They're right now ranked as number 6 in the world, and I think they've been stagnating a little bit on that. So it's time for OG maybe to figure out, okay, a top 6 team in the world, is that okay for us? I think, when you look at the lineup, when you look at the experience, and when you look at the way they got there, I think that slow and steady progress have been okay. Whereas for Big, sure, we were number 1 in the world at some point, but stabilizing around number 5, 6, 7, that's not bad.
And for a team like OG, for me at the moment, the one thing I look at with them is they can have these real high highs, but their lows are also very low, Maniac.
I agree with you, which is why it's hard to predict OG. It's hard to know what phase they're going to show going into a game. You can never discard them, because if you have Mentu popping off, if you have NBK having a good game, and Valde, we know what he can bring to the table, you add a little bit of LXCB on top of that, and suddenly you have a very potent team, very dangerous. And then you have games where they just miss the mark. To be honest, the end of that Dust 2 game was insufficient. If you're an OG fan, you don't want them to miss like that at the very end. So I feel like there's no safety net for OG. They can be very surprising, very impressive, and at times they miss the mark completely.
Well, they need to be surprising and impressive when it comes to this Inferno. That's where we're going to next, as Big picked up the initial map pick of Dust 2. We could be on the 3-mapper once again, but you have to wait out until after the break to decide how this one is going to go. OG look large and in charge, but now it's about getting it done.
A solid CT side on Dust 2 closed out the first map of the series. Now we take to Inferno, where I feel like Big could use that same strength and utility damage and game plan to possibly shut down OG. That's just what my inkling is. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I feel the same way. I like their CT sides a lot on Inferno. Xanteris, a very strong pit player. He's also very good at entering, on T side. And I think that's something I'm going to be looking for a lot. And also, he had a great first map, and with Searson's performance coming up recently, the last time that I was kind of like studying their Inferno, I watched Tizian, just the Arch Rotator, and Xanteris in the pit. But Searson's performances at the time weren't that great. So I think that makes this game a little bit more interesting. Overcoming the CT sides, I feel like Big Clan are just such a good team when it comes to protocols and timings. And for me, that's what just Inferno is all about. We've seen teams just get absolutely stomped out by better teams because of their utility usage and the timings. And I expect Big to have that all in order. So we'll see what OG can do, but it wasn't exactly an inspirited performance on Dust 2, in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, check this out. You want to see some team spirit? 3 players already in mid. Xanteris finds the first headshot. Keto now taking it back for Big Clan. We got a little bit of a fight going on, and Keto can't kill them all, but he's done his job, that's for certain. Bomb is currently stuck in the underground. Xanteris very much ready for Alexi.
Oh my goodness.
He's just sitting in there like a little rat.
Oh, that's a find. Well, they know. Oh my God! What is this? Oh, is he gonna do it
with the skeleton? Please.
He's gonna bring him to his other teammate.
Yeah, money.
There we go. What, do you get extra because it's skeleton or no?
No, just style points. Alexi, he's then found out to be hiding in the
underpass. But did Xanteris? Did Xanteris not see him, but then was still? Did he see him? I feel like it looked like he jumped in a pit and jumped out, and then just kind of stood there. I don't know if he realized he was there. At first, it looked like he knew more, but that's actually such an insane bonus. Now, the worst thing you can do here is buy an op. That's what some people try to do. They buy the op in the second round, and then they op a bunch of Glocks. It's like literally, it doesn't make sense. Save the money, invest it, Make your money work for you.
He gets an A1S instead.
I like that.
Have you switched yet?
To the A1S?
Yeah.
Mentally, I've switched, but I haven't really been able to play any games. It's just been. I tweet too much. Been tweeting too much.
Searson gonna come up from the underground. A couple of players for OG kind of stuck in there. MP9 goes back for it.
There's a couple of M4A1S users on here. Yeah, Tabson's putting on the M4A1S commercial as well. So surely we have to switch over to the M4A1S now.
Well, we have that little segment in between matches where the players talk about any kinds of, I think it's called counter quirks, any weird binds or whatnot. And I noticed today Tabson was saying that he has a bind on his keyboard that unbinds mouse 2.
Yeah, for the
USP is what he said, but obviously he would probably apply that to the A1S as well.
That one is interesting to me because does that mean that right click no longer unbinds the USP or not? Because the only reason I want that change is so I don't misclick.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
That would be a cool option to add into the game, just so that, some people don't ever take off their silencers. Like, most normal people, yeah.
And then other people are simple.
Yes.
Who, all of last night...
Definitely not a normal person.
Had an unsilenced USP.
And an ungodly performance.
Wild stuff. But here we are in the first gun round for OG. Time to see what they have to offer on this offense. Already Big Clan doubling down on this defense. 2 players push forward on short. Another smoke on mid. Alexi's going to fire some shots. That draws a little bit of attention. But it's going to be the balcony play that could go big. Keto and Xanteris, they lock that one down between the 2 of them, and Tabson, he extends into middle. Utter shutdown coming out of Big. No op needed on that play. And Keto, well, he upgrades into the AK, chucking away the MP7, and getting Big Clan into a very strong start.
Some of the flaws here on the T side have been exploited by Big Clan when it comes to the T side, getting into sites. just a little bit messy right now from OG, so they'll have to clean it up. It's not looking too good. A little bit too frustrated for, you know, this early on, I feel. But seems like the mood's not exactly there at the moment. Hard to influence the mood too much. This is the mood you want. Look at that smile. Wonderful.
Jubilee.
Did you know that seaweed is high in iodine?
I didn't.
And if Connor wants to survive radiation poisoning in the future, you could eat more seaweed. What do you think?
Who said that to you?
Anders has been messaging me. He said, let me know if you need more of these facts. He said, I think it really helps the broadcast. And then he corrected himself and said, I guess it's not really so much radiation poisoning as it is thyroid cancer.
Oh, thank
quick
you.
amendment. But looking out for your best interest, you should eat some dried seaweed now.
We would love to have you here. You are missed. Happy belated birthday.
Was his birthday recently?
His birthday is like a day after Vince's because they were made in the same laboratory.
Oh.
Or rather, Vince was made in a lab
after
Anders.
Right. Before?
No, Anders couldn't put it on the exact same day.
True.
That'd be too obvious.
Too obvious, true. Okay, so the Incendiary coming out to stop this wrap, but it is, of course, a wrap. tabseN will let one go and tell his teammate to turn around. They get a kill apiece.
And an N4.
Tizian stays alive. They still have pick control. They're doing just fine so far. Unless...
His second. Then it's Antares from the pit to try and close in on what is left here. They've got that site control. Quick little tap from Keto. Mantu, fake bomb plant called out. Keto, he does not move a muscle. He does not believe your shenanigans. He knows you're not bomb planting.
What's that on the floor? Radiator?
Yeah, it looks like a heater. Got to keep the feet warm.
Make sure to eat the seaweed so you don't get radiator poisoning. I'm sorry.
Look at the scoreboard from OG. 4 kills for Mantu, 1 kill on Issa, 0 for Valda, NBK, and Alexi B.
Things are not looking too hot. And you know what? I'm going to wake up when they wake up. I'm going to wake up with them. I'm going to wake up with them like the sun that comes into your bedroom in the morning. You know, wake up together. So let's wake up OG, because I want to wake up.
Huva Hoamenda.
Huva Hoamenda. Hey, Huva Hoamenda. Mitakulu.
What'd you call me?
What's your response?
I don't know. Those sounded like fighting words.
Nope. Just said, how are you?
Valda's looking for a fight top banana. Gets an op shot sent beyond him. Falls back. Not a gunfight they favor. An affinity for the A site, it seems, OG. At least early days here. We are 5 rounds deep on their T side.
So some of the good retake or A site utility they use will be between Xantares and the pit and Tizian. They like to re-molly lane and take control of it. I always trust when I watch them that they're going to retake lane very often. Here they've got eyes pressed on it the whole time. So OG, they didn't really do much in terms of trying to actually take control of it. But at the same time, it's still a 2-3 setup. So they're fine to hit the B site if they'd like to. Pretty fair fight if you ask me. What the hell? The roof is on fire.
Oh, they're going to have to follow the leader into the B site. If Valda ever gets going with NBK right by him, but utility going to keep him back for now. tabseN reposition onto the coffin. A little bit of team damage trickling in as OG really boil this down to the final waning moments. 10 seconds on that clock, and tabseN, he just needs to stop bomb. Oh, Valda saves it with a crucial headshot. And Alexi B, what are you doing down there? Just hiding in the tunnels.
You know what?
Like a tunnel snake.
Weird take, but I think it's actually perfectly fine in this situation to have executed when they did.
Okay. It just didn't look to me like they wanted to wait that long. It was such good utility from Big.
So only because they got top B and top mid so clean, or they just left and got to top B and it was clean. In that situation, if they maybe were scared of some kind of like heavier stack, then they would want to. The novelty, of course, of waiting long enough. Look at the health bars here. It's kind of crazy how close this comes. But the novelty of waiting long enough, waiting till close to the end of the round, is that's when the most amount of mistakes will happen on the CT side. Things get very pressurized. You might make that last-second rotation. People are ideally lowest on utility. And that's where it can make sense. Where it looks awful is when the clock runs out because you don't get the entries and whatever. But Of course, with a very, very nice B execute, and you have a feeling they're both in the site, certain positions, you can flush them out and kind of expect to get the entries. If you lose, don't get the entries, you suck, but there wasn't much counter utility there we saw from Big. I do think that was a bit of a sketchy round, though, from how they started out, because they had the false sense of security that, like, nobody was at lane, that there wasn't some kind of heavy rotate over. Well, Searson very lucky nobody peeks here. He'll start to fall back. Xanteris, though, has got a very nice angle here into the halls. That's a straight-on duel one, and it looks like they're going to continue forward with the flash. But now they'll think differently of it. Wow, they're just, they're getting melted down like a cheese string in the microwave, Connor.
Not again. What else did you put in the microwave? There's got to be something else.
I like to just put the cheese string in and watch it spin and circle slowly. Talk about radiation
so much. Tabson going to get caught out in the open, so a chance for a wave into the B site. Do they puncture through?
Well, I think Big will actually allow them to get a plant here. So,
that one kill is everything so far, but there's a little gap.
Oh my goodness.
Little gap for Searson. They jump over top. Still 2 players in front of Tizian. His spray finds nothing for his efforts. And yeah, we've got ourselves a post plant. Now, there's no utility for OG, but they're going to get aggressive over on the coffins. Keto right in front of it. That is a perfectly timed flash from Tizian. And now it's just a matter of besting Valda. Now, 3 of these CTs are low HP. Their shots already soaring through smoke. Valda buys a little bit of time, tries to find the spray, but the op connects to his head, and Big Clan will still end up winning their 5th round. It could have been a total shutdown had Tabson not died in the open, but a good recovery nonetheless.
Most of this round, you got to give points to Big, right? Throughout the round. They're getting all the hits in. They get the opening 2 kills. They can allow OG into B, but look at this, the retake utility, the perfect, that flash timing is just extraordinary. From Tizian. What more can you ask for there? Unlucky, OG are about to peak, about to peak, but at the same time, that's exactly when Big are expecting them to peak, so well done, well handled. The CT side is a brick wall at the moment.
Tizian hearing this rambunctiousness towards mid. Ooh, decides to go for the incendiary. Now that does still substantial damage on Mantu. A little bit of chip off Issa and Alexi. Not the end of the world for Big, as they still have this defense in sight, but it is very much only Xanteris. Now, his teammate comes out from smoke. Keto goes down. Xanteris unable to get himself a second. Tabson, he's going to get wrecked by Issa. And now Searson walks right into the lying weight of Valda for OG's 2nd round. They burst by the mid-hold, and it's smooth sailing from there on out.
Wow. That was a quick entry. I think the awkward situation here is the Molly is at lane. It's to stop the Opera from peeking mid, right? But then Tizian, he sees one at mid, then tries to fall back. The Molly's there, and then he's like, well, I've got to fight. So I just throw down my Molly. Pretty much knows he's going to die. They go for the trades. They just keep it at a high pace, and it ends up working out well. Very awkward situation on the wrap. Xanteris shooting at his own teammates. 2 players die rotating inside of smokes.
That's 4 rounds back and forth, and we've got a B fight early. Keto, he's just going to slide through that first one. Searson, well, he's able to fall back, but it's Valda over towards Banana where the trade comes in. All of Big's players were just looking to retreat once they had that 5v4, but Keto gets killed. Look at this, gamble stack. Tizian starts to bring this back, but with utility from Valda, I mean, if OG commit here and now, this is Big with a save, certainly.
But they've got enough, right, to go for it. They're a bit far on the A site, yes? Yeah. I don't think they're going to rotate through CT or through mid either. What's going on? They're actually sitting all the way. Searson is so late to the party here. They don't have banana control, which might not matter because they have a smoke for it. So they could potentially, they've got 2, the way they should look at it is 2 isolated in the site for the fights. Utilities coming through.
The bomb's already near that halfway point, really not giving themselves much room to work with.
Okay.
And NBK executes Tabson the moment he jumps up onto the coffins. Valda comes out with a headshot. Searson only answer until Tizian also gets in. And a second from Searson's sniper, but NBK, this deep position and no time on the clock.
What are they doing?
They've played themselves.
Okay, they were just thinking about going for it, but like no time. Yeah, that was a bad smoke there in CT. As you pointed out, it came down to so little time because it was already halfway gone before they started to commit. Searson a very late rotation over to B. Maybe not exactly getting the communication there. Things look a little bit off. But if they had rotated in faster and used their utility properly, like that smoke could have gone down on Banana way earlier, and then MBK would have been behind it. They could have been literally sticking the bomb in that moment, 2-on-1. So very, very odd, I would say, from Big Clan's perspective. They're going with a lot of the cut fruit.
Yes, you saw that clip where
what was it, watermelon?
Watermelon.
Watermelon.
Now we've got what looks like oranges.
Mangoes, maybe?
Mangoes, maybe.
They look smooth.
There's some paler yellow pieces, maybe pineapples mixed in.
That would be pretty cool.
It is a real
orange delight.
It's a real fruit salad.
Yeah. Where's the vegetable salad?
Yeah, what do you call that?
I'll have to ask DJ. I am personally not that worried for Big Clan so far. I think OG have made a scrappy half of it. I kind of like how they're just forcing the fights early on. I think that's the brand of OG esports on T sides. But I think Big Clan looked very, very solid in the few rounds that they won just before these two recent losses. Now, that being said, the game does get close, right? We'll get up to 10 rounds, basically, if OG win this, and it'll be likely tied.
Nice.
Oh, man,
Lead
that delayed shot, and it's on a specific angle. No shame in Valda peeking that, but not surprised he died for it.
And he falls all the way back towards the CT cross. Nobody from OG over on B. Tons of time. Tons of time to play with. And that M4 sits within the bomb site. No matter what, Tizian, he is not going to give up this position. He has to be the boulder that everybody else is just working around. And you can see that little trifecta of pistol players.
You're going to go back?
Looking possible. Is that a boost going on Arch? Absolutely. Xantares, he's going to look to cheat an angle into mid. Issa coming in. He sees the shadows, and somehow Xantares still takes that headshot. Every day of the week, Issa thought he was going to walk in and topple that totem pole.
The man is sharper than Japanese steel with these peaks.
Follow-up CT smoke on Arch side. There is still very much a chance that OG can run it back to the beat. No, not even 20 seconds.
Man, they're taking their time. Oh, no, they're going to commit forward. 19 seconds. As you pointed out to the clock, they've got to make a decision. It's not looking good.
Remember, A1S inside of the site. That's what this all kind of hinges on. And he's got a great angle to both dodge the flashes and deal with the players. But one does get into pit. Two instant headshots. It's on Xantares. He needs to stop the bomb right now, and he can't. It is so close. Mantu, 30 HP. He succeeds in planting. Alexi gives him cover. And Alexi getting into the pit is the reason any of that even works. OG down to the absolute wire. And Searson, this has to be a tantalizing attempt. But a save must be in the back of his mind. OG, call it luck, call it skill, call it a little bit of both. They find that fourth round, but they absolutely sweat for it.
I think it's only fair to characterize it as both, is what you're saying. There's definitely a couple of elements there. They hit the 6 entries, but they clearly, you could see by their movements, were picking the site too late. They came in, they got all these fortunate entries. I think there's a mistake on the target selection. So when the bomb's planted here, Xantares takes the shot on the first player when he should have just swung out and killed the bomb planter. The guy who was on lane was not looking at him. And if he just denied the plant, they would have won. Instead, he went for the shot. He activated the alarms of his other opponent over in the pit, and then set himself up to potentially die trying to kill the bomb planter. But it shouldn't have come down to that. They had a couple extra ways into that round.
Fighting to alt mid, looking like Big want to turn up the tempo. Smoke grenade in front of the B site. NBK on damage control gets back Xantares. So man advantage, and the Opper's gone down. NBK killing Searson, I'm assuming inside of the apartments. Looks like he was maybe peeking. Yeah, that right there.
In the window room. All punished in alt.
Whoa. Oof.
Listen, this is one of the take what you can get halves here from OG. Similar to what we saw in Dust 2.
Sure enough.
Very, very scary rounds. They're not playing clock down CS. Everything seems to be happening a little bit late, and they're getting some very fortunate entries in some places. But when all is said and done, they've tied up on rounds. The confidence is probably coming back up, whether it's coming from the right place or not. And now we'll see. I think, Big are just going to look to not make mistakes and see if they can do well here with better guns. They had to forfeit a couple of rounds because OG won a very important swing round. But, Big are making their own mistakes as well. That retake on B site, kind of disorganized, cost them a lot of bodies. It has to be mentioned.
They did a good job of just curbing the economy, buying what they could, and then still coming in with everything they need here in the 11th. This could be a good chance for Big to get back on the board, but we can't forget OG, 4 in a row now. 1 away from being on fire.
It's been a lot of rounds where Arch has been opened up, but of course only possible because Xanteras has eyes on Boiler and Lane. Perched up in his birdhouse. Remember when Ocean told Brax to get out of his treehouse when he was sitting up there in a scrim? That was a classic moment. Some decent damage here. Softens him up, ripe for the FAMAS and the M4s. It's exactly what you want. I would take 20 damage AoE on 5 players than 80 damage on 1, if that was even possible, which is not.
Do you remember that time Ocean let his teammate just burn in a Molotov?
Yes, I do. That actually happened twice, which is incredible.
tabseN's gonna tuck just next to the boxes. Oh, Valda finding him as he tries to reposition back into it. Keto, he's gonna get himself a FAMAS frag, but Alexi has dealt with searson. Fire at his feet, and Keto, ferocious, still able to get that second kill. Very few seconds to spare, but NBK gets that bomb down. A 2v2 retake attempt. Tizian and Xanteras looking to fuse together and get the better of Issa and NBK. But it's not always that easy. We've got utility for Xanteras. Frag grenade over towards the new box. Issa behind the fountain, catching him off guard. He took the risk of standing in the open. Tizian knows he's there, but NBK also on an off angle, and OG on a spree. 5 rounds straight.
It's another round late into B when things get the most tense. You see that the FAMAS pops off because of that early nade damage. Keto doesn't get any assists on this, but the instant 1-bullet headshots, the easy spray downs, all because of that early damage on Banana. And they had the 3 rotate over to the B side, so Big are going to be quite upset they lose a round like this. The holds could have been even better, but want to shout out Valda for getting the spray down on tabseN. Sometimes if you wait long enough, right, and you wait long enough and you give people space on their site, they're going to end up in their favorite position.
Right.
And if you know what their favorite position is, you don't have to see him to kill him.
You feel him out. And for a second there, it was looking like tabseN was going to be tucked underneath the bullets.
Yeah.
But then he jumped back up right into the crosshair.
If only you could see what we saw.
Only if you could all see what I see.
I see mangoes.
And pineapples. That's got to be a melange. A mix.
So
See, watch this. Yeah.
Oh, right into it.
Like, you're pre-firing where I should be. You deserve this.
You go here, I shoot.
Jumps up into his own death.
Wow.
Hey, yo!
Taking a lead.
Little run boost over OG. Welcome to the lead. It's only a 1-round difference, but it's something to be proud of. They had to fight pretty hard to get here. Some very nasty mid-round moments that OG have got the better of. And this T-side taken off. Valda met by searson Scout. Quick headshot right back the other direction and a smoke inside of Library, but a flash goes over. And that could have been Keto's kill versus Montu, but no. Xanteras creepy crawling with the Deagle. Gonna miss all his shots. Every last one.
Wow, a really good try. Man, there's been such a high percentage of eco rounds here. OG are winning in such a way that Big are not saving their guns. They're getting the rounds so close on the executes that Big feel compelled to go for the retakes, but they're not winning a high percentage of these retakes and not coming into it. And I mean, even sometimes coming into it with a player advantage and still not winning the retakes. So yeah, this is what's been so costly and really shocked the economy here of Big Clan, allowed OG to have the easiest route back. I would say, you know, they're not doing a whole lot that's too interesting once again here on T-side, but these late round B execs just like focusing and relying on their entries where some of the early rounds didn't work out so well. It's a, you know, super sensible game plan based on what we've seen.
Sees that contact. Good grenade. Ooh, Mantu finds a headshot onto Searson. That was the op peeking down middle.
Damn.
Ooh, Zantares.
Oh, that's a very awkward fight. It can come from any size on your screen at that point.
Yeah, every single kill now just going the way of OG. Every single player picking up their duel.
Wow.
Zantares hanging out like a spider monkey, was not able to get anything off of the balcony. Really looked like he had the element of surprise.
Yeah, but you'd only get one, right? That's the only tricky part about sitting up there. I think that spot is strengthened if it's going to be a slower default up to mid. But if you think you're going to fly around the corner, you maybe want to be somewhere else. And that's the two-man punish in the post-plant situation. Once again, OG wiping everybody out, right? At the very least, Big, it'd be nice if they could save a couple guns on some of these rounds, but they don't do that. And see, the problem with being up there is you can see how the two Ts fly around the corner. One flies around from low, one flies around from the back. It's really hard adjustment. It's hard to judge. There's no perfect crosshair placement for you up there, so you do set yourself up to get traded out.
Not a position like behind the porch either where you could just line up players because you're on the same plane as them.
Exactly.
You're never going to get a multi-kill spray down without some kind of snap adjustment. So I'm seeing what you're saying, Coach Lau. I'm seeing what you're saying, and I'm seeing what OG are slaying. Every CT, one after another in these gun rounds, so these pistols shouldn't be too much. But we have seen Big Clan make moments with this. Early B presence turned into what could be the A execute, and Big Clan, they're going to get ahead of it. They move Tizian over to Library, 2 players over on Arch. Zantares, well, he's going to walk through the apartments. Ooh, NBK kind of gets scared by that. Now, that's an AK given over to Zantares. They did not have a gun until this moment. Searson, you better take your pistol back out. You got 3 Ts right there.
Oh, Jesus.
Lays it back down. Alexi runs through it. P250 comes up short. Alexi wrapping around through Arch now. Tizian's going to call this for Tabson, who falls back. 40 seconds. Looking to kernel the defense on site. And of course, OG at any moment could just walk back onto A, but they know that AK's somewhere over there. So surely, no matter the numbers of Big Clan back B, that, you'd think, is the easier task. Keto pushes past the doorway, and, well, it is easily shut down. Tabson's still here. 15 seconds left. Mantu's going to be going for that bomb plant. Tizian's looking for the kill versus Alexi. He did just lay in some damage, but the bomb plant really bodes well for OG. Pistols pestering the terrorists, but nothing comes of it. Valda off the top rope with a double kill, and Zantares now just hopes to save as OG take their 9th.
Another clean one. Again, we're talking about maybe 6 of these rounds on the way back. Well, maybe not 6. Probably like 5 of these rounds on the way back have been either half-buys or pistols because they're punishing on every single round, getting 5-kill rounds every single time. Like, how many of these rounds have been 5-kill rounds on the CT side? How many saves are we looking at from this?
2
from the point
saves
they started winning?
early on.
So they've saved in total.
Now 3.
In this entire 9-round spree, or 8-round spree, Big Clan have saved a total of 4 players across 9 rounds here on Inferno. So when they lose badly, and that's resulted in a lot of pistoling rounds.
And of the 8 rounds that OG have won in a row, 2 of them by way of 1 survivor. And those are in the rounds that, of course, OG are also saving.
Bustling economy
Big
at the
Clan,
moment.
excuse me.
For OG.
Yeah, they got that money. They've got that money.
Okay, so one final good try of it. This one's for posterity, Big Clan. Let's see if you can deal with the mistakes that you've made. Not die early on, I think, is a big one. Mantu out-opping your opper with a rifle. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, it's the Mantu and Valda show. 11-7, Mantu. 13-9 for Valda. Xanteras and Keto, the top fraggers, at 11 kills apiece for Big Clan.
Full passive. They want this round to come to them again. Let's see if they try to retake lane. We've got a couple of players pressed up, I think, for this specific situation. But we don't know if they're going to try it. It looks like they're just going to go for the gamble. This is where Big are not too happy, I guess, about what's happened so far. And this is actually would be a great call from Alexi B to try to hit A in this position. It looks like Big Clan, they've been so conditioned. It's going to be late B, it's going to be late B. But not this time. What on earth?
Xanteras is thinking about getting a little adventurous here. Just playing on the side of the site. We've got all 5 players for OG ready to go. Alexi is looking to contest on Arch. Bomb coming up the short side. Alexi runs right into the crosshair of tabseN, so that certainly helps. And if he gets that AUG scope up on Balk, then suddenly OG, they could be in a world of hurt. tabseN, he sees them trickling down into the pit. The first of 3 dead. Xanteras in from the corner, 10 seconds left. He just needs to survive. And they're gonna have time for this plant, just barely. It is low HP on 2 of the remaining 3 for OG. Keto and Searson, nothing to lose. The final round of the first 15. No kick currently on the play. Keto, single flashbang. How does he set up Searson's op for a retake? And NBK, at any moment, he could throw his flash back. Right now, he cowers in the little pit, not wanting to be spotted. Flash into the site. Keto's going to start swinging. Doesn't take down Valda. Searson's able to jump onto the box, but Issa shuts that down. OG, double digits. An excellent T-side recovery. At 1 point down, 5 rounds to 1. And now they sit on 10.
Jump like that. Oh, 215! I don't know if that's good, but it's way better than before.
Welcome back to the Fall Games for the long jump again. We have 4 new competitors: Nico from G2, Robs from Mouse Sports, Art from Furia, and Dupree from Astralis.
Press use on the sand pit. What? What does this do? It doesn't make sense. I mean, like, the thing is, I don't know how to do this probably, so I'm just like, I've seen people wiggle their mouse and I think they go further, and I'm gonna try like a jump like that. Oh, 215! I don't know if that's good, but it's way better than before. I don't know what I'm doing. This is why I should still be on a team with his attack. He would tell me how to do this stuff. He's like the master of movement. That's what it's about. Alright, it doesn't get better than that. I'll stick with 250.
What was the record? 227? What was it? But 219 so far. So. Oh, that was close.
Without this going straight. Alright. I think I'm getting more speed like this. Okay, there it is. There it is. I think I'm done here. Oh man. Sure, I have no way of. The Robs is too good at tryharding. Podium third place bro, yeah. I deserve it, but yes.
OG Esports. An excellent first half on the T side of Inferno, stringing them rounds together like cheese in the microwave.
Cheese strings. Do you know what the cheese strings are exactly?
Yeah, like
the ones
those
you
pulling.
can peel some of them? Yeah.
Anybody who eats those without peeling them piece by piece
and putting them in a microwave
is a freak. And the Big Clan, well, they're going to be taking it to the T side. So let's see what they've got for us on Inferno. Right now, it seems like OG are the better team. This is their map pick, after all. We got dual Berettas on the field.
Dual Berettas. I like how you said that.
Dual Berettas. And they're not Ketos, as they could be.
Should be.
But rather Alexi Bs. Let's see them. Well, that was short-lived. Xanteres, he's going to pick those bad boys up. And sure enough, catch the kill to Valda. Rotate from the spawn. Searson just gets wrecked by NBK, who hard clears tree. Dual Berettas on Xanteres, right into the face.
Oof.
Issa and Mantu coming in from different directions. Tizzy and Smoke soon to fade. And sure enough, Issa was distracted. Now it's Mantu with the CZ. And he, wow, sprays into the face of Tizzy. And them dual Berettas working magic for Xanteres, but wow, yeah,
he got 4 with those, right?
He got 1 kill with his Glock and then 3 off the Berettas, I think.
Yeah, wow, well done. Let's get a replay on that. That's
there it is.
With the Glock. Wow, what a whip up.
And even after that, he has the disrespect to throw them away for a CZ75.
You know what I always ask myself? I'd like if I, I get 3 kills with a Deagle in a round on an eco, and I see an AK in front of me, I'm like, I'm going to pick up this AK. Did the AK get me 3 kills this round? No, the Deagle did.
Yeah.
I'm going to pick up the AK for next round, but I'm keeping the Deagle out for the Deagle 4K highlight clip.
I feel you. Keto, Mac 10 rush.
Oof, punished when he doesn't fully commit. Falls back into that nade. 6-10 here for the Big Clan. What are the odds on T side? I think they do have a very good T side, but OG, I would say I was very concerned in that first half with how they were playing. They started to come back up some scrappy openings, and then in that final round was a very nice round for them. They had the perfect call. This time they went towards A. They forced Big Clan to gamble over towards B, and it wasn't like they got lucky with entries in the site in the last few seconds. They actually just kind of outplayed them in terms of strategy. So far, I have to be honest, I haven't been too impressed with either of these teams on either of these maps. More so with Big Clan on CT sides, with retake situations, and some of the early rounds on this map, but I feel like there's still a lot more to show from these teams specifically, considering they picked these maps. But
that's a compromise.
Yeah, it'll be a chance here for Big Clan to show us what they can do on T side.
Well, for the time being, they're still leaning over towards this CT stack. Mantu trying to run over so that he can get into the action, but everybody left for OG is technically in position to still stop this, and well, the HP's so low on the majority of Big Clan, but everybody still stands, and that's the biggest issue. Valda, he's going to find the headshot through the coffins. A second attempt, and Valda's not able to stop it this time around, but look at the health for Big.
They could be blown over
by a stiff breeze.
Like a piece of paper here. They're so low. Everyone's low.
Like autumn leaves.
Like Mantu leaves.
Now I'm trying to figure out if there's any other players who have
to figure out that
anime.
Mantu could be an anagram for autumn.
Yeah.
It's Andrew's brain. He's got a cool brain, I think.
Andrew's one of a kind. Do you think there's any other players that have ananagrams names? Anamagramma stands?
Banana phone. Do-do-do-do-do.
Bomb pops, OG walk away with 2 players up. 3 alive for Big Clan, 4 alive. 3 Mac 10s. Excuse me. This kill over towards the A site ends up netting them nothing. They wanted B and they got it. I want to see that Valda wallbang. It's on the bomb planter, so it's pretty predictable, but still looked clean. Felt clean. What's the buyback? A smoke and a flash. That's what Valda and Issa add to their savings. The pistols that they had grandfathered forward. Scout on Mantu. That could still be big. Keto gonna jump challenge around these corners. Mantu hitting his shot, but Keto then gets him. Unarmored. Basically, just gets ripped apart by Mac 10s.
Well, they tried to envelop the site. It'll leave MBK to fight for his own, and he'll end up dying. Activate Searson here to try to collect some money with the MAC-10 kills. And instead he'll get shoot back after getting dinked up. So, Plant comes in. So far, so good for Big. We can really talk about this next round. I'm very excited to see what will happen in this next round and what OG CT side setups are going to look like. Admittedly, I feel like I haven't seen OG pick into Inferno a lot in many of the series I remember. I'm just going to go ahead and take a look and see because they obviously played a hell of a lot of Flashpoint games recently.
Jump in, not going to work. Valda getting the better of it, and, well, Issa's here to help. Those were just the MAC-10s, though. It's the AKs that you'd think Big really want to save, and that smoke grenade should ensure it. Well, spoiler alert, we've got the Valda wallbang coming up.
Well, it looks like the Inferno pick has been pretty perpetual with OG recently. It's been their first pick almost every single game they played at Flashpoint, actually. And it's existed in every single veto, whether or not they picked it. So they've never banned it. Okay. Which why would they? I guess Inferno's not a map that's going to get banned very often. But just about every single game I'm looking at, they have gone for that. Which I really expected Mirage to be that one. But of course, it's a separate demon to try to play against Big Clan on Mirage. Also could be quite difficult. So where does this leave us? 8 to 10. This could be the last map of the series if Big Clan make a heroic run of it here on T side. But high expectations for what we can see here from OG, from Montu, from the CT side. They're quite wide open here on Arch. Past a minute 30, no pressure up mid here from Big Clan. The CTs will take full control at the bottom of it. And wisely, Big Clan go get some map control where it's easy first. Of course, eventually the smokes will be up on the bottom of mid, on the bottom of B, and then they can decide from there. So I think this is a pretty optimal setup on CT side. They've got the op peeking, they've got the 4A setup, they've jump spotting on the half wall, but a great flash. And some rifle support in the back. I don't know how MBK doesn't get blind, but good on him if he was playing anti. That allows the trade to come down nice and swiftly.
Turns Big Clan back a bit.
This is already a much more high-level round than what we saw in the first half. From both sides.
Alexi, will he peek into this? Is he going to let Tabson walk all the way in? Gives him the chance to fire back. Half health on all three of these initial combatants. NBK is still yet to be seen. Despite having a kill, it was just that blind side. Now he's been spotted. He gets hit by Searson, but the kill doesn't come in. A desperate spot for Searson, swapping over to the AK, 5 seconds left. NBK lucky to be alive after that op shot connects to his legs. But it is OG with their first CT round.
They had a small gap in the defense early on here at Arch, but as we saw, as soon as Big Clan came back to it, they were double stacked. We see that flash dodge. Thank you, production, for that from MBK. That's just beautiful. And then a great round from him overall to live on the site. Take that leg shot. They're doing well. And Big Clan, they tested on both sides. They lose out on their default coming to Arch and then back on B as well. So now, definitely looks like OG. I can see why they were looking forward to this side. But it's still a good test from Big Clan. Still expecting some more tricks out of them.
Keto can't make the most of it. Until I say that. Thought for sure he'd have Alexi with how blind he was. Look at this AK.
Oh, they had to leave the AK there. Wow, I can't believe Alexi doesn't pick it up.
Mantu gonna find the shot into Xantares, but then missed the follow-up. Keto, he's doing it all here in round number 20. Single CT on site in Alexi B, already low because of the deagle damage we saw early. Misses some shots, and Searson gonna absolutely maximize the moment. With very little tools to work with, Big Clan robbing around right back, and Searson through smoke. What was that? Man's shooting homing missiles.
Well.
Laser beams.
Tough to have to characterize that one by a missed op shot from Mantu. I feel like a couple things were weird there. Number one, Alexi doesn't pick up the AK on the ground when his teammate dies. I think he could have hung out at top banana. He had a teammate, so he could have either fought or picked up the AK and left. But leaving with just the MP9, not protecting the gun, that was that really powered up Big Clan. And then Mantu Sure, you go for the repeat. I mean, it's versus, versus a max a rifle, but missing the shot.
Costly.
It opens up the round totally. And then Alexi B misplays from oranges a little bit. Lets his opponent get a bit too far across. And this is, as soon as the swap comes in...
He goes for the peek.
Yeah, they go for the peek. They get the kill.
What is this?
And that's like Montu's swap used against MBK. Tough. No save for you. Oh. What do you think that reaction is to?
It got to be the shot through smoke.
Shot through smoke.
Okay. Sometimes it do be like that. And the flash through apps. Tizian sitting on the other side. Ooh, good damage from Issa. Good kill. Immediately walks away with it. Now, not able to recover that extra gun. And 3 CTs on pistols, but perfect flashbang. Alexi, he's able to get 2 kills off of that push with the MP9. He never stopped shooting or running for that fact.
And they got eyes all over the place. They're going through the halls push. They had peek down mid. They got a rotation over towards B. They've got full control in this round. MBK has alt locked up. I don't know. I guess he's falling back, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, he went and grabbed the gun from Tizian.
Yeah, I feel like it would be a great spot to try to hold on to an off angle and alt for some information, and then have a teammate either cheat over or play from Speedway. But of course, if it comes towards A, then he might be in an interesting position. MBK instead, he's just kind of patrolling between the angles here in the halls, and the execute looks to come towards B. 2v2.
Smoke grenade in the face of Issa. We've got Valda on the Deagle backside, now going to be burned into the open. Xantares should be able to keep him. No one's watching the molly.
Molly miss?
No, it just spread a little bit late. But there was a moment there where Valda, had he known it, could have swung out with nobody really watching him. Xantares, he was more concerned with that CT cross bomb planted. Keto deals with the coffin man, and then he gets wrecked by Montu downtown with the P250. And a 12th round for OG off the B site.
Well, a great round from Montu. Man, this game is so damn scrappy. Just back and forth, so many like half ecos being won. I love that Issa fights in that position from the construction, or like knowing that MBK is about to swing on that target as well. That's real selfless from him. And as you mentioned, never stop believing, never stop running, never stop shooting. Alexi B's got that tattooed on his chest. A crispy one tap.
I'll take that one more time if we can.
Hey, after the shot you hit last round, my friend, you deserve anything.
Yeah, right. It's like, watch this.
That was nice. I definitely added a few years onto keto.
What goes around comes around. Searson gonna try to get to the top of brackets.
I respect it. I think, they're seeing the early B pressure, so they're gonna try to squeeze the top mid. They get the free mid control. They can try to stop rotators coming in. No op is in position, so a couple of strong angles and a lot of space that Searson has made so far this game, but he'll take a tag trying to cross.
Damn.
Oh my god, there's so much pressure everywhere. It's hard to say where the first fight's gonna come down. Good luck, DJ.
Keto's looking to keep Alexi in this position. Molotov didn't flush him forward, but as he walks in, he gets instantly shut down. We got a player back in pit and 2 on side this A site. The real play, Arch to B. Big Clan start to sniff that out. Tabson goes back. The thing is if the bomb goes down banana, Keto's on 53 HP.
Immediately, OG have to retake mid control. So, yeah, they're going to do that.
Yep. Valda, he's on high alert. They're coming at him.
Tizian's in alt. Underpass now.
It's all about the multi-kill. Nobody's watching this position. Valda, he's spotted, and he's only able to get himself 1. Now, luckily for OG, they also get that kill back in mid. Tabson's going to plant in the front of the site. And then drop that smoke towards Banana. NBK, just completely wrecked by Xantares. As that smoke fades. Poor NBK, he gets splattered, and Big Clan now, they're going to take double digits off the back of this. There was a chance for Valda. Absolutely.
Yeah, surprised that at that point he even got cleared, but that's, he's good on him for being patient. definitely still getting a kill is pretty huge, and it's an unlikely situation considering how well set up Big were. As you pointed out nice and early, they had Arch open, mid a split to B was the play, and they got reorganized just in time. Credit to OG for going ahead and knowing, we've got to retake mid control, get something back to help out Valda in case that is the situation, or just reclaim mid in case the T's are still around mid. We get the fights there. And wow, he almost incidentally gets cleared. I'm not exactly sure what tips him off, but just very nervous about every situation. Very close, but I think it was an unlikely round for OG. I don't think they should be too upset about that. It's more about what happened in the early round that got him to that point.
So 5 rounds back and forth.
Yeah, really cool. Really cool. It's hard to say who's going to win this game. 2 rounds the difference. This lead is diminishing for OG. Wow, what a revenge series this would be for Big Clan to 2-0 OG back.
And then, I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself, but if revenge is on the menu, we've got a Astralis Mouse Sports after this.
My goodness. We're going to get the Redux, the best of 3. I'm hoping to see Inferno.
I don't care what we get. I'm hoping to see Mouse Sports. Yesterday, a shell of themselves. But enough about them. This is the Big and OG show. Right now, we've got a little bit of pressure coming into the A site with utility. We'll see if this peels a player off of B for OG. They went with that 3-player stack. And we do get an adjustment. Mantu bringing the op over. Xanterez through the smoke on Arch. NBK survives the first challenge.
Wow, they really run it. They were trying to do the same thing as last round. But they'll still continue on into a full B hit. No rotation has taken place just yet. Mantu's going to take his peek on Arch, not see anybody. They don't know what's coming. They still don't have Hall's control, but the bomb, it's working. Whoa. They're making a blind decision, as we can see. The smoke is here. Try to bait it forward. 30 seconds. It's going to cause a rotation on Montu. Not going to be a free sight, though. Not by any means. MBK, Issa still here. They don't plan to rotate.
Damn, Mantu, he's going to let him slip in.
I don't know if he sees anything.
NBK like the anchor. Issa, he's going to get himself the 1 kill. 8 seconds. They need to clear out NBK. He instantly dies, and Keto takes the bomb plant. Big Clan. Oh, you devilish buggers. They slip into A. Mantu challenging out from Library. What is the likelihood of a retake attempt even thrown at this? Their economy is not good. Their lead is slipping through the fingertips, and they will be given a chance to save. Issa, he technically could have gone big off of Balk and gotten both players from Arch side, but you could also argue NBK just needs 1 or 2. And he goes down empty-handed. They honed in on his position like it was nobody's business. An 11th round for Big Clan. A 1-round lead still for OG. But of all of these CT rounds, they have only won 2.
Same thing as the first half, right? Where it comes down to this very last second move. And yes, it's the correct site. There's only 2 here, but they could still win because of the amount of time left on the clock. But they've got them basically hard clearing that position. There's no late utility to work with. It's the same thing Alexi B did to them in the first half. It's happening to them a little bit now. I was thinking OG would be able to hold in that spot, especially after that first Issa kill. But that is, of course, the lay of the land in those very late round situations. The 1 kill is just a round, basically, so they grab it. Oh, a great shot. That fishing rod goes up, takes Alexi out, and
hooks the bass.
Yeah. My goodness. They have dug themselves out of a bad spot in this half.
NBK is going to get adventurous, though. He walks down middle. There's actually a player over here by Alt with his head turned.
Oh, Jesus. He's certainly just going to get cleared now, right? Yeah.
Or not. I thought that flash was going to be enough. 3 players grouped up outside of B. Xanterez about to hit Issa. Obviously now OG split down the middle, but bomb comes back because there is so much time. That kill on short side magnetized everybody else from Big Clan. Mantu could just send one through smoke and does so right into the face of Tizian. Predicts the peek from Xanterez and even hits the shot, but it's not rewarded with a kill. Keto caught off guard by Valda, gives the chance for OG to save these last 2 weapons, But I feel like Big Clan, with all the money they have, may go hunting here.
Yeah, they knew the route was already won. They wanted to try to punish the exits. That's why I said Xanteris just take a risk walking through the smoke. It almost pays off, too.
And we're tied at 12.
12, man. Yeah, things have not gotten any easier for OG. The T side off of Searson getting kills, that's scary. These late round situations. There's so many similarities between these two teams. I didn't really expect to see that. Here's that great shot from Searson.
Yep. Easy adjustment.
Yeah. Make a man regret jump spotting. That's one way. Was there a flash to couple with that? Don't even know what the play was that Alexi was making. Just going to take maybe the one jump spot and fall back.
Scoreboard update. We've got 21 and 14 for Valda. 20 and 12 for Xanteris on the other side.
Xanteris, we haven't even seen the big Halls pops yet. I think that's one of the coolest things that they do that's very strong. I'm not sure if they want to do it in this game. But the cool thing about the Halls pop is, like, on TD side, you don't always play in the Halls. So sometimes it is very easy. Walk up to the end of Halls, literally set up a flash and a smoke at mid, and like come through at the entries. And that's where Xanteris is just so good at that kind of situations. Those kinds of situations. But they've still got him working and having impact despite foregoing any kind of, explosive entry rounds like that. They tried to use him to fight MBK through the smoke at Arch. That was one time. He just flew through. He lost the duel. All right, another buy up here. No 2-off adjustments. No, Valda could have potentially dropped money on one if there was any reason they wanted to just change the setup up slightly, try to get an op on both sides. No, they're going to go back to basics. Oh, and they punish again here.
So
wow.
open.
This is kind of oh my goodness.
I love this pace.
He's making a lot of noise though. He's not caught off by Alexi.
Well, that's a bit of a shame. Kind of fizzles out, but Searson's still in a good spot to recover. Let's see if Alexi can get another.
Holy, this is a whole new
pace.
Yeah.
Whole new tempo. And Searson getting the better of Alexi as he was looking for his second on the play. Another save, perhaps, out of OG.
Wow.
That is lightning fast.
That's a cool round. I mean, I'm not sure how they read the setup, but they go for the fast Arch with one player. They're assuming maybe OG are going for the 3B play, but then they meet up with the B push really quickly in. As soon as they see that he gets killed in spawn, they're thinking, well, this is the only rotator we need for the information. They take that and they catch someone trying to exit into construction. Wow, that was a very unique kind of take of it, how quickly they moved and how they pressed up on both locations. Where the hell did that come from, Big Clan?
Damn, Big. You know what's wild? In the pistol round, okay, we saw Big Clan win by way of elimination. Every single round since then that Big have won, there has been CTs surviving. They are just weaseling their way onto the scoreboard, and now they have that lead. And of all those saves, there has always been at least 2 players for OG minus round 20, the one exception. They are not using kills to get this lead. They're just using those bombs to complete the objective. Objective-based gamers. Nice frag grenade versus Tabson. Let's see if OG can also crank the dial. Tabson going to get burned out of the cubby. Valda sticking around to try and catch him, and Tabson, well, he's looking for an opening kill as well, but too heated of a position. He falls back. Deep banana control for OG. NBK. That's inside of the apartments, the 2 CT setup. Now Searson, he sees Issa fall back and almost snaps the shot into NBK, who's given us the multi-kill that OG seemed to need. Tabson now gonna try to challenge up this short side, and it's a triple peek from OG to continue the success. NBK, as many kills as letters in his name.
That's a classic line. That was nice. He got all 3 of them. They really just followed up Searson. He just had a little shot at Tabasco, came up mid. It's like, I'm ready for this. Bring on the CTs. Came through with that op, missed his first shot, hung around a little bit too long, but boy, was he in the wrong neighborhood.
And Alexi still sticks around in his neighborhood long enough to catch that beat.
Yeah, that was weird. And then tabseN comes out and just stands there too, trying to fight 3 different angles. Sure thing. If you'd like to go for it. Could have had the adjustment there from searsson. But yeah, one of those situations where they lose the man advantage. They're like, okay, well, let's just try to make something happen again and again. Both options fail. Weird way to see OG or Big lose a round based on this comeback. That's been more of a grind than anything else. But they're trying to keep the pace high, it looks like. Alexi B will go face first down Banana. Not clear out this
Keto
close
catches
corner.
him.
I think that Molly, he was expecting it to cover that position, but it only spread to him late.
Valda does get a kill back as he fades away, so 4v4 maintained. And OG's health bar is better for it. tabseN looking like a liability. They're going to start to wrap around on Arch side. Of course, Valda, AK, 23 kills. The top fragger for OG. But he lets 3 Ts cross, or at least it seems so. He sticks around, and they are as well, just inside of this. Valda, I don't know if they're going to anticipate the angle. searsson clears it. And now all of a sudden, there is pressure on Mantu. Nobody coming at him from Banana, but he posts up and gets the better of searsson. Bomb thrown into the open, and Mantu thinking Banana split is a possibility. Not the case.
The flanks are coming in 2 through CT spawn right now. The fight will occur. Essa, 50-50. Xantares wins that one. MBK looking for the spray transfer.
Transfers back to A.
It is not good enough, and yes, they will be en route to the plant. This is Mantu on a retake in a round that looked like it was a B split for certain.
Damn, that 2 versus 2 could have gone any which way. Xantares gets the better of it, and Tizian calls him into the action. Mantu swaps to AK. He's got full health, kit, nades. They use their Molotov to block him off for the time being. Still, Xantares flushed back behind default box. He is so low. 1/5 his HP. Mantu off of the flash, looking for a duel, but nobody's giving it to him, and time is of the essence. Xantares back with another headshot. 3 kills on the round. The crucial 2K to crack open the CT spawn, and then the closer on top. There may not have been a Banana split, but there was certainly a cherry on top.
It was a mix of good awareness, crispy shots being hit, important trades here from Xantares. It was really just an A map there in the CT spawn between him and Issa. That's the swing duel, right? Issa wins that. I mean, everything will tumble on forward. They'll be able to crush the split. And instead, Big Clan, they'll win that round off that kill. searsson's kill into Valda. They'll bring it to 14. They found a lot of success trying to split through the archway. Very tense moment. Here's OG try to defend against 15, but it feels like it's coming. They'll have
3 CT rounds.
Yeah, one final go of it. And I think they've won 2 of their CT rounds recently, at least.
2 players on short side. It's a 3-man mid setup. Issa from down beneath.
Oh man, that's how you want to use Xantares. Very explosive. Tizian, he's applying pressure on the halls. What is the CT adjustment? It looks like a lane split is coming their way, and Tizian's just gonna make a move.
Forced into. Oh, what? If he is jumping, then someone arrest this man. An absolute robbery, perhaps towards pit. And that leaves this A site wide open. searsson's going to have himself a little bit of an angle on this smoke. And they throw down yet another. tabseN's going to take bomb from searsson so that he can just stay posted. And sure enough, if Alexi peeks this, he should be dead. A second chance for searsson.
They're going to save. Holy, surely not.
Somebody get the handcuffs.
We're going to need the, yeah. Of course, we're gonna watch that back shortly. My goodness gracious. What a way to get the kill. Now, you know, who knows if he gets traded. It's still Big got that 1-for-1 opening, saw the lane setup. This is Xantares. Nice kind of explosion on the MBK who is blind. Issa is put in place specifically to dodge a flash and trade in that spot, but he is definitely not touching any part of the ground.
Oh my god.
Don't laugh about that.
That's one of those kills that would be glorious in third person.
Define glorious.
Fantastic, phenomenal. I'll let it speak for itself, man.
Oh my god. Oh no, you're right. It was.
How does Issa not just slam his head through the wall?
I'd be so pissed off. Holy crap.
And that is the way, ladies and gentlemen, Big Clan take 15 on their opponent's map pick after going down to a 9-round spree. OG's T side looked fantastic, and Big Clan's one step better. This one's not over yet, but man, with a shot like that, it sure feels it.
My favorite part was when Tizian said, Hugh.
How do you recover from that?
Big info. Xanteris takes a quick peek out mid. Ooh, lots of damage done to the CTs. They'll press up, but oh, look at Issa. He's coming back for revenge. And he'll get some. He does some good damage to answer back. Mantu, oh, he's getting spotted pushing out. But the awkward duel comes to a close. They'll try to reroute now. For the CTs, it's not the best position ever. I think Mantu, he's actually got an AWP in his hands. See him run out and charge with that CZ. He knows that someone's low health on that side of the map. 2 players in B. 1 on the boost. Not something that we've seen so far from OG. Alexi, he's looking for this
He
shot.
finds it.
Yeah, he'll find it. Xanteris low, Tizian low. You think they're
very much on keto here, but Valda, he's got his number. Spams him in the back as he attempts to cross over. These last 2 kills should be easy pickings for Valda, and sure enough, he just sweeps the board. So we go the distance here on map 2. It's either overtime for OG or a 16-14 robbery made possible by Tizian's illegal activities.
crazy. Well, it's a nice and easy round after the damage comes in. Credit to Issa for making that big play at mid. Lots of damage on the second guy, kill on the first. Round 30, everybody's got the money to spend. We're going to be blowing bags here in round 30. I reckon OG could even go 2 ops if they want to. Might be a good time to do it. Big will take a tack timeout. I think the problem for Big right now is they found so much success for the arch split, but outside of that, there's not been that much. Like, surely they're going to chalk that up to a very awkward and maybe lucky round where they go for the explode out of halls. So I don't know if they want to try the lane hit again, but I think there's one thing that's been very common with them, and it's using Xanteris, kind of like a Kerrigan, to just explode up mid to try to get info and go for a 50-50. I mean, he's a strong player to do it. 92 ADR in this game. Yep. A top performer, no doubt. Really great so far here on the T side.
And it's a good enough buy. Really only Tizian limited in terms of firepower. And then Xanteris light on nades. But you don't need a gun in Tizian's hands, and Xanteris doesn't need utilities, so chalk it up basically 50-50. Early damage both directions.
This is
That's Valda low. And Valda has been a big piece to this success for OG CT side.
Imagine if they could see what we see, right? They would just walk up and do the execute into B. So they are lacking information top bracket, but so are OG. And now they're starting to walk around the corner. They haven't used too many nades. We're hearing a couple of footsteps. A player is leaving B, which they're blind gambling here on the stack.
On the 30th round.
Yeah.
Oh, but Alexi, he finds a headshot through the smoke. That is exactly what they needed. And on top of that, he's going to lay down an additional smoke. So Big Clan now walking in blind. Alexi, P250 spam. He doesn't get his rifle back out. That is exactly what Big needed. But bomb's yet to cross. Now it will. Everybody from Big Clan getting into the positions, but NBK, that frag grenade's fantastic. Doesn't stop the bomb plant, but he does shave Tizian out of this post-plant position, and there is no utility here for Big to try and stave this off. 3 players from OG already tagged, and Searson's op cuts down Issa, the only player who had full health. OG. It's not elimination on the line, but the upper bracket run coming in from Big. Searson goes for the re-peek, and one after another, they cut them down.
Talk to him. Searson in that round 30 moment here in construction. The peak, the re-peek, and the re-peek again. He locks it up. They didn't have enough utility there to try to challenge, and that is a tough situation. Alexi, it looked like he was making the play of the hour. He had the spam go down, got the kill, pulled the P250 out. Maybe that's where he made the mistake. Could have fallen back, had the gun in hand. But I didn't know Big were pressed up. I think based on what we saw, because OG were not even playing in brackets, There was no sense in Big Clan going to take clear out brackets early in the round. They pretty much knew that they weren't there. So they had him in that 2-3 situation. In fact, it was just Alexi alone. I think they made a great call to go B.
I think so too. Awesome 30th round to an awesome 2-map series. Big congratulations on your win. We'll throw this one over to the capable hands of James Banks.
Yeah, at least I've got some capable hands at this point. It seems like some of the OG players lost theirs for a few rounds, and that was at times a bit awkward. A massive comeback from Big, though. You'll give him that, given how it started off for him. Looking really good early on in the game. Then we saw OG come back. They started to show some face within it. But overall, there was a lot of mistakes from both sides on this that you got to look at.
Yeah, it was a messy game, and we have to give it up to Big being able to put together that comeback, right? They were 5-0 in the lead, then OG ramped up, winning 10 rounds in a row on their T side of Inferno. Moving over to the defensive, I thought that was it. I thought that was done. We would move on to a third map. And then Big found so many different ways to abuse the defense from OG. Londers talked about the CT side incursion. They've done that a couple of times. But for OG, this map has to be the story of missed opportunities. Individually speaking, mishaps, mistakes, misaim, miss anything you want to add behind it, because they could have had that Inferno.
And I guess this is the difference between your very top teams out there, right, and the teams that are trying to make their way up.
There's no doubt that if this is the level OG is going to play with throughout the entire tournament, I'm afraid we won't be seeing them for long, and they're aware of that as well, right? That was not a great performance right here. Big, they won both pistol rounds. They went up 5-0, as Matthew said. They also converted the second pistol round, and still they ended up winning only 16-14 off the back of Tizian with a ridiculous jump shot as well. There were so many things going the way of Big Clan right here that probably should not have gone their way, so it wouldn't have been unfair, you know, as per se, if OG would stand here as the winners of Inferno. But if you don't, you know, seize your opportunities, if you don't capitalize on it, then you don't deserve to win.
You've got to make the most of it, right? And that's one thing they definitely did. When it comes to Big, though, I want to touch on Xantares, because he is a player who often got lost within this lineup, considering he wasn't being put in a position like it was on the Space Soldiers, where he was put there to just find success and frag out like crazy. But he does start to bring a more consistent level of a higher play.
I feel like 2020 has been a good story for Xantares in Big in general.
Yeah.
He's not, you know, in 130 whatever range in terms of ratings, but we don't need that for him. What we need is him to be consistent with the rifle, create space, be good on the trading. In this game, he was 6 for 8 in opening duels. He won 6 out of 8 opening duels he took. Londers was talking about the space he was taking towards bracket, and this is exactly how you want to use him. You want to give him open space where he thinks he can take duels. We know that mechanically speaking, Xantares is almost one of a kind. There's not that many players who can catch up with him in terms of aim, so you have to give him the space. That right here, that is an exactly example of what I'm using. He's just going in, making the trade, boom, quick kill. That's how you want him to play the game.
That last kill he had there on Alexi as well, we were watching it and we're just like, what was going on? Because he had the rifle, he put out the pistol, he wanted to run away, he didn't expect another player to be there.
Yeah.
There was one of the moments where you just go, what?
I mean, he had an idea, right? I could see what he wanted to do, Alexi B, right here. He just missed the timing a little bit, and then he got punished big time because he was the sole defender on the bomb side. So when he dies, he looks, you know, he looks awful, and it looks to be a bad decision. But you could see what he wanted to try. He wanted to, you know, drag as much time out, put down the smoke, and then hold the defense until the backup came in. But he died a bit too soon, and that was a big problem for OG, because at the end of the day, that's what cost him the loss.
That is what cost them the loss, right? No overtime on the cards for that. A big win coming out from these guys. And we got Tabson for a winner's interview this time around. Mr. Tabson, how are you doing?
I'm doing very good. Thanks, man. What about you guys?
Yeah, we're doing well, thank you, mate. You got a big smile on your face, and I know why, because you were down 10-5 going into that second half. And I just got to say, what were you guys talking about and discussing when you moved on over to the second half there? Because you made an impressive comeback.
We were just talking about our city side in general. I think we had a really great city half. It was just a little bit off, I would say. We had nice setups. We had really good equipment usage. Like in the end, they always needed to go through a smoke on B side, for example, and we just didn't kill them at the end. But I would say we were really well prepared, and of course, I'm really glad we pulled off the comeback ST.
Now, when it comes to that comeback, right, you guys are known for this preparation and the hard work you're putting in, but you've spoken to us before how hard it is right now, given how many events there are to prep and to make new tactics and get yourself ready for it. What was your preparation like ahead of this game?
Our preparation was basically just focusing a lot on ourselves. We had the long talk on Inferno, and we had also long talk on Dust 2 again, which were like the last few days a little bit lacking there. And I would say it definitely was worth it to have a really long talk on these kind of maps. And we just try to focus on us, and we were really try to be calm in any kind of situations where the rounds were for basically like in 10 seconds. We had rounds where we faked B, and it was really tough to go into the A side, for example, and we tried to manage cool there, and it was really important that we did that. I'm really happy and glad we pulled that off.
tabseN, first of all, congratulations. I just want to take a step back and talk about the fact that Xantares, Tizian, and you are often together playing in this room. In an environment which is now exclusively online Counter-Strike, can you talk a little bit about how it helps you, what it brings you, or if it has any negative sides, maybe? I don't know.
The positive side is definitely that you feel the energy, and most of the time now when everything's online, you don't feel like it's, most of the time, of course, it's an important game, but it feels like it's just a practice game, for example. It has a good side, of course, also a downside, but I feel the energy, and it's really nice to always, like, for example, after a game, you just hug each other or whatever, and you always have more motivation to just bring your A game basically after again.
tabseN, recently you said in an interview that it's been a long year for you guys. You've been working hard, and been using a lot of time, getting to where you're at, even being the best team in the world at a certain point. Do you feel like you had the energy to give it one final go here at the Blast and now also the Global Challenge coming up? Or is it, is it at the end of that energy for you guys? Because you have been working a lot and you have been playing a lot of Counter-Strike throughout the year.
I think the news that we got, I would say, invited to Global Challenge gave us a lot of motivation again. Okay. Like it's a really nice surprise, I would say, because we unfortunately didn't make it like with 2 points. Complexity made it then, but it was a really nice surprise, and it gave us a lot of motivation, and we will pull everything off that we can just bring our A game and make the best out of it.
So tabseN, you guys were at one point this year the best team in the world, and with all due respect, it's hard for me and for the rest of the world to see that being the case again sometime soon. Do you still believe you have what it takes to go up and be even better than you were when you're looking at your absolute best in the middle of 2020?
Definitely. I think we need to step up individually wise a little bit more. Technically wise, we are getting there again. Today was a really good tactical game, and I'm pretty sure hopefully we will pull our individual skill again up, and we will make sure that we will try to do the best.
Sounds good.
Now, tabseN, I've got to ask one thing, right? This will be the first time you guys face G2 with NiKo playing in the team for them. You've had a good ratio over these guys, though. You've been able to take them down across many events. Do you think much will change in order for you to play against them and prepare for them?
Not so much will change. We will try to focus on ourselves, of course, and we will just prepare, of course, like against every other opponent. But I think it's always a really tough game against G2. They're a really good team, and I'm really happy to play against NiKo again, and we will see how it goes.
You got a smile on your face while saying that. That's a scary tabseN. I wouldn't want to deal with it. But honestly, tabseN, congratulations and thank you very much for your time, man. We'll speak to you soon.
Thank you very much.
That is a man who is very happy. He is definitely seeming like that motivated style is coming back out. And you touched on it, Pimp, with getting that Global Challenge invite, right? That can give a nice boost to you when you don't expect like the year is going to end so high.
I'm just happy he asked how we were doing. No one asked how we were doing.
No one cares.
We always ask, hey, how are you doing? Are you happy? But he asks, hey guys, what's up about you? That's tabseN in a nutshell. He's one of the most genuine guys out there, and you just want to wish good for him, honestly.
And this is our bracket, guys. We know what's up for the next few games. Vitality Na'Vi, G2 Big, and then the lower bracket, the game that's coming up next, mousesports Astralis.
You know what's so crazy about this bracket is that if if you didn't know the upper bracket were the upper bracket, and if you didn't know the lower bracket were the lower bracket, you could even argue that both sides of the bracket are equally strong as of right now. There's so much talent within this lineup that even the teams that so far have lost the tournament fight themselves in the lower bracket, well, they could easily go all the way to the final. There's no team out of this tournament so far, and as of right now, you have Astralis, mousesports down there, Furia, they can all go all the way if they hit their mark.
This is in a situation where we often sit, right? But we never get so many good matchups where we can go, okay, normally there's one, right, where you say, oh, that's a definite. That's the way it can go down. But no, this is the bracket. This is what we got so far. But we know what's coming up next. We've got one more game for you guys this evening, and it is going to be Astralis versus mousesports. It's the DreamHack Masters Winter Final, but repeated across a best of 3. Can Astralis do it again, or will mousesports show us a new face? You'll be finding out after the break.
Counter-Strike is not just about headshots. Audio is your best friend, and I'm going to show you some tricks using the sounds of weapons, utility, and the map so you can always stay one step ahead. I'm Anders Bloom, and this is Audio Advantage. Weapons in CSGO come in all different shapes and sizes, and they make all kinds of different noises. Aside from their primary use, here is how gun audio can become a tool with which to fool your enemies. In certain situations, the defense will know as much of what you're doing from seeing you as they will from hearing you. If you're jumping from high ground to low, it'll emit a loud sound that will tell the defense exactly where you've gone. But if instead, just as you're landing, you fire off a loud weapon, this will obscure the sound and thus make it impossible for them to figure out where you've gone. A lot of the time, this will give you the advantage needed to win the round. Flashes, smokes, molotovs, decoys, and HE grenades. So many options to bamboozle the enemy. You've seen the fancy executes, the smoke defusers, but have you tried this? Because some grenades, molotovs, HEs, and smokes can only be carried one at a time by each player. They give away critical tactical information even when heard across the map. If you hear 2 or 3 smokes going down on any given position, you know that there has to be 2 or 3 people in that position, thus giving your team a critical tactical advantage. Finally, we have the maps, set in multiple locations around the world, all with a different unique sound design to help you trick your opponents. On a map like Nuke, you can sometimes sneak a teammate down to the lower part of the map, but past a certain point, either at the door or at the window into the B bomb site, they either have to break the window or open the door, both of which will make a sound that will give away the game. But if at the same time, on the upper side of the map, you open the door or break open the windows at the ceiling of the A bomb site, that'll cover the sound and confuse any enemies into thinking that you're only in one of these positions. A clever way to trick your opponent is to intentionally leak audio. As you're stomping forward in one direction, let's say on the B ramp, you can suddenly stop and walk backwards, reversing course. Anyone hearing you will think that you've made your way into the B bomb site, when in fact you're now back, waiting for them seconds later to show up. That's it. Some tips and tricks on how to use audio to your advantage within the game.
Mousesports, if they want to win, they need to have their trio of riflers to perform well.
And now it's BMAS with a double.
I see everything that made them the best team in history with Counter-Strike, again, slowly but surely starting to unfold.
Quick one tap comes out right away. Oh, okay, now we're in business. He knows one's on site, the double peek. And oh my goodness, flashbang out. He's looking for the peek. He's gonna get the headshot.
This is a special rematch. This is where we get to relive a grand final that was only played a few days ago back on Sunday, but now across a best of 3 with technically more on the line. Because yes, there was a first place for DreamHack Masters last time, but the second place is still pretty good. One of these teams is being eliminated. One of these teams has nowhere to go.
It's Why are you laughing so much? I'll take it. There's a lot on the line. You are correct. Whoever loses that game is out of the tournament last place. In finalists for DreamHack Masters. So I can see where you're going with this one. I can reach to you.
Like second place, right? It's better than being eliminated at this point, you know?
I can't argue with that logic. It's better to be second than to be last.
You were laughing, I'm thinking like, what did I say wrong? Like, what, am I completely getting the script bad here? We'll ignore Maniac for a moment. Sometimes you just need to. We'll leave him there in his box. Astralis though, last time around when they played Na'Vi, it wasn't the prettiest. Yes, it was a simple playing in incredible form. For me, when I look at Mousesports, though, they don't have a player that can do that to a team like Astralis.
No, they shouldn't, right? We talk about Robs a lot, but him being a superstar, not in the same way as Sybil, of course. He's more like a stable player, a player that always shows up to a higher level. Reminds me a lot like Device, just with a rifle, to be honest. So there's some similarities in that one. You have the players in front of you right here, and there's a lot of potential within Mousesports. And Mousesport, as of recently, have been looking much, much better than I think any of us would have expected. You have Robs being the superstar. You have Frozen all of a sudden stepping up and playing at a very high level, and I think he's going to be vital today again. Then you have Bymas slowly but surely showing signs of his potential, and then you have the stables in Karrigan and Chris J. Again, the big question mark today is Chris J going up against Device. How much can he actually do with AWP, and how much of a problem is that going to be for them?
And we saw this yesterday. He was not able to have the impact. He was not able to play up to the level where we talk about, okay, Chris J is not a mad fragger, but he's an experienced player. He should be able to play off some certain situations.
Yeah, unfortunately, against Vitality, he was completely outmatched. I mean, he had a 0.46 rating. This is very rare that we go so deep. It was a bit of a special circumstance as well, we have to be honest. So I'm hoping, and I think we'll see a different face for Chris J and just for Mousesports in general, because let's be honest, they didn't really existed in that game versus Vitality. They got smacked all the way across the server, and it can happen. It can happen to have empty series that you just miss. But if Mousesports are going to establish themselves as part of a top team circle right now, they need to bounce back and they need to make it at least competitive against Astralis. They've done it in the DreamHack Masters Grand Final. Might not be the 3-1 win, sorry, but it was tight. So we know they can do it. Now they just have to do it.
Now they have to do it not once but twice. So now they have to show it in a bigger level. And we got to speak to Karrigan when he's looking at Astralis and how they're operating in the 6-man roster.
Of course, we did see them bringing in Bubsky as well as a mid-match substitution coming into Nuke. I'm wondering what your thoughts are of how Astralis are sort of using this 6-man roster.
I think so far they're using like Vitality, right? I think they have set the tone for how you should do the 6-man roster. Maybe they're using him more than we know, but as far as I can see and know right now is that they use him on Nuke, which makes sense when we look at an anti. We know how he plays there. But decide to trade him in for another map, that would be pretty surprising for me. But we just play our game and we just see what lineup they're playing in each map.
Speaking of your own game, what's the one biggest thing that you're going to be adapting to coming into this rematch against Astralis?
Yeah, I think we need to focus a little on playing a slower style. Maybe we played very aggressive them lately. They know we are playing very aggressive as a team. So we need to balance a little more. I think we didn't balance it good enough last time. And we just have to play with confidence because it felt like in yesterday's match against Vitality, we didn't play with confidence. And that is has been one of the key things in our success lately is that we play with confidence. We go for the duels we think is the right thing instead of overthinking it. So just clear mind, play our own game, play what you feel, and then we should be good to play our A game.
Play our own game, of course. Yeah, brilliant. You know, Karrigan,
it's going to be okay, James. It's going to be okay.
Yeah, but a great leader, and he comes up with, like, play your own game. I know you don't want to give too much away, but, yeah, great.
You got to play your own game sometimes, James.
Whose game you going to play?
Yeah,
someone else's game? What are you going to do?
What's wrong
Philosophically speaking, they have to play their own game.
I'm not going to get triggered by both of you. I'm not falling for this trap.
I'm just messing with you.
I'm not falling for this trap. But realistically, confidence, right, is the only thing they've got going for them right now when it's Mousesports. And one player who always has that, you were talking about Karrigan, will push forward. He will take any duel, any fight, and kind of grab the team and start running with it if they do go down.
Yeah, just to put a little bit of nuance on that one. So I'm not saying that Karrigan has always confidence in any duel. What I'm saying is that good day or bad day, he will take the space.
That's what I'm saying. He'll go. He'll
yes,
try.
Exactly. And that means a lot in terms of routine and what you can expect from the situation, because good day again or bad day, Karrigan will go for it. He will create the opportunity. If he makes it and that's a good day, then suddenly there's a lot of space for Mousesports to play with. It's not the case if he doesn't find the kills, but at least you're hoping and you know he's going to do what he needs to do.
And this is the thing, the two experienced players we look at, Karrigan and Chris J, they're the ones now that need to allow to have this room facilitate the younger players in here. And they do have the potential to do it, but them at times, as we looked at it on the DreamHack Masters one, Frozen missing those shots, right? The kind of, okay, not as super easy shots, but through smoke and little things like that. Those minimal details aren't quite there yet.
But I would attest those to be growing pains. I would attest those to being Mousesports having not been together for that long, right? It's still a relatively new lineup. It's still a lineup where the players are slowly but surely starting to gel together. Karrigan used to be the AWP for a month, then they gave it back to Chris J, and they still have to build up their foundation and their way of attacking the game. So sure, here in the beginning, especially in pressured situations, in grand finals and so forth, there'll be a couple of outfalls like you just mentioned right here. But I think overall, the impression Mousesports has given me and the rest of the world so far is that it's a very capable team, and Karrigan has done it again. He's been able to rebuild a team that when you look at the lineup, well, you don't expect them to be as good as they are.
I'm not sold on that quite yet because I want to see some more from them.
Sure.
The final spot was there, right?
Yeah.
Now they need to do it again because right now they're potentially facing elimination. Okay. What we saw yesterday wasn't good enough. And Astralis, what we saw from them yesterday was close, but still not the full Astralis, not the usual lineup you expect to be able to deliver in those pressured moments?
I have really hard time making conclusions out of that game versus Na'Vi, right? Because on one hand, you have to respect the simple show and the simple factor when he completely popped off in that game in the first 2 maps. But then I agree with you. The fashion with which Astralis lost at the very end, that's not Astralis-like. To be outmatched and outmoved sort of on the map is not something that we used to see. So this wasn't really a characteristic loss for Astralis, but still, you have a lot of talent on that roster. If you're looking for positive and silver linings, Glaive yesterday was absolutely massive on those two. He took so many risks, and successfully at that. So that's a good sign. Glaive coming back to form. For me, that was my concern when Glaive came back online with the team. I thought he was a little bit hit or miss in terms of skill, but he seems to be activated, which is great. But then this man that we had on our screen right here, dupreeh, unfortunately, he was absent against Na'Vi, and he needs to be there.
Absent and frustrated, and that's not what we're used to seeing from Astralis.
Not always, right? I think all the players sometimes shows a bit of frustration. I think Magics and dupreeh are some of the more emotional guys within that lineup, and you know, there's space for it because you have the calm guys in Sipnix, you have the calm guy in Glaive, so it's not really a big problem. But sure, yesterday it was hard to tough. You know, personally for my taste, you know, I'm gonna say every single game where Simple goes off and drops a double 30 bomb against whoever it is, you know, I'm not gonna make anything or make a case against that team. No one can control Simple when he's playing the way of Counter-Strike he did yesterday. Not even dupreeh, not Glaive, not Device for that matter. So I'm not gonna put too much stock into that. I agree with you. If they lose to Mousesports today, then, you know, some serious questions can be asked when it comes to Astralis and how far they are in rebuilding the best lineup ever.
Well, let's find out some more answers to a lot of these questions, because we've got Bubsky for an interview, and obviously he has some big boots to fill when it comes to filling in for Xyp9x.
How's it been for you having to take, over the role of Xyp9x on this particular map? What's that process been like for you?
We haven't had too much time to actually practice due to the fact that we play officially every day almost. So it's been kind of hurt a little bit, but it's been going well. I think I'm pretty easily to adapt into games without too much practice. So it's not been too bad.
And in terms of that practice, I know you just said that you haven't had too much time, but maybe perhaps when you weren't on the active roster, what was that looking like for you with the practice? Were you ever getting in the server and playing with the guys? Was it mostly you just watching them?
It was a combination of watching and playing. Like if there was, let's say, a guy had to leave 1 hour earlier, he would leave, or if we were thinking about playing me on Nuke in the couple of next matches, I would also get some matches in there. So, like, sometimes I would play, but for the most part, I would just watch, right, and come with ideas and stuff like that.
And for the most part, we saw you playing or standing in for Astralis earlier in the summer. So what has it been like having that period off of official matches, then coming back in? Has it been a kind of a weird adjustment process for you?
Yeah, obviously it takes a little bit toll of your confidence and your motivation, but I think I've tried to see other aspects in the game instead of only playing, like in the teamwork wise and like social chemistry and stuff like that. I've really tried to focus on building that up with the team, so when I get the chance it would be optimal to play. So I'm glad that it's going fine now, so I just hope we can continue on with this.
Do you know what? It's really nice to hear from Bubsky in that way and touch on these topics, because we've obviously speculated to how it must feel and what it's like to be in his shoes. It's certainly not easy. I want to discuss this some more, but I also need to discuss the veto, guys.
Okay.
Because that's going to be important, because I remember a certain Inferno coming into play, and it was very popular, very well done.
Ooh,
the lineup
hype
of
music for the veto. I like that. We have some hype music coming in for the veto. Look, the maps are going to come right in a couple of seconds now. In terms of bans, it should be clear-cut. It should be Overpass, out of Mousesports. It should be Mirage, out of Astralis. Now, when it comes to picks, I have two different scenarios.
Okay.
I could be completely wrong. One scenario is both teams go for their most picked maps and they handshake on playing Nuke and Inferno.
And they play their own game.
They play their own game, obviously. That could be one of the scenarios. The other one is that they take a more punitive approach, and we could see Astralis pick Train, for example, which they destroyed Mousesports on it during DreamHack, and you could see Mousesports going to a Dust 2, for example. So that would be, the entre-deux. But then we have Mousesports going in for Nuke. Okay, that's their most picked map, so it makes sense. Now Astralis. Jacob, Inferno, Train.
I think Train should be on the cards after the performance they had in that grand final. I'd be surprised if not. We get Vertigo going for us. Okay, that was a very close map. Let's not forget the final at DreamHack. That was double OT, and Kerrigan even had ping issues in that one. So Astralis picking up Vertigo, they must have felt that game got out of their hands, right? That was a game that we were supposed to win. Now going for Train is a bit of a surprise here. Of course, Dust 2 going away now from Mousesports, so Astralis can force this into Train or Inferno.
Or Inferno.
I think Train, you beat Mousesports 16-5.
Yeah.
Yeah, the question becomes how much faith do they put in the fact that they can replicate that result? And this is always a little bit tricky because you look at a 16-5, you think, yes, train all day, every day. But the truth is, Astralis have played Inferno way more, but they got smacked last time around.
And they also got very close against the Na'Vi that had a player who'd never played at this level. You know, if you look at result-wise, and we're going to see it.
Astralis, they don't like to pick into train. They've never done it. We've been standing at a lot of desk, and I've been standing at a lot of desk segments thinking to myself, okay, looking by the statistics, looking at the opponent, a train pick right here would make sense, but they don't feel comfortable doing it. So going with what they know and going with Inferno, that's a sign of confidence despite them struggling a little bit yesterday.
Well, what I'd say for both Vertigo and Inferno in that, right, is that Astralis here are making a proving point that you may look at those score lines, we're not going to allow it to happen again.
Sure, but just look at the maps and think, like, close your eyes right here and think of the maps.
Don't ask me to do that right now.
You're going to fall asleep.
You'll sleep.
You got Nuke, you got Inferno, and you got Vertigo for Astralis in a best-of-3 series. Surely Nuke, as of, lately hasn't been as strong as they would like it to be. With Bubsky, it's a bit of uncommon ground. We don't really know how good they will be on it. But those are also the best maps for Mousesports. So you have two teams who get the 3 best maps to play against each other. That should be a banger matchup, and that is, again, showing a confidence for both teams.
I absolutely agree with you with your analysis on Vertigo. I think it's a good map for Astralis. It's also a good map for Mousesports, which is why I'm surprised not to see Astralis coming in with the train punish. Yeah. It's a map where Mousesports have been shaken just a little bit in the recent weeks. Astralis destroyed them, but then again, we come to the discussion, how much can we replicate that result? Maybe they just felt like they cannot, or they couldn't.
That's my point to prove on this. If Astralis want to show us how good they really are, right, and that Astralis are back, well, then let's run it back, play Vertigo again, and show that we're going to smack you this time around. Because there's one thing we know they are, is they're confident in their own abilities, and they know they'll test any team on any given day.
Yeah, and they will, and they're confident maps as well. As I said before, I don't know how many times it made sense to me to pick train. You're thinking of Astralis, you're thinking of the opponent, you're thinking of they do okay on train, but it's never a map they want to pick into any series. A little bit surprised they don't want to go for it for a third and deciding map, but again, Astralis and train has just never been a map they want to go with. So sure, you pick Mousesports' second, third best map, but you're showing confidence doing so. And both teams right here, they believe they're a better team. Otherwise, we would not see this video play out the way we did.
Let's take a look at the Astralis lineup. We should potentially get the normal lineup, I believe, coming in here.
So Bubsky should be in, right? That's Nuke. That makes sense. Now, they have definitely operated that switch where Bubsky is now playing Nuke for Zip, and they were talking about the roles and the fact that it makes sense. Sure, Bubsky's been playing Ramp. I think when you compare him to Zip, he brings a little bit more fire to the table. You will see him take some duels towards Ramp, crossing the smoke at times, taking these duels, which is the plus. The minus is that, obviously, Zip is one of the most clever players you could have out there, and I feel like Zip would almost never get caught off guard Ramp. But in terms of skill and the ability to stop the rush, I think Bubsky has a lot to offer, just standing their ground and killing people in front of him. That's one way you also have to play Ramp at times. You cannot always play the rotations because teams can abuse that if they want to.
He's played it 3 times so far for Astralis, and by no means has he been doing a bad job. I think he's been doing okay on Ramp. We know Sibnix to be one of the best Ramp players in the world, so there's some big shoes to fill out there. But out of the 3 games he's played, twice he's been the bottom fragger, and 1 time he's been the second bottom fragger for Astralis. So he hasn't really gotten into the space where you feel, okay, this is Bubsky. I'm going to take over the game. I'm going to be a big win condition for Astralis. He just have to hold us to his own and hope he can do good enough to get them by. And I think that's a bit of a problem because I think Sibnix is one of the best Ramp players in the entire world.
Do you think, though, that it could be just at the moment with how they want to play this out, right, that Bubsky needs some more time? Because, like you said, that's only a small sample size in the officials.
So Bubsky and Glaive came out saying, in the beginning, they couldn't integrate him that much because he was a bit too aggressive for the taste of Astralis, right? You put him on Ramp, that is a place where you cannot allow yourself to be too over-aggressive. Yeah, you have to play by the system. You have to fall back. You have to take the information. Sometimes you can pick your moments to push out there, and I think Bubsky will be good at, finding the right moments in order to push the limits and in order to push the boundaries and maybe win a round by himself. But Bubsky is best when he gets to play heads-up Counter-Strike round after round after round, and he can't do that on Ramp.
And just to quickly touch on Zip, right, for a second, when I saw him play these last few days, I feel like I saw Glaive when he was coming back, which is being a little bit rusty when it comes to the kills. And let's be honest, you can be the most clever player out there. It's going to take you a while to get acclimated again to the rhythm, to the level, and be 100% sharp. I see Zip right now, he's missing some kills. The sprays aren't that clean. Just give him a little bit of time. We know he knows how to play Counter-Strike. There is not a discussion about it. Just give him some weeks, let him, get rowdy, get it up and ready, and then we can talk.
Get it up and ready. Okay, Maniac.
Don't even go there.
That's what we're going to have to do with Maniac when it comes to the break. That's where we're going to next, because Nuke's coming up first. I'm going to try and wake this man up alongside me. Pip, he's already fine. He's able to be the meme machine going from start to finish. But I want to see this epic brawl between Astralis and Mousesports again coming your way.
Hello, gamers. Welcome back to the casting desk. I am Scrawny. This is Launders, and what you guys are about to see is an awesome best of 3. We just had a BO5 between these two teams, but we've just gone ahead and cut off the fat. None of those blowout maps. No Train, no Inferno, unless we get to the end, and that means questions. But what we get first and foremost, the guaranteed 2 maps of this series, Nuke and Vertigo, where things could not have been closer.
Absolutely. That was, we looked at the series, the best of 5. This is where they basically go for the tail end maps. And yeah, I think I feel a bit more worried now that Astralis have beaten Mousesports once already. For Mousesports, where it was a very surprising Inferno performance. It was a good fight on Nuke that could have gone either way. Well, I don't know if this is going to be close again. A part of me wants to believe that it will be, but a part of me believes that Astralis are going to get even better from the last time. So that'll be the question for me. But, oh man, well, what a spicy third map we would get if it does come down to Inferno, because this was the biggest loss Astralis have gotten versus Mousesports. 16-3 on Inferno. So this is a really, really cool veto for a lot of reasons. Vertigo went all the way to double OT. It could have ended at many different points. It was very, very even game. I mean, I guess that has no choice but to be even. And that was, Mousesports took them to OT, where no other team could even win a T round versus Astralis. So definitely Mousesports and Astralis, they're a good matchup right now. They're definitely a hot matchup right now. This is for elimination as well.
Yes.
With Astralis losing yesterday to Na'Vi, with Mousesports losing yesterday as well. This is going to be good. They got smacked up by Vitality. I don't think that's going to be that's going to mean that they're going to be smacked up by Astralis, but I don't know what's going to happen, man. I've never been more confused about what could be the outcome of a game. Listen. But here we have it. Mousesports versus Astralis.
By the end of this best of 3, we are saying goodbye to the first team here at the Blast Fall Finals. The showdown run from Mousesports is what got them here. And well, now they've got a challenge at hand, wasting no time getting into this T-side pistol. BMAS already wrapping around Heaven, and Magisk looking to lock him in. 2 T's right up close. Frozen's gonna find that first headshot, and Glaive, back by those vents, is only able to string together a single kill. dupreeh will come back around. Oh, audio. Audio.
Oh, he got out though. That's all that matters. dupreeh took some damage from the big garage. And Frozen, a man possessed. He's on 3 kills already. This changes the game. Eyes over on the ramp.
Bubzkji, he's trying to join Device here towards the vents, and he just found bomb. This pistol is boiling down to the smallest of mistakes. These duels have been crisp from Device and Bubzkji. And now it's the 2 versus 2. Frozen has done everything for Mousesports. There's 30 seconds left, and Astralis will forfeit the bomb.
Oh. Wow, we've got one dropping lower. What happens here? 1-1. I mean, surely you go upstairs then, right?
Yeah, Rap Heaven. Smoke's gonna fade on the Mini. And if anybody did stick around on the A site, you're gonna have verticality on them. Device, he has cover and an additional headshot. Chris falls down into sight. He's gonna stick this bomb plant, gets rushed, and doesn't even find it. Bubzkji and Device recover. Astralis take first pistol.
I love the vent drop, just to threaten to get downstairs. I think that was a sick play by Astralis in the 2v2. Bubzkji just going down lower, forcing them up here. I think Heaven was the best route back in. This is Frozen. He's doing so much work. We've had a couple of, I feel like it's been pretty chill. Like this last game, just kind of moving at an interesting pace, a little bit slower. Some of yesterday's games a little bit slower. This game, I'm feeling pretty, I think I'm maybe yelling a little bit, especially with just what we saw last time between these two.
And Chris J, he's just going to start it off. Poor Magisk peeking into the hut, takes a D to the face.
Device has 1 health, 1 HP.
1.
See the ones in chat. My mind's eye.
Mousesports, I mean, capable Deagle players. I could say that's one of their X factors. Bubzkji in the depths of ramp, making the most of that ACOG.
I feel like Bubzkji eats pistols alive.
Oh, but
dupreeh. Top Bubzkji, yeah, looks like a little bit more of a farm, and he'll stick around. He's here. He's happy to duel.
Regaining a little stability here from the ramp room. Chris J and Frozen. That's what's left in this one. Bubzkji will be smoked off. Glaive comes up from underneath, and he can't quite catch that second. But Chris J, with so little health, unexpectedly falls at the hands of Bubzkji, who gets aggressive and gets off to a strong start. He is 5-0, 2 rounds deep.
It's gotten to the point already, Connor, that we're not even surprised to see Bubzkji playing on Nuke. It's just what happens now.
Yeah, that was normalized so quickly, huh? Yeah.
Just Nuke. Okay, Bubzkji. That's just fitting in. It's already I guess we've casted every single time he's played so far on Nuke. So I think this is round number 3.
Yep.
So far, so good for Bubzkji on Nuke. He's taken over on ramp. He fits in well to catch people up, basically. He plays a bit more aggressively than Xyp9x would, and it works out well. He knows when to take peeks. He's been pushing a lot. He keeps their opponents on edge because he sometimes picks all the right rounds to push up to look to get lobby control, so they're always paranoid about it. Well, Kerrigan Glock's device down.
Doesn't let off the gas pedal. Magisk is going to catch Kerrigan. Bubzkji had come over to lend a helping hand. Glaive, late execution versus Rops, costs dupreeh the back of his head. And I feel like a broken record, but once again, it's Frozen and Chris J in a 2vx clutch.
What's their duo name? Frozen J or Chrisen?
I'll get back to you.
Okay.
I can't think of anything funny off the top, so I plead the 5th.
Call it the christening. The whistle of the wind. So nobody dares to make a footstep. Frozen moving up into line of sight. With the way Frozen's been playing, you'd think he'd hit it, but they don't. A lot of SMG kills on this round.
Yes, sir. Glaive takes 3.
3 in total. Corded Mouse, what a brave man.
New camera angle, I see, for Astralis. Looks like we've got dupreeh and Glaive in the same room.
Yeah, they're in. They're at the office, I guess.
Hanging out in the office.
Bonding.
Buy up from Mousesports. Op on Chris J immediately. Let's see what they bring to the table in the first gun round for Mousesports. Remember how close they were to potentially winning that pistol. It's time to get the ball rolling. Kerrigan.
He's so he's going out wide.
Abort. Everybody calm down.
Kerrigan, I swear, if you didn't get another internet line.
I said calm down.
I swear.
Not a problem. Gonna get this fixed.
Hold some angles. I want to check the ping.
I can. I'm in the server.
Okay. Check Kerrigan's ping.
18.
That's good enough. What's on the front of his belt there? Is that on Kerrigan's belt? In the game?
Kerrigan is gone now.
Oh. I saw like an eagle on the belt. Okay. So, well, this is just before damage. Clean cut. Reset the round. Match Medic. Don't know why I said it like that.
Don't know if I can match it either. Here's the belt.
I'll get the replay. It's beautiful.
I think that's the Phoenix logo.
It's it is a bird.
Careful, your cable's not that long.
I'm actually so close to the TV right now.
You're leaning across the room there, buddy.
I'm gonna like knock over all my water bottles.
All 8 of them.
What's that on BMAS's? Yeah, what kind of trophies? Badminton trophies?
I don't know. Maybe some local lands?
Football?
European or American?
Can we get a zoom? A chance production we can get a zoom on the cam? Could they do that? Imagine if Flirt Production could zoom on the cam.
Now that would be an invasion of privacy.
Would it? I mean, he put him in view of his webcam.
Sure, but that's just the tease. He's good at
that's
something
you would do,
but you don't know what.
I put it there, but you don't know what it is.
Yeah. I made those trophies myself. We've got Kerrigan back in the server for everybody wondering. This is not going to be much longer, so don't you sweat it.
Let's go forever. Who cares? Frozen. Rops was talking about how he had an Uber driver in Sweden, and he said that he gets a winter home in Spain because there's not enough light in Sweden.
Yeah, it's a very dark place in the winter.
Yeah, and so I was wondering, is that why Rops has all these tropical posters?
Okay, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you got to convince the brain.
I think it's a big thing.
I get it.
Keep the mood up.
I get it. I'm going to get one of those like red lights like they have in, like baby chicken coops.
Yeah.
Chicks, right? I'm going to get one of those, put it over my
lights.
bed maybe, just cook myself for a couple months in the middle of the winter.
Just get a tan, nerd.
All right, guys. Thank you for your patience. Welcome back to the action. As said before Kerrigan departed us, it's the first gun round here for Mouse Sports. And as quickly as Chris J gets his head taken off, Frozen answers back into dupreeh. 4v4 out the gates.
Glaive sabotaged him so that he could get the better gun. Everybody knows it. Nobody's talking about it. Outside. But it's a fake. There's just one lurker here. No crazy rotations just yet. We've got Glaive he's made his way over to the ramp, interestingly enough. And Device is just down lower, I guess? Or no, he's in big garage. I see. Get disoriented. You know how some people say disorientated? And I'm like, is that how you say that?
Well, I said Gatling gun yesterday.
Gatling.
I can't make fun of anybody for saying anything. I am the absolute worst. And Device the absolute best. Locks in on Kerrigan, finds him after he'd been able to cross to the secret stairs, and Magis gets an easy pickup as well. Frozen's position now known to Bubsky. He pops up and doesn't take him down, but Glaive's lobby flank, that could have been the difference maker. Bomb still easily in the vision of Magisk as he cuts away Rops and pushes Frozen into the clutch, but the frag grenade, it follows him.
Tracking.
And sure enough, Astralis take a fourth.
It's close. It cost him a lot of bodies. They didn't get the bomb back, though. Frozen would have had to run back to get the bomb. It was a nice attempt in the 1v2. It results in just a kill, no rounds, no bomb plant. Opening for Device. Gets there a touch faster than Chris J and finds another kill. Also recently did a study of Device on nuke CT rotations. Like, of course, you know, Device's system's quite nice. He doesn't have to move much. He's just trying to pick where he can be most useful. Picking up ramp sometimes, coming up into heaven, playing outside. Smokes are going to come down. Diagonal smokes here.
That's a lot of smoke.
That is everyone.
It's like Snoop's in the house. Magis, good angle off of the silos.
They're trying to wait long enough that they could see it could potentially look like an outside wrap. And now they're going to walk outside hoping, I guess, that it's not being watched. So maybe they'll try to walk up beside Mini and hope that no one's in big garage. I don't know. But there's pretty good information from the CTs here. Yeah, they're kind of actively peeking, so I don't think they're quite nervous about this at all. Glaive seems quite aware of this potential threat.
Little boost over the red box to try and find an angle.
Give it another shot.
Ooh. They just run across in the end. Nobody sees this, actually.
Yeah.
But Bubsky very much in position. Just hanging out at the base of the stairs. Frag grenade buys him a little bit of wiggle room. Tries to get back into the site in time, but it's the backside compromised, and Device doesn't quite have the angle. Frozen up close, takes his head clean off and upgrades to the op. Glaive tucked close left, and he doesn't seem to know. Now he sees him, and a re-peek into the dig. Frozen takes his head.
Let's go, Frozen. Some sick stuff from Frozen this game. My goodness. Basically a bait with the op shot. It's like he missed it on purpose.
So it's working with that one gun, Mouse Sports. They find themselves in a man advantage post plant. dupreeh, he's going to fall at the hands of Frozen.
Wow.
Frozen could absolutely take over if Astralis aren't careful. Currently, he is 9-4.
Yeah. Wow. That was first of all, I mean, BMAS getting the entry is the big one, right? Because we've got Bubsky sitting there in control room as his last step. I think this is the most important shot, I would say. I mean, they're all critical, fine, but that one makes a big difference. Frozen cannot fight in this position if not for that kill. They don't have the ability to plant without that kill. He really took it and ran with it, but I think, yeah, Bubsky decided, basically from the way he was spotting, the only thing I would say about that is he doesn't have a lot of ways to fight as they're coming up. Like, it's like the last resort here. I get the kill if they come around the corner. If not, I got to go all the way back to control and they can kind of swarm. Whereas if you're playing jump spotting on the stairs, you could throw your nade, it would be more effective. You could throw it deeper. You could fight at the top of the stairs, then fall back. Of course, we don't like fighting as much at the top of the stairs because it can just get hard cleared and pre-fired. But it did put him in a bit of an awkward position when he didn't get a kill and the nade wasn't that effective because he wrapped decon and then he was jumping in and out of the control window and it looked like he was quite uncomfortable.
A little uncomfortable. We saw Simple yesterday play the CT side nuke rotate like an absolute god.
I did a video on that today actually.
When's it released?
If you want to watch it back, it's already out.
Oh my god.
I put him out before I come cast.
This turnaround time.
Yeah, he went 22-1 with an AUG yesterday on CT side. It was amazing.
BMAS, front runner for the silo play. Let's see it, Astralis. 4 rounds in a row, only to die out to basically Frozen. And what a kickstart this could be for Mousesport's economy. Device on the scout. 1 flash, 1 smoke. That's all Astralis have to work with in terms of utility. Glaive, he's going to be smoked off from this fight. Device unfavored versus the AK once he has the sidearm out, and a peek from Robs to get the first in lobby. But that's a good crunch from Astralis. They come in from ramp, they peek in through Squeaky, and they immediately stop the bleeding, only to then walk into Frozen. Poor Glaive has his head popped, and Bubsky, well, he's going to find the flank versus Chris. That's the bomb carrier of all the players to kill. A 2v4 attempt.
He knows Frozen's up top, on top of Mini. Just depends how much he believes that the default hasn't changed. And Dupree's in the spot that you would sit in if you think a Heaven Wrap will come in. Yeah. So you can try to catch someone from this position. But of course, as we can see, oh, there is someone in Heaven as well. So he gets info. It's a bit dangerous to fight through Mini that way. And wow, Bubsky continues to put in work.
And he's being given 1 after 1.
I would be a little bit scared of Frozen, to be honest, from what we've seen. But Bubsky, he's not going to be.
He's also delivering challenges, and Bubsky. We're looking at Frozen for an individual performance, but we've now got Bubsky securing that top spot. He is 8-2, and BMAS incredibly low. 29 health to work with, 10 seconds left, and Bubsky goes big. Flanks around Silo, cuts off bomb, and sits on it like it's nobody's business. Astralis right back on the board.
That's an impressive round from Bubsky. Yeah, again, a very, very powerful Frozen, full of confidence here. Wins all the 50-50 duels after finding the flank as well. He doesn't give up the ground, stays here. This is a very impressive moment it's a shining moment for Bubsky. It's kind of exactly what you need him for. A round where you can take a risk, and then he can just put together so many kills. That's very impressive stuff.
Look at those smiles from everybody else, right? That's securing a spot on Nuke for Bubsky. But the Noob Tube, Magisk, have you no honor? Ump on Glaive.
Uh-oh. Potential save on the horizon here. Glaive's waiting for this.
Dodges the flash, comes up, gets hit by Kerrigan. Nice headshot on that one. And it's Bubsky into the play. Drops down to dark. Windows popped open. Device peeks in. BMAS dead. Dupree, he's gotten down the secret stairs, and Chris doesn't seem to know this. Chris J's timing could work out to him, whether he knows it or not. It could just be a matter of chance that he stumbles across Dupree, because Dupree is not turning his attention and Chris is getting ever closer. They're just side by side.
Oh, Jesus. I don't even know what happens here.
Like old-time friends.
Yeah. Well, look at how comfortable the CTs have gotten, right? Bubsky's in the back of the site now. Device is still here on ramp.
Frozen's coming back. If he doesn't clear this corner, he is done for. Sure enough, Dupree now with that element of surprise, and he could anticipate Chris J. Nope, he doesn't. Bullet to the back of the brain, 30 seconds remain, and an open route towards this A site where only Magisk stands. But this is a nice angle to cut down anybody coming in from Mini. You see the shadow, you see their legs, and you see why Astralis win this 6th. 3 kills from Magisk at the end.
No problem. They make it look very easy here. The adjustment with Bubsky's rotation in, you see him drop right into dark with Device like incredibly close behind him. So even though Glaive falls in and fails, they're still 2-2 upper and lower. And the one weakness I think is Heaven, but Mousesports don't identify that. It's hard to read the full map, of course, of those rotations. I like the standing up Myther. We've got Myther standing up. We're standing up to cast. Myther standing up to
standing
coach.
up as well. That is true.
It gets the blood flowing. The posture is where the voice comes from.
Yeah. It's I think sitting down compresses the diaphragm.
Yeah. It scrunches it.
Oh, I learned that from James Bardolph.
Like a slinky.
Yeah. James knows the technicalities of casting.
He's a big proponent of posture.
He does.
Yes.
Yeah.
He does proponent.
Quick little tech pause. Glaive's got the lags. A case of the lags.
Who does?
Glaive.
Oh, okay. Maybe Dupree's. Is it contagious? Does Dupree have the lags as well?
I think he's far enough apart. He'll be fine. Seems like everybody's good.
Cool.
A false positive.
Let's get back into it. Let's start it up.
All right. What's the scoreboard looking like? Frozen's still at the top 10-6, and then we got the Bubster. 9 kills, 2 deaths, 8 frags for Magisk off of last round's 3K. Started with the noob tube, ended with the 2K spray.
Frozen had a little bit of help. Maybe Mousesports would have a couple more rounds.
Sure. There's still time for everybody to turn up.
Yeah, there is. But it is round 7.
8.
Round 8. I was thinking, they don't really have enough. I'm surprised they got 3 buys in a row, but this one's just the 2 AKs. Can absolutely be enough, though. And will we see Bubsky tested in his home zone this time? We haven't really seen too many. We've seen one round where he got tested versus Pistols. He came up pretty strong.
I think he's got a good decision-making when it comes to being a ramp player. We don't see him stick around all of the time. But then even when he disengages for a moment, I find he has really good timing on coming back up.
Definitely.
You know, some players go all the way down to the depths of the B site. Bubsky, he likes to float, keep you guessing. Never let you rest.
He's like the Kool-Aid man. You never know when he's going to come through the wall.
He draws them into device. Easy first op shot. And then Frozen finds the headshot. Bubsky gonna drop to Frozen, who uses that 1 AK of his to get 2 kills.
Dude.
And then, of course, Chris J with the M4. But Glaive sitting comfortably on the back site. He hangs on as Mousesports get all the nearer. Frozen shoots out the windows. Chris J, quick trade. He does have Kevlar in the 1 versus 3. Bomb plant is his. Both CTs down from vent. He lays the smoke in front of him, and they swing open those doors. Now, we've got Dupree over towards the windows, and that's been spotted by Chris. His position called, and Magisk finding that damage despite the smoke. Chris J trying to hone in on these duels, but they're not giving him much to work with. Nice flash, but it doesn't matter. Magisk finds the frag.
Well, it was actually a great flash. Yeah, Magisk will hold the spray down and pick up the defuse. A nice round from Mousesports. The pressure they kept putting on.
Magisk, yeah, and that retake.
Peppering in the spray.
Too much.
And plus the control room guy. There were so many things they had going for them. And the setup here with between Device and Bubsky, the synergy's here. Okay, he sees him a second before he goes blind. Tough. They never let him rest.
And we're starting to get into that awkward phase where we have to talk about the lack of frags coming in from Mousesports.
I did last round when it was cool.
Oh, I'm late to the party.
1 round late.
4 kills for Chris, 3 on Rops, 2 for Kerrigan and BMAS.
Yeah, Bubsky got the other 2 last round as well. The only 2 kills in ramp. He's looking very good.
Molotov on the feet of Dupree. That's going to move him slightly. He still sticks around. Ooh, can't see him though.
I feel like he can. He saw something, it seems like.
You can feel him.
There it is.
Good call out from Kerrigan.
Maybe Dupree moved a little bit.
But close box by Glaive. Frozen's gonna answer with that one. That's a 5 versus 3 advantage here for Mousesports. AUG spam, good damage. Frozen, not gonna jump the gun, not gonna panic spray back at him. Just eats the damage and lingers a little longer.
He does like a nice lurk into mini every once in a while.
Yeah, and that's a possibility. Oh, Device from behind the AC unit.
That had to be a great shot.
And then the quick rotate over towards ramp because that's the gap. that Mouse Sports could use, could abuse.
Oh, no way. Chris unscopes.
One more.
And Device will see the shoulder
And he
of a
hits
third.
Falls back in with the USP. An absolute animal. Device inside of the ramp room, tearing him limb from limb. Like a wildebeest. Poor Mouse Sports. They're going to walk right into it. Device, a hell of an ace.
Oh, he got all 5. My God. Wow. That was all off the rotation. The refrag outside. This had to be a great shot, too. Yeah, Jesus. He could have missed that. We wouldn't have batted an eyelash. And here, just so little information on each of these different peaks, but he handled it marvelously. Never peeked into 2. Flick on BMass. Chris got a tad unlucky, right? He scoped in. He's holding it, waiting for that refrag, and then unscoped. But a big ace. A big play. Oh, the smokes aren't great. I don't know if it got displaced, but yeah, maybe it did.
That was a 3v5. Device pulls out the ace. Almost finds one through smoke as they cross over to Secret as well. Mouse Sports.
Well, they've got something in this round. Lower control, full HP. Chris, the only concession with the Deagle. Still a very decent position. Kerrigan looking for a lurk play, but they're probably terrified of Device right now. He's been controlling outside. They've got multiple lurks coming in. Ooh. Whoa. I think that had to be a double dink because of the glass, right?
Yep, exactly. And Rops, well, he's just tucked into the side of Squeaky. Magisk wants to play around with Mini, but he's on high alert. He knows this risk he's taking.
How the hell? Oh, Rops will see him.
Yeah, Rops wants him. But he's got to expose himself to the rest of the bomb site, and that is exactly what he was worried about. And he doesn't find the headshot either. Dupree gives cover. Bubsky finds another. And Mouse Sports at a man disadvantage. Chris J's gonna slowly, calmly walk into this A site. We've got Magisk behind those double boxes. Dupree still by vent. Easy execute. BMass. That transition in his spray gives Mouse Sports a chance back in this 10th round. Bubsky up top, challenges quickly. He does not shy away from the gunfight. And Frozen,
it's all
Frozen's
in the name.
got tech issues.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Oh no, what happens here? Well, they haven't stuck it yet, so there's still a chance here.
Frozen playing the 1v2 with a big brain, wants to use the Molotov, but he's a little too far off. No angle. Oh, they stick it.
Damn, that sucks. Okay, well, hopefully we'll get that sorted quickly. Oh, BMass with a nice spray transfer. Maybe we could take a second look at that.
Yes, please.
That was a good couple of kills.
Yes, please. The continuation spray from the little blue boxes into the vent man.
Here it is, the refrag. This kill, instant. Oh, that looks sick. That looks sick. It's like his special thing is entering upper A.
If we've got an extra second, I would take that replay again in super slow-mo so that we can just count the shots. How many bullets after he flicks does he need to get the headshot?
Oh, okay. I like that.
We've got time to kill.
Yeah, production, you guys are bored, right?
I know Joey's on it.
How do they do this so fast, man?
Because they're cyborgs.
That's true.
Let's count.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my God, we're actually slowing it down this much. Okay. Hey!
Whoa.
How dare you? Oh, you think you're having so much fun? Oh, okay.
1, 2, 3, 4 shots in.
3. It was 3, no?
3 to 4 shots.
Are you counting the shot that was on the left side and then we counted 3?
The one that kind of...
Okay, fair enough.
The one that was kind of...
Wow.
Thank you, production.
That was awesome. Is there anything, can we put him to work anywhere else? What else can we do? You know, it's funny. I was like, our tournament director, Martin, was asking Pimp in the green room about, he was like, why are Furia throwing these flashes every time? Every time they came into the B. And that intercom system is usually to communicate with the analysts. They'd be like, do you guys want to talk about this on the desk?
Or they show us replay packages before the desk is ready.
Yeah, to make the desk better.
Now Martin's using it to get better at Counter-Strike.
Yeah, now he's trying to improve it. And Martin goes and plays Counter-Strike after our long days here at Blast.
A lot of the guys from production.
And I love that. You should go check out his Twitter. There's a lot of good behind-the-scenes Blast production photographs and stuff. Some dashing photographs of Martin himself.
The blacksmith.
But I do love when you do love to see that. Of course, he's Danish, so he's probably a god at CS.
Back into the action, folks. Thank you for your patience. Let's see if Mouse Sports can manage through the stresses of these issues. Kerrigan, he's going to get sidelined by Glaive. It's a little bit of an APOP. 2 players per entry point. And it's Chris J and BMAS and Rops. Those are the 3 kills that come in for Mouse Sports. They've evened it to the 2v2, but Device spots Rops, and we know what this op can do. We know what it's already done. An ace. Moments ago. They double back up. Rops and Chris, but Bubsky, he's going to slink into position. He could just swoop down on them. He sees the second pair of feet.
Balenciagas. Chris J's out of there. He'll creep out, but look at the ramp flank. I mean, he's just got this locked up, basically. Device got no reason to move. Instant headshot, body shot here with the op. He blocks it down. Good communication in the 2v2. It's simple. I feel like Device's hair is transforming into ESA tags.
Yeah, sure.
Miss your old friend there. This was nice. I mean, first of all, you hunt down the lurk, which tells you a lot when you get Kerrigan that early on. They seem quite well prepared to deal with the squeaky explode. That's what you always expect Magisk to do. And I think in the 2v2, they weren't expecting anybody to still be upper, but Astralis, they just simply don't move.
See those fists?
Kind of want him to hit something, you know?
Yeah, I feel...
Let the energy out. But you need something.
You see, it's easier to hit the table at actual LAN events
when you don't
because
own
it's
the
not your table.
Yeah.
It's not your setup.
Right.
Now all the players are back in their own homes. They're used to...
Maybe we'll get some good habits in there then.
And they stop.
When we get back to LANs.
No, when we get back to LANs, I want to see more broken tables. I want to see folding chairs.
You know what? I want them to set up the WWE tables so they break so they can't even play their games anymore. That's what I want to see.
Listen,
let's take LANs to the next level.
By the time we come back...
Let's increase the violence. IRL. Kidding, of course. Wrestling's fake.
Wow, man. Lots of utility being used outside. Little to work with here, Mouse Sports. Another round where they are just going to be outclassed in terms of guns. But if I'm not mistaken, the one round they've won was off of the back of something similar.
Is someone else here? No.
No.
Okay.
Glaive has exterminated the original threat. Bubsky, he's going to get bested by BMAS. A Deagle headshot as Device rotates in, drops bomb, and backs off. He doesn't want them to get up close and personal. Frozen recovers the AK, takes the bomb, and a couple flashes. Rops comes out into the ramp room. Now Device is compromised, but Dupree is behind him. So this threat quickly killed. And a 4v2 is what Astralis are left to work with on the retake. We've got BMAS trying to sideline someone, but it's Magisk to keep things rolling. Frozen, the one-man army, is not nearly enough. He's surrounded and dealt with. An 11th for Astralis.
We picked Mouse Sports to win this game. Chris said he was going to focus up. I mean, it's not saying it's Chris's fault, but I mean, the whole team is kind of 11-1. I was very fired up at the beginning, but and now Astralis are the ones who fire it up.
Yeah.
They're owning.
They are
This is a huge revenge threat.
It is for elimination.
It's for elimination, plus there's just this best-of-5 final that Mouse Sports almost actually beat them. It was 3-1, but they almost won Nuke. They almost won Vertigo as well, so that could have gone 5 maps, if not even just a Mouse win straight up. But in the rematch, it's not looking like that ever happened, really.
Yeah, again, remember, the 2 maps that we have to start this series were the most competitive in that BO5 finals. So we thought we'd get more of the same. 1 player per team slain outside. And then Mouse Sports slow down slightly. It's Frozen who's been killed. The heaviest hitter from the Mouse Sports camp thus far.
Oh.
Who's going to take his place?
Wow, Bubsky seems worried about some downstairs lurk, which is quite interesting. Does anybody pick up ramp for him? No, he's coming back up. I say the setup has maybe a bit of a gap in it here. Device is watching outside, but Bubsky cannot make his mind up about lower. There's no one down there though. I would say this makes ramp quite appealing here for Mouse Sports. Let's see if they can find that out though. Yeah, it seems like they're not aware that Bubsky would even be opping.
Kerrigan quickly coming in through Mini with 2 players on Squeaky, 1 hut.
2 CTs back behind the site. Will they expect dupreeh or Device, who's coming in from heaven pretty quick? dupreeh, he closes the distance. Nobody's covering bomb, and Rops will answer. Bubzkji barely alive, almost able to just kind of cheat back, but Rops hunts him, and Device then gets in with revenge. Karrigan down beneath him, finds it through the edge of that smoke. It is not a lot, but mousesports will have at least a second round.
That was almost so gangster from Device. He actually didn't run out, just sat there. Karrigan came right for it, almost got shot in the head. That would have been real Tom Cruise style. I love how Rops drops into the vent here. He's
Hit him
like,
with the Rops
hell
drop.
no. He could have absolutely died.
Karrigan just off of the bomb plant goes for his peek.
Yeah, nearly gets rushed down. Device gets that a shot in earlier. The 1v2 is entirely possible. The only protection on the bomb there. But they'll be happy to get a round where they can find it at this point. I don't care how it happens. Lower was definitely the weaker site there for a moment.
Yep. Economy also on the line here for Astralis.
Sure.
So if they win this next one, mousesports, there is a very real chance they can close the half 11-4.
We know how much Zonic hates 11-4.
He says it's the worst.
Win the lead. He'd rather be 4-11 than 11-4.
I doubt that.
You just don't understand Zonic.
Mag 7 for Bubzkji. Deagle on Device. Mag 7. Now that's a respectable shotgun.
And none of that noob tube stuff, huh?
None of that noob tube, XM 1014, wacky willy stuff.
I think both are good.
I'm just being an elitist.
I respect that, you know. I'm a little bit elitist myself when it comes to CS. Glaive, he's been making tons of plays outside, pushing up in different ways. Feels like, for the most part, they like to just try to find him, take that risk, see if they can go 1-for-1. But at the moment, mousesports, they're just going to throw some cross smokes. They get interrupted. Oh, no, sorry, they're doing L smokes here, so they're not interrupted. And this is going to activate Frozen to run up forward. And you can see the Molotovs being used to mask some footsteps. So, looks like they're going to go ahead and go forward with a flank. Device is going to try to stop him from getting into heaven. Magisk comes through with an AUG spray down. Frozen in place. He'll move. Oh, God.
Wow.
Wow. That was a crazy shot.
Quick end to that one. Device gonna get his hands on the AK. BMAS the only player to bounce back, but Chris gets caught by Device with this angle through Mini. Karrigan, he's hunting into the back of Glaive, but he escapes because Karrigan lets him. He wants to come up with the element of surprise, tries to play this trigger discipline, gets a little shocked, and then Magisk down beneath the heavens is able to recover. So we do have Device down here towards B. Let's see it, BMAS. Or not. A 12th round for Astralis off of the back of their desperate buy. A 13-2 half looking likely.
Economy has been stabilized. One kill here. Device with this shot. What is this shot exactly?
Oh my.
With how well Frozen was playing too, oof. Who knows where he would have gone with that?
Top mid when Karrigan has to pull the trigger because the player turns.
Yeah.
If he's able to walk out, he does not shoot at the player hut, but he checks down beneath him first.
Yeah.
It's almost like he got
bamboozled.
Frazzled dazzled. All right, folks, last round of the first half. mousesports. 2 Deagles on this one, and Glaive, he catches Karrigan jumping over towards Mini.
Draws a silhouette. Device will help him out a little bit.
And that's one of the AKs in basically an irretrievable position, but the bomb plant comes through for Chris.
Now we're talking. 2 on ramp, which is interesting for Bubzkji. He can sit here for a long time, you know? His teammates can rotate in through the other side. He'll get 1.
But now Device actually kind of has his attention turned back. Device very quietly racking up frags, 20-6.
Holy.
At the moment.
Wow, that's unreal.
dupreeh. Well, he's going down into the B site. Robs' position now known, so Astralis know that there's only max 1 player down here on the B site. Robs caught in vent, still able to fight. BMAS in with a kill, and dupreeh caught out in the open. mousesports, they've got a 3rd round on the board. Now they are not nearly close, but maybe, just maybe, it's enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Fall Games. Today we have 4 amazing competitors. Players will take it in turns to get the furthest distance possible. First up, we have Valda from OG. Let's see how he does.
So I'm just running and you do one jump and that's it? Okay. Can I reset it? Oh, it updated like when I... Okay, I see, yeah. I'll do a better one. Oh.
Okay, let's go. Press use on the sand pit. And now I press use. That's better? Is that better? Oh lo, better. Oh lo. No, not bad. Okay, my best is 212. Yeah, 212. Oh, let's go back to the toilet.
Can I do it again? Can I bunny hop also, or is it just a single long jump? Capson was really good at this game. Like in 1.6 he was only doing this jump and knife stuff. Oh damn. No, let's take... Oh wait, maybe this time. Ah.
Is it good numbers? The
It's quite the challenge that lies ahead of Mouse Sports. Not nearly as close of a first half as we got last time these two teams played on Nuke.
They got stomped.
That's putting it bluntly. But you're honest. You've got to respect that. Astralis could take away the hopes of a Nuke comeback with a single pistol round win. Would Mouse Sports be able to recover? The odds very much against them. But we'll give them the benefit of the doubt until proven otherwise. Device immediately.
21st kill.
21-7.
He's had the most incredible month so far, stats-wise, individually. More than a few 20 kills halves at this point.
Well, T's wrap into the heaven.
BMAS up to bat. Oh, he'll have to just get out of here. Where's Frozen? He needs to save the day. He's been amazing. Wow.
Dupree with the double kill off of the Glock. Very nice pistol from Astralis. The old A-Sight Heaven wraparound. That's the Hugo Byron special.
Calls as good as Astralis, huh?
Sometimes.
Cool.
Robson Frozen. At this point, kind of just worth saving.
Yeah, they are just saving.
There's nothing that they have to offer us on this one. So 13-3.
It's very telling that Frozen is clearly playing as well as he is, and the top fragging, and still only 13-13. Definitely a new Astralis already. Honestly, yesterday versus Na'Vi, that looked a bit sketchy. I feel like they were a little bit off. I was kind of surprised to see the tone of their tweets after the match, because it felt like they were like, yeah, it was so close and both teams played really well. I kind of felt like they were both making like a fair bit of mistakes, and I kind of felt like Astralis choked a little bit in the middle of that game. Yeah, that was a nice twofer.
Hit him with the twofer, bud.
But here, it's just frustrating frustrating situation for Mouse Sports.
Okay, so here's the reality of the situation now for Mouse. You're going to force all the way to the end of this nuke game.
Probably.
And hope to God that you can bring it back on Vertigo, which is a very daunting task in and of itself. But you gotta wipe the slate clean after a loss like this. Whether or not Mouse Sports have the mental fortitude, that's the big question. Astralis have given us no reason not to believe in their ability to close this T-side.
No kidding.
And just by nature of the round count, Mouse Sports' hands forced buy into force buy should not bode well. These are not opinions, but rather just the reality of the situation.
They're going to go for the PETA wrap all the way around. Into the heavens. Kernel up the CTs, sitting inside. Then perform the lobster pinch maneuver into the suplex.
Sounds complicated.
It's Astralis' specialty. Making complicated things look easy.
Well, they've left themselves 25 seconds. There is always that wild chance that Desert Eagles could throw the curveball. Dupree moving around outside of Hell. Now 15 seconds left and they start running down into the B site. Of course, this lobby control is not going to help them, but BMAS does catch a kill. It's back at the A site, 10 seconds. BMAS with the Deagle. He's cutting him off of Mini. There is going to be 0 time other than that enough to plant. Frozen walks in. A spinning Bubsky comes off of the bomb plant. Explain to me,
tell me
what the hell just happened.
It's not every day you see Astralis run the clock out like that. That was very weird. They had everything in place. They're outside ready to crunch. They could have gone just upstairs, but then they went for the lower hit. 16 seconds left? That's ambitious.
I'm not crazy. They were in secret at 16 seconds.
Are Danish clocks the same as ours? Because I think 16 seconds is not very much.
And maybe they realize that so that they can come back at the
But
A
how do
site?
they not know that? That's something they always know. That's a little bit weird.
Well, that is just weird.
Yeah, very weird. Well, they're going to be happy about that. BMAS's impact is heard for sure.
And that, my friends, is a chance.
They could have just crushed upstairs, but they'll allow them back in. Okay.
This is a chance now.
An oddity. An anomaly. An outlier.
A one-off. An oddball.
One more?
Nope. Okay. M4 trained it. I'm curious. I'm not hopeful for Mouse Sports, but I am curious as to how much they can make of this situation because it was gifted to them.
Yeah, I mean, let's make a game of it now. Why not? We know they can play CT side. Chris sitting here in the secret. Okay, they've got the same guns. Chris will win out and be able to fall back.
Reload heard by Glaive. He's trying to chase this. Chris just getting around the corner. Now Glaive doubles back. Flash over at Rops, but he's in fact playing in front of those boxes, so none of that utility bothers him.
And he'll know it's not a ramp hit.
But Bubsky getting the better of BMAS as he bounces onto the boxes. Glaive's got bomb back. Rops, big ramp flank. If he goes over to Squeaky, he would find 2 Ts. He's got a teammate pushing into the hut as well. Nobody's watching this, so Rops executes the first one. Magisk now, he's going to try to flank the flanker. And look at this. Kerrigan turning back into it, offers the M4.
There.
20 seconds. Oh!
Dupree gets that, and Rops on the side. Oh, he'll have to readjust. 2-on-2 situation. Rops looking to just try to stay alive. Body shots coming in through the wall. Glaive finally takes him down. Oh my goodness. This is how Mouse Sports lose. Chris, the guy who got the opening kill, will have to come through for the 1v2.
And Dupree, he's already watching this angle. Chris could slip out hut, but if he walks into Squeaky, Dupree's got him dead to rights. Astralis right back on the board. What an awkward couple of rounds we've had.
Very strange from both sides. Very odd. We got the Heaven lurk that came out. We have this odd situation. Kerrigan not clearing Squeaky because Rops, I guess, seemed like he had it when Magisk was just tucked behind Vent or on the other side by the door. And yeah, just a series of lurks basically that all result in deaths outside Squeaky, out and around Squeaky, all up in it. Mousesports, let's try again. Couple of pistols, Falmus, Scout here. Clay puts out the Deagle. Now Smoke coming in. Let's see how they use it. They want to do lurk to mini, do the credit card swipe, push herself through big garage, punish the shot through the smoke. It looks like, yeah. Oh, he baits the shot out from Chris. Could it be the money grenade? It's not quite.
Slightly off the mark. Kerrigan gonna find an angle through Squeaky maybe, but they just left, and despite his best efforts, it's just the chest shot versus Magisk. Astralis meticulously playing out these rounds. Things have been weird, and I think they know that. Chris J gonna land a couple of scout shots to drop Glaive, take back what was a 5v3 to now a single-man advantage, but Device, 22-9, was already prepared for that fallback through hell. Frozen, he would have to deliver something impeccable. And well, he starts off with a good shot versus Magisk, damage onto Device, but nothing further. And it is only Rops here in the rafters of the A site. 15th, looking likely for Astralis.
Quietly once again, they go through with the lurk. Okay, Rops will have an opponent stepping up to the plate. Let's see who wins. Oh wow, they're gonna play the long con. Dupree's going in for the wraparound. Where's that Bubs? I need glasses. That's Bubsky.
Rops realizing that he is not going to win this round, but could definitely kill a man and use that to exit. But it's a Galil.
Oh, hardly an upgrade.
Some would argue a downgrade.
A downgrade, maybe.
But that is a hotly contested topic.
The lesser of two
versus
evils.
Galil.
The lesser of two evils, really. With who's even to say? I don't think it's cut and dry. Chat, what's worse, Galil or AK? Or sorry, or Falmus?
I think the popular vote, Falmus is worse.
Okay.
But I think the connoisseurs of Counter-Strike,
yes,
they know how good it is.
The Falmus?
Yeah.
Oh shoot, I must not be a connoisseur.
I am a connoisseur.
That spray pattern's too difficult for me. All right. What could be the last round of the game after Astralis had an awkward finish here. Awkward run to the a dash to the finish yard, the 20-yard line. And oh my god, Chris J here is here to answer back, but the trade comes through with the Device. Click, clack. He's made progress across the secret. Pistols up, Frozen, long range headshot here with the Deagle.
You take those any day of the week.
Crispier than a block of ice.
Device looking nice. Hopes to find BMAS and Mini will lock onto the head. That is a 25th kill for Device. And he's even going to find Frozen. Going one better versus Kerrigan. He attempts it and he gets shut down. That's a second rifle pick back up. A 2 versus 2 to keep Mousesports in this first map of an elimination series. We're not playing for peanuts. $425,000 prize pool here at the Blast Fall Finals. Points to try and get into the global finals. There is a lot on the line.
Oh, there's so much money here.
And Mousesports are now going to need the reverse sweep unless they lock down this 2v2. And Kerrigan, well, he's going to find Bubsky, but Magisk in the exact same position picks back that bomb, and Kerrigan doesn't stop. 3 kills from him.
Okay.
5 for Mousesports. 10 map points.
I feel like Astralis, they'd be pretty upset to be starting on the T side based on what we've seen. So things have been quite difficult for them to try to commit to sites near the end of this. That's a great shot from Chris. The trade backs, I mean, talk about moving like a phoenix. We've got Device walking through these anti-ecos, getting multiple kills around, everybody else dying, basically. Some nice shots being hit both ways. Frozen with that long range, long distance Deagle shot.
Dupree not going to waste any time. Oh, wow. And he turns it on Frozen. quick switch that costs him. Device, long distance, taps away at it, finding Chris J. Rops has his head taken off by the Tech 9 of Glaive, and it's a 4 versus 2. Astralis, they've just gone for the back and forth, labored effort on this T side. It's sloppy, but it's worked. That's ultimately the end of this story, at least here on Nuke. A complete masterclass on that CT side, where if it wasn't for mousesports getting away with 1 and 2 players surviving at the very end of it, it could have very well have been a 14-1 half, where this map would have already been over. BMAS, you can try your best, bud, but you've got 4 members of Astralis lying in wait. He tries to snap the crosshair, but we all saw this one coming. Astralis, last time they met here on Nuke, it was a very close affair, and improvements already out of the Danish camp. Mousesports, now they are nothing but a question mark as this match goes to Vertigo.
They got put on the rotisserie this game. It was a very awkward end of the game. Seen some kind of weird performances so far, up and down. But after that first half, so convincing. Astralis, you could kind of shut your brain off and just do whatever you want, eventually trip over the finish line. That's what we saw.
Yep.
Mousesports will have to show us a different face on Vertigo. Don't know if it's coming. Astralis look good.
Jump like that. Oh, 215! I don't know if that's good, but it's way better than before.
Welcome back to the Fall Games for the long jump again. We have 4 new competitors: Nico from G2, Rops from Mousesports, Art from Furia, and Dupree from Astralis.
Press use on the sand pit. What? What does this do? Doesn't make sense. I mean, like, the thing is, I don't know how to do this probably, so I'm just like, I've seen people wiggle their mouse and I think they go further, and I'm gonna try like a jump like that. Oh, 215! I don't know if that's good, but it's way better than before. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. This is why I should still be on a team with his attack. He would tell me how to do this stuff. He's like the master of movement. That's what it's about. Alright, it doesn't get better than that. I'll stick with 250.
What was the record? 227? What was it? But 19 so far. So. Ooh, that was close.
With others going straight. Alright. I think I'm getting more speed like this. Okay, there it is. There it is. I think I'm done here. Oh man. Sure, I have no way of. The Rops is too good at tryharding. Podium first place bro, yeah. I deserve it, but yes.
This was Astralis showing us what they've got. But the big problem here for mousesports, this was their pick. It certainly didn't look like it, and I'm going to come back to that conversation we often have. Astralis were one of the best teams on Nuke. They are showing us right here that they are still capable of doing that.
And we are back to the veto conversation where mousesports, sure, they match a lot with Astralis in terms of maps. They love to play Nuke, they love to play Inferno, and on a very good day, like on DreamHack Masters, we have seen that mousesports can push Astralis against the rope on any map. The problem is, if you don't show up, if you don't have one of these days, and you go up against Astralis on Nuke, that's it. He can smack you.
And they really did get smacked. This was mousesports looking lost in so many occasions. Nothing was going their way.
No, and that is a bit of a problem because we remember how they lost to Vitality yesterday.
Yes.
They didn't even put up a fight. Not at a single point did you think to yourself, okay, Vitality, they must be scared now. You know, they're being pressured by mousesports. Same case right here. There was not a single point in this game where I felt mousesports were pressuring Astralis to the brink, or at least were close to breaking them in any sort of way, right? So now mousesports have played 3 maps in the tournament so far, and they've done absolutely nothing, and that is a problem.
And you said about it, right? We're looking at this potentially being a great story, a great for what mousesports can do here. We saw how well they played it at DreamHack Masters. It's like night and day difference between what we see from this mousesports. They don't look comfortable right now, and they've kind of just fell off.
Yeah, they do, and which is why I said I was very excited by mousesports and what they did at DreamHack Masters. I'm going to be honest. I think the project
it was
in
something
general,
to get excited about,
yes.
definitely.
And the project they have, it's something I could get behind. I think they have an interesting mix of players. I truly believe in Kerrigan's IGL abilities. I think he can bring a lot of things together as a team. The problem is, if these are going to be the lows for mousesports, then how do we rank them? How do we evaluate them? Let's pretend for a second that they get destroyed on Vertigo, which we don't know is going to happen. But if they get smacked on Vertigo, what do we make of this tournament? Where do we rank mousesports? How do we evaluate them? It's really hard.
Is this one of these occasions, and I've been guilty of this myself, where we get hyped up by an event performance, but we still have not seen a long enough period of a new roster?
Yes and no. I don't think so, because I think mousesports up until this point have been doing a good job. They qualified for this tournament, right? They qualified their way into this final. And that was a tough qualifier. They were doing a good job. They were beating a lot of good teams, and they earned their spot at this tournament. Then they go on to the next tournament and then place themselves in a final at DreamHack, which was another major tournament. So no, I don't think we jumped the gun too early. We saw what mousesports were capable of, and now we can also allow ourselves to be, I guess, a bit disappointed in the fact that they are not able to show up as of right now. As Matthew said, they still have Vertigo. There's still a potential for a comeback right here, but we can conclude from what we've seen so far, they're simply not good enough right now.
This is not good enough right now, but then what do we look at, right? What do we see as the positives that mousesports can work upon here for them? Because we've always got to look for those gleaming positives. You look lost like there are none.
No, he's asking me the nice question. He's just looking at me with a smile. Hey, what are the positives with mousesports? The positive, you cannot go any further down. What are the positives they have? That was a very bleak performance. I do believe they can bounce back. Again,
okay, I'll reframe the question, because the way I look at it is we always talk about Kerrigan as being able to find the next plan, the next way in, the next opportunity. This is now 2 best-of-3 series. We're only the first map into this one, but it's not looking great.
Yeah, let me put it this way. We have to be careful as well, one side or the other, right? We don't want to get overexcited over a result, but we don't want to get overcritical over one map. Granted, yesterday the performance against Vitality was bleak, and they've said it themselves. They were empty, not handling the game. That can happen. You've been manhandled on Nuke against Astralis. I can also understand that, but you need to put up a fight on Vertigo. To me, that's the no-go. If they disappear on Vertigo as well, then we're going to have to take conclusions. We're going to have to make statements when it comes to mousesports, but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt moving on to Vertigo.
Well, we have to give them the benefit of the doubt. We've got to see what's going to be played out on this. But I also want to touch on Device. We spoke about him not maybe being the star player because there's so many other good players around him. He put up a star performance in this one.
Well, he is the star player. Let's make that very clear for people out there. I think Matthew is going to bring up a fine point. We discussed about it in the green room as well. But Device, of course, is a world-class player. There's a reason why he's always in the conversation just outside of the Saivu, just outside of the Symbol, or Nico for that matter. He's been within the top 5 of HLTV's list for plenty times, right? And he's been the guy who's been winning all the tournaments. So sure, Device, individually speaking, may not be the guy who put up the best stats as well. To add some context, this year, 2020, is the lowest rated year for him in terms of rating since 2017. So he's not having the best of the best year, but he's winning, and that is what matters the most. I'm quite sure Symbol would change all the trophies he has for Device.
I will agree that, when we compare Device to As I Were Simple, maybe mechanically speaking, we don't get excited the same way, right? But first of all, if you think about the decisions Device make, very rarely do we see Device make a huge mistake that costs around. I think he's almost always on the money. He's almost always right when the decisions he makes. That's why I tweeted he's a reference. I think if you're a sniper, you're an AWP, you're an aspiring professional player, just look at Device. Look at the way he's playing. And then one of the points that I want to make about Device, and that could be a little bit of a tricky one, but follow me on that one, is I believe he's suffering from a contrast effect with the rest of his team. He is not as contrasted as the rest of his team. Think about ZywOo, think about Simple. Think about the huge gap that can happen between these players and the rest of the gang. We then praise them, rightfully, because they are gods of the game. But if you look at Device, and if you think about Astralis winning, it was very much a team effort. Device very rarely just took the entire map on his own, because he couldn't as well, because the players around him were doing a lot of the job. So I'm just putting a little bit of salt on that one. I'm not saying he's the best player in the world, because I don't think that's a category we should throw him in, but I think he's not getting as much praise as he should.
Well, let's look at the lineup we're going to have here for Vertigo. Xyp9x is back in. We're going to see Bubzkji back out. We kind of knew this was going to happen. We can guess what's going to go down with this Astralis. It's the one that makes sense right now as we wait to see what happens with Bubzkji across other maps and how they implement him.
But it's a good test now for Xyp9x, right? Because he has not been playing that well ever since he came back. He's been seeming a little bit rusty, and I guess that's exactly what we would have expected as well, coming into a tough schedule. Xyp9x has been out for quite some time, and Xyp9x, when going on the break, was not the Device player, was not, the best fragger on the server. So him to take a bit of a hit in the fragging department, it makes sense. But for Xyp9x to be switched in and out of the lineup, that's probably a good way of easing him into the system again, getting him warmed up and getting him feeling comfortable within the Astralis ranks as well. I'm not worried for Astralis' behalf at all, especially not after seeing Nuke.
Well, I'm not either. When it came to Nuke, they were dominant from start to finish. Now we go to Vertigo that went to a crazy overtime in the DreamHack Masters finals. Let's see what we're going to get out of these two teams this time around, because mousesports, they need to show up. They need to deliver.
Come on, mousesports. Come on, man. Do something.
I'm just like poking it with this. Come on.
Please.
Come on.
White Ninja Comics. That's come on, man. Do something.
Please. I mean,
16-5 on Nuke. They got smacked up.
All the pressure is now on Mousesports to show us anything, show us a sign of life. This was an unfortunate series that they had versus Vitality yesterday.
Yeah.
They got bullied around.
Yeah.
They did not look like they could compete with the very best Counter-Strike teams in the world, and we know that Astralis are exactly that. The reason we believe in the possibility of a Mousesports comeback is because just days ago at that DreamHack Masters final, they took Astralis the distance on a couple of those maps in the best of 5.
Nuke and Vertigo, to be specific.
The one map we just saw that blowout, and now the map we are locking into.
And they smacked up Astralis on Inferno too. So if they win this, we get the third, we're in business.
So let's just see it, Mousesports.
Big time.
There is no pressure on Astralis. It is all on Mousesports to prove to us that they can even compete. And it's over towards this A ramp that BMAS gets bested. Glaive double kill after he finds his single for the CT side. And it's a 4v2 for Astralis straight out the gate.
This T side is not an easy one to overcome. If you guys haven't seen it, Astralis' T sides lately on Vertigo has been something really special. It's been this combo of Dupree lurking up the A ramp, of Device controlling the A ramp, Dupree lurking over at B. This bomb looks like it'll get planted, no problem. Oh, and he'll get away with his life too, at least for an extra couple of seconds. And now a 2-on-3 retake. Good attempt. They stop the plant there, they're in business, but they don't do that. Now they've got to get the kills. Who's gonna peek first?
Looks like it could be Mr. Finn. He walks outwards. Gonna get double peeked. It's all on Robs. 1v3.
Uh-oh.
He just saw the player get back around the side of the crane. Device has him dead to rights. It's Astralis with the pistol round win.
3 for Glaive. It's the duel at A ramp. It's actually a really well-timed flash from the T side that initially gets everyone turned. I don't know if there must have been a CT flash as well, but I don't think that worked out quite as well. So, again, okay, we did talk. I want to say that it was versus Liquid, and then another team that I can't remember what the other team was besides Mousesports that they played on Vertigo, but they looked so good. Gambit. They looked so good on the T side. Something like 5 rounds between the two teams versus Astralis. And then when they brought it to the final versus Mousesports, it was actually like almost even. They were the only team to give them a fight. But we saw just now on Nuke was a very different face of Astralis and a very different face in a bad way from Mousesports. So we're trying to figure out if the narrative is going to be the same.
Device has been looking like an absolute beast as of late.
Lately, yeah. Finished DreamHack Masters plus 117 KD.
God damn, is that ever horrifying if you are up against him. Glaive catching Chris J here by the orange boxes. We do have Frozen contesting along the side of Short Shelf. Flash goes down, Device is patient, and it should pay off. We've got Glaive actually coming in from behind it, so yep, that's his kill. And Magisk adding another to the tally. BMAS gets bullied through the smoke. And we've got 5 survivors for Astralis at the end of the second round. I can't hear myself think with all these guns firing.
You like this map, though.
I do. I got to turn down this volume.
This is the map. It's a lot of spamming.
So much spamming.
A lot of smokes, a lot of spamming, a lot of wall bangs. Some would say it's tactical, some would say it's bad.
God, I'm gonna get PTSD just listening to these A-hits.
Yeah. It's gotten better somehow. Like it's not gotten worse over time.
Right. Well, that's.
But it's still very much the nature of.
Oh yeah. I mean, remember how the spams used to go when there was a wooden wall,
all the
not
way
made
through.
of middle.
Yeah.
Literally a gap in the wood wall, and on the other side of that wood wall was an opening that got your shot all the way into
Elevators.
CT spawn.
Yeah.
What were you thinking?
I mean, yeah. Well, I'm just gonna put it out there. A lot of great community maps out there. We decided to go with Vertigo to try to improve Vertigo. Maybe next up is Ancient. Took a first look at Ancient, have you?
I have. Very cool. I like the color scheme. I like the ambiance.
Yeah. It's a pretty simple map. We'll see what happens with that one. But for now, at least Vertigo's getting a little bit more love on the B side. That's been something a bit more interesting. Some of the game plan seems to lean both ways. I think for Astralis, the way they dictate their rounds is basically who's getting the better lurk off. And they kind of test both sites at the same time to seek out that opening kill. And they just have a very high opening kill percentage, I would say.
Nice shot.
Wow.
Frozen. Hello.
Okay.
A deep Deagle headshot versus Magisk off with the generator. This opens up ladder control for BMass. He's going to kind of float back and forth for the moment. Until you force Astralis to walk away from the A site, I feel like it's safe to not expect anything else. It's where T-sides start.
Where it all begins. Looks like the push is coming soon. Maybe especially off this kill.
That single MAC-10 was picked up by Rops, but he's got it all the way over at the B site, so definitely not going to be a part of the hold, if there is a hold at all. Mousesports conceding control of the site. dupreeh's going to get tapped away, but it is just the measly pistol. Smokes to follow suit. More spam shots going through, and Mousesports really have nothing to offer us in the form of a retake attempt. They could just throw this at the wall and hope it sticks. I mean, they are buying in the next round regardless. But now with the smokes gone, Astralis, they've got these long lines of sight.
They like to punish without giving kills over to the MAC-10. But I think it's going to be a bit of a stalemate. They're coming in late to try to get some... Oh, actually, they get a lot of damage in. That's actually pretty well done. And those are 2 AKs unrecoverable, not even for the CT side. And did they get blown off the building is the question. It looks like Chris will come in, doesn't find one, comes close. 3-0 start, but decent damage. Here's the shot from Frozen, heard around the world. Great kill, my God. That was just a pre-fire. It looks like way above. Was he on top of the thingy? The thingamajigger?
Yeah.
It was like, I don't know what that thing is.
That it's the doohickey.
It has something coming out of it, like a line.
Yeah, it's a generator.
It is a generator?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what he's hiding behind.
Generated that one deke.
And that thingamajiggy would be called a wire.
A wire, right.
Or a, cable.
So here's the... Oh, interesting.
First gun round.
Magiska's here, yeah. So Magiska's over on the B site this time around. Device coming over top, and it seems like he's going to move it on quickly. But he won't go out for the second kill. A lot of discipline here. He's going to let his teammates work the other side of the map. And they'll wait to make a decision. Kerrigan's low, falling back onto A. And this information might be... They might know exactly how low he is. Depends how Xyp9x called it. But I'm not sure how many bullets went through a smoke to get to him. I think, like you said, you leave them untested. Most of the time, they're probably going to come up the A ramp. That's just how it goes.
Who's inside of the site? We got Kerrigan. He's just sitting behind default on low HP. Next closest rotate will be BMass inside of the elevator room. Kerrigan's going to get aggressive on short side, and there's currently not anybody holding this. Molotov in front of the site. That should delay the bomb plant. dupreeh's going to put down a Molotov, really forces Kerrigan forward here. He's going to have to play just on the side of the smoke. We get Chris joining BMass. Kerrigan tries to slip out, and it's already being watched. So many smokes on top of this bomb site every single time that we find ourselves standing here. CTs have gotten themselves out, but don't have much room to really work with. Incendiary's thrown over towards the sandbags, and Rops, well, he's found himself a headshot alongside BMass. They are playing this down to the wire, but there is still time. They need to get on it right now. And dupreeh, well, he's just going to take them down, one after another. A panicked bomb tap by Rops draws the T back into the action, but there is no chance. Not for Mousesports. Astralis find their four.
Oh, that's really sick stuff from dupreeh to read into where the next kill would come from. Actually looked like a reasonable chance in the retake, if not for the second kill from dupreeh. Even though it comes down to the wire, look how he crouches and then tracks for the second kill. He'll read where it's going. That's just really sick stuff. So, yeah, 2 headshot duels won. dupreeh stands his ground. CT's failed to trade, and Astralis take another round. At least Astralis, they don't save anything. Mousesports, they save 1. That's something small. Mousesports will call it tac timeout. And I mean, what can you really say about that round? They maybe need to apply more pressure while the bomb is going down. I think one thing we'll see when Astralis swap over to the CT side, they're pretty intent about doing damage while the plant is going in. They're very much trying to get the T's down as low as possible. And I mean, that's not an Astralis thing. That's just a good way to play. But Mousesports are not seeing some of that same level of pressure. I think that pressure on all maps is what defines your CT side. You know, how active you're being at all times. You've got to seize the moment. Do you know what I mean?
I feel you. Seize the moment. Grab it with both hands.
Magic Carpe Diem.
Rops? He's got an affinity for playing up close on B. Loves to take those kinds of shots, but that just drew him into the line of fire from dupreeh. Magisk, still the front runner. BMAS tucked close. Wood only has the Deagle to work with, and they spam him through it. The poor kid never had a chance. Magisk still the front runner, and despite that damage off of the grenade, it's really only Chris J here to hold. He's been dealt with by dupreeh, and Astralis looking for that easy 5th round. If they can get it with 5 players still standing, then this is a phenomenal start to what we know will be a strong T-half.
No kidding. They work their way in. Again, they try to follow the kills. I feel like it wasn't known that they were going to go B necessarily right away, but when they found that duel on Robs, that's it. And we'll see that carry through over into their... It makes their T-sides quite dynamic, the way that they can trust both of their aggressive lurks on either side of the map. And we don't have too many things like... I mean, middle control will come in there. I think Magisk is the one to lurk into middle sometimes. But yeah, I think the way dupreeh characterized their T-side is... and T-sides in general on this map, speaking from the voice of Astralis, is that it's pretty random. Sometimes it's easy. And I think that the way to describe it for them is basically, if the lurks go well, the rest of the round comes easily. If they don't find the opening kills, not so much. I'm going to go ahead and check. I've got the stats on opening kills, actually.
Well, you go digging.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look. We've got 3 first kill rounds to the 2 of mousesports so far. But nothing but wins here for Astralis. 2 ops in play, Karrigan and Chris J. They'll have to synergize, combine their power. If used correctly, you can get a free gimmick round. It must have made noise at some point during this. But no spam comes through. I actually don't know if it makes a global noise if you bonk your head like that and fall back on a short jump.
No, I don't think so. Pretty close corner. Robs walks right into it. Never saw that play coming. And then BMAS on damage control. He's able to get himself that second. Glaive peaks. It's the 3rd challenge that gets the better of him. mousesports, a man advantage. Double ops up. And there is still Device on the opposite side of the map. Every single player from mousesports is preoccupied with that B bomb site, and Device is going to maximize the moment. Chris, he just saw the barrel.
Didn't think it was that close.
Now that bomb's going to run right over.
Yeah, there's another op on the retake, and Device maybe doesn't know about it, but he's still going to be pretty careful, you'd think.
Oh, he actually goes peeking into Frozen. Device, he could have just waited and played the post plant. Instead, Glaive, he's going to have to finish this off on his own. He eats the flash, sees Karrigan's peek, but it's just more of a jiggle. Frozen back behind the CT wall, holds off.
Whoa.
And he looks to come at it from a different angle. They've got a smoke between the 2.
This is a brave place to play a 2v1 from, but it's obviously unlikely to be checked, right? Why would he go here in a 2-on-1 situation?
Oh, he's just hugging the wall and hoping no one sees him. Look at this. He catches the back. Big play from Glaive. 6th round for Astralis. They rotate all the way over to A off of the back of Device. He was exploring the bomb site, and he saw nothing.
That is a confident move here from Glaive. Of course, it's risky because there's nowhere to run. So the advantage is you have a big chance of getting the first kill. If you get hard cleared, of course, you look like a fool. But why would someone hard clear a one-and-done spot? That's what Glaive works off of.
Times it to a T.
Yeah.
And that could have been mousesports' first round on this defensive half, but instead they are relying on Chris with a solo op to somehow get this going.
Yeah, 2 ops in the last round, 1 and no rifles on this one.
Device and Glaive picking up early kills. Pistols try to push through this A ramp. Karrigan kind of lost inside of the smoke, falls back, but not all the way. Still sticks around a bit.
They know he wants to push. They know he's here, and they are correct.
My God.
The amount of pressure, they are just so sure about it. They couldn't find him, but eventually, yeah. At that point, you're carrying, and you're like, man, why am I doing this? Like, sure, I'm just not. There's no way I'm going to catch anybody off guard. He'll still go for it. He'll try it out.
Was this worth it? He gets stuck inside of the smoke for ages. Hey, man, at least he dodged all the damage for the most part.
Well, we've seen a Chris J op ace.
Yeah, but in a 1v5,
we're
shut down the bomb and missed the second shot. He was in the right position. Had anybody from mousesports been able to pick up those kills, you could see both everybody other than dupreeh had damage done. They were at that halfway point. So there was attempts by mousesports, but we're a quarter of the way through this second map, and we still have Mouse with 0 rounds on the scoreboard.
No kidding. Just like Nuke, basically. Falling apart. Karrigan not saying a word. Neither is Xyp9x. Nothing to talk about here, I guess. Maybe just a stress tack. Maybe it's the coach chiming in. Karrigan started to talk. It's a tough situation when you can't stop any of the lurk plays, right? It's really hard to anti-strat when you know they're going to do something, but they're winning in their default. They're playing down on the ramp. They're playing, dupreeh is doing the same thing over on the B site. Magisk isn't trying to perform a lurk. It's like, what kind of aggressive options can you take on CT side? Pushing down the ramp isn't that friendly. Honestly, this map is just not that well designed. Like, if you push down the ramp on CT side, you get control of it. There's not actually great angles to hold from down there. Over on the B stairs, you can, but it's also not very safe. Like, we saw you can, like, run Bruce across. It gets very testy to hold down the bottom of B stairs as well on CT side. So, unfortunately, you got to kind of sit and wait when you're spam duels. It's very messy. Very, very messy. But, Astralis are just very good at this chaos, and Device finds another opening. And this time, I don't know from where. I guess it was from the short shelf push. Yeah, he's walking up towards it. Just the opening op duel. I mean, I guess that's a 50-50. Why wouldn't you try that?
But already now the double man disadvantage. mousesports, this is not getting any easier as the rounds go by. Molly falls on Frozen. Oh, Device, he just pelted him in the head with it.
Yeah.
Gets the audio cue. He's then on high alert and Tech9s him in the teeth.
Yikes.
Karrigan's going to get the 1 kill for mousesports found so far this round. And then BMAS actually able to get another. It's going to be costly, low HP for the remaining 2 CTs, but they do have a chance. But Glaive, he slipped through middle into this A bomb site. BMAS now compromised on both sides. He's got to be afraid of everything. He can trust nothing, but the bomb is still at the base of B. And that's going to be picked back up by dupreeh, who runs all the way over.
You can hear that it's going to go to the A site. It's just about trying to fight in is the question. We can see that Incendiary gets laid down. Oh, but the spread is too good. Going up top, he'll have to make his way around. 14 health on poor BMAS, and they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink his way to keep him out of the site.
He's got to concede. I mean, even with 22 health, that was one thing, but down to 14, he's got a full belt of utility. Armor, M4, and mousesports are in not a good position to buy. But he's going to take the chance. They're both posted on him. Instant headshot. Now mousesports, they've got nothing to work with in the follow-up round. Astralis, no sign of even slowing down.
Insane. They're getting mauled like a building that has Hot Topic.
Oh. You're smooth.
Astralis playing Counter-Strike right now. It looks amazing. We don't know what it looks like versus Vitality. That's the question.
That's the question.
That's the big question.
Astralis.
And Na'Vi versus Vitality tomorrow. That's the other question.
Oh, man, there's going to be so much good CS this week.
Oh.
This is the culmination of Blast's events throughout 2020. The Blast Fall Finals, one of the hypest. You know, I thought when we were in the middle of that showdown just a week or so ago that it felt like the best event. You know, elimination every single game. There was something to play for in every single best of 3.
Yeah.
But now the stakes are high.
High, very high. $425,000 on the line.
Exactly.
This is a big week. All, you know.
And we finally get to know who joins the other qualified teams.
Oh my God, in the global finals.
January 2021.
No, this is a big week for sure.
Clear the entire month off of your calendar. Counter-Strike is coming. And so is Dupree towards this B site. It's not much for Mouse Sports here in the 9th. Single scout, Deagle, CZ. More of the same. And it's never worked yet.
Device just quietly getting opening kills everywhere he looks. We're up to 5 to the 3 opening duels won here for Astralis. It's really a bad sign that the utility damage is quite low here for Mousesports. You know, close to 300 if that so far in the 8 rounds. A lot of A-ramp walk-ups as well. Not many late grenades to come down. This is where, you know, 8 rounds in, this is where you should be trying to find as much utility damage as possible. You know, Astralis are going to return fire when we switch halves.
They've got that one frag, just got thrown.
And there's something.
Yeah. Third of the health gone from Xyp9x.
On a round with pistols.
Can the Deagles follow up? Hold on, where's Chris J? Oh, up here on top of the boxes, and nice. Manages to get himself a Deagle headshot, but it's answered very quickly by Astralis. 2 kills in return. And BMAS, well, they've been spotted. He is now shoulder to shoulder alongside Rops. It's a cleanup by Xyp9x. 9 rounds in a row for Astralis. It is nothing but laughter in the Danes camp.
They're getting melted down like a cheese string on the microwave. In the microwave. I was gonna say on the campfire. Then I said on the microwave. If you put it on top, would it still melt down, you think?
Maybe a little bit.
Be even grosser to eat, though, that's for sure.
Yeah, that would be full of dust and all sorts of...
Lysol, maybe. Okay. Work in mid-control, new look. At this point, you're pretty bored if you're Astralis. Like, how do we do something new and fun? We've met our quota for the day. We'd like to scrim CT side if possible. Rompsy's never been this far out of the site. Paranoid. Looking for Dupree.
Peek in the middle. There it is, Chris J opening kill. Come on, Mouse Sports. Maximize the moment. Magisk looking to bring it back. Caught between 2 CTs. A 5 versus 2. Surely this is the round that Mouse Sports put an end
We'll see.
to the streak of Astralis.
We'll see. They're going to the right site.
Surely.
At this point, crazier things have happened. Listen, if there's a world where, okay, they've got kits, right? They've got 2 Molotovs and Device has an op. He can post up. One mistake on this plant. Device catches someone off. They could win.
Oh, and what's it look like?
They're pretty far back here.
Yeah, Kerrigan's back in the CT doorway.
Is that off in the... Oh,
that's the one.
Yeah, there's the odd kill. Okay.
Device 1v5.
Holy hell. Finally, Mousesports. They're on the board. Let's go.
They're alive. They've got a sign of life. A little sign of life. How's it all unfold? Chris J here in middle, able to pick up his kill. Rops another 1v1. So it's a sequence of individual duels, and that's the only real fight between Frozen and BMAS on the B site that's really like a joint effort from Mouse Sports. Very individual gunfights that all happen to get picked up by Mouse Sports. Can they replicate that round? They absolutely have to.
Dupree gets toasted. Down low. Xyp9x. He's on short shelf duty. Pretty much no one better than this, than Device on the T side, working up. Plays it so calmly, always gets the kills. Rifle op, Tech 9. Okay, they'll re-smoke deep ramp. They've secured short shelf. They've done damage to Dupree. Okay, Dupree gets a kill. Where, man? How are they finding these op kills all the time?
Yeah, he just looked over top of the smoke, I believe.
Wow.
Yeah, sure enough, had a little angle.
Yeah, just that deep peek. They wanted the fight, too. They'll clear everything out. Big flank so rare on this map.
Very true. Glaive going to continue to walk up. We do still have Frozen on the short shelf. But nobody's actually facing him for Astralis. Chris J very much back inside of the CT spawn, and with Frozen dead. Oh, this is dire. Magisk all the while, he's lurking out into this B site. Rops will catch him with his back turned. Stick a knife in it.
Okay. It's not every day you see Rops go for a knife. He's one of the last people you'd expect to do it, but in this situation, why not? Well, the pre-aim comes in on Frozen. Dupree, with no health left over, finds a way to find an op shot over top of the ARAM smoke, and then they work their way into A again. I'm going to refresh the stats page, and we're up to 6 opening kills here for Astralis. But even when they don't get opening kills, they're still able to win the round. So, Device, is he going to suss this out? He's thinking about clearing it. I guess he will find Rops and execute. Just BMAS, 10 to 1. Man.
10 rounds to 1 on this T side.
Like Astralis logo, I feel like it looks like the star you'd put on a Christmas tree.
Sure.
Oh, it's the first thing I would do with my logo.
It is Christmas 2 months out of the year in Denmark.
In Denmark, they celebrate most of the winter. It's a smart strategy considering there's not much sun here.
More candles burned per capita than anywhere else in the world.
It's very hygge.
Very hygge. That's what they call it. Op shot from Rops. There's a start. Come on, Mouse Sports. Get this machine going. It has been nothing but a stalled engine. It's sputtered once. We thought maybe there'd be a resuscitation. But they've yet to revive much of a half at all. Molotov falling down in front of the CTs. This should flush their feet closer towards the rifles, but Astralis, they make that contact only to walk away.
That is enough pressure where they've turned up the ramp. They can really try to get some eyes on this. It's funny, they do this a lot. I mean, they put this much pressure, but they don't actually turn the corner. When they don't get the kill, the CTs are still on edge, right? Until they come back to get some information. And now they can try to walk up A. There's no Rops here to stop him, but Rops, R-A-W-P-Z, he's opping.
Molotov on top of him, misses the shot because Device just goes jumping around the corner and recovers with a kill of his own. Magisk, easy execution, fire on both sides of Device, an uncomfortable position, but BMAS about to peek in, and sure enough, he's going to take that headshot. We're into the 2 versus 2. There's utility here for the CT side, and 30 seconds on this clock. Magisk loses his angle, and slowly he's being flanked. It's Kerrigan over towards the B stairs. Magisk still looking forward, about to get blindsided, but no, he finds timing. What? He just slips into the side of Kerrigan. Bemis, he's looking to cut off this mid play. Technically, Zipex, he doesn't have to make a move.
Oh, he's dead.
It's only, but it's recoverable. 9 HP. 5 seconds left. Magisk, he's going to get that bomb plant down. He's got a huge health advantage in the AK versus the M4. BMAS looking for the kill. And Magisk, he slips out to the sidelines, dives back behind box and holds on. BMAS down, and Astralis up. 10 rounds the lead.
Well, the fake flash worked at least. Magisk tried to duck under it. I think BMAS, he needs to push in that moment. He's got 5 HP. He needs to rush the plant. He's got a very unlikely 1v1 if he doesn't rush the plant in that spot. So, yeah, he doesn't go for it. I remember another 1v1 where he does something similar. It was actually a big brain play. I think this one, he made his life a little bit more difficult. It looked like Magisk died from that smoke that went up into the sky. And when it rains, it pours. It only gets worse here. The 2v2, we saw Kerrigan catch a timing where he probably should have easily caught Magisk out. Don't know how he didn't even see him. And now Device, is he going to get one for free? Let's see if he gets a footstep in the corner. They'll flash down the ramp, only to get shot in the back potentially. Whoa. Oh, very awkward spot. P90.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up with that? Kerrigan, couple of kills.
Oof.
Glaive, very nice. Bomb has been picked up. Glaive looking to use that first kill to really extend here into the B site. BMAS behind Big Green. Flash in the sky. Cover your eyes. The CT side gets closer. Magisk finding a headshot through the smoke because of course he does. And Chris J trying to take this fight at a distance. Glaive's gonna smoke them out, cuts them off, and still kills Chris. before he can escape. Man advantage here for Astralis. BMAS extending around the side. Dies to Magisk, who yet again, through smoke, almost gets one. It's dupreeh versus Karrigan. Another 1v1 here in the post plant on the B site. Massive health advantage for Astralis, as there was in the previous round. Karrigan throwing the frag grenade forward, gets hit by dupreeh, and Astralis extend their lead by yet another round. It is 11 the difference, 12-1 the half, and really no chance at a comeback.
It doesn't feel like it, yeah. Now this is the question. I mean, they've just got their salad tossed by Vitality and now by Astralis, potentially. This is a question of, did Vitality look as good as they did? Or does everyone look good versus Mousesports at this point? Because what the hell happened? A couple days ago, they were awesome.
I'm not sure. And, you know, this is a shame. This is the last best of 3 that we will see of Mousesports in 2020. And during the showdown, the entire story was how they were improving and getting better. And that
they got hella good.
Dude, it was the talking point as we went into Masters and they got to that grand finals. And then they tested Astralis after destroying them on Inferno.
Now, there would be the one asterisk that since then, just these last few matches, that Vitality are that good. That's what we'll find out tomorrow.
Sure.
If they are that good.
But then what happened here?
But see, I kind of thought this would happen, right?
Okay.
Because I thought that, because Astralis are just really good at adapting, and I was really impressed by the finals with Mousesports and Astralis, but I'm not sure I'd give them the edge in the rematch. I think I knew that coming out of that final. Okay. Maybe Astralis get a bit stronger, but we won't get to know anything more about Mousesports after this. They're eliminated from the event. This was their second chance. Of course, there's no easy teams to beat here. Maybe slightly easier than Astralis and Vitality, but not by much.
Oh, come on, a little chance. Another 3-round half, perhaps.
You know, it's bad when you're hoping for a 3-round half.
Right? Unfortunately, but I mean, I can't just accept Mousesports' death despite Astralis showing us everything, every step of the way. It is just kill after kill, clutch after clutch. Karrigan gets shut down as he pushes through smoke, and BMAS off the top box dies with a single kill. It's 3 frags coming out of Device. Is he going to get another ace in this series? Well, there's a possibility, because the other 2 Mousesports players loom near. And so far, it's all headshots as well. They cool off at the 40-second mark.
They'll sit and wait. No reason not to. They could actually eat this impact grenade from Frozen and then have a difficult time in the post plant. It feels like Mousesports get shakier the later the round goes on, so multiple reasons to chill out. They'd come back and take some stronger, farther back lines here. And Mousesports, it depends how paranoid they'll get in these last few moments, but they're not really in a position to throw the grenade that they want to. It'll come in late. It'll do the damn. Oh.
There's no ace for Device as he goes down, and dupreeh looks to hold the ground. He's going to eat a bit of a flashbang. At least this time, it's 100 health each.
If there's anybody, Rops, you know?
You'd think, but he just gets splattered on the middle of the bomb site. Astralis, 13 rounds.
This is a revenge match for Astralis.
If your children are still in the room.
Yeah, this is a clinic.
Make them look away.
This is, yeah, they're getting pooned.
It's a force buy up for Mousesports. Final round of the half. MP9, Deagle, double FAMAS, lackluster nades, single kit on Chris, but an opening kill yet again. Frozen takes to the top of middle to find that first one, sees dupreeh, and dies out through the floorboards. A missed Molotov.
Uh-oh.
Oh, but he gave away the audio cue, and a second one follows up.
Yeah, that's all you really need to know. Well, you know they're going to fight, because they got really...
Oh, he peeks into it.
He didn't need to, yeah.
Man advantage back for Astralis. They are looking to finish strong on this first half. Karrigan, he'll answer. We're back into the even 3v3. With this half, anything but even overall. Basically as lopsided as it possibly gets. One round, number 10. And funny enough, in round 10, 5 players survived. In every other round combined,
yeah,
5 players survived.
Wow. It's about as even as Logan Paul versus Mayweather, I would say.
And yet, we still watch it.
We are going to watch it, yeah.
Magisk trades out Chris J down at the bottom of the B ramp. Kerrigan, he's on this hot flank. He could find timing enough to take away a second round. Mousesports could finish this half with a whimper. He drops that bomb. Dupree, such little HP. One bullet, Kerrigan. That's all it's going to take to send us into the second half with an 11-round lead. Mousesports, they are alive, but there's barely a pulse.
Welcome everybody to a new series of Higher or Lower brought to you by CS Money. Today I'm joined by the natural born killer himself. It's Nathan Smith. Thank you so much for joining today. We're going to show you two skins on screen, one with a price and one with not. And all you need to do is tell me whether the one without the price is higher or lower than the one with it. So does that all make sense to you, Nathan?
Yeah, that sounds clear.
Is the Legion of Anubis worth more or less than the Asimov?
Just based on the fact that I haven't heard of that AK, I guess I'm gonna go higher.
Unfortunately not.
Yeah, I'm bound to have everything.
31 euros. This time, let's bring up a Deagle skins. We've got our AK-47 Legion of Anubis, which is worth 31 euros 95. But is a Desert Eagle Hypnotic worth more or less than that?
I would go with higher.
Let's see if you're right.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not gonna go from the rarity standpoint because it's not working at all.
So we're going to bring that Desert Eagle skin up and we're going to compare it to another pistol skin. Is this beautiful red skin worth more than 27 euros 23 cents?
Yes, it's worth more.
Be confident, Nathan, because you're right with this one. It is worth a whopping 86 euros 27. This time it's going to be an AWP skin, the classic red line, a staple of many people's inventory. Is it worth more or less than the Kill Confab?
The average is probably around like 22.11 euros, so I would guess it's lower.
Well, Nathan, you're bang on. And it nets you another point. We're going to go over to a knife. It's Bayonet Brightwater, lovely blue beauty. How much do you think that is going to be worth in comparison, more or less?
I'm going to say more for sure.
You're definitely right in that, Nathan. Compared to 22 euros, this one is worth 221 euros. Because it's another knife, and it's compared to the Safari Mesh.
Yeah, I mean, it's higher.
Excellent.
It's higher.
So compared to the Shantikos Fire for the M4 A1S,
Things on it.
what are you thinking with that one?
I'll go with that for that one.
Nathan, you are indeed right. You've net yourself 5 points so far. You took a pistol skin, one of my personal favourites, the Glock Vogue. But is it worth more or less than the Shantikos Fire?
I would probably go with more. I think it's a pretty recent skin.
This is the AK Baroque Purple. Is it worth more or less?
Less.
Let's see if you're right. You are indeed. Round number 10, where it's going to be up against the Fever Dream.
It's lower than the AK.
You've managed to net yourself 7 points. You've got to be pretty proud of that.
Yeah, looks pretty decent.
Well, thank you very much, Nathan, for playing our CS Money game. Always a pleasure to get to catch up with you.
Welcome back to what could be the last half of Mousesports 2020. It's a very difficult position we find them in. We saw promise out of Mousesports in recent weeks, but Astralis have also been turning the dial. And right now, I feel like they are a smoking hot 10.
Yeah. Scovilles. What's something really hot?
Ghost Peppers.
Ghost Peppers? Go higher than that.
Pepper X.
Go even higher than that.
I don't know.
2X Carolina Reaper.
Well,
in the eyeballs.
Let's see.
In Mousesports' eyeballs right now.
You're either about to watch Astralis completely dookie on Mousesports or
slowly crawl to the finish line.
One of the very best comebacks you've ever seen, folks. So give us your eyeballs for a couple more minutes and, well, maybe you get your answer. It's going to be a frag grenade put over construction. Dupree within the chaos. There's damage being done, but kills being picked up by Mouse. Device gets it into the 2 versus 2, and that B site will be conceded. The retake's on.
Well, could be a worse situation here for Mousesports. We've got some legs now. Ooh, but the smoke, this will test them. How good is it? Sometimes people aren't lining this up and they're leaving a crack in that left or right side. It does allow Frozen in.
All right, there's a chance.
Yeah.
Device doesn't have a kit. He's going to have to push in with the 5-7. Needs both kills, and he'll find nothing. Frozen, 3K. Mouse Sports, 3 rounds.
Now we're talking. We know about that Astralis T side. It can be hard. But I can't help but feel like it's a deflated mouse. Just after the last 2 rounds that we saw, 2 halves that we saw in this game so far. We'll see. But Astralis, they struggle a little bit on the T side that first game. Radler's out. Trying to keep the hope alive here. Kerrigan, gotta love it, gotta respect it. Gotta try to have some fun with it.
If you're not having fun, then you're doing it wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, let's see what happens.
Why do I just have this awful feeling that the Force Spy is going to win?
It's that kind of game. It's that kind of game, of course. Like, you have to hold your breath a little bit because I'm sure, you know, Mouse Sports, the confidence isn't going to be extremely high at the moment. He's actually going for the no-scope. Oh, no, he's not.
Ooh,
wow.
Lands it.
Ooh, get some damage off. Dupree's hurt, but...
Glaives 5-7 gets iced out. Zipex falls back, lands another tag shot. So that's 2 of the remaining 4 already quite low.
And they haven't chased down these kills either.
Ooh, Kerrigan also 2 HP. This is still winnable, but it is slowly sliding the way of Mouse Sports. Dupree a single frag. And Zipex, he's the reason that these 2 Ts are already low. You'd have to give us a show to stop them.
They have survived.
Not yet, Launders. Not yet.
No, it's definitely... They're good.
It's Zipex.
Oh, shoot, you're right. Thought it was Bubsky.
One player slips around mid. Frozen, that's an easy pickup. But he turns his attention away, and that's what's going to cost him. You were right. Mouse Sports able to stabilize 2 rifles, move forward into the 18th round. Still trailing by 9, but still fighting.
Still fighting. They'll take it. You know, at first it feels like it's just about a game of trying to get the confidence back online, and then we can start talking about the strategy, really. Surviving the anti-ecos, a good first step. Device clearing 180R, another great map for him in what has been a month of fantastic maps. Oh, that's a good flash, only getting 1 kill. It's an AK picked up, handed over, but the instant A push to come out of it.
Kerrigan going to charge forward, take all of the real estate he can.
What's this MAC-10 called? The hotline?
Neon Rider.
Neon Rider. Everyone knows that. That's my favorite MAC-10.
The Neon Rider. There's a really nice new one added in one of the collections with this operation called the Gold Brick.
Is it like the Miami Vice style or no?
No, it is literally a gold brick.
Oh, sweet. Does it cost a gold brick?
I think it's about 30 euros.
It's pretty expensive up there for a MAC-10.
Yeah, but just wait. It's a new skin.
It'll come down?
Oh, yeah. And when it does.
I want it while it's expensive.
Yeah, right?
That's how this works. It costs a lot. Wow, it looks good.
Bomb's going to pop off on the A site. We'll have 4 members of Mouse Sports standing. Single AK for Glaive saved. 2 pistols around him. And, well...
Damn, you are spitting.
We cannot give Mouse Sports the benefit of the doubt just yet. I'd love to, but they need to continue to prove on this T side.
They got to prove it to themselves, to us. Lots of proving to do.
Come on now. Oh, one of these things is not like the others. One of these things is Glaive. 309 utility damage.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on that for this half, depending on how long it goes.
18 rounds deep. Big buy and a clash fast at the A ramp. That's what happens when you play Astralis.
A ramp control has been foregone by the T's. They turn over towards the B site. There are heavier T's over here. 2-man setup. They're going to go for this. Always a risk to go B early just because the retakes are pretty viable, but they'll execute in, most certainly get a plant, and they'll lose a player in the process. Dupree gets away with his life,
barely,
only by a narrow margin.
Bogdan's Law. Frag grenade goes over top. Device telling his teammate where to go. Dupree's like, I can't. Oh, I'll make that jump. Once the smoke fades, that gives you a little gap beyond the green box.
I feel like they're failing some stuff right here. What were they going to try?
This right here.
Just that boost, that's it? Okay.
Yep. Nice deep angle. Holds off the peak. BMAS does not extend into it just yet, but Magisk will still get the kill. Both the remaining players from Mousesports back on the stairs. Low time. Frozen. Double headshot. Rops. He's next at bat. Magisk takes them both. But unfortunately for Astralis, there's just no time.
I love that boost, actually. They get to cut the sight in the middle, so if anyone peeks the left side of generator from the T perspective, they die. That didn't happen. And we got the double headshot spray down. Nicely done from Frozen. No trade here in sight. Again, he's been crispy for sure, so it was a good attempt. Interesting smokes that go down from both sides. I don't know. I think one's supposed to just land on the bomb. But the kills don't come down quick enough. Still 3 rounds to go here for Astralis to win. They save a couple of guns. They put some pressure on the economy of Mousesports, but Mousesports, they've got a buy and a half. They've got all the utility, all the fixins, all the trimmings. And Chris J, opening kill here. That's nice to see.
Magisk gonna get Kerrigan back.
That's a punish.
Man gets backflipped. Does not stick the landing. Frozen versus Zipex. That could be an interesting 1v1. CT smoke goes down. Frozen a little bit nervous about the potential for a boost, and you can see his teammates coming. What other cool camera angles do you got, DJ?
Yeah, let's see them cam paths that you pay for.
Sorry, did we spoil it?
You steal cam paths, DJ?
Everybody grouping up here for Mouse, so trying to play the concentrated effort. What's the routing? Where do they go?
Yeah. It's not going to be too much of a surprise. There's active peeking here on the CT side, so we'll see what mid can what can happen with mid. Maybe this is the good spot to go to. I guess there is nobody here. We're not too far down the A ramp at all. They're starting to try to recollect some information. 30 seconds left. I think they may have heard of Step. They're going to see some nades coming over. Let's see how dupreeh operates now. He finds a cool angle just below the boost and does some HE damage as well.
Glaive looks away. That's going to cost him. He turned his back to the ramp man, and sure enough, he fumbles. Zipex hot on the heels of the 2 Ts that do cross over towards site. Smoke down. Bank nade should be good. No.
1
Frozen.
damage.
And BMAS still stand after the back of that. Do they save?
I guess they could. They might not know how much health is here. That's interesting.
Game.
Don't tell me this game is getting interesting.
Begins to get interesting.
It starts to get interesting.
Just a little bit.
This is like The Handmaid's Tale, okay? We're going to have to get 200 pages in before the story starts, I think.
I'm as curious as I was when Mousesports started taking some rounds on Nuke.
Mouse starts.
Morbidly curious. You know, like you got to pull the legs off the fly just to see what happens.
Oh, Jesus. I had the laziest Venus flytrap when I was growing up. I had to kill the fly, put it in the Venus flytrap, and that thing was so lazy even dead flies would escape.
That's the most boring pet you could ever possibly have.
Horrible. I thought it was super cool because I read books about giant Venus flytraps.
Nerd.
That would eat people and stuff.
Reading books.
So I got... Okay. Very judgy. You wear glasses. Shut up.
I had a pet goat.
I hope you should get LASIK, man. Cut them eyeballs open.
Not this again.
Hopefully they don't drop the pupil on a carpet or something.
Just put it right back in
Accidentally
there.
step on it.
Just blow it off. 5-second rule.
There's only like a 6% chance that you don't die.
These numbers are fake.
You've opened a knife before, right?
I have.
I don't know if that's lucky or unlucky, however you want to interpret it. dupreeh.
19 and 9.
His
Holds the
favorite
angle.
hang.
And it's not just one player pushing in, but he actually dives into the cover.
He gets
Enough
away.
so to get an assist even. He's still standing. It's his teammates around him that die. How has dupreeh managed to be one of the last 2 CTs standing and still get another kill?
There's someone up close on the right. Doesn't seem like dupreeh's aware of that. So that's a free frag there by Chris J, who chased him down. Device the whole time he was thinking about saving.
Come on, Mousesports.
Talk about LASIK. This guy could see into the future.
This is a flawless T-side so far, and they are now within spitting distance. 5 rounds separate them from Astralis. I have no horse in this race for the sake of Mouse Sports' reputation.
We picked Mouse Sports to win.
Yeah, but that's just predictions. It's meaningless.
Yeah, no, it is.
For the greater good of Counter-Strike, for the greater good of this rivalry.
You're right.
Bring back this half. Do not limp out of 2020. Give us a game. Mouse Sports on fire.
They're getting tested. The B execs are working out really well, which is surprising, but a good couple of flashes. They're definitely looking drilled. I mean, it's a real match now, yeah. Like, you just reset it from the situation. It's still unlikely, but it's not as unreasonable as the, you know, that 12-3. I guess it was just the Astralis T side coming in, looking insane. It's too hard to win a comeback versus Astralis, man. Because then you win like 6-7 rounds in a row, and then Device gets all the data he needs.
Computes it.
Yeah.
Beep, boop, beep,
he just
beep,
crunches the numbers. You know, eventually he'll win a round off that.
Bubsky out of nowhere.
Yeah, Bubsky will just join the server.
Oh, those stats on Glaive still getting ever higher.
Yeah.
409 now.
You sounded like a robot from WALL-E. 409 now. Eva. Zip.
Flashbang.
Zippity doo dah. Again, I mean, the game has opened up a little bit just because Mouse Sports has spent a lot of time going B, more than the average player would go. Device somehow gets tagged down heavily. I don't know if Chris hits him with an op shot. But I didn't hear it. Quiet on the server. Do we see a late mid again from Mouse Sports? Just as I say that, they walk away. Yeah, back to the ramp, and look at the CT starting to rotate over.
Yeah,
they seem pretty well aware, yeah.
They know exactly what's up. Molotovs, I think, just going to really confirm their assumptions. It's a matter of getting the kills. Who will have...
This will be a telling round.
The better headshots. I think you're spot on.
The A-site round.
3 players over here on short. A little bit of a love tap, but 2 kills come in for Astralis. Wall bangs for so much damage. Zipex and Glaive, suddenly they have become a liability. And there's still 25 seconds to squeeze this round out. Magisk, that is temporary cover. Frozen, about to push through, and he does so to his own demise. Magisk holds the line, and they are now outnumbered. 10 seconds left on the clock. Smoke begins to fade, and Astralis will ice out a 20-second round. That flawless spree from Mouse Sports fizzles out.
The really tough part, again, of course, is, you know, you can win a couple of rounds at B, but eventually it's not. You can't have the whole game plan go to this side of the map, and they lose the A round handedly, so it's a little bit scary. They did do some good damage, as you pointed out. That's an amazing grenade, actually, plus the wall bang damage through yellow. That made things a bit, it made it compelling. I think from Mouse Sports' perspective, they never had control of the round, but they were very close to getting a couple of those kills.
We got a long way to go still for Mouse Sports. But that rumbling of a comeback, you can still kind of feel it. I think it's about a recovery right here, right now. They gave away the 14th round. They lose this one. And Astralis, you know they'll squeak another. So, just like you said, it's so difficult to come back versus Astralis because after 6 rounds in a row, which is exactly what they got,
it's like feeding a supercomputer information.
They begin to figure you out.
Then they can take down Hikaru.
The AI, it's coming for all of us. And Astralis, they've got Mouse Sports' number. Kerrigan will get 1 kill in this 2v5, and Rops combines in middle. Neither of those kills cost Mouse Sports any of their HP. They are still in a fighting stance. And they've got time to boil down this moment.
Here's the angle. The golden angle. Let's see if the golden angle works. How far will they cross?
They don't need to.
How fast is Device? Oh, my God.
That is good stuff.
Jesus.
That's like holding Mirage on B apps.
Kerrigan can barely hear that. Yeah, true.
And now Kerrigan gets hit by Magisk from behind. So sure enough, Astralis 15th round secured. Looking like they were gonna maybe milk that 2v5 for a little bit more, but it goes dry. Mousesports, they need a little more sustenance.
Should have had bullet drop at that distance. Jesus.
Now what do we got? We've got Mousesports with a sawed-off here in round 24.
I don't know if that's their best gun or their worst gun at this point.
Well, it felt like we were going to get a little bit of something from Mousesports.
I appreciated the emphasis that you put on every round.
I tried, man. I tried to sell it.
Yeah.
But
Mousesports, they weren't buying.
I was selling you all snake oil.
A sawed-off, huh?
A sawed-off.
Well, at least they'll talk about it. Oof. Money grenade.
Molotov at the feet of Magisk. He's going to take one with him. And BMAS closes, even despite being dead. He finds a kill from beyond the grave. Come on, give us the sawed-off.
Oh, the sawed-off is coming.
Oh, yeah! Another. Nope. Dupree USPs him. 3v3 left over versus Pistols. Astralis looking to eliminate Mousesports, looking to shut down the revenge attempt from the Masters Grand Finals.
That's correct. Oh, the molly does spread. Yikes, they better run from that.
And there's still a fighting chance. Chris J, labored effort, bomb beyond the halfway point. They're trying to hang on to the B site. Dupree running in with the USP to seal the deal. Astralis eliminating Mousesports from the Blast Fall Finals. The first team to hit the dirt at Astralis. Another attempt now from the lower bracket. And it would not be the first time that we watch Astralis go to the lower bracket after a loss in the opening round, only to run it all the way back to the finals. Let this victory be a warning for the other teams in this event. Astralis are still here.
There's some stuff we've got to figure out. How good were Vitality based on their win versus Mousesports? How good are Astralis based on this revenge match versus Mousesports? What happens tomorrow? Astralis, Na'Vi, Vitality still in this event. Things are looking crazy on this side of the bracket, and I couldn't be more excited for our matches coming up tomorrow. Condolences to Mousesports. That was rough.
Yeah, the end of their 2020. A bit of a fizzle out as Astralis gets their number basically back to back. We'll hand this one over to James and our analysts, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for more CS.
Thank you very much, Scrawny and Launders. That is it for Mousesports here at Blast Premier. They came, they saw, they didn't get much done. But one thing we'll look at here is that Astralis showed us that they can play a map back and they can show you the full force.
They were looking really, really good today, and that's the problem, right? Because how much stock do we put into Astralis being a fantastic team right here, completely outclassing Mousesports, not at a single point within this best of three, at danger for losing, or, you know, I think if you ask the players as well, there's not a point where they felt threatened by Mousesports at any point. How much do we contribute to Astralis being good, and how much do we contribute to Mousesports having a really rough tournament, not playing so well? It's probably a bit of both, it always is, but Astralis looking good, Mousesports not so much.
And let's just touch on the Mousesports bit, right? Because it is a sad moment for these guys. But you also had two very tough teams. You started off against Vitality. Okay, best team in the world. Then you got an Astralis who's coming back to form that you just lost to in a grand final anyway. To judge them based on these performances, like I was harsh, I was critical that Mousesports didn't put too much fight in it. I wanted more here. I wanted more fight for sure. It wasn't good enough, and they won't think it's good enough either. But they just lost out to two teams who could potentially be in the grand final.
The issue is, for Mousesports, it goes way beyond just losing to Vitality and losing to Astralis, because in itself, that is not a huge issue, right? For their team and where they're at with their evolution, it's okay. Yeah. It's the fashion with which it happened. That's what's preoccupying and worrying if you're a Mousesports fan. And I consider myself to be a little bit of a Mousesports fan. I like the project, I like the lineup, I like the teams, and what the idea behind that team. But it is just too flat. In an environment in Counter-Strike where we praise, you know, in this online area where everyone is supposed to be, where everyone is supposed to beat everyone, potentially a good match here and there. We never really know what to expect from the games. Well, we knew exactly what to expect from these games. The takeaways are very clear. And to me, that's the worrying part for Mousesports. Not that they lose, but how they lost.
That is the problem. They are down and out, and our first team eliminated here from the full finals. But this does mean Astralis move on and they'll wait to face their next opponent throughout all of this. Certainly, though, one thing you'll look at when it comes to this is that right now, Astralis continue to look better. It's upwards here for these guys.
Yeah, it's starting to look like they are, finding their footing again, finding that shape that we once had where Astralis were, unbeatable. And I'm not saying we're close to that stage yet. We're not close to Astralis being unbeatable. I think we've seen that a couple of times already. They lost to Gatsen at DreamHack, and they also lost their first round right here. So they are definitely beatable, but they are slowly but surely getting better. Glaive back being an in-game leader, I think that in itself is a huge attribution to how well Astralis is playing right now. And if he can continue to motivate his players like he is right now, and if Astralis can continue with the level of play they're in right now, then, as Matthew said, they could very well be in the grand final.
Well, you just touched on him. Glaive is here with us for the live interview, the winners interview, as they survive elimination. Glaive, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good, thank you, Banks. Nice words from Pimp. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy and a nice, comfortable win today.
Pimp does have some nice words every now and again. It does happen. We noticed them on the desk for sure.
Sometimes.
Now, I wanted to start off by asking you here, how did you feel this Mousesports were compared to when you faced them in DreamHack Masters, or was it just you guys being better?
I think Mousesports played a bit worse, I would say. I don't think they played at the same level that they did last time, and I also think that they came up with some new ideas for the final last time, and I think it was tough for them to came up with new ideas again. So we kind of knew how they wanted to play, and I think that was what won us the game in the end.
Now, you've also come back and taken over the IGL side of things. How does it feel? Do you feel like you're back in your comfort zone yet, or do you still need a bit more time?
I think I need a bit more time, but I can feel that I've been helping Magus with the in-game leading part. So it's not like it's like a total new thing for me. So it feels like I'm feeling pretty good actually with the in-game leading. But I think the tough part for me is to having the individual skill while in-game leading, and I think that takes some time to get used to again.
Now that I have you, Glaive, I want to talk about yesterday and the match versus Navi, because we had a really hard time making conclusions out of that one. Simple, going insane. I want to have your takeaway. What did you think of that series, and what were the main reasons why they were able to pull away with the win?
I mean, that particular game was one of the craziest games I ever played, because I actually think we played really good. We got so many kills, first frags and stuff like that, especially on the third map. And Navi just played insane and made their individual plays, and they were just ready for everything we did in late in the rounds. And of course, we also missed some shots that made them win some unfortunate rounds, but we also did that. So it was just like a crazy game, battles all over the time. It was insane. I think both teams played well, but now it was just a bit better.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game. And you mentioned missing some shots, and I want to be honest with you, I feel like you and Xip maybe not be reaching the 100% individually right now. Would you agree with that? Do you feel like you're back at 100%? And if not, how far are you from that point?
I wouldn't say I'm back at like my 2018 level, but I wouldn't say that I'm far away from like 2019 level, where we also won some tournaments and stuff like that. I think, as I said before, that I need a bit of more time with Xyp9x. I'm not sure. I think it's for him to say himself. I think he's doing a good job coming back and already winning a tournament with him again. So I'm pretty happy with how he's doing.
Glaive, it's not a secret you guys have been trying to implement Bubzkji within your lineup, especially here in Nuke now. Is that something that came from you or for Danny, from the coach, or is that something you guys are doing together in order to be more unpredictable, I guess, as a team?
So we've been talking for some time about us wanting a sixth player. I think it came with me feeling like some stress symptoms back in the days and some burnout symptoms.
Sure.
And also Xyp9x feeling some of the same things. So we talked about maybe we should get a sixth player, but it was tough for us to really understand how we should incorporate him into the team and be really... We wanted to have a useful sixth man, but it was really tough for us because it kind of was like a stand-in. So what we tried to do was they wanted to play with him a bit more. So Danny decided a few maps that he is going to play. And I'm not sure right now it's Nuke and maybe some more in the future. So I'm looking forward to see Bubzkji playing some more.
Yeah, it's very interesting, right? Because we see the Counter-Strike world adopting the idea of having a 6th, maybe even 7th player to the lineup. For you as a caller coming back after the break, I just want to redirect the conversation to that. You're coming in with more energy now, because there's no doubt to me that you're the best in-game leader in the entire world. How do you, as an in-game leader, try to incorporate Bobski on one map, maybe 2 maps? Is that a big task for you? Is that hard for you?
I wouldn't say it's that big of a task because let's say he's replacing Xyp9x. He is replacing Xyp9x on Nuke at the moment. So Xyp9x can actually teach him a lot of stuff. So they can go on the server, just those 2 guys, and they can Xyp9x can explain a lot to Bubsky about how we are going to play. So in that kind of way, it's pretty easy. But of course, Bubsky needs to be his own player as well. So that is where me and Bubsky needs to talk together about what he should do and what he shouldn't do, and in what kind of situations he should be offensive, what kind of situations he should be defensive, and stuff like that. So we're still trying to work that out. But as you saw today, the man has like insane individual skill. He can have like fantastic aim, fantastic spray, and yeah, it feels good to have him on the server. It feels like he's some kind of X factor for us.
Cool.
Glaive, thank you very much for your time, man. It's great to see you back in action, and we look forward to seeing the future games. Good luck going forward.
Thank you very much, guys.
Always good to get some real answers out of Glaive. No more playing our own game. You know, I'm always a fan of that not happening.
I don't like that one.
No, I really hate that one. You know, it might just be a waste of an answer. You know. Wasting our time.
You don't like people playing their own game?
I want them to play their own game and give me some more insights.
Don't you play your own game over here?
No, I play your game.
Ah, okay.
I play trash. I got to hit Jacob with some fire on.
It's all
right then.
I'm here if you want to talk about Jesus Christ.
He could be the psychologist in the corner. But no, honestly, Glaive there, right? Giving us the lowdown of how it is. And right now, I like the honesty in what he was saying, that it definitely didn't feel like mousesports were playing up to that same level. It wasn't just Astralis playing good.
And that's a fair assessment, right? I think everyone realizes that this wasn't 100% mousesports. Some of the takeaways I get from that interview is that, first of all, I feel like tactically speaking, Glaive is back in a very good position. You can see he's got the insight for the game. He's got the feeling for the game. Now, individually, he mentioned him, and I appreciate he didn't want to throw Xyp9x under the bus. I think it's great as a teammate, but he knows and he acknowledged that him and Xyp maybe might not be on full force when it comes to individual performance. And to me, I'm going to be honest, that's probably the only weakness I can see to Astralis right now, the individual level across the board.
Now, we Danes may not be the best guys at speaking English, but I think he alerted to the fact that it's not only one map Bubsky's going to play right now. He did say that there was a couple of maps, or potentially a couple of maps, right?
You're saying that?
I heard that. So, you know, I'm very curious as to see whether Bubsky is only going to play a Nuke. Who knows about Mirage? You know, if you want to incorporate a player within your lineup and you want to have a 7-map pool, what better way to do that than to incorporate a new player to a new map you haven't played in a long time? I'm seeing a lot of potential right here, and I think that's what maybe he was alluding to.
Just to give you some more on that, right? I did get to do interviews with them before this event came into play. And when that got allured to, I asked for their another map, and they went to say, and then they didn't say. Yeah?
Okay.
So he gave you more on that point, but I know we're not going to know what map it happens until they want to shock the world and surprise us all on it. But we do need to address the fact that now mousesports are out here. Their road to the global finals has ended, and they will not be going any further. They go out with 2 losses under their belt, but I think this time now, with no events going forward, is the time that mousesports needs to continue this project in the right way.
And that's the sad part, right? Because they leave us with such a mixed bag of signals. Right. We saw them play so well in the showdown, qualifying for this tournament. In itself, a great result for a relatively new project. Then they go to DreamHack, they go all the way to the final, and they pressure Astralis to the brink of, you know, them collapsing. Vertigo, double OT, and of course they lose, unfortunately, 3-1, but still a great result. Then they come in here and they completely show no face whatsoever. So what are you left with? You're left with a bag of mixed signals, and I think that's sad for mousesports because they've been doing a good job.
Yeah, the problem is in a very short time, the deviation in terms of level is huge for mousesports. They go for, again, pressuring Astralis to a grand final to disappearing completely at this event. So it's one of these occasions where we just need to wait and see. I think time is going to give us a better prospect as to what this lineup can do together with this one constellation. And I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful for this lineup. I truly am. But I feel like the winter break is going to be very welcome at the moment.
Well, Astralis like to do things in hard mode. They like to go for a lower bracket run because their road to the global final does continue here, and they will continue to try and make some magic happen. They need to do well, though, at the full finals and finish at least in the top 6 at Global Challenge. Shouldn't be hard at Global Challenge, in fairness. It's not as hard teams compared to here, but when it comes to the full finals, it's going to be very difficult to make that lower bracket run. But if there's any team that can do it, I'd say it's these boys.
I'm having a hard time seeing how Astralis is not going to make it. They are Mr. Consistent in the sense that they will never bow out of a tournament being last, right? So placing top 6 at the finals, this should be done.
Shouldn't they play the loser of G2 big? If I'm doing the math.
You're switching it.
Do you think any of these teams could beat Astralis?
Well, let's look at the brackets, right, and work this magic out, and look at all the fun we get ahead of us, because we know what we're having in the upper bracket, right? But yeah, Astralis will be looking at, G2 or big loser.
Yeah, because we're crossing when it comes to loser bracket.
So they don't play potentially Na'Vi again, for example, you know?
That could be an Astralis big on Astralis G2, and in any of these matchups, I'm not saying it's easy night and day, but Astralis could and would be favored.
They would be favourite, right? They'd be favourite against most teams if they keep playing like this. Definitely would give us an interesting matchup. I'd love a bit of Astralis versus G2, but I wouldn't want it in a lower bracket match, you know? You don't want to
have everything. You have to make a choice. Yeah, you have to settle with it.
You want everyone to be in the winner bracket? You want a double winner bracket bracket? Something like that?
You rather want Na'Vi in the lower bracket?
No, we're going all the way to the final, just in the upper bracket. Shush you.
Okay.
Shush.
He just
stop.
Shush you. Just shush me. He just called you trash and shushed me in the same segment.
You get it all in one go here, pimp.
Okay then.
Oh my God.
Okay then.
Sometimes
Anything else you want to say?
I love you.
Okay, now he's trying to fight
He makes
back.
a face at that. I care more about Maniac. How about that?
Okay.
You knew that in the first
You know
place.
what? Go do your job, James. And
I will. We should look at the matches we've got coming tomorrow. That's very important, isn't it? We want to see what games we're going to have, because we're getting 3 more best of 3s coming your way. And we are starting with Furia versus OG. You will be maybe lucky or unlucky, depending on what way you look at it, that you get me and Maniac on the mic for that one. Then we get Na'Vi taking on Vitality. Then to end the day with Big going up against G2. What's your favorite matchup out of that one?
I think Na'Vi Vitality. When you think about Simple versus ZywOo, obviously the fact, that Na'Vi played so incredibly well against Astralis, and we were all shell-shocked. And I think right now we need to kind of evaluate Navi's level and Vitality's level, because Vitality haven't been tested by mousesports. They had an easy time, so where do they stand? I think that's going to be a perfect matchup to set up the scene for this tournament.
It's a grudge matchup, right? Because last time these two teams played, Na'Vi were leading 2-0 in a best-of-5 final. And guess what happened? Vitality fought their way back and humiliated Na'Vi, made them lose another best-of-5 final after leading 2-0. They did the reverse sweep. If I know Simple right, he's going to be mad as hell about that. So he want to show a point tomorrow against ZywOo. Also, they fight for the best player in the world. There's still a discussion to be had. I think Simple right now, personally to my taste, is edging that one out. But who knows about tomorrow, right? If ZywOo is going to kill him, who knows?
Well, you know what, ZywOo, he sometimes gets scared, he sometimes gets nervous, and I would be nervous going up against a player like Simple. But we are done for another day here at the Blast Premier Full Finals. We have done our opening 2 days. We're going on to the third. I've got to control these 2, and I'll bring you the games back tomorrow.